Zhou Fong, a young man preparing for his graduate school exams, woke up to find himself in a supernatural academy. Zhou Fong, Zhou Fong, wake up! The exam is about to start. A gentle voice pierced through his ears. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Zhou Fong was taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar young girl's face. She seemed about 15 or 16, completely out of place in the university campus he remembered. As Zhou Fong stood there puzzled, the teacher entered the classroom with a stack of test papers. The girl, Su Meina, seemed like she wanted to say something but hesitated and returned to her seat. Zhou Fong instinctively started answering the test questions. They were surprisingly easy, and his pen flew across the paper, completing most of the problems in no time. However, when he reached the additional questions, he frowned. The best combination for fire elements? The 3 essentials of talisman crafting? The pros and cons of a painter versus a beastmaster? An enchanter among the gifted? These bizarre questions jolted Zhou Fong awake. Looking around, all he saw were unfamiliar young faces. A sudden, piercing pain made Zhou Fong break out in a cold sweat. 2 sets of memories intertwined in his mind. One of a university student preparing for exams, the other of a student at the Enchantment Academy in the Donghua dynasty of the Blue Yin Star. Teacher Zhang Lin noticed his condition and quickly inquired. Zhou Fong used a headache as an excuse to leave the exam room. Zhang Lin picked up Zhou Fong's test paper, intending to glance over it casually, but was captivated by the answers. In just half an hour, he had gotten everything right except for the additional questions. This astounding performance delighted him. Su Meina noticed the teacher's relieved expression and felt a sense of relief herself. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Fong stared at the youthful face in the mirror, unable to calm down. This was Blue Yin Star, a world that had entered an era of superpowers after an alien spaceship crash. 15 years ago, a war had divided this planet into 3 major powers: the Donghua dynasty, the United States dynasty, and the South Australia alliance. As Zhou Fong tried to accept his new reality, a familiar box by his bed shocked him. It was an antique box he had bought on Earth for 200 yuan to store tabletop game cards, and it had somehow crossed over with him. His roommate, Gao Jia, asked what was wrong while brushing his teeth, and Zhou Fong quickly covered up his surprise. As orphans at the Enchantment Academy, the 4 of them had grown up receiving patriotic education, quietly maturing in an era where superpowers were strictly confidential. Qin Zhan, the eldest, rarely expressed concern about his unusual behavior, while Zhao Yi, the third, bluntly asked, "Are you just making excuses to avoid the exam?" Huh, huh. Zhou Fong casually responded to his friend's concerns, absent-mindedly touching his head. In the classroom, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the youthful yet determined faces of several boys. Zhao Yi spoke with worry. "Mr. Zhang has always been good to us. Those kids in class 1 and 2, with parents, love to bully us. If it weren't for Mr. Zhang." Qin Zhan interrupted him, his tone calm, yet powerful. "All right, don't scare him." He was confident that Mr. Zhang wouldn't give up on any student over such trivial matters. The Point Transformation Academy was a unique place. Most of its students were orphans, often becoming targets for the privileged students or forced to be their lackeys. The difference in treatment between those under a teacher's protection and those without any support was stark. Zhou Fong silently counted his blessings. Their class 7 was fortunate to be under Mr. Zhang Lin's protection. He confidently said, "It's fine. I really had a headache yesterday. Mr. Zhang will understand." Thinking about yesterday's test paper, Zhou Fong felt he must have impressed Mr. Zhang. Although he didn't attempt the bonus question, he was sure no one scored better than him. Qin Zhan drew a cold, gleaming spear from behind him, a birthday gift he had crafted for himself at 15. "Tomorrow is the awakening trial for Point Transformers. Have you prepared your first item for transformation?" Zhao Yi excitedly announced. "I made a good profit delivering goods to Boss Ding down the mountain and ordered a long knife online. It should arrive today." Suddenly, Gao Jia burst from the restroom, still holding an unwashed toothbrush, and excitedly asked, "Guess what I'm transforming?" Zhao Yi guessed helplessly, "A toothbrush." Gao Jia gave a thumbs up. "You got it, old 3. You're smart." Qin Zhan and Zhou Fong exchanged glances, speechless. Zhao Yi covered his face, almost in tears. "Second brother, don't be silly. This is about your future." Gao Jia eagerly explained his genius idea, while Zhou Fong resignedly said, "Dog shopping network, big wheat electric toothbrush. 89 yuan. Qin Zhan added, "Free shipping." Zhao Yi chimed in. Gao Jia looked puzzled. The class bell rang, and the 4 of them hurried into the classroom. Class President Xiao Zheng immediately scolded, "Zhou Fong, you skipped the test yesterday with an excuse, and now you're late. Don't drag class 7 down with you. A bad apple spoiling the bunch." Zhao Yi angrily pointed at Xiao Zheng. "Damn it, Mr. Zhang didn't say anything, so why are you talking?" Lu Nin stood up to support Xiao Zheng. "What's wrong? You can't take criticism." The classroom split into 2 factions, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zhou Fong quietly pulled Zhao Yi back to their seats. However, Xiao Zheng persisted. "Zhou Fong, I'm talking to you." No response. "Aren't you going to explain to your classmates?" Su Mena frowned and intervened. Xiao Zheng, that's enough. Zhou Fong really wasn't feeling well yesterday. Xiao Zheng, more agitated, aggressively confronted Zhou Fong. Are you deaf, Zhou Fong? Hiding behind a woman's skirt. Zhou Fong calmly cleaned his ears and softly replied. One dog barks at a shadow. 100 bark in unison. This statement was like a fuse, instantly igniting the classroom's tension. Students began to jeer, demanding a showdown. Su Mena anxiously stomped her feet. Zhou Fong. Say less, Xiao Yi you too. Xiao Zheng sneered, haha. Zhou Fong, you've grown bold. According to academy rules, you choose. Although the Point Transformation Academy outwardly resembled an ordinary school, it encouraged student conflicts as long as no one was seriously harmed. This was part of training superhumans. Su Mena was eager to stop them, but Xiao Zheng was determined to teach Zhou Fong a lesson. Just then, Qin Zhan, who had been silent, stood up. I'll take responsibility for him. Xiao Zheng, let's have a match. Xiao Zheng looked at Qin Zhan seriously, knowing he was a formidable opponent in practical classes. But Zhou Fong interrupted Qin Zhan's goodwill. Big brother. No need. I'll handle it myself. Qin Zhan quietly sat down, trusting his brother to handle it. Zhou Fong faced Xiao Zheng and proposed an unexpected challenge. Xiao Zheng, since you doubt my test yesterday, let's compare our test scores from yesterday. After a pause, he added, you said I could choose, so I choose a literary challenge. No objections. Zhao Yi and Gao Jie panicked, pulling Zhou Fong aside to dissuade him in low voices. Fong, don't be rash. We're done for. Old Fours lost his mind. The classroom atmosphere froze, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome of this unexpected confrontation. Huh. Xiao Zheng's laughter echoed through the classroom, quickly joined by others. He stood up, one foot on the chair, looking down at Zhou Fong with disdain in his eyes. Compete with me in academics? In the realm of theoretical knowledge, I'm like a god. What do you have to compete with me? Xiao Zheng's voice was filled with confidence and contempt. The atmosphere in the class turned tense. Zhou Fong, who was at the bottom of the class, challenging Xiao Zheng, the top student, seemed like an absurd and overconfident act. Xiao Zheng continued his provocation. Since you're so self-destructive, fine. I'll indulge you. If you lose, crawl under my legs and call me grandpa 3 times. Zhou Fong, unfazed, calmly responded. Fine. If you lose, wherever I am, you have to take a detour. And if we meet, you have to call me Master Zhou. I won't lose, Xiao Zheng said with disdain. Afraid? Zhou Fong taunted. Fine. It's a deal. Everyone here can be our witness, Xiao Zheng said, looking at Zhou Fong with malice, already imagining Zhou Fong's embarrassing defeat. Just then, the teacher, Zhang Lin, interrupted their argument. What are you doing? A classmate briefly explained the situation to Zhang Lin. Xiao Zheng, smiling, said, Mr. Zhang, you're here just in time. You can witness this competition. Zhang Lin sighed and reluctantly agreed. All right, as long as it's within the rules, there's nothing I can do to stop it. As your teacher, all I can do is ensure fairness. He continued, these 9 years of study have all been for tomorrow's awakening trial. The trial doesn't require such advanced theoretical knowledge. This test was very challenging, even beyond the syllabus. The real trial doesn't need such deep knowledge. I'll talk about tomorrow's awakening trial later. First, let me hand out your test papers. Zhang Lin began distributing the test papers, announcing the scores from lowest to highest. Zhao Gang, 30 points. Make sure to review. Even cramming might help. Otherwise, you'll be the last to enter the awakening ceremony tomorrow. Li Qian, 45 points. You're close, keep it up. Gua Gang, 50 points. You're about average. Aim to perform better tomorrow. Gao Jie, 62 points. You've slipped a bit. Qin Zhan, 92 points. Very good. You're likely in the first batch. Su Mena, 95 points. Well done. Thank you, teacher. Su Mena accepted the paper, her face beaming with joy. Xiao Zheng, 98 points. This is the only time you haven't achieved full marks. It's not your fault. This test was beyond the syllabus. Don't be discouraged. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Zheng accepted the paper with a broad smile, thinking, for 9 years in class 7, I've been unmatched. Who can understand me? Just then, Lunan whispered, Zheng, Zhou Fong's paper hasn't been handed out yet. So what if it hasn't? It's not like anything's going to change, Xiao Zheng replied irritably. Lunan explained, the teacher seems to be handing out the papers from lowest to highest scores. Hearing this, Xiao Zheng's face turned pale. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this bottom ranker be better than me? He frantically denied it in his mind. It must be because of our bet that the teacher saved his paper for last. Yes, that must be it. Xiao Zheng forced himself to calm down, but sweat broke out on his forehead. He stared intently at the last test paper in the teacher's hand, his heart racing. Many classmates noticed this too, curiously watching Zhang Lin. Only Zhou Fong appeared calm, though he was also sweating inside. He thought, this Xiao kid is quite capable, scoring 98 points. If I made a mistake, my reputation is done for. Then again, I don't really have a reputation here. The classroom fell silent. Everyone's eyes fixed on the last test paper in Zhang Lin's hand, waiting for the final result to be revealed. Observing the strange atmosphere in the class, Zhang Lin coughed twice and announced, "Cough, cough. Zhou Fong scored 100. This statement was like a bomb that instantly shattered the classroom's calm. Xiao Zheng sprang to his feet, eyes wide, his voice sharp with agitation. Impossible. Teacher, he cheated. Yes, he must have cheated. Xiao Zheng clung to this last straw of hope, his voice tinged with desperation. Zhou Fong usually scores at the bottom. How could he possibly get 100? Zhao Yi sneered and pointed at Xiao Zheng. You can't beat him, so you accuse him, huh? Qin Zhan said expressionlessly. A bet is a bet. Zhao Nin scoffed. If he cheated, let's test him then. What are you afraid of? Xiao Zheng's other roommate, Zheng Dan, chimed in. He's always at the bottom, suddenly getting 100. It just doesn't make sense. Gao Jie silently turned around, sticking out his butt, and whispered, Don't force me to use my ultimate move. This left Qin Zhan, Zhao Yi, and others bewildered. Zhang Lin handed the test paper to Zhou Fong and asked, Zhou Fong, what do you think? Although he trusted Zhou Fong, he needed a fair contest to convince everyone. Zhou Fong took the test paper, turned to Xiao Zheng, and replied calmly yet provocatively, What do you suggest? Xiao Zheng thought for a moment. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Let's have another competition. Teacher will give questions on the spot. Let's see who's faster and more accurate. Do you dare? All right. Zhou Fong agreed decisively, then revealed his test paper. I didn't do the extra questions, so let's not compare the superpower questions. I got full marks on the academic questions. This statement hit the class like a heavy blow. Xiao Zheng stared at Zhou Fong's test paper in disbelief, his mind in turmoil. The extra questions were 5 in total, worth 15 points. All common knowledge in the superpower world, essentially free points. Without the 15 extra points, Xiao Zheng's academic score was only 83. Lu Nin eagerly added, Brother Zheng, he must have cheated. Some of these academic questions weren't even taught at the academy. They're only covered in regular high schools. Fine, let's do academic questions. Xiao Zheng gritted his teeth, determined to shatter Zhou Fong's fleeting glory and reclaim the top position in class. He turned to Zhang Lin, his tone challenging. Teacher, make them tough. Zhou Fong is so impressive. I'm afraid it might take us all day to determine a winner. All right, Zhang Lin, also curious about Zhou Fong's true ability, wrote the first question on the board, a calculation problem not beyond the syllabus. Both began calculating simultaneously, and in just 10 seconds, they nearly reported the answer at the same time. The class gasped in surprise. Zhou Fong's ability clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Zheng began to panic, questioning himself. Was it just luck? Did he really not cheat? He turned to Zhang Lin. Teacher, next question. The second question was harder, and this time Xiao Zheng was slower than Zhou Fong. By the third question, with increased difficulty, while Xiao Zheng was still pondering, Zhou Fong had already answered. Zhang Lin realized Xiao Zheng was certain to lose, but he was curious about Zhou Fong's limits. He posed a question even he couldn't solve. 10 seconds later, Zhou Fong gave the answer, leaving Zhang Lin stunned. Zhou Fong was also surprised. Isn't this question way beyond the syllabus? Xiao Zheng looked bewildered at this question, struggling internally. Am I really so lacking in knowledge that I can't even understand the question? Zhou Fong approached Xiao Zheng, while Zheng Dan, Lu Nan, and others stepped back, heads down. Xiao Zheng lowered his head, fists clenched, his body trembling slightly, as if under immense pressure. Zhou Fong looked down at Xiao Zheng, his voice dripping with disdain and challenge. You think you're God? Then I'm the devil. From now on, wherever I, Zhou Fong, go, it's a no-go zone for God. With that, he turned and walked back to his seat, leaving behind a room full of astonished gazes. Wow, so impressive and commanding. A wave of whispers swept through the classroom as the girls' attention was drawn. Zhao Yi watched the scene with a hint of envy in his heart. Gao Jie nodded slightly, thinking to himself that this guy really knows how to shine in front of others. He must have been concealing his talents all along. Just then, Xiao Zheng suddenly stood up, his voice slightly weak. Teacher, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back and rest. Zhang Lin nodded gently, allowing him to leave. Go ahead. Don't let a minor setback affect you. And make sure you're ready for tomorrow's awakening ceremony. Once Xiao Zheng had left, Zhang Lin officially began the class. He surveyed the room, his voice steady and strong. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony for enlighters. Today, let's review the basics of the superpower world. Who can tell me the 3 major superpower research institutes of our Donghua Empire? Su Meina quickly raised her hand, and upon the teacher's signal, she confidently answered, the Institute of Cultivation Systems, the Institute of Conventional Abilities, and the Institute of Unique Abilities, to which our Enlighter Academy belongs. The entire superpower world is divided into 2 main systems, the cultivation system and the ability system. Zhang Lin nodded approvingly and continued to ask, very good. Now, who knows the differences between the 3 institutes? A flurry of hands shot up in the classroom. Zhang Lin's gaze fell on Zhao Yi, signaling him to answer. Zhao Yi stood up and spoke eloquently. The Institute of Cultivation Systems specializes in research on trainable superpowers, focusing on ancient martial arts worlds and ancient mythology. This includes the Taoist system, Buddhist system, sword cultivation system, magic system, martial arts system, ninjutsu system, and so on. The Institute of Conventional Abilities primarily studies innate abilities and awakening-type abilities that can be widespread, such as water and fire abilities, space-time abilities, transformation abilities, sonic abilities, and energy control abilities. As for the Unique Abilities Institute, at this point, Zhao Yi suddenly faltered, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Lin gestured for Zhao Yi to sit down and then added, "Not bad." The Unique Abilities Institute was initially named the Rare Abilities Institute, then the Unorthodox Abilities Institute, and finally renamed the Unique Abilities Institute. It includes our Enlighter Academy, the Artistry Academy, the Disguise Academy, the Pioneer Academy, and a dozen others. He paused, his tone suddenly becoming serious. Unorthodox, as the name suggests, means unconventional paths. This statement was like a bomb, instantly causing an uproar in the class. Students began to discuss animatedly, their voices overlapping. How can that be? Aren't enlighters the strongest abilities? Being able to enlighten all things into spirits, isn't that a legendary divine power? Have we worked hard for 9 years just for an unconventional ability? In the midst of the chaotic scene, Zhang Lin remained calm. He recalled the same reaction when he was told the truth before his own awakening. But it was his duty, and the Academy's duty, to make students recognize the harshness of reality. At that moment, Zhou Feng stood up, raised his hand, and asked, "Teacher, if enlighters are considered unconventional abilities, why do so many children of high-ranking officials come to study and awaken here? There must be something valuable about our Enlighter Academy." Zhou Feng's question seemed to offer a lifeline to the panicked students. The classroom buzzed with discussion once more. Exactly why do those prominent officials' children come to the Enlighter Academy? Yeah, the teacher must be deceiving us. Zhang Lin smiled, nodding at Zhou Feng, pleased with his composure and cleverness. He gestured for everyone to quiet down before explaining. The Institute of Cultivation Systems requires exceptional talent. Only 1 in 100 people has the potential for cultivation, and even then, it's usually quite average. Only 1 in 10,000 is a true cultivation genius. Zhang Lin took a sip of water, scanned the curious faces in the classroom, and continued. You might wonder why the children of prestigious families and high-ranking officials choose our Transformation Academy. The answer is simple: they lack the innate talent for cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, a student immediately asked, then why not go to the Conventional Ability Research Institute? Zhang Lin's lips curled into a slight smile as he countered. Can you guess why? Zhou Feng's eyes lit up as he quickly replied. Is it because of the mortality rate? Smart. Zhang Lin nodded approvingly, his gaze lingering on Zhou Feng for a few extra seconds. He mused inwardly that this former underachiever might be masking his true abilities. Zhang Lin continued to explain, while the conventional ability awakening does have a decent conversion rate, with about 70 successfully awakening abilities, the remaining 30 invariably die. However, although our Unique Ability Institute also carries risks, the mortality rate for Transformers is 0. Of course, the price of failure is never being able to awaken any abilities and remaining an ordinary person. Zhou Feng suddenly understood and chimed in. That makes sense. Those from powerful families wouldn't risk their lives for mere abilities. Safety is their top priority. Well said. Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. Zhou Feng then asked, are there orphans like us in the Conventional Ability Research Institute? His tone was serious, clearly concerned about the answer, as it touched on the Empire's stance on human rights and the ethical implications of using lives for experiments. Zhang Lin shook his head firmly and replied, absolutely not. Orphans are only found in our Transformation Academy. Most of the awakeners in the Conventional Ability Research Institute are military volunteers. Hearing this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel a deep respect. He thought that in any world, soldiers willing to risk a 30 mortality rate to awaken abilities for the sake of protecting their country are worthy of admiration. However, the other students in the class couldn't remain calm. They whispered among themselves, faces filled with disappointment and confusion. After 9 years of waiting, only to become a marginal ability user? Such an anticlimactic outcome was hard for them to accept. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. The classroom was filled with a heavy atmosphere, with students bowing their heads and furrowing their brows. Suddenly, Zhang Lin stood up, his voice firm and powerful. Classmates, what else are you dissatisfied with? He looked around, his gaze intense. We are all orphans without parents. The academy took us in and gave us a chance to rise. Even if we fail, we can still return to being ordinary people. Zhang Lin's words struck a chord with everyone. He continued, think about those who defend our country. If they fail, they pay with their lives. The academy nurtures us, teaches us, and gives us a place to live. Without the academy, we would be worse off than we are now. The academy owes us nothing. The classroom fell silent, as everyone absorbed Zhang Lin's words. They all knew that Zhang Lin, like them, also came from an orphanage. His words were a wake-up call. Zhou Fang pondered and said, "Yes, what is there to be dissatisfied with? If the academy hadn't taken us in, what would we do in society? Grow up in an orphanage, graduate, and then work." He paused and added, "At least now we have the chance to become extraordinary, which is much better than being ordinary." Zhou Fang's words were like a breath of fresh air, dispelling the gloom in the classroom. Everyone gradually calmed down, their expressions shifting from anger to contemplation. Zhang Lin nodded to himself, pleased with how quickly the students accepted these ideas, and surprised by Zhou Fang's insightful response. He regretted not paying more attention to Zhou Fang before, realizing now what a hidden gem he was. Suddenly, Zhang Lin changed his tone. "Enlighteners are not as bad as everyone thinks." Zhou Fang felt a spark of interest. As expected, Zhang Lin was setting them up for something positive. Enlighteners must have their advantages. Otherwise, why would so many descendants of prestigious families come to study here? Zhang Lin continued, "The success rate for enlightening is around 50, and the abilities gained are diverse. Someone might enlighten a pen, turning it into a weapon capable of assassinating enemies from afar, and join the special forces. Another person might enlighten a pen that writes twice as fast as a normal person, now serving as the imperial martial scribe. Someone else might enlighten a computer that can connect to the internet without a cable." "Wow, that's impressive," Gao Jia exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Zhang Lin smiled, while Zhou Fang chimed in, "A wireless network card, Digo shopping network, $19 with free shipping." Gao Jia's expression froze, his face full of confusion. 8 years ago, Chu Yuexiong, the first enlightener of the Donghua Empire, transformed an ancient sword and became one of the world's top superhumans. As the honorary dean of the Enlightenment Academy, his achievements were used by Zhang Lin as a final card to inspire the students. However, Zhou Fang wasn't convinced. "Which research institute is the nine-curved sword master at now?" he asked directly, making Zhang Lin silently lament how difficult it was to impress this batch of students. Zhang Lin had to admit, Senior Chu established the sword cultivation branch in the training system. This answer only fueled the students' curiosity instead of dampening their enthusiasm. "Teacher, does that mean an enlightener can become a superhuman in other systems too?" A student keenly grasped the key point. Zhang Lin nodded and explained, "In theory, an enlightener can become any kind of superhuman, and even master multiple abilities. After enlightening the sword, the nine-curved sword master acquired the nine-curved sword technique, which was the first teachable sword technique in our country. Although the enlightened item can only be used by the enlightener, the derived techniques can be taught to others." The students were thrilled and expressed their desire to try enlightening a sword. Zhang Lin, recalling past students' attempts, felt a headache coming on. Some ended up with automatic chopping knives, others with pencil sharpening gadgets, and even if they could fly, they could only carry 10 pounds, unable to fly with a sword or engage in combat. Zhou Fang changed the topic. "Teacher, what abilities does your enlightened item have?" The classmates eagerly looked at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin reluctantly held up his thermos. "This is the cup I've used for 7 years, and it's one of my enlightened items. It can hold the water of an entire lake and has water control abilities." As he spoke, he made a stream of water fly out from the cup, circle around the classroom, and then return to the cup. The students were amazed, some likening it to the legendary ability to hold the universe in a mustard seed, while others were curious about the goji berries soaking in the cup. Seeing the topic veer off again, Zhang Lin quickly redirected their attention. "All right, everyone, let's head to the testing room to check your cultivation progress." Zhou Fang thoughtfully observed Zhang Lin's cup. He suspected that the cup might not be as powerful as it seemed. Its space might only be limited to water, the water control ability might not be strong, and it was just one of Zhang Lin's enlightened items, not the most powerful one. In the gymnasium, Zhang Lin began testing the students' cultivation results. Awakening as an enlightener requires 3 elements: physical strength, willpower, and luck. Physical strength includes speed, power, reaction time, and endurance. Willpower refers to soul or mental strength, peaking at 18. Luck is the most valued by enlighteners due to the high randomness of enlightening abilities. Zheng Dan's test results were speed 70, power 75, reaction time 3.2. Zhang Lin assessed that he had reached the threshold of an F-level power-type superhuman. Qin Zhan's results were even better: speed 85, power 90, reaction time 5.1, exceeding a typical F-level power-type superhuman. When it was Zhou Fang's turn, his classmates were full of curiosity. Zhou Fang knew his body was strong for an ordinary person, but only average at the Enlightenment Academy. He punched the power tester with all his strength, and the screen displayed 72. "Meh, I thought there'd be a surprise," a classmate said disappointedly. "Don't be discouraged, you've made great progress," Qinzhan comforted. "It was only 65 last time," Gao Jia added. Zhou Fang pondered, wondering if his aptitude had improved due to the fusion of his soul. He moved to the speed testing area and sprinted 100 meters at full speed. A few seconds later, the screen showed 70, a significant improvement from the previous 61. The last test was reaction time. In a sealed room, Zhou Fong had to dodge red, yellow, and blue balls while catching black and white balls within a minute. Are you ready? Zhang Lin asked through the speaker. Zhou Fong nodded. Instantly, the room was filled with colorful balls, and the test officially began. Outside the test room, classmates were eagerly discussing Zhou Fong's reaction speed through the glass. His strength and speed are about the same as Zhang Dan's, so his reaction time is probably around 3, someone speculated. I bet he doesn't even have a 3, Lunan scoffed. What are you betting? I'll bet with you. Zhao Yi immediately stepped up to challenge. The atmosphere in the classroom became tense, and the classmates exchanged glances, clearly unwilling to get involved in the dispute. The conflict between Zhou Fong and Xiao Zheng was well known, and with Xiao Zheng absent, Zhao Yi's provocation was obvious. Zhao Yi, that's enough, Guo Gang warned with a frown. As Xiao Zheng's roommate, he usually didn't participate in oppressing Zhou Fong, but couldn't stand by and let Zhao Yi take advantage. Zhao Yi smirked. I'm not bullying him. He's the one who wants to bet. Zheng Dan, you're not going to back out, are you? Zheng Dan's eyes lit up. I heard you bought a new long knife with good material. Are you willing to bet with that? He clearly remembered Zhou Fong's last score was only 2.7. Deal. I want that compass you got from the mountain. Zhao Yi agreed readily. Deal. Lu Nin was not to be outdone. Gao Jie leaned in worriedly to Zhao Yi. That's money you've saved for months. If I lose, I lose. I can start over. I trust a Fong. Zhao Yi said casually, though he was secretly anxious. The long knife was something he had prepared carefully, and the thought of losing it pained him. You're doing this for Lunan's compass, aren't you? Qin Zhan pointed out. Second brother hasn't prepared his first enchanted item yet, and we can't let him enchant a toothbrush. Gao Jie suddenly understood. Old third. You. But he couldn't continue. Zhao Yi patted his shoulder. No need to say more. We're brothers. The test officially began. Zhou Fong stood in the center of the room, focused on the colorful balls flying towards him. In his perception, time seemed to stretch, and the trajectory of each ball was clearly visible. This strange sensation made him wonder if it was a benefit from soul fusion. However, his body's reaction speed couldn't keep up with his brain's judgment, and some balls hit him, while he missed catching a white one. The beeping sounded, and the screen displayed 5.3. Wow, higher than Qin Zhan. This is the highest score in the class, right? Zhang Lin nodded with satisfaction. Zhou Fong's speed is 70, strength is 72, and reaction time is 5.3. Although he's a bit unbalanced, more physical training will help. He was secretly pleased, realizing the boy had been holding back all along, with impressive reaction and willpower. The compass is mine, Zhao Yi reminded Lu Nan. Lu Nan snorted. I'll give it to you this afternoon. It's just a compass. Before the class ended, Zhang Lin privately spoke with Zhou Fong, revealing 3 key rules for enchanting abilities. Antiques with stories, items that have been with someone for a long time, and high-quality materials tend to yield good results after enchantment. However, these rules were still under study and not confirmed. Seeing Zhou Fong deep in thought, Zhang Lin understood why these rules weren't publicly shared. Orphans like Zhou Fong couldn't afford such expensive items. During the current stage of research on enchanting abilities, the Empire's upper echelons wouldn't invest too many resources in them. Zhang Lin stood at the front of the classroom, explaining to the students with a serious expression. The study of awakening abilities is still in its research phase. The Empire's leadership won't invest too many resources in you. Too much information could have a negative impact. On the other hand, every choice you make will be documented as valuable data for future research. He paused before continuing. These patterns are only partially stable findings that can increase the likelihood of success, but can't determine the final outcome. If everyone were the same, with no data differences, what would we study? The fundamental purpose of the Awakening Academy is research. Being able to give you better choices than ordinary people is already a great fortune. Zhou Fong nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, I assume the children of high-ranking officials and prominent families have prepared some good items? Zhang Lin chuckled, took a sip of water, and replied as he walked out of the classroom. High-quality antiques or items they've had since childhood are good choices. Zhou Fong bowed deeply to Zhang Lin's departing figure, sincerely saying, Thank you for your guidance, teacher. After Zhang Lin left, Zhou Fong muttered to himself, An awakener? Looks like I need to seriously find a suitable item for awakening. He took a deep breath, a determined look in his eyes. Since I'm here, it's destiny. I gladly accept it. I've never admitted defeat from childhood to now always first in class, first in grade, winning various competitions. Isn't the world of superpowers my childhood dream? I want to compete once more in this world of superpowers. After lunch, Zhou Fong returned to the dormitory. Gao Jie eagerly approached him and asked curiously, Old 4, what did Teacher Zhang say to you? Zhou Fong didn't hide anything and recounted his conversation with Teacher Zhang in detail. After hearing it, Gao Jie's expression changed dramatically, and he suddenly exclaimed, Ah, then my toothbrush, it fits one of the criteria. It's sentimental. Zhao Yi mercilessly mocked. Sentimental? Why don't you awaken your blanket? You sleep with it every night. The bond must be deeper. Gao Jie's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, that could work too. Zhao Yi gave up trying to salvage Gao Jie's intelligence and handed him a compass he got from Lu Nan, saying, forget it. Just use this compass. At least it's an antique with decent material. Stop obsessing over sentiment. Poor me. I just got my knife today. Not enough time to build any sentiment. Our eldest brother is the smart one. Hugged his alloy gun for 3 years straight. Saying this, Zhao Yi put on a pitiful look. Zhou Feng patted Zhao Yi's shoulder reassuringly. All right, third brother, don't be so down. What we just discussed are merely testable patterns, but luck is still the most important factor for awakeners. Qin Zhan, as always, was sparing with words, only saying, faith. Zhou Feng smiled and nodded. Big brother is right. We should learn from him, maintain a winning belief, and not let small matters shake our determination. With that, Zhou Feng picked up the box containing his board game from the bed. He thought to himself, an antique? Barely counts, since it was bought from an antique market, though its exact age is unclear. This box has been with me for many years. There's indeed a good bond. As for the material, it's one of a kind. Otherwise, how could it have traveled through time with me? That's also the most mysterious aspect of this box. Zhou Feng made up his mind that his first awakening item would be this antique board game box. He knew that an awakener could awaken more than one item, but the first item had the highest chance of becoming a superior awakened item. Depending on their functions, awakened items are categorized into superior items with strong practical functions and ordinary items with niche functions or average abilities. Zhou Feng secretly hoped his choice would bring good fortune. Inanimate objects like electric toothbrushes are being transformed into worthless items. These useless objects not only waste valuable transformation opportunities, but could also affect the future development of the transformer. Therefore, the choice of the first item to be transformed is crucial, as it determines the transformer's potential and influences the Academy's resource allocation towards them. In the classroom, students were eagerly discussing Gao Jie's choice. Gao Jie, are you really going to transform a toothbrush? A boy asked with a frown. Gao Jie remained silent, clearly hesitant. The chatter around them was incessant. Transforming a toothbrush? Isn't that just giving up? The first item to transform is a major decision for the future. In the afternoon, the entire grade took a break from classes to prepare for the transformation ceremony the next day. Students were either poring over materials or engaging in discussions, with an air of tension and excitement hanging over them. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, illuminating the anxious faces of the students. The Grade 9 examination at the Transformation Academy had officially begun. Teacher Zhang Lin walked to the podium, surveyed the room, and began distributing the test papers while solemnly announcing, your performance in this cultural exam will determine the order in which you enter the Lingua Tower. Make sure you answer carefully and do not cheat. If anyone is found cheating, your score will be nullified, and you will be placed in the last group to enter the tower. The Lingua Tower, a mysterious building converted from a lab on an alien spaceship, is the venue for the Academy's awakening ceremony. It requires a full year of recharging before it can be used again. Students who enter earlier have a higher chance of awakening. This time, the order of entry based on cultural exam scores was a fair opportunity secured by the Academy principal for orphans like Zhou Feng. As the principal said, these children cannot choose their origins, but I hope they can change their future through their efforts. This was the only chance for Zhou Feng and others to stand on equal footing with children from prestigious and high-ranking families. In the exam hall, the sound of pens scratching against paper was constant. Zhou Feng quickly scanned the test paper, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Subjects like math, science, language, history, and politics posed no challenge to him. Although the supplementary questions on the superpower world had always been his weakness, this time was different. Zhou Feng focused intently and found that all the supplementary questions were about transformers. He was relieved that his last-minute cramming the night before had paid off. By combining the memories of this world with the knowledge he crammed yesterday, achieving a perfect score seemed within reach. Supplementary question 1. What are the initial levels of a transformer upon awakening? Zhou Feng quickly wrote on his answer sheet. Successfully awakened transformers have 9 levels, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. 9-star transformers are extremely rare and can transform 9 items at once, while the weakest 1-star transformers can only transform 1 item. Supplementary question 2. How many items can a transformer transform at most? Zhou Feng answered without hesitation. Transformers below 3 stars can only transform 1 item per breakthrough. Therefore, the most powerful 9-star transformers can theoretically have over 30 transformed items, making them versatile and unpredictable. Zhou Feng's pen flew across the test paper. His goal Cliardo be among the top 20 scorers and be part of the first group to enter the Lingua Tower for awakening. Each batch allows 20 students to enter, and he could not afford to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The cultural class exams concluded as scheduled by late morning. The classroom door bustled with students pouring out, some heading straight to the cafeteria, while others returned to their dorms to rest. In the corridor, a group of students with special abilities were grumbling. Cultural classes are so annoying. What's the point of us learning math and science? That's not true. A voice interrupted. Bravery without wisdom is just recklessness. Exactly. Others agreed. Even as those with special abilities, we need to be intellectuals too. Students from various classes left the building in small groups, chatting and laughing. The students from Class 1 clustered together, and as they descended the stairs, someone suddenly asked, "Who do you think will be the top scorer in cultural classes this time?" Of course, it's our Zhang Ge. Yeah, no doubt Zhang Ge will take the top spot. Zhang Binfan, who was being praised, gestured for everyone to quiet down. The results aren't out yet. Let's not jump to conclusions. But today's questions were indeed quite easy. Haha, that's easy for you to say, Zhang Ge. We really struggled. Right? I'll be happy just to pass. Come on, you always say that. But when have you ever not passed? At that moment, another group of students walked by. A boy named Zhou Fong noticed Zhang Binfan's group and turned to ask his companion, "Who's that?" Gao Jie replied quietly, "That's Zhang Binfan, the class president of Class 1 and a top student in our grade." "You didn't know?" Zhao Yi frowned and warned, "They're a bunch of rich kids. Let's not get involved with them. Let's go." He briefly explained Zhang Binfan's background. His father was the second largest shareholder of Daiga Shopping Network, a giant in the Eastern Empire's internet industry. Just as Zhou Fong and his friends were about to leave, a deliberately loud voice called out from behind, "Zhou Fong. Zhou Yi, the questions must have been easy for you, right? Didn't you say you'd be the top scorer in the grade?" This caught Zhang Binfan and his group's attention. "That's Xiao Zhang, the class president of Class 7. Someone whispered, "Who is this Zhou Fong? Why so arrogant?" Zhao Yi looked around warily, muttering under his breath, "Damn, this kid's stirring up trouble." Zhou Fong remained unfazed and calmly responded, "Of course, I'm determined to succeed." With that, he and Xinjiang left. As they walked away, Zhou Fong felt a sense of pride. As a graduate student from a prestigious university, how could he be outdone by middle schoolers? These kids haven't experienced a true intellectual challenge yet. Just then, a student named Yin Shuqiang approached Zhang Binfan, curiously asking, "Who's that guy? Why did you call him Zhou Yi?" Xiao Zheng quickly explained, "Yin Gu, he's our class's new top student." "Oh." Zhang Binfan showed interest. "What happened?" Xiao Zheng respectfully replied, "Zhang Gu, here's what happened." The scene shifts to the cafeteria at the Enlightenment Academy. Zhou Fong and his friends had just ordered lunch and were about to eat. Looking at the food, Zhou Fong couldn't help but compare it to the meals he used to have at a big corporation in his past life, deciding to enjoy it more. Just then, a group approached them, with Xiao Zheng among them. "Zhang Gu, over there." Xiao Zheng pointed at Zhou Fong and his friends, speaking in a subservient tone. With a disdainful smile, Zhang Binfan strode over. Suddenly, with a loud clang, Zhou Fong and Qin Zhan's trays were knocked to the ground. Zhang Binfan immediately accused, "Did you place your trays out here on purpose?" Zhao Yi couldn't hold back and stood up angrily. "I clearly saw you knock them over on purpose. Are you looking for trouble?" Gao Jie quickly grabbed Zhao Yi, quietly reminding him, "It's Zhang Binfan." Zhang Binfan stood in the center of the cafeteria, looking down at his classmates around him. His shoes were splattered with soup, but the expensive sheen of the 5,000 yuan designer footwear still shone brightly. Opposite him stood Zhou Fong, Qin Zhan, Zhao Yi, and Gao Jie, with tension hanging heavily in the air. "You dirted my shoes," Zhang Binfan said coldly. 5,000 yuan a pair. How are you going to settle this?" The surrounding students whispered among themselves, with some mocking. "Zhang's shoes are all authentic. If you don't believe it, check on Go Shopping Network. You've probably never seen shoes this expensive in your life." Qin Zhan clenched the long spear in his hand, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He slammed the spear onto the table with a loud bang. "Can't afford it? Then let's fight." Zhang Binfan laughed dismissively. "Haha, you don't think I'm here to duel with you, do you? If I want to beat you up, there are plenty of people willing to do it for me. Why should I get my hands dirty? Who wants to roll in the mud with you country bumpkins?" He glanced at Qin Zhan. "Qin Zhan, even though you're not as strong as me, I wouldn't want you tearing my clothes." Zhao Yi couldn't hold back and shouted, "Then what do you want?" Zhang Binfan pointed leisurely at his shoes. "Compensate for my shoes." Zhou Fong squinted, asking calmly, "You know we can't afford that. I'm curious, what do you really want?" A slight smile appeared on Zhang Binfan's lips. "Oh, then give me Qin Zhan's spear." Gao Jie suddenly understood. "Oh, so that's your real intention." Zhou Fong chuckled softly. "Is there any other choice?" Zhang Binfan shook his head, a hint of triumph in his eyes. Qin Zhan gritted his teeth and reached for the spear. "Take it." At the critical moment, Zhou Fong pressed down on Qin Zhan's hand. He looked into Qin Zhan's eyes, his voice firm. "If the spear had a spirit, it would blame you for abandoning it." Qin Zhan touched the spear, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "If it had a spirit, it would understand my dilemma." The cafeteria fell silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the next development. Zhang Binfan's provocation, Qin Zhan's anger, Zhou Fang's calmness, and the spear at the center of it all created a scene full of tension. This conflict wasn't just about a pair of shoes. It involved dignity, friendship, and principles. Everyone was waiting, anticipating the outcome of this standoff. Zhou Fang shook his head, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He turned to Qin Zhan, speaking earnestly and resolutely. Brother, if you give it up today, you'll carry the regret forever. This unresolved thought could become a demon in your heart, affecting you for life. He knew Qin Zhan's forward-driving spirit well, and surrendering the spear today would crush that momentum, a fatal blow to tomorrow's awakening ceremony. Hearing this, Qin Zhan frowned, hesitating momentarily. Seeing this, Zhou Fang seized the moment and turned to Zhang Binfan, speaking firmly. We have no intention of compensating. Name your terms. Zhang Binfan, sensing Qin Zhan's hesitation, smirked disdainfully. He narrowed his eyes, watching Zhou Fang and the others with interest. Oh, no intention to compensate. You leave me no choice, then. With that, he stepped back and waved his hand. Immediately, a dozen men behind Zhang Binfan charged forward like wolves. Beat them up and get me that spear. Zhang Binfan's command was thunderous. Run, Zhou Fang whispered urgently, flipping a table towards Zhang Binfan and his group. The four of them sprinted towards the exit, but found it already guarded by their opponents. Behind them, Zhang Binfan's men quickly closed in. Zhang Binfan's power was clearly superior, both in speed and strength compared to Qin Zhan. Zhou Fang, eyes darting, shouted, "We need to cause a scene to get out of this." He flipped another table towards their pursuers. Qin Zhan and the others caught on quickly, starting to overturn tables and toss dishes at Zhang Binfan's group. In an instant, chaos erupted in the cafeteria. "Ah, my clothes. I wasn't finished eating. Run, don't get caught up in this." The surrounding students exclaimed, most choosing to stand by. After all, few dared to challenge Zhang Binfan in the academy, especially at the risk of offending him for Zhou Fang and his friends. Despite Zhang Binfan's formidable skills, the barrage of flying tables and chairs slowed him down. Zhou Fang and his three companions managed to overturn most of the cafeteria, but were eventually surrounded by Zhang Binfan's men. The four stood back to back, He Jie panting. "Aren't the cafeteria tables made of aluminum?" Zhao Yi, sweating, replied. "Yeah, why?" He Jie rubbed his sore shoulder. Zhang Binfan split a table with one hit. He might split me just as easily. Zhao Yi's face changed slightly, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't fear him. Bring it on." The group now had a clear understanding of Zhang Binfan's strength. His explosive power and agility were definitely at the peak of level, possibly touching the edge of a level. Having such power before awakening was truly intimidating. Typically, students only reached a level after awakening. Zhang Binfan and his group closed in, sneering, "Let's see where you run now." At this critical moment, a thunderous voice shouted, "What are you doing?" Both sides halted. From a distance, Zhang Lin and several academy teachers hurried over, clearly alerted by the commotion in the cafeteria. Zhou Fang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, thinking, just in time, that was close. Class 1's head teacher, Miao Bei, was the first to question, "What's going on?" Zhang Binfan immediately twisted the story, embellishing it. Zhao Yi couldn't stand it, shouting, "Lies." Zhang Binfan deliberately smashed our trays. Miao Bei glanced at Zhao Yi, then turned to Zhang Lin, speaking harshly. "Teacher Zhang, are your students always this uncultured?" Zhang Lin replied calmly. "Teacher Miao, perhaps you should manage your own students." Miao Bei was relentless, insisting on justice for his students. "How do we resolve this?" Seeing tensions rise again, several nearby teachers quickly intervened to mediate. "Teacher Miao, let's not rush. The awakening ceremony is this afternoon. Let's set this aside for now." Teachers Miao and Zhang exchanged a glance and sighed simultaneously. Teacher Miao spoke in a serious tone. "The bigger picture is what matters. The students' awakening ceremony is the most important thing. If anything affects their awakening, it will be hard to explain to the dean." Miao Bei snorted, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "I'll inform the disciplinary office. We'll deal with this after the awakening ceremony." Zhang Lin turned to Zhou Fang and the others, his tone softening. "You all should head back for now. Don't dwell on this matter, and focus on preparing for the afternoon's awakening ceremony." "Thank you, teacher." Zhou Fang and his friends expressed their gratitude before turning to leave. Miao Bei led Zhang Binfan and his group out of the cafeteria to a secluded corner. Lowering his voice, he said to Zhang Binfan, "Xiao Fan, why did you go and provoke the people from Class 7? That Zhang Lin is like a stone in a latrine, stubborn and unpleasant." Despite the reproach in his voice, his eyes showed concern. As the son of the Daiga Shopping Network's owner, Zhang Binfan's status made Miao Bei hesitant to assert his authority as a teacher. Zhang Binfan responded with a dismissive look. "Teacher Miao, you're the top special grade instructor at the Enlightenment Academy. Why would you be afraid of an ordinary tutor?" His tone carried a hint of arrogance. You have to help me sort this out. I need to teach Zhou Fong a lesson. Miao Bei sighed helplessly. All right, I'll have a chat with old Zhang from the disciplinary office. Meanwhile, Zhou Fong and his group were heading back to their dormitory. Gao Jie asked worriedly, what are we going to do? This isn't going to end just like that. Zhou Fong replied thoughtfully. It all depends on the awakening this afternoon. Zhao Yi, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? How is that related? Zhou Fong analyzed the situation with the mindset of an adult. Once we're awakened, we'll be considered ability users, and the academy will handle things accordingly. Only those with value have a voice, and only those with strength have decision-making power. We need to show the academy our worth, at least more than Zhang Binfan. Qin Zhan agreed succinctly. Right, at least make sure the academy doesn't favor Zhang Binfan. Zhou Fong nodded in agreement, then frowned as he calculated. Zhang Binfan's shoes cost 5,000, plus the cafeteria damages. That's at least 20 to 30,000. It's going to cost a fortune. Despite the looming financial burden, his eyes shone with determination, as if he had silently resolved to take a certain course of action. This is a significant sum of money, and Zhou Fong and his group felt the pressure. In the afternoon, they arrived at the Academy of Enlightenment and stood before the Lingua 9 mystical tower, gazing up at the foundation of the illuminators. Gao Jie stared blankly at the towering structure and murmured, is this really a modified alien spaceship? The tower's body was slender and upright like a spring bamboo shoot, with a cap-like top and a bottle-like spire, all in an iron hue. It resembled a colossal pillar reaching the sky, perfectly matching the style of ancient towers in the Donghua Empire, with no trace of alien elements. Zhou Fong explained. To be precise, it's a corner of the spaceship, not the entire craft. I've studied the relevant literature and learned about the origins of the illuminators. Suddenly, Qin Zhan's eye sharpened as he stared into the distance and whispered, Zhang Binfan is here. Zhang Binfan walked prominently in the center, surrounded by a group of people, exuding the aura of a leader on inspection. Brother Zhang, the results are about to be announced, said a classmate excitedly beside Zhang Binfan. What's there to look forward to? Brother Zhang is definitely first, another said confidently. Didn't Zhou Fong boast about being determined to win? Brother Zhang should put him in his place. Xiao Zheng scoffed. Zhou Fong is short-sighted and no match for Brother Zhang. Zhang Binfan merely smiled faintly at these words, his demeanor as proud as a swan. Zhou Fong. Just a clown, not worth mentioning. From afar, Zhou Fong and Zhang Binfan locked eyes, both filled with contempt, disdain, confidence, and pride. As Zhang Binfan walked, classmates greeted him continuously. Hello, Brother Zhang. Zhang Binfan, going to steal the spotlight again? He responded to each with a smile. Suddenly, a girl blocked Zhang Binfan's path. Unfazed, he looked at her calmly. The girl blushed, handed him a letter, and quickly ran away. Oh, Brother Zhang received another love letter. Brother Zhang's charm is unmatched. With both wisdom and wealth, Brother Zhang's allure is, of course, irresistible. The people around cheered, showering Zhang Binfan with flattery. In terms of influence, Zhang Binfan might not be at the top of the hierarchy at the Academy of Enlightenment, but when it comes to wealth, few can match the Zhang family. Coupled with his consistent top ranking in his grade, he's a bona fide academic star, admired by many and sought after by countless others hoping to connect with him. On the bustling sports field, Zhang Binfan stood at the center of attention. Suddenly, a group of teachers approached, and the crowd fell silent. The leading teacher's booming voice echoed across the field. Quiet. A teacher pulled out a phone, which instantly transformed into a large screen floating in the air. Zhao Yi marveled. That phone must be enchanted. How amazing. Gao Jie calmly responded. Purchased from Daiga Shopping Network, outdoor projection, for $1,000. Qin Zhan glanced at the two, nodding silently in understanding. Zhou Fong gave a thumbs up, priced just right. Zhao Yi was left speechless. On stage, the teacher began announcing the results. The first 100 students admitted are. The crowd held their breath, as names appeared one by one on the screen. 78th, Class 7, Qin Zhan. Zhou Fong and the others were ecstatic. Zhao Yi shook Qin Zhan excitedly. That's great. You're in the first batch. You'll definitely awaken successfully. Qin Zhan managed a rare smile. I will awaken. Zhou Fong chimed in. I'm looking forward to your spear. Gao Jie gestured wildly. Awesome. You're amazing. 13th, Class 7, Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng gave a bright smile, accepting the congratulations from those around him with ease. Zhang Binfan, in a rare moment of praise, said, Not bad. You're qualified to assist me. Xiao Zheng immediately expressed his loyalty. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I will strive to awaken. In the future, no matter the task, I'll follow your lead without hesitation. He had long intended to align himself with Zhang Binfan, given the allure of the empire's leading internet giant, Daiga Shopping Network. 9th, Class 7, Su Meina. Zhang Binfan glanced at Su Meina from afar and remarked with a smile, You didn't hold on to the top spot in Class 7. Xiao Zheng, however, seemed rather pleased with himself, as expected of someone I've set my sights on. Yet, When he saw Su Mena walking toward Zhou Fong, his expression immediately darkened. Congratulations, Su Mena's voice reached them, while Xiao Zheng's gaze remained fixed on her. Zhou Fong gave Su Mena a congratulatory smile, though his mind was filled with contemplation. His soul's memories told him that this girl had helped the original owner of this body a lot since childhood, and there was a hint of admiration from the original owner towards her. Unfortunately, Zhou Fong wasn't fond of underage girls. Su Mena curiously examined Zhou Fong, her eyes scrutinizing him. Zhou Fong, you must be in the first batch. I never knew you were hiding your abilities so well all these years. Zhou Fong casually made up an excuse, probably just trying to avoid unwanted attention. Gao Jie suddenly squeezed between them and praised. Exactly, exactly, our fourth brother is really amazing. At that moment, the announcement of the results was broadcasted. Second place, Class 1, Zhang Binfan. Hearing this, Zhang Binfan's face darkened. His long-held first place was lost at the last moment. He thought to himself, could it be that the first place is actually Zhou Fong? People around them started to chatter. Zhang Binfan only got second? Someone has taken the eternal top student spot. First place, Class 7, Zhou Fong. Zhang Binfan's eyes were sharp as swords, glaring straight at Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong, however, beamed with a smile and mouth well done, which made Zhang Binfan tremble with anger. The playground erupted into chaos. Zhou Fong. Which Zhou Fong? Is there someone like that in Class 7? I think there's a bottom-ranked student named Zhou Fong in Class 7. Bottom-ranked? How is that possible? Zhou Fong and the others began to line up on stage. Zhao Yi said farewell to Zhou Fong and Qin Zhan with a touch of regret. Too bad I didn't make it into the first batch. Zhou Fong comforted him. You'll definitely be in the second batch, third brother. Zhao Yi had decent grades, so he had a good chance of making it into the second batch of 100 students. Just as Zhou Fong was about to comfort Gao Jie confidently patted his chest and assured, you guys go ahead without worry, I'll definitely be in the fifth batch. On the high platform, students carried various items, hoping they could be transformed during the awakening. Some brought dolls, some carried weapons, and someone even had a rice cooker. Zhang Binfan, standing behind Zhou Fong, glared at his back with venom, wishing he could stab him. His first item to be transformed was a dagger, which he held in his hand. Rage burned within him. This country bumpkin dared to steal his spotlight, making him lose face at this crucial moment. He vowed not to let Zhou Fong off after the awakening ceremony. The first batch of awakening participants, please enter the Spirit Transformation 9 Mysteries Tower in order, the teacher's voice announced, and the door to the first floor of the tower slowly opened. Zhou Fong took a deep breath and was the first to step inside. A flash of white light made him instinctively squint. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in an endless grassland. So this is the inside of the Spirit Transformation 9 Mysteries Tower? Zhou Fong marveled as he looked around, noting that this grassland was much larger than the entire Transformation Academy. Turning around, he saw a towering tree behind him, reaching up to the sky. He craned his neck, but couldn't see the top. Other students gradually entered as well, some exclaiming, wow, the top of this spirit transformation tree is in the clouds. No wonder the teachers always said it was big. Zhou Fong examined the giant tree carefully. The lowest branches bore green fruits, which became more mature higher up. In the middle, the fruits turned yellow. Just below the clouds, the fruits even glowed with a golden hue. The fruits beneath the clouds have begun to turn golden, signaling that the time for awakening is ripe. The first step in the awakening process is to touch the trunk of the giant tree, using one's mental strength to capture the fruit. Those with stronger mental abilities can reach the higher fruits, which not only have a greater chance of awakening, but also result in more powerful abilities post-awakening. Zhang Binfan eagerly rushed to the tree first, pressing his hand against the rough bark without hesitation. He secretly looked down on Zhou Fong, thinking, fool, what's the point of being the first to arrive? The number of fruits is limited, and it's first come, first served. You got here first and are just standing around, wasting your advantage. Just then, a dazzling white light shot towards the center of the giant tree like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing. It only slowed slightly as it neared the center. The surrounding classmates exclaimed, wow, Zhang Bingfan's mental strength is amazing. He reached the center in an instant. Someone snapped out of their daze and shouted, don't just stand there, go pick the fruit. This seemed to break a spell, and the classmates rushed to the tree, scrambling to grab the fruits from the giant tree. The sheer size of the giant tree was awe-inspiring. Even 100 people couldn't encircle it by holding hands. Its vast trunk could easily accommodate all of them for awakening. Zhou Fong found an empty spot and slowly placed his palm on the rough trunk. Instantly, he felt a violent tremor in his mind, and his vision plunged into darkness. When Zhou Fong regained consciousness, he found himself above the clouds. He could clearly perceive everything around him, yet he couldn't see his body or limbs. Looking around, he saw numerous orbs of light ascending, likely his classmates, and realized he had also become an orb of light. Zhou Fong attempted to control his body to fly upward. The higher he went, the greater the resistance he felt. Halfway up, Zhou Fong could clearly feel some pressure. Many classmates, after flying a certain distance, exhausted their mental strength and could no longer ascend, resorting to finding fruit nearby. Zhang Bingfan flew to a point 100 meters below the cloud layer, but felt the pressure suddenly increase, rendering him immobile. He watched the enticing golden fruits below the clouds with reluctance, but had no choice but to find the ripest-looking fruit nearby and enter it. Zhou Fong, however, continued to ascend, flying higher and higher, with fewer orbs of light around him. Suddenly, he was surprised to find, there are no more orbs above. Am I the highest one? Zhou Fong surpassed everyone, reaching the highest point. Just as he was about to touch the cloud layer, he hesitated. I can still fly. Should I keep going up or pick a fruit here? The pressure isn't too bad. He lingered for a moment beneath the clouds, but curiosity ultimately overcame hesitation. Feeling the surrounding pressure, Zhou Fong realized he had some energy left and could fly for a few more minutes. So, he decided to continue upward, and before long, he plunged into the cloud layer. Meanwhile, the orbs below began to discuss excitedly. I think I saw an orb fly past the cloud layer, one orb exclaimed. Really? Was it Zhang Bingfan? Another orb asked curiously. It couldn't be Zhang Bingfan. He stopped 100 meters below the clouds, someone countered. Stop making things up. In the 10 years since the Enlightenment Academy was founded, only 4 predecessors have reached the cloud layer, averaging less than 1 per year, an orb pointed out seriously. But I really saw it, the orb insisted. Who cares? It has nothing to do with us. Let's just focus on picking our fruit, someone said impatiently. With the gossip session over, the orbs began searching for their fruits. Meanwhile, Zhou Fong had reached above the cloud layer, and the sight left him stunned. The top of the tree above the clouds was devoid of trees and fruit, as if it had been precisely cut off by a giant blade, leaving only a flat platform. Zhou Fong cautiously approached the platform, curiously examining everything before him. He noticed the platform was covered in rings, like tree rings. As an incorporeal orb, he gently brushed against them. So the spirit tree has rings too, Zhou Fong marveled. Finally, his attention was drawn to a basin-sized pit in the center of the tree. This mysterious pit seemed to whisper secrets unknown to him. At the bottom of the pit, a golden fruit shimmered, surrounded by the rhythmic glow of the tree rings. The light flowed along the rings towards the fruit, as if the entire tree was channeling its energy into this golden treasure. Zhou Fong suddenly realized that this was the truly mature fruit, while the ones below were merely half-ripe. He thought to himself that those who had integrated with the half-ripe fruits and become transmuters were unsurprisingly weak in the world of superpowers. They were merely half-baked ability users. Zhou Fong trembled with excitement, eager to reach the golden fruit. I, Zhou Fong, he shouted in his mind, will become the complete transmuter. The moment the golden fruit merged with the sphere of light, the scene before Zhou Fong's eyes changed dramatically. Within seconds, a flat clearing appeared before him, about 100 square meters in size, devoid of any vegetation and surrounded by a grayish spatial barrier. Zhou Fong immediately realized that this was the consciousness space that teacher Zhang had mentioned. A golden fruit materialized in the center of the consciousness space, slowly descended, and sank into the ground. With a cracking sound, a sprout broke through the soil, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, intense pain swept over Zhou Fong's entire body. Beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead, and his head felt like it was about to explode. He finally understood why his teacher had repeatedly emphasized the importance of physical training. The awakening process was also a severe test of physical endurance. As the tree in the consciousness space grew larger, Zhou Fong felt as if he were being torn apart, ready to shatter at any moment. Don't faint, absolutely don't faint, he kept reminding himself, clenching his teeth to endure, knowing that losing consciousness would mean failure. The small tree finally grew into a large tree, and its growth began to slow. Zhou Fong could finally catch his breath, thinking it was almost over. However, when the tree started to bear fruit, he was astonished to find that there was only a single, solitary fruit. Zhou Fong opened his eyes in the consciousness space to find a golden fruit floating before him. He felt a surge of joy, pondering, a 1-star enlightener? Maybe 1 star is actually better. If the same energy is concentrated in a single fruit, wouldn't it be stronger? Suddenly, everything went dark, and Zhou Fong jolted awake. The air was filled with mixed sounds of excitement and disappointment. I awakened, but only with 3 stars. I picked the fruit too, so why didn't I awaken? Boo-hoo, I got 7 stars. Ha ha, 7 stars. Zhou Fong looked around, noticing that at least 70 people had awakened as enlighteners. He mused to himself. As expected, the first group to enter has the highest awakening rate, well over 50. He quietly asked a few classmates nearby, what color was the fruit in your consciousness space? One classmate responded without hesitation, whatever color the fruit was on the tree, that's the color in the consciousness space. Didn't your teacher tell you that? Zhou Fong chuckled softly and stepped back. He knew the teacher had mentioned it, but his golden fruit seemed unique. Could the effect be different? Am I still considered a one-star enlightener? He wondered. It seems enlighteners are classified by the number of fruits they manifest upon awakening. One fruit can enlighten one object. Conversations buzzed around him. A one-star enlightener is the weakest if their fruit is that color. No, the weakest is someone who hasn't awakened at all. Suddenly, a loud call interrupted Zhou Fong's thoughts. Zhou Fong. Everyone's attention turned towards him. It was Zhang Binfan. He asked excitedly, "You awakened, right? How many stars?" Curious eyes were all on Zhou Fong. After making a splash outside, how many stars could he awaken with? After all, the higher one's mental power soared, the greater the chance of awakening and the more fruits they could manifest, as common knowledge goes. Zhou Fong smiled calmly and extended his right arm. On it was a clear star-shaped mark, like a birthmark. "Yeah, 1 star," he said calmly, without a hint of embarrassment. The number of fruits in the enlightener's consciousness space corresponds to the number of star marks on the right arm. 1 star was 1 star, and Zhou Fong accepted it with composure, without any shame. Admitting to a 1-star rating isn't something to be embarrassed about. Zhang Binfan laughed triumphantly, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his arm. The students around him gasped in shock. His arm was marked with 9 shining stars. 9 stars. The crowd erupted with exclamations. It's well known that during the annual awakening ceremony, very few people receive the 9-star blessing, and sometimes none at all. Zhang Binfan had undoubtedly become the most dazzling figure of the year, his future as bright as any of the other talented power users. A peasant will always be a peasant, no matter how smug they get, Zhang Binfan sneered. As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger. One of the star marks on his arm vanished, and a brilliant yellow glow enveloped the blade. Enlightenment, Zhang Binfan called out. It was rumored that under the spirit tree in the awakening grounds, enlightened items had the highest chance of becoming exceptional. This might explain why the first enlightened item often turned out to be extraordinary. With a mindset of better safe than sorry, the surrounding students began taking out their own items for enlightenment. In an instant, the area was filled with blue, greenish-yellow, yellow, and other dazzling lights. Zhou Fong, not wanting to be outdone, brought out his antique box. Suddenly, a golden light burst from the box. Fortunately, Zhou Fong quickly shielded the blinding light with his clothes. The other students were too absorbed in enlightening their items to notice Zhou Fong's anomaly. Those who hadn't awakened were too disheartened to care about others. About a minute later, the lights began to fade. Information suddenly flashed in Zhou Fong's mind. Name, Ancient Box. Function, I have many cards, you can draw 1 per day. Zhou Fong inwardly scoffed. What kind of name is that? Who cares if you're ancient or not? And this useless ability I really doomed this time? As Zhou Fong wallowed in disappointment, Zhang Binfan's annoying laughter resurfaced. He held a gleaming dagger, looking utterly pleased with himself. Zhang, what's the function of your dagger? Yeah, show us, Zhang. Come on, Zhang, give us a demonstration. Seeing the curiosity and envy on his classmates' faces, Zhang Binfan's vanity was greatly satisfied. He loudly announced, Void Shifter. As soon as he spoke, the dagger vanished from his hand, reappearing in front of Zhou Fong in the blink of an eye. So fast, Zhou Fong broke out in a cold sweat, relieved that so many classmates were present, as Zhang Binfan wouldn't dare act recklessly. Zhang Binfan, what are you trying to do? If you cause any trouble, I'll report you to the teacher. Su Mena stood protectively in front of Zhou Fong. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan silently gripped his spear, standing by Zhou Fong's side, eyes full of fighting spirit as he glared at Zhang Binfan. I, Qin Zhan, fear no battle, even against countless enemies, he declared. Heh. Zhang Binfan chuckled dismissively, uninterested in engaging with them. Zhou Fong quickly pulled Su Mena and Qin Zhan aside. It's okay, he won't do anything reckless, don't worry. Armor break, impact. Zhang Binfan continued to show off. As soon as he spoke, a flash of light burst from the dagger, and with a bang, it struck the ground, creating a large crater. Is that a dagger or a cannon? That's got the power of a level ability user, right? Probably. We levels definitely can't handle it. After awakening, everyone was considered an level ability user. Hearing this, those who hadn't awakened felt even more dejected. That move is on the verge of reaching level, Zhang Binfan boasted, drawing envious looks from those around him. Accompanied by the Xiantian Thorn technique, Zhang Binfan delivered his final blow. Wow, whoa, please take me under your wing. Techniques are priceless and nearly impossible to obtain. Everyone present was utterly stunned by this revelation. Huh. Zhang Binfan let out the frustration of losing his status as a top student. I, Zhang Binfan, am destined to be extraordinary, destined to inherit the Zhang family. Zhou Fong. Zhang Binfan slowly approached Zhou Fong and asked, have you thought about how you're going to apologize to me? You. Su Mena pointed angrily at Zhang Binfan, but Zhou Fong pulled her back. Zhou Fong pretended to think about Zhang Binfan's question and then seriously replied, no. Su Mena couldn't help but burst into laughter. Watching Su Mena laugh, Xiao Zhang's face darkened. Why wasn't the woman he liked standing by his side? Qin Zhan stood in front of Zhou Fong with his spear. Seeing Qin Zhan and the spear glinting in his hand, Zhang Binfan said, "Fine. I hope you can still be this tough tomorrow." Zhang Binfan didn't trouble Zhou Fong any further. In his eyes, Zhou Fong had already fallen from grace and wasn't worth another glance. Fighting to the death with him and Qin Zhan wasn't worth it. Qin Zhan was notorious in the academy for being a battle maniac, and those who defeated him usually didn't come off well. Idiot. Zhou Fong scoffed at Zhang Binfan's recent boastful behavior. Half an hour later, their vision went dark, and they reappeared on the field. Second group, enter in order. The teacher's voice came, and the second batch of awakening individuals walked through the tower's gate one by one. Zhou Fong saw Zhao Yi enter as well. Zhao Yi was confident about being in the second batch. Zhou Fong glanced at his second brother, Gao Jia, hoping his judgment wasn't so accurate. Fifth batch. What the heck? Awakening individuals, come for registration. The teacher called out. The Donghua Empire strictly regulated superhumans. Every superhuman needed to register, or they would be arrested immediately upon discovery. Enchanted object. Panda doll, can summon for battle, has 120 of my physical strength, speed, and power. The students registered their abilities one by one. The student with the doll had a decent awakening, as it could grow stronger with its owner, making it a high-quality enchanted object. Enchanted object. Telescope, can see 20 kilometers away, and can see through things. The surrounding girls looked at the student strangely, and he blushed. The teacher glanced at him, then silently recorded it. Enchanted telescope, what was this guy thinking? However, it had strategic value, so it wasn't bad. Enchanted object. Rice cooker, can cook without electricity. Without looking up, the teacher wrote, waste enchanted object. Teacher, my rice cooker isn't waste, it can save energy for the country. Next, the registration teacher ignored the student's protest. Enchanted object. Spear, it's harder. Qin Zhan's description was very much like him. Everyone looked over, and Zhou Fong suspected he was making a joke, but had no evidence. Any other functions? The teacher, familiar with Qin Zhan, asked helplessly. It got faster. The teacher, the surrounding students. Anything else? The teacher asked patiently. Weapon enhancement, high-quality enchanted object. The teacher noted while recording in detail. I don't agree. The rice cooker guy shouted. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. I refuse to accept this, shouted the man with the rice cooker, his protest echoing unheard like a pebble sinking into the sea. Zhou Fong observed the scene silently. He keenly sensed that behind Qin Zhan's simple description lay a more complex truth. The spear becoming harder indicated a significant material upgrade, making it a legendary weapon in ancient times. Its increased speed meant a substantial boost in the user's attack speed. In this world of superhumans, such a weapon was undoubtedly a coveted treasure. Fortunately, the enchanted items could only be used by their enchanters. Zhou Fong was secretly relieved. Otherwise, Qin Zhan's spear and Zhang Binfan's dagger would surely incite a bloody conflict. Knowing Qin Zhan's character, Zhou Fong was certain he hadn't revealed everything. The academy didn't seem to press for details either. The so-called registration was merely to confirm the identity of superhumans, without delving into specific abilities. After all, if every superhuman were required to disclose all their secrets, there would likely be nationwide opposition. Soon, it was Zhou Fong's turn to register. He took out what appeared to be an ordinary board game box and introduced it. I can draw one card each day. His classmates couldn't help but give awkward, sympathetic smiles, clearly viewing this ability as rather useless. However, the experienced teacher didn't jump to conclusions. He looked up and asked, what does the card do? I haven't drawn one yet, Zhou Fong replied honestly. Then draw one now, the teacher suggested. Zhou Fong obliged, focusing his energy on the box. In an instant, a golden light flashed across it, and a card materialized inside. A mount card, Zhou Fong read aloud. Summons a mount for 1 hour. The teacher nodded, indicating for him to try it. Zhou Fong tossed the card, and in the blink of an eye, a horse appeared before everyone. Want to test its speed? Zhou Fong asked. No need, the teacher shook his head. Try flying. Zhou Fong attempted it, then shook his head regretfully. It can't fly. Ordinary enchanted item. Next, the teacher quickly concluded, completing the registration and allowing Zhou Fong to leave. Zhou Fong chuckled inwardly, thinking the teacher probably assumed the box could only produce mount cards. He hadn't mentioned the word random. Moreover, although the horse seemed ordinary and couldn't fly, it could pass through walls, mountains, metal, earth, and wood, reaching speeds up to 200 miles per hour. Should he tell the teacher? Zhou Fong hesitated but ultimately decided to keep it to himself. After all, the horse appeared quite ordinary. The awakening ceremony continued throughout the afternoon. Zhao Yi's long knife also awakened. During registration, he merely mentioned weapon enhancement, saying it was sharper with armor-piercing effects, revealing nothing more. But from his joyful expression, Zhou Fong knew there was more to it. Gao Jie's compass awakened a divination ability. The teacher had him perform a few readings on the spot, all of which failed. The teacher directly noted useless enchanted item on the registration. Gao Jie muttered as he walked. Why isn't it working? It was accurate when I tested it. Zhou Feng kindly reminded him. Second brother, I've read in novels that abilities like divination often have daily limits. Sometimes, they even require a significant cost to work. Gao Jie pondered over the compass in his hand. Cost? I don't think so. Limits? It seems like there is one. It doesn't shine as brightly as before. Suddenly excited, he suggested. Want me to do a reading for you guys? Qin Zhan, Zhao Yi, and Zhou Feng exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. Clearly, the compass wasn't functional at the moment. Zhou Feng thought. Indeed, the nickname Second Brother suited him well. The awakening ceremony finally concluded. Of the more than 900 participants, over 400 awakened, maintaining a rate of about 50. By then, the classroom had emptied, with most students eagerly heading to the playground, woods, and lakeside to test their new abilities. Zhou Feng stared intently at the black card in his hand, watching the countdown numbers flash, 7, 55, 50, 7, 55, 49. As it switched from 50 to 49, he confirmed that the cooldown time for the first mount card was 1 hour. A horse that can pass through mountains seems a bit useless, Zhou Feng thought to himself. Yet he had a vague feeling that this mysterious box was anything but ordinary. Just then, his phone vibrated, and a text message appeared on the screen. Notice from the Transformation Academy. Attention to all awakened transformers. You are no longer ordinary students. As of today, all academy protection measures are void. In 10 days, the intergrade exchange competition and battle rankings will commence. In 3 months, cities will be allocated based on combat performance. Please check the Academy's website for detailed rules. This brief notice made Zhou Feng instantly grasp the harsh law of might makes right in the superpowered world. The next morning, Zhou Feng eagerly opened the box to draw a card. A flash of golden light, and a new card appeared in his hand. So, you can draw once per calendar day, he noted to himself. After midnight, I can draw again. Zhou Feng carefully examined the new card. Volley of arrows, fire away. It was prominently marked. Note, consumable card, can only be used once. The familiar design reminded him of cards from the game, Three Kingdoms Kill, but the one-time use limitation made him hesitant to try its effect lightly. Putting the box away, Zhou Feng and a few friends headed to the classroom. Their homeroom teacher, Zhang Lin, entered with a stack of forms and announced, no classes today. Awakened students can familiarize themselves with their abilities or try transforming new items. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. Unawakened students, please fill out your preference forms. In 6 months to a year, you'll be assigned to appropriate positions. The students groaned as they received the forms. I don't want to be a chef. Being a security guard has no future. A bodyguard sounds good. Wait, now they require peak-level combat skills? That's ridiculous. I'm planning to join the military. Everyone had their own choices. After collecting the forms, Zhang Lin approached Zhou Feng and his friends. Teacher, how did things go yesterday? Zhou Feng asked eagerly. Zhang Lin smiled and replied. It's all sorted out, no need to worry. Great. I knew it was Zhang Bin Fan causing trouble, Zhao Yi said excitedly, with Gao Jian nodding in agreement. But Zhou Feng shook his head, sensing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Did the teacher take the blame for us again? How much was the fine this time? He knew that over the years, Zhang Lin often silently took responsibility to protect his students from bullying. Qin Zhan's calm voice broke the silence. We're superpowered now. Teacher, we can take responsibility for our actions. Please tell us the truth. Zhou Feng, Zhao Yi, and Gao Jie all silently looked at Zhang Lin, waiting for the real story. Zhang Lin sighed, shaking his head in resignation. You all have really grown up. He slowly revealed the truth. After a review by the disciplinary office, it was determined that Zhou Feng and the others needed to compensate Zhang Bin Fan for his shoes and the school's cafeteria damages, totaling 30,000 yuan. As the only 9-star transformer among the awakened students, and with his dagger being one of the top transformed items, no one was willing to speak up for Zhou Feng and his friends. Zhang Lin argued forcefully, but to no avail. The director finally intervened, causing Miao Bei to relent and agree to a wager with Zhang Lin. The stakes were set for the results of an exchange competition 10 days later, comparing Zhang Binfan's performance against that of Zhou Feng, Qin Zhan, and 2 others. The loser would bear all responsibility. In this world of superpowers, the strong are revered while the weak are trampled. Even when justified, the weak cannot uphold justice. Zhang Lin was uncertain about Zhou Feng and his team's abilities and planned to personally compensate them after the competition if necessary. However, Zhou Feng firmly stated, Mr. Zhang, we'll handle this ourselves. Qin Zhan, gripping his spear tightly, added coldly, same here. Zhao Yi stepped forward, standing resolutely beside Zhou Feng. Gao Jie expressed without hesitation, we're in this together, we'll face it as one. Faced with his students' determination, Zhang Lin hesitated. Zhou Fong continued. Sir, this is our matter to handle. Thank you for your care over the years, but we've grown up. We will defeat Zhang Binfan in this competition. Zhang Lin sighed and eventually agreed to let them try. Zhou Fong then asked, what are the rewards for winning the competition? Zhang Lin nodded and explained. First place gets a pure energy stone, second place receives 20 grams of crate alloy, and third place earns a Chungyun pill. Additionally, the top 10 receive a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. He elaborated on the value of the prizes. A pure energy stone is equivalent to a month's worth of training and is worth 150,000 yuan. 20 grams of crate alloy, used for making advanced equipment, is valued at 100,000 yuan. A Chungyun pill can temporarily boost speed, with a market value of 50,000 yuan. Confidently, Qin Zhan declared, I'll be in the top 10. Inspired by him, Zhou Fong added, don't worry, sir, we'll defeat Zhang Binfan and secure the top 10 rewards. In the following days, Zhou Fong eagerly awaited his card draws. On the second day, he drew a permanent card, Dragon Scale of 9 Dragons, which allowed his body to be covered in highly defensive scales. On the third day, he drew a money card, gaining 3,764 yuan in cash. On the fourth day, he drew an excitement potion, which allowed him to go without sleep for 10 days. On the fifth day, Zhou Fong drew an exciting bull source power card. After using it, he felt a surge of heat throughout his body, and his muscles visibly increased in size. He immediately sought out Qin Zhan to spar, demonstrating his impressive strength and defensive capabilities. After testing, Zhou Fong's strength reached 120, his speed 112, and his reaction 12, achieving the level of an A-grade superpower user. However, on the sixth day, the dung card he drew left Zhou Fong in an embarrassing situation. Upon using it, the dormitory's bathroom was suddenly flooded with excrement, leaving Zhou Fong unsure of how to explain it to his roommates. 10 minutes later, Qin Zhan, Zhao Yi, and Gao Jie witnessed the scene and were stunned, unsure how to react. On the seventh day, Zhou Fong drew an astonishing card, once again void summoning. The card's description was simple yet powerful. Summon a strong being from another dimension, strong, strong, strong. It could be used 3 more times. After much contemplation, Zhou Fong decided to save this precious card as his trump card for the exchange competition. On the 8th day, Zhou Fong did something unprecedented and didn't draw a card. He had an idea to accumulate drawing opportunities so he could draw multiple cards at once. The daily routine of drawing cards felt lacking in excitement, and he yearned for the thrill of drawing multiple cards in one go. Sure enough, on the morning of the 9th day, Zhou Fong drew 2 permanent skill cards in one go. The first was 9 Dragons Transformation, Dragon Claw, which would transform his hands into incredibly sharp claws, comparable to divine weapons. The second was 9 Dragons Transformation, Dragon Sinew, significantly enhancing Zhou Fong's strength, speed, and reflexes. Like the previously acquired Dragon Scale card, these could be maintained for 15 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. On the 10th day, the day of the grade exchange competition finally arrived. After waking up, Zhou Fong went through his routine card draw, and this time, a golden light flashed, revealing a sword pattern card before him. This was neither a skill card nor an item card, but a one-time skill learning card, Jade Maiden Sword Technique. Zhou Fong gasped in disbelief at the card in his hand. In the current world of superpowers, techniques and martial skills were the most precious resources. Superhumans had only appeared globally for a little over a decade, and techniques and martial skills were extremely rare. Any single one could cause a storm in the superhuman world. Techniques and martial skills above level could even lead to overt and covert conflicts between empires. Without hesitation, Zhou Fong immediately used the card. Instantly, his mind was filled with information about sword moves. It was a combined sword technique, with only 1/10 of its power when performed alone, but even then, it was enough to crush most students at the Enlightenment Academy. Zhou Fong picked up a branch and began practicing the sword technique. In his hands, the branch seemed to transform into a sharp sword, with swift and unpredictable movements. Sometimes it was elusive, and other times it was unstoppable. Even when performed alone, its power was considerable. However, the branch soon shattered under the strain of the powerful sword moves. Holding the remaining small piece, Zhou Fong pondered how to obtain a real sword. But time was running out, with only a few minutes left until the start of the exchange competition's opening ceremony. He had to set aside this thought and hurriedly headed toward the sports field. The great exchange competition would be held in the Lingua 9 Mysteries Tower. This mysterious tower had 9 floors, and Zhou Fong only knew that the first floor was for awakening, while today's competition would use the second and third floors. The stands around the sports field were already filled with people. Zhou Fong noticed senior military officers in uniform, with stars and stripes shining on their shoulders. There were also personnel from the Supervision Police Department in uniforms, as well as some plainly dressed but imposing figures, clearly key figures from various sectors. In the stands, Zhou Qiangwa carefully observed the bustling students below, hoping to spot a few promising talents. At that moment, the dean of the Enlightenment Academy, Yu Fusai, approached and joked, "Old Zhou, what brings you to our Enlightenment Academy?" Zhou Qianghua, looking at Yu Fusai's aged face, responded awkwardly, "Old Yu, don't call me Old Zhou. Seeing you makes me feel like I'm nearing the end." He then explained, "I couldn't compete with the Central Command and the National Third Army at the other two institutes, so I came here to try my luck. But who knew the National Third Army would be here too, leaving no room for picking up leftovers?" Yu Fusai chuckled, "Oh, so my academy students are just second-rate, and you only come here when you have no other choice?" Zhou Qianghua laughed awkwardly. "You know the current state of enlighteners. We've known each other for years, so let's skip the formalities. Enlighteners with their diverse methods are best suited for our supervision police department's investigations. They're not suitable for other departments." Yu Fusai didn't respond to that, instead turning to the field and asking, "Seen anyone promising?" "Those with superpowers have already been thoroughly researched by the Eastern Empire's various forces." Zhou Qianghua pointed to a tall, thin teenager in the distance and said, "That Huang family kid is good. His mastery of space-time techniques is remarkable, living up to the space-time family's name." Yu Fusai shook his head with a smile, and before Zhou Qianghua could turn away, a voice came from behind. "That's my nephew. You don't stand a chance." Zhou Qianghua turned back to see Huang Zhanbing standing there and couldn't help but joke. "You rascal, you've already grabbed plenty of people from the Three Pure Academy, the Esoteric Academy, and the Sword Cultivation Academy. Now you're here at the Enlightenment Academy for a clean sweep. What do you need so many superhumans for in the Sky Army? If they fall from the sky, they won't survive. Just recruit some ordinary people who can fly fighter jets." The research department led by Commander Huang has truly outdone itself this time, unveiling a cutting-edge weapon called the Aerial Combat Mech. Currently, only those with superpowers can operate these mechs, giving various factions a compelling reason to recruit. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a crisp military uniform, approached slowly. His authoritative presence immediately captured everyone's attention. "Commander Liu, what brings you here in person?" Huang Zhanbing and Zhou Guoqiang exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. The newcomer was none other than Liu Yiping, a prominent figure from the Diping Army, one of the nation's 3 military branches. His presence undoubtedly signaled that the recruitment competition would become fiercer. Zhou Guoqiang's facial muscles twitched involuntarily as he forced a smile. Following Liu Yiping, influential figures from key departments of the Donghua Empire also began to appear. Zhou Guoqiang had no choice but to greet them one by one. Chief of Staff Li, Minister Zhu, Commander Qian. He secretly lamented, having come to the Academy of Enlightenment to avoid the military, only to find the exchange event turning into a gathering of top leaders. Liu Yiping seemed to see through their thoughts and chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm not here to compete with you for recruits. I'm only interested in Qin Zhan from Class 7. I admire his marksmanship. It's rare to find young people with such spirit these days." Huang Zhanbing suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "Is it because of the recently unearthed Grade A technique, Blood Fiend, from the Scarlet Illusion?" "Ahem, ahem." Liu Yiping suddenly coughed, interrupting Huang Zhanbing and giving him a stern look. "Did your father tell you that?" Huang Zhanbing recoiled slightly, not daring to speak further. Liu Yiping reiterated, "I'm only interested in Qin Zhan." His tone conveyed a firm determination to recruit Qin Zhan. Seeing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Having one leader satisfied with just Qin Zhan was a favorable outcome for everyone. Subsequently, various factions began to express their opinions and select their preferred talents. Some were interested in the young Zhang for his family's wealth. Others favored the Liu family's boy skilled with a curved blade, and some were drawn to specific superpowers. Zhou Guoqiang watched anxiously as his desired candidates were picked one by one. He had recruited very few superhumans this year, and feared he would have difficulty explaining this to his superiors. Huang Zhanbing couldn't help but comment, "Why are you all so eager for superhumans? Isn't the country peaceful and prosperous? Giving them to you seems like a waste." Zhou Guoqiang retorted unwillingly, "There are still many unregistered superhumans hidden within the country. Don't worry, we'll handle those in the Central Command." The head of the Central Command interjected, making their presence known. Then, everyone began fiercely debating and vying for their favored candidates. Although Zhou Guoqiang was at a disadvantage, he was unwilling to give up and kept searching for possible breakthroughs. Amidst the intense competition, the annual exchange competition at the Academy of Enlightenment officially commenced. Over 300 students gathered on the field, including some with non-combat talents. A teacher stood on the stage and began announcing the competition rules. "The annual exchange competition is now starting. Please collect your scorecards in class order. The first event is a survival battle. Everyone will enter the second level of the Lingua Jiushuan Tower. The goal is simply to survive. You earn 1 point for every 10 minutes you survive, and seizing someone else's scorecard will grant you half of their points. Losing your scorecard will result in being transported out of the tower and eliminated. Points can be transferred, and having 0 points does not mean elimination. We will rank classes and individuals based on points. The teacher explained the competition rules in detail, including how advancement spots would be allocated. The design of the rules was quite thoughtful, testing not only the students' abilities, but also incorporating a psychological component. Zhou Feng keenly noticed this and remarked to his classmates, "This rule is interesting. It includes a psychological test component." Gao Jie and Zhao Yi looked confused, not understanding Zhou Feng's point. Zhou Feng patiently explained, "Imagine if someone corners you. Would you choose to give up your scorecard or hand over all your points?" Gao Jie was about to answer, but suddenly realized the trick and swallowed his words. Qin Zhan succinctly commented, "Simple. Brilliant." Zhou Feng continued his analysis. Giving up the scorecard allows you to keep half your points but results in immediate elimination, losing the chance to gain more points. However, if you hand over all your points, you may temporarily have nothing, but you keep your scorecard, leaving room for a comeback. It's a process of weighing pros and cons. Zhao Yi realized. "I see, this tests our decision-making ability." Zhou Feng thoughtfully added, "It's not just that. It also tests whether someone has the courage to start over and the confidence to turn things around. This competition will comprehensively test our confidence, wit, courage, and combat abilities." As Class 7's turn came to collect scorecards, Zhou Feng received his yellow electronic watch, which displayed a 0 on the screen. The teacher gave a final reminder. "Remember, if your scorecard is more than a meter away from your body, you will be transported out and considered eliminated, retaining only half of your points." Students began to get creative. Some wore the scorecard on their wrist, others tied it to their ankle, and some made choices that were hard to ignore. The teacher, unable to watch anymore, loudly announced, "Everyone, proceed into the tower in order." The first round of the 10th annual exchange competition at the Academy of Enlightenment will officially begin in 10 minutes. The competition will end when only 20 participants remain in the tower. This is a brutal survival competition where you must strive to eliminate others to win. Zhou Feng strapped the scorecard to his left hand and followed the group into the second level of the Lingua Tower. The competition was about to begin, and everyone was tense, ready to face this harsh survival challenge. Zhou Feng attached the scoreboard to his left wrist as he and his team entered the second level of the Lingua 9 mystical tower. He was taken aback by the sight before him. He was trapped in a 10 square meter transparent space, surrounded by invisible air walls. In the pitch-black environment, only the flickering numbers above his head emitted a faint light. A countdown of 7 minutes and 17 seconds was slowly ticking away. As the countdown reached 0, a sudden burst of light illuminated the surroundings. Zhou Feng found himself on a vast plain, with distant mountain ranges, dense forests, winding rivers, and lakes scattered throughout. This realm was far more expansive than the first level of the awakening ceremony. A few classmates were dotted across the plain, casting wary glances at each other in this competition. Everyone was a potential opponent. Soon, the other students chose their own directions and left. Zhou Feng sighed in resignation, leaving him with only the forest as an option. He didn't want to follow others and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. While he wasn't afraid of confrontation, he preferred not to provoke these kids, without reason. As Zhou Feng leisurely strolled through the forest, a low growl shattered the tranquility. A giant leopard, 2 meters in length, suddenly appeared before him. It was a demon beast. In the era of superpowers, not only had humans awakened abilities, but animals had also developed such anomalies. Many high-level demon beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans, often hiding in remote mountains and forests. Meanwhile, hundreds of large screens were suspended above the Academy's sports field, broadcasting the students' trials inside the tower in real time. "Hey, someone's encountered a demon beast," Huang Zhanbing pointed out, his sharp eyes catching the screen displaying Zhou Feng's figure. "And Flevel Leopard. Without a level combat power, it's tough to handle." However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhou Feng subdued the leopard with a simple move. His large hand clamped tightly around the leopard's neck, rendering its struggles futile. With a crack, the leopard's life came to an abrupt end. This scene caught the attention of the onlookers outside. A strength talent? His physical prowess is impressive, definitely a level combat power. That box clearly has functions beyond summoning a mount. An hour later, the situation within the trial space had drastically changed. Huang Yukai used his exceptional time-space technique to toy with a group of opponents, while Zhang Binfan formed a 25-member gang using his clever technique, Xiantian stab, and his special dagger. They amassed points by forcibly collecting membership fees or seizing scoreboards, skyrocketing their score to 200 points, temporarily taking the lead. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng's scoreboard showed 5 points, the reward for defeating the Flevel Demon Beast. He quickly realized the key to this competition. Rather than troubling classmates, focusing on hunting demon beasts was the way to earn points. Zhang Bingfan's points were at the top, causing quite a stir among those around him. Some admired the cleverness of the Zhang family boy and speculated that his father had spent a fortune on that dagger. A hint of jealousy flashed in Zhou Guoqiang's eyes as he muttered to himself about the Zhang family's wealth. Meanwhile, Lu Lao's appreciative gaze settled on Qin Zhan. On the screen, Qin Zhan was taking on 5 opponents at once, his shooting as swift and precise as a dragon. Fearless and determined, his momentum left his opponents at a loss. Before long, he shot one opponent in the chest, shattering the score display and sending them out in a burst of white light. The remaining 4 struggled to hold their ground, and Qin Zhan effortlessly dispatched 2 more, though sustaining a few injuries himself. The last 2, terrified, split up and fled. Qin Zhan casually chose one to pursue, his score soaring to 130, placing him at 35th. At the same time, Zhou Feng was wandering in the forest, encountering only 5 class beasts, earning 50 points and ranking 98th. Just as he felt frustrated, a massive python suddenly coiled around him. Zhou Feng estimated this E-class beast was at least 10 meters long, with strength comparable to an E-class peak superhuman. In this critical moment, Zhou Feng activated his trump card. A card flew from his mind space, transforming into Dragon Tendon of the 9 Dragons transformation. Veins bulged all over his body as he let out a roar, echoing a dragon's cry. The python sensed the fear in its bloodline, but continued to cling to Zhou Feng. With time running out, Zhou Feng unleashed another card, Dragon Claw of the 9 Dragons transformation. His hands turned into massive dragon claws, slicing the python into several pieces. His score instantly jumped from 50 to 100, elevating his rank by over 30 places. Just as Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief, 3 people emerged from the forest, led by Class 9's Fan Lo. They saw that Zhou Feng had just been through a fierce battle and aimed to take advantage. Fan Li's metal wires entangled Zhou Feng's feet as he summoned a giant toy tiger named BB Tiger. Behind him, one person fired energy arrows while another unleashed a barrage of flames. Amidst the looming danger, Zhou Feng revealed yet another trump card, Dragon Scale of the 9 Dragons transformation. Covered in dragon scales, he charged out of the flames, delivering a punch to Fan Li's chest, knocking him out of the game. He swiftly dealt with the other 2, gaining another 70 points and bringing his total to 170, shooting up to 21st place in the rankings. Outside the arena, Zhou Guoqiang wore an amused smile as he lightly patted Huang Zhanbing on the shoulder and pretended not to hear clearly, asking, "What did you just say? I didn't catch that." His tone carried a hint of mockery. Huang Zhanbing's facial muscles twitched noticeably, and he angrily shouted, "Get lost." Another big shot nearby, seeing the situation, laughed and reminded, "Don't provoke Big Huang, or he might snatch your people." This comment made Huang Zhanbing give Zhou Guoqiang a triumphant look, as if flaunting his advantage. Zhou Guoqiang merely shrugged, choosing to remain silent. He knew well that keeping a low profile was the best strategy in such situations. The other big shots refrained from commenting further, but Zhou Feng's performance had already caught the attention of many. Although they had previously promised Zhou Guoqiang, they were now reluctant to go back on their word, yet they were indeed intrigued by Zhou Feng. Among the enchanters present, few could surpass Zhou Feng. What hesitated the big shots was Zhou Feng's potential as a 1-star enchanter. For resource-rich big shots, an enchanter's potential is crucial, directly affecting future benefits. The greater the potential, the more benefits they could reap in the future. After all, these big shots lacked nothing and could provide plenty of enchantment materials. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng found himself in a challenging situation. All 3 of his skill cards were on cooldown, significantly reducing his options in the face of potential danger. The immediate priority was to find a sword. With a weapon in hand, his combat power would increase significantly. Looking around at the trees, an idea struck Zhou Feng: a wooden sword could be a good choice. He decisively broke off a tree branch as thick as his arm, took out his pocket knife, and began carving it with concentration. This action left the big shots puzzled. They watched the young man, unsure if he had given up on the competition and was simply engaging in wood carving. However, with 170 points, Zhou Feng was in no rush. As long as no one bothered him, these points should be enough to advance to the second round. He understood the importance of sharpening the axe before chopping wood. Once he had a sword, he could truly showcase his skills. The power of the Jade Maiden sword technique was fresh in his memory, enough to double his combat strength. An hour quietly passed. Zhang Binfan's team had grown to 20 members, inflating his ego. Unmatched, the heroes of the world. Who else but me, he thought smugly. If it weren't for the powerful families behind people like Huang Yukai and Wu Qijiu, he would have already taken their points and kicked them out of the competition. Now, Zhang Binfan was eager to cause trouble for Zhou Feng and others. He couldn't wait for the competition to end, especially since eliminating them would secure an early win in his bet. An hour ago, I saw Qin Zhan chasing Ding Kai from Class 8 into the maple forest near East Lake, reported one of his team members. The names of locations in this space were temporarily given by students based on geographical features for easy identification. East Lake. Zhang Binfan frowned in thought for a moment. Too far. What about the others? Have you seen them? A new member, eager to prove himself, quickly said, I saw Zhao Yi and Gao Jie together, near the cave on the western plains. Zhang Binfan decisively ordered, head to the cave and search for Gao Jie and Zhao Yi. Finding either one earns you 10 points as a reward, and capturing them will earn each person 50 points. Since Zhou Fong and Qin Zhan were temporarily out of reach, targeting these two would also be a good start. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Zhao Yi and Gao Jie had ventured several kilometers in. The passageways crisscrossed, and the paths were intricate, causing most students to withdraw after entering only a short distance. Zhao Yi cut down a large lizard blocking the way and turned to ask, "Quick, check your compass. Which way next?" In the center of Gao Jie's compass lay a red plant resembling a spring onion. After a moment, the compass needle stopped, pointing directly towards a passage deep within the cavern. This was their newly discovered function item seeking. Simply place an item on the compass, and the needle would point towards the location of similar objects. Gao Jie scratched his head, frowning slightly, and asked Zhao Yi, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? Can this thing really be eaten?" Without giving him a chance to refuse, Zhao Yi pulled Gao Jie into the passage, explaining as they walked, "This is blood Ganoderma. Just one is worth 3,000 bucks. We learned about it in school, it's definitely right." As he spoke, he pulled out 3 more blood Ganoderma from his pocket. "Want to try some?" Blood Ganoderma can boost vitality and calm the mind, and it can even enhance some abilities. It's like the mystical herbs in martial arts novels that increase inner strength. Trying it out is such a waste. Zhao Yi said reluctantly. They had found 4 of them, worth 12,000 bucks, which was a fortune for them. "Then why don't you try it?" Gao Jie shook his head, his face clearly saying, "I'm not that foolish." Zhao Yi replied matter-of-factly, "I just don't want to risk an upset stomach." Gao Jie looked at him speechlessly. Does that even make sense? The two continued deeper into the cavern. Before long, Zhao Yi's flashlight beam landed on a plant half as tall as a person, and he shouted excitedly, "It's the blood Ganoderma Emperor. We're rich." "Ah, so many lizards," Gao Jie exclaimed in horror. Surrounding the blood Ganoderma were numerous grade lizards, each over a meter long and intimidating in size. A fierce determination flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes. "Let's go for it. Go big or go home." He drew his long knife, its blade gleaming like blood, striking in rapid succession. It was an grade sword technique Zhao Yi had learned by chance. However, facing the onslaught of 5 grade beasts, even with his skillful swordplay, Zhao Yi gradually began to lose ground. "I'll help you." Gao Jie drew his long sword and joined the fray. This sword was his second enchanted item, with no special features other than strengthening the blade. After about 10 minutes, despite being covered in wounds, Zhao Yi and Gao Jie couldn't hide their excitement. At their feet lay the corpses of 4 or 5 giant lizards, and the blood Ganoderma Emperor, worth 40 to 50,000, was now in their possession. Even if they were eliminated from this exchange competition, the trip would have been worth it. "We should find a place to heal up and then exit the cavern," Zhao Yi said, panting heavily. Meanwhile, after an hour of effort, Zhou Fong finally carved out a wooden sword with his dagger. He eagerly swung it a few times. Feels good. But it's a pity it's made of wood," he thought. Wooden weapons not only have limited power, but using sword techniques with them requires constant energy, or else the wooden sword would break. Zhou Fong, holding the wooden sword, prepared to move forward when suddenly, the ancient box in his consciousness stirred, emitting a strong sense of desire. "What does it want?" Zhou Fong looked around, his gaze landing on the corpse of an agrade python. He took out the box, trying to place it on a section of the snake's body, but the box trembled slightly, showing clear rejection. Zhou Fong could sense the emotions of his enchanted item and continued to experiment. The box started vibrating again, and this time Zhou Fong felt that the box seemed more interested in the snake's head. Suddenly, Zhou Fong slapped his forehead, realizing, the beast core. Almost forgot to put theory into practice. He understood that this might be what the box truly craved. Zhou Fong suddenly slapped his forehead, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Demonic beast crystal core," he exclaimed. "I almost forgot about this treasure. Only demonic beasts of level E and above could possibly condense this energy core, similar to pure energy stones. However, due to the violent and resentful nature of the beasts, special handling is required for use." Zhou Fong quickly drew his dagger and expertly dissected the snake's head. "There it is," he exclaimed in delight upon discovering a blood-soaked crystal. Zhou Fong quickly found a nearby puddle and carefully cleaned the crystal core. Soon, a translucent green crystal appeared in his hand, about a quarter the size of a standard energy stone. An A-level demonic beast crystal core, worth at least over 10,000, Zhou Fong estimated. Suddenly, he felt the box vibrating, as if it was yearning for the crystal core. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Fong gritted his teeth and said, "Never mind, this is my first enchanted item. It's worth the investment." With that, he opened the box and placed the crystal core inside. The box shook violently, with green light seeping through the gaps. After a dozen seconds, everything calmed down. Zhou Fong cautiously opened the box to find 3 cards lying quietly inside. The first card, Venom card, capable of spraying a highly corrosive poison, with 3 uses remaining. The second card, Void Binding card, can randomly bind a snake-type battle pet from another dimension. The third card, Martial Skill card, Snake's Twisting Step, an instant body movement skill. This is a huge gain, Zhou Fong exclaimed excitedly. Without hesitation, he used the Martial Skill card and immediately felt his agility improve significantly. Although it was just an A-level skill, it was quite useful for him at the moment. Next, Zhou Fong took out the Void Binding card and used it without hesitation. A black void gate opened in front of him, and a massive black snake slowly slithered out. How is this small? Zhou Fong's eyes widened as he looked at the enormous snake, over 20 meters long. A message entered Zhou Fong's mind. Heidel, the 73rd son of the snake god from the beast god's dimension, with only 100 years of cultivation remaining. Zhou Fong was eager to command this powerful battle pet, but found that Heidel, with a very human-like gesture, rolled its eyes and turned into smoke, disappearing into his forehead. Despite being soul-bound, this proud son of the snake god seemed unwilling to heed Zhou Fong's commands. Just as Zhou Fong was pondering how to manage this unruly battle pet, he heard voices in the distance. He quickly hid, cautiously approaching the source of the sound. It turned out to be Huang Yukai from Class 2 and Lu Rongzhou from Class 1. Lu Rongzhou, wielding a pair of curved blades, was insistently challenging Huang Yukai to a duel. Huang Yukai looked quite helpless, trying to persuade Lu Rongzhou to abandon the idea. We all grew up in the same compound. Why are you being so aggressive? Huang Yukai raised his hands in surrender. I concede. Isn't that enough? Zhou Fong stayed hidden, silently observing this unexpected encounter, contemplating how to handle this sudden situation. Lu Rongzhou spoke calmly, but his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Give it your all, and let's have a match. After that, I'll leave you alone. So what if I bullied you a few times as a kid? Is it really that big of a deal? Huang Yukai sighed helplessly and pulled out an exquisite pocket watch from his pocket. He realized that he couldn't avoid this fight today. Might as well fight him, or I'll never shake him off. Huang Yukai thought to himself, gently caressing the surface of the watch, ready to engage. Noticing his opponent's seriousness, Lu Rongzhou dropped his frivolous attitude. He lowered his arms from his chest, gripping his twin blades tightly, and fixed his gaze on Huang Yukai with intensity. Suddenly, the hands of Huang Yutsai's pocket watch spun rapidly, and he vanished, reappearing behind Lu Rongzhou in an instant. A fierce punch aimed directly at the back of Lu Rongzhou's head. However, Lu Rongzhou reacted even faster. With a swift motion, his curved blade flashed a silver arc, forming a perfect crescent moon behind him. Seeing this, Huang Yutsai's watch spun again, and he narrowly dodged the deadly blade by slightly shifting his body. Lu Rongzhou quickly turned, unleashing both blades simultaneously. The blades gleamed like the moon, swift and elusive as the wind. Under the influence of the watch, Huang Yutsai's movements became unpredictable, sometimes appearing on the left, sometimes on the right, and occasionally reappearing behind Lu Rongzhou. The two exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. Lu Rongzhou's swordsmanship was exquisite, yet he couldn't land a single hit on Huang Yukai. Meanwhile, Huang Yukai could evade with ease but couldn't penetrate Lu Rongzhou's defenses. Finally, Huang Yukai stepped back, breathing heavily. See, neither of us can overcome the other. Lu Rongzhou coldly sheathed his blades, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. You're good at defense, but lack aggression. Huang Yukai, you're not up to it. Ever since awakening his abilities, those childhood friends no longer seemed worthy opponents in his eyes. Huang Yutsai's eye twitched slightly, and he said with some helplessness, in this age, abilities are diverse and not all about brute force. He thought to himself, Lu Rongzhou, the martial arts fanatic, is so stubbornly fixated on dueling. I won't bother you anymore, Lu Rongzhou said, turning to leave, thinking to himself that Huang Yukai was no longer his target. He wore a lonely expression of a master without a rival. How disappointing. Life is as lonely as snow. Huang Yukai inwardly mocked. What a fool, not worth arguing with. Just then, a sudden noise came from the woods. Crack. Startled, Lu Rongzhou and Huang Yukai turned simultaneously. Ooh, they shouted in unison. Hee hee, it's just me. Passing by, Zhou Fong said, raising his hands as he cautiously stepped out from behind a tree, trying to avoid any unnecessary conflict. I mean no harm to those who mean no harm to me. No need to make enemies randomly. After all, watching others fight wasn't exactly honorable. Huang Yukai looked at Zhou Fong with a smile. Ah, Zhou Fong from Class 7, top scorer. Just a reputation, Zhou Fong replied modestly. Lu Rongzhou glanced at Zhou Fong, dismissively saying, a mere one-star enchanter, useless. With that, he turned and left, seeing Zhou Fong as just another passerby unworthy of his attention. Zhou Fong was at a loss for words, finding Lu Rongzhou's arrogance excessive. He couldn't help but tease. You know, people who talk like you usually don't make it past the second episode in TV dramas, right? Huang Yukai quickly intervened, Lu's been like that since childhood. Zhou Fong, don't mind it. Zhou Fong thought there was no need to get upset over a haughty kid, so he laughed it off. Haha, it's fine, he's not entirely wrong. After chatting briefly with Zhou Fong, Huang Yukai suddenly remembered something and asked, "Are you close with Zhao Yi and Gao Jia?" "Hmm? Yeah, we're roommates," Zhou Fong replied, puzzled. Huang Yukai spoke quickly, his expression serious. "Then you should hurry to the underground lair. Half an hour ago, I saw Zhang Binfan and about 20 others surrounding them there." "What?" Zhou Fong was alarmed, knowing Zhang Binfan's intentions were never good when it came to Zhao Yi and Gao Jia. "Thanks, Huang. I owe you one." With that, Zhou Fong swiftly pulled out a card from his pocket. In an instant, a magnificent white horse appeared beneath him, ready to rush to his friend's aid. Huang Yukai watched as Zhou Fong disappeared into the distance, a slight smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, going solo against over 20 people, that's gutsy. But is he reckless and impulsive, or just hiding his true abilities? I should check out this spectacle. With a quick glance, Huang Youcai's pocket watch spun rapidly, and his figure flickered like a phantom in the direction Zhou Fong had gone. Outside the cave, a brutal standoff was unfolding. Zhao Yi, covered in wounds, shakily pointed his long knife at Zhang Binfan. Gao Jia was tightly bound with a thick rope, with Zhang Binfan's foot pressing him down like an insect. Zhang Binfan's dagger gleamed coldly as he sliced a fresh red wound on Gao Jia's body. With a sickly grin, he softly said, "As long as it's not a fatal wound, it won't trigger the scoreboard's defense mechanism." Gao Jia writhed on the ground in agony, yelling, "We've given you all our points. What more do you want? Just take the scoreboard. Getting out with 0 points is better than suffering your humiliation here." Zhao Yi gritted his teeth and added, "Anyway, our gains this time have exceeded expectations. Missing the second round of the exchange match doesn't matter." Upon leaving the cave, Zhao Yi had encountered Zhang Binfan and his group. Both already injured from previous battles, Zhao Yi and Gao Jia were no match for them and quickly surrendered, handing over their points. They thought Zhang Binfan would let them go, but it was just the beginning of their nightmare. Zhang Binfan sneered, "Want to be eliminated? Did you ask me? I want you to live a fate worse than death." He then viciously kicked Gao Jia several more times. His eyes glowed with madness. "Zhou Fong has humiliated me repeatedly and even took my top spot in cultural studies. Qin Zhan has defied me numerous times and pointed a gun at me. Naturally, I can't let you two accomplices off easily." Zhao Yi glared at Zhang Binfan with reddened eyes, clenching his teeth. "You've gone too far." Yet Gao Jia suddenly laughed, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Huh? Oh, take it easy. It hurts. Heh, it hurts, but it won't kill me. Old 3. Just go, he can't kill me. What's there to fear? At worst, I'll just get beaten up." Saying this, he spat on Zhang Binfan's arm. "Damn it." Zhang Binfan exploded in rage, furiously kicking Gao Jia. At that moment, Zhao Yi silently pulled out a blood-red herb from behind. Zhang Binfan's eyes lit up with greed. "The Blood Emperor herb, what a treasure. Give it to me, and I'll let you go." Zhao Yi sneered, stuffing the herb into his mouth. "That's what you said before. Why would I trust a traitor like you again? You dare." Zhang Binfan shouted angrily. Gao Jia screamed in terror. "Old 3, what are you doing? Are you crazy? The Blood Emperor herb is too potent. It needs to be neutralized with other herbs and refined into a pill to be used safely." But Zhao Yi no longer cared, swallowing the herb in big gulps. Instantly, his body turned red, veins bulging, and blood beads seeping from his skin. Zhang Binfan, prepare to die. Zhao Yi roared, charging into the crowd with his knife. His movements were lightning fast, and his blade was unstoppable. Seeing this, Zhang Binfan immediately ordered, "Take him down." His followers swarmed forward, undeterred by Zhao Yi's berserk state. After all, they believed no one would truly die here, so there was no fear. The battle erupted instantly, with Zhao Yi charging through the crowd like a bloodthirsty beast. Blood splattered, screams rang out, but no one retreated, knowing that no one would truly perish here. Zhao Yi's focus was solely on Zhang Binfan, his long blade dancing like a dragon, sending waves of energy in every direction. Wherever the blade passed, Zhang Binfan's men were sent flying. Though the protective white light of the scoreboard saved their lives, they were still left coughing up blood from the force of the blade's energy. "Xiaozheng." At Zhang Binfan's command, Xiaozheng immediately raised his grade alloy replica handgun, his first enchanted weapon. Blue energy bullets whistled through the air, striking Zhao Yi with precision and enveloping him in a freezing aura, turning him into an ice sculpture. But Zhao Yi roared, his skin bursting open, blood spraying as he broke free from the icy prison. Unyielding, Xiaozheng fired 3 more shots, 1 flame bullet and 2 armor-piercing rounds. Although Zhao Yi dodged in time, his arm was still severely burned. "You've taken it too far. Someone might get seriously hurt. We're all classmates here." Gao Jia pleaded desperately at Zhang Binfan's feet. "Classmates?" Zhang Binfan sneered. "What right do you mudlegs have to be my classmates?" He pressed his foot down on Gao Jia's neck. "Go out. and collect Zhao Yi's corpse. A flash of white light, and Gao Jia was eliminated from the game. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed. Zhang Binfan, you seek death. A white horse charged forward, and its rider leapt into the air, landing heavily in the midst of the crowd. Zhou Fong had arrived. Zhou Fong, you're late. Zhang Binfan chuckled sinisterly. Without a word, Zhou Fong rushed at Zhang Binfan. Seeing this, Xiaojing fired 3 shots, the bullets streaking like lightning. Zhou Fong used his serpent-like footwork, moving with a dragon's grace to easily evade them. You're fast, but I'm faster. Zhou Fong charged at Xiaozheng like a tiger among sheep, knocking aside anyone in his path. In a blink, Zhou Fong was upon Xiaozheng, shouting, "Get out!" With a powerful roar, he unleashed his dragon sinew and dragon claw cards. Zhou Fong's arms swelled, his massive claws crashing down like a mountain. Xiaozheng's chest was torn open, blood spraying as he was sent flying, only surviving thanks to the scoreboard's protection. As Xiaozheng was eliminated, Zhou Fong sensed an impending threat and instinctively activated his dragon scale card to shield himself. Zhang Binfan's enchanted dagger struck in a sneak attack, managing to pierce a scale, but failing to harm Zhou Fong. Zhang Binfan was shocked, unable to believe that his prized clever technique, the Shantian stab, could be so easily countered. Before he could react further, Zhou Fong's golden, glowing claws were already upon him. In a desperate move, Zhang Binfan raised his blade to block, but the impact shattered his right arm. Impossible! How can he be this strong? Zhang Binfan retreated in terror, incredulous that Zhou Fong, a mere one-star enchanter, possessed such power. Stop him! Zhang Binfan ordered as he swiftly withdrew. Using the exceptional movement skills of the Shantian stab, he quickly widened the gap. Zhou Fong was momentarily held back by the crowd, leaving a trail of white light as opponents fell, spitting blood. Watching from afar, Huang Yukai nodded in approval. The first place isn't simple indeed. Having witnessed Zhou Fong's strength, he quietly left. After being teleported out of the tower, Zhao Yi was immediately attended to by the medical team, heart rate 90. Blood pressure 187. Place him in the grade recovery pod. Inject earthworm essence. Just as Zhou Fong was about to pursue, the sky erupted with light, forming words. With over half eliminated, scores will now be announced, and all participants' locations tracked. 2 minutes later, light points reformed into a map, displaying everyone's positions. Zhou Fong saw his score of 580, ranking him 5th. Zhang Binfan had 1190, holding the top spot. Destiny is on my side. Zhou Fong spurred his horse into a wild chase. Zhang Binfan cursed under his breath and sought other talents for assistance. But at a speed of 200 miles per hour, even his Shantian movement technique struggled to create more distance. On the map, the glowing dots representing Zhou Fong and Zhang Binfan were drawing closer. Before long, Zhou Fong spotted the rapidly fleeing figure of Zhang Binfan in the distance. He felt a surge of joy, knowing he still had 15 minutes left on his mount, which was more than enough time. Zhang Binfan, you can't escape. Today, you'll taste the humiliation you've inflicted on others, Zhou Fong muttered with a cold sneer. He spurred his horse forward, galloping past Zhang Binfan, his sword flashing like lightning. Ah! A wound appeared on Zhang Binfan's back. Although it wasn't deep enough to trigger the scoreboard's protection, the relentless bleeding and searing pain made Zhang Binfan gasp. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Zhou Fong shouted triumphantly, turning his horse around to pass Zhang Binfan once more, striking with his sword again. Damn it! Will it ever end? Zhang Binfan cursed, covering his head as he fled, but the wounds on his body multiplied. No matter which direction he ran, Zhou Fong was always on his heels, slashing relentlessly. This strike is for my second brother, Zhou Fong said coldly. And this one is for my third brother. His swordsmanship was precise, each strike perfectly calculated to avoid knocking Zhang Binfan out of the game, yet making him suffer immensely. Your brother? I didn't touch Qin Zhan. Zhang Binfan protested, feeling utterly wronged. Zhou Fong flashed a seemingly innocent, yet sinister smile. Didn't you injure my second and third brothers? My eldest brother would be heartbroken. Ever heard of emotional damages? Zhang Binfan felt like crying, wondering if this too would be blamed on him. The rest are for my own satisfaction. Zhou Fong continued his assault, and the wounds on Zhang Binfan's body increased. The injuries were secondary. What he couldn't bear was the humiliation he had never experienced before. This is too much. I might as well end it all with a single strike, Zhang Binfan thought, his eyes burning with anger. Zhou Fong, I'm going to get you. Just then, a glimmer of hope appeared for Zhang Binfan. I'm here, he shouted in relief. Wu Qijiu, help. Wu Qijiu, a burly figure clad in armor and wielding a massive shield, was nearby, digging into the head of an E-class beast, hoping to find a beast core. Hearing the shout, he turned and asked in surprise, Zhang Binfan, how did you end up in such a sorry state? Seeing there was now another person, and with his mount's time running out, Zhou Fong stopped and approached on foot. Zhang Binfan quickly hid behind Wu Qijiu, pleading, help me this once, and we can negotiate that deal you mentioned last time. Negotiate? No way. Wu Qiju turned to leave. Fine. You got it. I agree. Zhang Bingfan hurriedly said, fearing Wu Qiju would walk away. Zhou Fong wasn't sure what Zhang Bingfan had promised, but Wu Qiju seemed satisfied, positioning himself with the shield in front of Zhang Bingfan. Are you sure you want to take on our feud? Zhou Fong asked, his gaze fixed on Zhang Bingfan beyond Wu Qiju. Despite the political cloud of Wu's family, Zhou Fong was unfazed. To him, it didn't matter if they were wealthy or influential. He'd fight first and deal with the consequences later, confident in the backing of the academy. Wu Qiju, not wanting to get embroiled in someone else's conflict, smiled and said, his debts are not mine to bear. I'm just making a deal with him. Let's stick to the academy's rules. If you win, I won't interfere. If you lose, let him go today. After today, he's on his own. Wu Qiju adjusted his shield, eager to fight. He thought to himself, forcing Zhang Binfan to this extent, Zhou Fong is indeed impressive and a worthy opponent. Unknown fair duel. I have no complaints, Zhou Fong said solemnly, his eyes sharp. On the side, Zhang Binfan was stomping anxiously. No way. You can't take him on alone. He lamented, thinking he had come to find help, but it had turned into a solo match. Wu Qiju isn't much stronger than me. This is like serving himself up on a platter, Zhang Binfan thought anxiously. 2 against 1 is not honorable. I won't do it. Wu Qiju said firmly, determination shining in his eyes. Honorable, my foot. Zhang Binfan muttered desperately. Outside the arena, various leaders watched and commented with interest. This Zhou Fong is really something. One of the leaders praised. He has some cards that he can use repeatedly, though with intervals. That Zhang kid lacks the right temperament. Too unruly. Another leader shook his head, sighing. Huang Zhanbing began to admire Zhou Fong. Charging into enemy lines alone, he's brave and loyal. Chasing across miles, he's persistent. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guoqiang panicked. Are they taking a liking to Zhou Fong? They promised to leave him for me. What enemy lines? It's just a dozen people, hardly a formation. And chasing across miles, it's at most 5 kilometers, Zhou Guoqiang retorted angrily. Huang Zhanbing smirked. Don't like him? Then give me Tianqing Jun. Zhou Guoqiang's face twitched. Get lost. Such exquisite swordsmanship, at least level. One leader focused intently on the screen. How is that possible? Awakening just 10 days ago, and already mastering level martial skills to this extent. Other leaders discussed in surprise, refocusing on the screen. On the battlefield, Zhou Fong and Wu Qiju were in intense combat. Zhou Fong's swordsmanship was unstoppable, swift as the wind. Each strike aimed at Wu Qiju's vital points. If not for Wu Qiju's large shield and enchanted armor, he might have already lost. Although Zhou Fong wielded only a wooden sword, he skillfully used energy to protect the blade, reducing its power, but still making it formidable. Wu Qiju was forced to retreat step by step. A level swordsmanship master, among current students, is practically invincible, spectators exclaimed in awe. Great swordsmanship. Wu Qiju deftly blocked with his large shield while using his armor to take hits he couldn't block. He calmly analyzed. But your wooden sword won't last long. How much energy do you have left? Zhou Fong, unable to break through, felt frustrated. This ironclad nuisance. He was determined to defeat Wu Qiju, his sword moves growing faster and more fierce. Wu Qiju continued to fight and retreat, accumulating more wounds. Zhou Fong had considered bypassing him to attack Zhang Binfan, but out of respect for Wu Qiju's honorable challenge, he refrained. Watching from the side, Zhang Binfan suddenly felt puzzled. Why isn't Zhou Fong as strong as before? Where's that unstoppable force and those indestructible scales? He realized, right? Those abilities must have limits and can't be used now. Damn it. We've been tricked. Let's take him down while we can, Zhang Binfan thought with hatred, his figure gradually disappearing, blending into the surroundings. Just as Zhou Fong's powerful strike was barely blocked by Wu Qiju, a ghostly light suddenly appeared behind Zhou Fong. Not good. Zhou Fong sensed danger, quickly twisting his body to dodge. How dare you? Wu Qiju shouted in alarm. A flash of ghostly light passed, and blood splattered. A flash of light cut through the air, and blood splattered. Zhang Bingfan looked in disbelief as the dagger pierced through Wu Qiju's arm. Wu Qiju glared angrily, gritting his teeth. I was in a fair duel with Zhou Fong, and you dared to attack from behind, shameless. Fair, my foot. Zhang Bingfan was about to retort when a bolt of white light struck like thunder. With a splutter, he spat out blood and was transported out of the arena. Zhou Fong acted decisively, claiming half of Zhang Bingfan's points with a single strike, instantly surpassing 1,200 points to take the lead. Wu Qiju hesitated, clearly not expecting Zhou Fong to end the fight so swiftly and efficiently. Zhou Fong smiled calmly. He attacked first. Our duel is naturally void. I intended to take my time with him, but he handed himself over. Wu Qiju nodded in agreement. Serves him right. Zhou Fong glanced at Wu Qiju's injured arm, somewhat apologetic. Thanks, I owe you one. Wu Qiju nonchalantly shook his arm and took out a jade gourd. A green light enveloped the wound, visibly healing it. This was the third enchanted item Zhou Fong had seen from him, in addition to the shield and armor, and now this rare healing jade gourd. In contrast, ordinary students had at most 1 or 2 enchanted items, and a full-star enchanter like Zhou Fong could only possess 1. After parting with Wu Qiju, Zhou Fong looked up at the massive map above. Initially, he planned to quietly hunt beasts to accumulate points, but was forced to avenge his brother. None of Zhang Bingfan's henchmen would escape. In the ensuing time, Zhou Fong embarked on a journey of vengeance, chasing down pleading accomplices on the plains, submerging foes in East Lake to eliminate them, defeating stubborn opponents at the cliff of South Wilderness Mountain, charging into crowds hunting beasts, pinning targets against the mountain wall. Other students, seeing Zhou Fong's score surpass 2,000, kept silent and avoided him. When he effortlessly killed an A-tier beast that many had struggled against for a long time, they were left speechless with shock. As night fell, stars dotted the sky, and a full moon hung high. The map showed only 30-odd people remaining, with Zhou Fong leading at 2,890 points, far ahead of the second-place Lu Rongzhou with 2,540 points. In the spectator room, various factions fiercely debated over Zhou Fong. At that moment, a loud noise erupted from the second level of the Lingua 9 Mysteries. Toeratire beast had appeared. Everyone hastily called for a pause in the competition, but Dean Yufu Ci remained composed. No need to worry, the talismans have been upgraded this year, and this tire beast is the final grand prize. When someone suggested cutting the budget, Yufu Ci casually mentioned that they could stop submitting martial arts techniques, instantly silencing everyone. In the center of the trial space's vast plains, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing a massive upheaval. A few students accidentally triggered an ancient seal, unleashing a terrifying force from beneath the earth. With a thunderous roar, a colossal claw emerged from the ground, leaving everyone present in awe. A massive red instantly appeared on the map, and a system notification popped up. Earth Armor Beast, class monster. Defeating it rewards 5,000 points. This blatant temptation immediately caught the attention of most students, who converged from all directions, while only a few opted to remain cautious and observe from a distance. On the plains, a giant pangolin, towering as high as a 3-story building, was relentlessly pursuing the fleeing students. Flashes of white light appeared everywhere, accompanied by sounds of coughing up blood and elimination notifications, indicating that some had been knocked out. Beast, over here! Wu Qiju shouted, standing defiantly with a massive shield in front of the Earth Armor Beast. Without hesitation, the beast swung its claw with immense force, producing a deafening crash. Wu Qiju was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing from his mouth. His shield shattered instantly. A flash of white light signaled his elimination. A class monster is this strong? Huang Yukai and Zhou Fong were stunned by the scene. They both knew how formidable Wu Qiju's defense was, with even E-class ability users struggling to penetrate it. Yet now, the Earth Armor Beast had shattered his shield with ease, showcasing its immense power. As Wu Qiju was sent airborne, a crescent-shaped light blade struck precisely at the base of the beast's neck. The sound of metal clashing rang out repeatedly. It was Lu Rongzhou, seizing the moment to attack. Unfortunately, his strike had no effect. The Earth Armor Beast reacted swiftly, swiping at Lu Rongzhou. In a critical moment, Lu Rongzhou quickly threw out his scorecard before the system could activate a defense. A flash of white light blocked the beast's attack, and Lu Rongzhou was eliminated. Unbeatable, unbeatable. Huang Yukai sighed, shaking his head. Zhou Fong, I'm retreating. All right, I'll watch a bit longer, Zhou Fong replied, choosing not to retreat immediately, wanting to witness the power difference between a class monster and an E-class ability user firsthand. While Zhou Fong pondered, a stone giant, even taller than the Earth Armor Beast, suddenly descended from the sky, smashing the beast into the ground with a single punch. It's Huang Lei's stone giant, someone exclaimed. Everyone, let's take down this monster together. Enraged, the Earth Armor Beast pulled its head from the ground and furiously attacked the stone giant. Boom, boom, boom. It struck repeatedly, shaking the earth and sending dust flying. The stone giant was shattered in an instant, utterly defenseless. In the distance, Huang Lei spat out a mouthful of blood, passed out as his vision went black, and was soon enveloped in white light, signaling his elimination. Faced with swarming opponents like tiny ants, the Earth Armor Beast let out a deafening roar, then brought its massive claws crashing down from above like a falling mountain. Boom! The ground shook violently, as if mountains were crumbling and the earth splitting apart. Screams echoed one after another, accompanied by flickering white lights as contestants were eliminated one by one. The spectators outside suddenly noticed the screen was now filled with static and crackling noises. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the dean. Yu Fusai wore an awkward yet polite smile and softly explained, budget constraints only allowed for upgrading the protective charms. We didn't have time to upgrade the vision charms. The onlookers sighed inwardly, but had no time for further discussion. As they complained about the dean, the earth armor beast had already cleared the plane of all opponents. Those who were eliminated were gone, and those who fled had escaped. The only one left on the plane was Zhou Fong, watching from a distance. Man and beast locked eyes, tension thick in the air. The earth armor beast charged at Zhou Fong like an arrow released from a bow. Thud, thud, thud. Each step made the ground tremble, kicking up clouds of dust that blotted out the sky. In this critical moment, Zhou Fong calmly drew a card, thinking to himself, "It's up to you now." Without hesitation, he used the Void Summon card, showing Xiang Yu's remaining uses as 3. Summon a strong being from another dimension, strong, strong, strong. Zhou Fong was both hopeful and anxious, unsure of just how powerful this entity would be. In an instant, a majestic figure appeared before Zhou Fong, clad in armor made of iron leaves, with a golden beast-faced belt at his waist, riding a black steed, and wielding a mighty spear. His presence was imposing and awe-inspiring. This otherworldly warrior glanced back at Zhou Fong, and his cold, unfeeling gaze made Zhou Fong feel as if he were frozen solid. Could it be that this one won't obey either? Zhou Fong thought, recalling the disobedient black snake. However, Xiang Yu promptly turned and charged at the earth armor beast on horseback, allowing Zhou Fong to breathe a sigh of relief and think, "At least this one is useful." The earth armor beast and the summoned Xiang Yu engaged in a fierce battle on the plain. Despite their considerable size difference, their clash on the horizon was breathtaking. Boom. The ground split open on both sides, the cracks spreading like a spider web for hundreds of meters. Boom, boom, boom. Under Xiang Yu's relentless assault, the earth armor beast retreated, howling in pain. Zhou Fong watched in astonishment, marveling. The Void Summon card is incredible. A devil beast being beaten like a helpless child. Xiang Yu, the mighty overlord, swept his spear with unstoppable force, shattering the earth armor beast's scales and drawing blood. However, Zhou Fong noticed that Xiang Yu's figure was starting to fade and become transparent. Damn, the time's almost up, Zhou Fong thought urgently. Only 5 minutes before disappearing? Even Ultraman lasts longer than this. Nonetheless, he understood that summoning a level powerhouse with his level ability, even for just 5 minutes, was an impressive feat. Zhou Fong realized he had to defeat the earth armor beast before Xiang Yu vanished, or he'd be in grave danger. He carefully concealed himself and stealthily approached the battlefield. Just as the earth armor beast lost several more scales to Xiang Yu's attack, Zhou Fong seized the opportunity, channeling his energy, and unleashed his sword's most powerful technique: wind, flower, snow, moon. The blade gleamed like snow, the sword light like petals, striking at the beast's wound. Sizzle. The unprotected skin was pierced instantly, the sword sinking in up to the hilt. Simultaneously, Zhou Fong activated the snake venom card with his other hand, showing 3 uses remaining. Potent corrosive venom sprayed onto the earth armor beast's wound. Sizzle. White smoke rose from the beast's body as the poison took effect. Zhou Fong knew the decisive moment had arrived. Sizzling sounds and white smoke rose from the body of the earth-armored beast. In pain, it roared and lashed out with its tail like a whip, sending Zhou Fong flying. At that moment, the nearly transparent dimensional Xiang Yu seized the opportunity and struck with his spear like lightning. With a swift thrust, the sharp spearhead pierced the heart of the earth-armored beast. The massive creature collapsed with a thud, its life force quickly fading. Before disappearing, Xiang Yu cast an approving glance at Zhou Fong. The fierce battle concluded, leaving Zhou Fong exhausted and almost collapsing. The map in the sky transformed back into text, announcing that the first phase of the exchange competition would end in 1 minute. With fewer than 20 participants remaining in the trial space and the grade beast defeated, the competition naturally came to a close. Despite his fatigue, Zhou Fong hurriedly pulled out a dagger and began digging into the earth-armored beast's head. The grade beast's crystal core was worth 150,000, equivalent to the reward for winning the exchange competition. As he dug vigorously, he heard a clear ding from the dagger, indicating he had struck something valuable. Indeed, a grade beast crystal core, larger than a pure energy crystal core, appeared before him. Zhou Fong's mysterious box began to shake violently again, conveying a strong desire. This time, he hesitated. 150,000 was no small amount. If he were unlucky and drew a worthless item, it would be a huge loss. However, with this money, compensating Zhang Binfan and the school cafeteria would no longer be an issue. Forget it. I'll save it for later, Zhou Fong decided, carefully pocketing the crystal core. As the countdown in the sky neared its end, Zhou Fong was transported out of the trial space. With 7,900 points, he ranked first, becoming the center of attention. Everyone was astonished that he had managed to defeat such a powerful beast, leading them to speculate and regard Zhou Fong as even more mysterious. Dean Yufusai approached and praised him, saying, "Zhou Fong, well done, though I don't know how you did it." The grade beast's attack destroyed all the spiritual eye symbols, but the score sheet, linked to the Lingua 9 Mysteries Tower, still recorded your points. Zhou Fong replied modestly. Hee, it was just a coincidence. He didn't elaborate further, and others wisely refrained from asking. Zhang Lin anxiously inquired about Zhou Fong's condition, relaxing only after confirming he was unharmed. Zhou Fong then expressed concern for Zhao Yi's injuries and was relieved to learn that not only was he fine, but he was also on the verge of breaking through to grade due to his experience. A bruised Gao Jie approached, complaining about being ignored. Zhou Fong quickly apologized and promised to treat him to a late-night snack. Qin Zhan simply urged, "Let's go, I'm hungry." Despite his tattered clothes, he was in high spirits, indicating he had performed well. After a day of fierce battles, everyone was starving. Zhang Lin reminded them to rest early after eating in preparation for the second round the next day. "Yes, teacher," they all replied in unison. Zhou Fong and his two companions left together. Behind them, Lu Yiping's voice rang out. "This Zhou Fong, my Earth Peace Army wants him." As soon as he spoke, the other leaders immediately objected. "Lu Lao, wasn't Qin Zhan enough for you?" One leader questioned, eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "Now you want to take the first as well? It's not going to be that easy." Another leader chimed in. "Who doesn't want a genius with immense potential? Even if he's just a one-star enchanter." Zhou Guoqiang hurriedly interjected. It was agreed that Zhou Fong was mine. His tone carried a hint of urgency, as if someone was eyeing the prized cabbage in his garden. However, the other leaders ignored him completely. One of them bluntly stated, "How can we give a potential superpower to your police supervision department? That's a waste of resources." The representative of the Sky Force confidently said, "Our Sky Force wants him. Once he breaks through to Class C, I'll equip him with the best aerial combat mecha." The leader of the Aquatic Light Army seemed a bit impatient. "Forget it. Who doesn't want the first place? Let's each offer conditions and see what he chooses." The Central Bureau's leader wasn't willing to back down either. "All right, let's settle it like that. We all have similar budgets, so let's see whose luck prevails." Listening to these discussions, Zhou Guoqiang felt rather uneasy. The police supervision department wasn't lacking in funds, but always fell short in recruiting superpowered individuals compared to other departments. Just as the debate grew more heated, Yu Fusai appeared at the right moment to end the endless argument. "Stop arguing, gentlemen. Go back to sleep early. I've arranged rooms for you," he said with an authoritative tone that brooked no opposition. After a late-night snack, Zhou Fong arrived at the Academy's storage management office. He took out 3 palm-sized scales, remnants of the Earth armor beast. Without a suitable container, he could only take these scales as proof. "Old Chun, will you take these?" Zhou Fong asked, his tone tinged with anticipation. The warehouse manager, Old Chun, put on his reading glasses, examined them carefully, and then bluntly said, "Trash." Zhou Fong was momentarily stunned. "Old Chun, these are scales from a class demon beast." Old Chun rolled his eyes. "A class earth armor beast. The whole corpse is worth no more than 50,000. These 3 scales, I'll give you a friendly price, 100 bucks. Just 3 scales, what more do you want? 100 bucks is already generous." He mumbled to himself. That earth armor beast inside the Lingua Jushuan Tower had long produced a crystal core, which is worth tens of thousands. I wonder if this kid brought out that crystal core. If not, it'll be a bargain for old you. Zhou Fong didn't answer the question about the crystal core, just twitched his eye. "Only 100 bucks. That's not even worth playing. I wanted to get a sword for tomorrow's final." He calculated in his mind. Without sword skills, and with all his skill cards on cooldown, he'd be nothing more than a swift, strong brute. Fast and strong, but no match for the likes of Huang Yukai or Lu Rongzhou, not to mention struggling against Zhang Binfan. The Xiangyu card could still be used twice, but it's a trump card, too wasteful to use in a competition. The multi-arrow card is the same, usable only once, best saved for emergencies. As for his battle pet, it was disobedient. And the dung-throwing card, just thinking about it felt hopeless. Zhou Fong sighed inwardly. Now, a sword that could withstand his brute strength was especially important. His eyes scanned the storage room, hoping to find a suitable weapon to prepare for tomorrow's final. Therefore, having a sword that can endure my brute strength is crucial. A sword? Right, your swordsmanship today was impressive. Old Chin's eyes flashed with a hint of approval as he recalled Zhou Fong's performance at the exchange competition today. Drank swordsmanship, mastery. This kid has a bright future ahead. Old Chun turned around and took a finely crafted long box from the cabinet. The box was quaint and elegant, with exquisite carvings, clearly the work of a skilled artisan. He handed the box to Zhou Fong, speaking with a tone of seriousness. "Borrow this for now. Return it after the competition." Zhou Fong accepted the box, his heart racing. A box like this surely contained a legendary sword, right? Carefully, he untied the red ribbon on the box, his hands slightly trembling as he slowly lifted the lid. Upon opening the box, Zhou Fong was stunned. Inside was a rusty iron sword, a stark contrast to the lavish packaging. He opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Inwardly, he grumbled, "A rusty old iron sword, packaged so nicely. Who are you trying to fool? Old Chen, are you out of your mind? Seemingly reading Zhou Fang's thoughts, Old Chen waved his hand impatiently. Be grateful you have something to use, and stop being picky. Now get out of here. Zhou Fang sighed, consoling himself. It's better than nothing, at least it's not a wooden sword. He glanced at his phone's balance. Besides what he'd recently earned, his predecessor had left only 400 yuan, and he had just 12 points to redeem at the academy. He couldn't even afford a decent iron sword. He couldn't help but wonder what his body's former owner had been doing all these years. In contrast, Qin Zhan had already gathered a spear worth 70 to 80,000, and Zhao Yi's online purchased long knife cost over 30,000. If it weren't for the box that traveled with him, he wouldn't have anything to transform. Thanks, Old Chun, Zhou Fang said, holding the box as he turned to leave. Old Chun adjusted his reading glasses and said meaningfully, win first place, and the sword is yours. All right, it's a deal, Zhou Fang replied, waving casually as he walked away. Seeing Old Chen's seriousness, he figured the sword must be extraordinary. Back in his room, Zhou Fang took out the crystal core of a ground armor beast, muttering to himself, with a weapon in hand, it's time for you to meet your end. If I can't win the exchange competition with this sword, then I deserve to lose the bet. He tossed the crystal core into the box, and suddenly, golden light erupted as the box shook violently. Zhou Fang held onto the box tightly, thinking, is it overloading? It seems the drank crystal core is the limit for now. I can't feed it higher level cores until I advance. 10 minutes later, the box gradually calmed down. Zhou Fang cautiously opened it, finding 5 cards lying quietly inside. He calculated, an rank crystal core yields 3 cards, and a drank core is worth 10 times that. With only 5 cards here, if my luck isn't good, I might lose out. Holding his breath, Zhou Fang drew the first card. It depicted a piece of mountainous terrain, labeled Earth Escape Consumption Card, enabling random teleportation of 100 kilometers using the Earth as a medium. His eyes lit up, thinking, 100 kilometers, enough to cross a prefecture-level city, and even crank experts shouldn't be able to track me. Plus, using the Earth as a medium ensures I won't end up in the air or water. A perfect escape card. Even if it's single use, it's worth it. Satisfied with the first card, Zhou Fang drew the second. It read, Remaining Resentment of the Ground Armor Beast. 5. The beast harbored intense unwillingness before death, leaving its resentment intact. This can be consumed to unleash an attack equal to the beast's strength in life. Zhou Fang was secretly pleased. Is the box fully powered now? The card descriptions are becoming more detailed. This card allows for 5 drank attacks, a decent safety net. Zhou Fang's fingers trembled slightly as he slowly revealed the third card. Suddenly, a surge of joy overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but cheer. Drawing a clever technique from a level crystal core was an unexpected delight. However, he soon noticed that this card seemed unrelated to the Earth Armor Beast. Jiaolong? Earth Armor Beast, he murmured to himself, frowning slightly. He had assumed that devouring any monster's crystal core would yield related cards, but it seemed to be a matter of probability. Without dwelling on it, Zhou Fang eagerly drew the fourth card. A money card. His mood plummeted instantly. The earlier excitement vanished. What a roller coaster, he laughed at himself. Just when I was getting lucky, I pulled a dud card. But on second thought, if he could randomly draw a substantial amount of money, it would be a great gain. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Fang carefully picked up the last card. The moment of witnessing a miracle, he whispered, his heart racing. The card flipped, revealing the words, Permanent Time-Space Exploration. Zhou Fang's eyes lit up. Although the card seemed a bit mystical, skill cards were always welcome. Eagerly, Zhou Fang immediately used the technique card. In an instant, a flood of information poured into his mind. Clever technique, Dragon Jiaolong Divine Art. He felt the energy within him rapidly circulating along a specific path, with each cycle making the energy denser. After 36 cycles, Zhou Fang was amazed to find his internal energy transformed into a thick yellow, with a 50 increase in quality and a 20 increase in quantity. A fully mastered clever technique, truly formidable, Zhou Fang marveled, feeling the doubled energy within him. He realized this card not only widened the gap between him and other strong contenders of his level, but also significantly shortened his breakthrough time. Totally worth it. This 150,000 beast crystal core was a great investment. Without hesitation, Zhou Fang used the money card. With a soft sound, a stack of money appeared out of thin air in front of him. He bent down to pick it up and counted it carefully, a disappointed expression crossing his face. 4,850 yuan. What a loss, he sighed. A level beast crystal core is worth 150,000, and this is not even a fifth of that. Shaking off this minor setback, Zhou Fang decided to try out the newly acquired time-space exploration card. Holding the card in his left hand, he focused his mind and softly said, Use. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from the card, causing Zhou Fang to gasp. The card was absorbing his energy at an alarming rate, and at this pace, he would be drained in less than a minute. As Zhou Fang hesitated, a long river suddenly appeared before him. For reasons unknown, he immediately understood this was the legendary river of time. Forward led to the future, backward to the past. Zhou Feng cautiously took a step forward, instantly feeling a dramatic increase in energy consumption. It seems with my current strength, I can only foresee a step into the future, he thought. Perhaps it's better to try retracing the past. Turning to walk backward, Zhou Feng was pleasantly surprised to find the energy consumption stabilized. The scene before him changed rapidly, day turning to night, silhouettes flickering. He saw his morning self and classmates hurrying to the great exchange competition, even hearing their conversations. Amazing, Zhou Feng murmured, continuing to push backward. Time flowed swiftly in reverse, all the way back to 3 days ago. At that moment, Zhou Feng felt his energy completely deplete, and the river of time vanished instantly. The scene shifted, and he returned to the real world, filled with awe and anticipation for this remarkable ability. The scene shifted, and Zhou Feng returned to reality. The skill of this card was a form of space-time magic, somewhat akin to the foresight ability of a seer. With this card in hand, he was practically a seer himself. Would this mean he was taking Gao Jie's job as a diviner? This card was incredibly useful, as space-time magic was always considered a top-tier ability in the superpower community. This card draw was a major win. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Feng, drained of energy, activated the Dragon Jiao divine technique, and the surrounding energy rapidly surged towards him. His energy quickly replenished. Whoa, damn. Lao Si has some opportunities here. What kind of strange technique is this? Gao Jie exclaimed. The energy concentration in their dormitory increased several times, even affecting the entire dorm building. Don't disturb him. Qin Zhan stopped Gao Jie from making a fuss. They were all ability users, so occasional energy fluctuations were normal, and the others didn't think much of it or try to figure out which dorm it was coming from. The worst off were the dorms next to Zhou Feng's. Is someone doing a group cultivation session in the middle of the night? The energy fluctuations were so intense, it felt like at least a dozen people were cultivating together. How are we supposed to sleep? No consideration at all. Half an hour later, Zhou Feng was fully recovered, and his energy limit had even increased. A pleasant surprise. Clever technique, it really speeds up cultivation. Lao Si, are you done? If you kept going, the neighbors might have started banging on the walls, Gao Jie said, poking his head out from the lower bunk. Qin Zhan asked, are you alright? Did you get attacked at the academy, using up all your energy? No worries. I was testing a new ability, which drained my energy, Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Then he asked, big bro, second bro, interested in learning a technique? Clever, huh? The two of them stared at Zhou Feng, wondering if they'd heard him right. Gao Jie's mouth formed an O. A clever technique? Unbelievable. In their entire grade, only Zhang Binfan and Lu Rongzhou had acquired clever techniques and martial skills after awakening. But that was because they came from wealthy families and had access to expensive resources that could awaken such skills. As for Zhou Feng, what did he have? He was dirt poor, the epitome of a struggling student. It's too precious, you should keep it for yourself, Qin Zhan declined. This was Zhou Feng's own fortune, and it wouldn't be right to share it. The favor would be too great to repay. Gao Jie licked his lips and swallowed, saying, if big bro doesn't want it, I want either. Lao Si, it's your own thing, you should keep it. Despite his usual silliness, Gao Jie understood the importance of major decisions. Both looked serious, and Zhou Feng found it amusing. They didn't realize how easily he acquired techniques and skills. It's just a technique, we can all cultivate together. It doesn't affect me if you learn it. We're brothers, no need to be so formal. Big bro, second bro, are you treating me like an outsider? Zhou Feng said earnestly. Seeing that Qin Zhan was still a bit hesitant, Zhou Feng continued. Besides, we have a bet to win against Zhang Binfan tomorrow. Let's try to get a grasp on the technique tonight and achieve good results tomorrow. Qin Zhan thought for a moment and, unable to resist Zhou Feng's insistence, agreed. All right. Since Zhou Feng put it that way, Qin Zhan couldn't refuse, keeping the bigger picture in mind while remembering Zhou Feng's goodwill. I also have a level sword technique. Second bro, you seem to have awakened a sword, so you might as well learn it too, Zhou Feng continued. Techniques and martial skills came easily to Zhou Feng, so he didn't feel like he was losing out. After all, he got them from card draws, so why not share with everyone? Qin Zhan, Gao Jie, Sigma, and martial skills too. Lao Si, you're amazing. Learning one was as good as learning two, so they might as well learn them all. Finally, Zhou Feng also taught them the snake step technique. 3 sets of techniques and skills in one night left Qin Zhan and Gao Jie mentally exhausted, probably making it difficult for them to be surprised by anything for a long time. Zhou Feng was even more tired, having taught them hand in hand all night, only getting to sleep in the early morning. For his brothers, he was willing to give his all without complaint. The next morning, the first thing Zhou Feng did was draw a card. Without the thrill of surprise, he casually drew a card. 9 Dragons Transformation, Dragon Form, extends the duration of other 9 Dragons transformation skills by double, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Another card from the Nine Dragons Transformation series, clearly part of a set. This card could extend the duration of his other cards to half an hour, effectively boosting half of his hidden abilities. Today was off to a great start. Zhou Fong was overjoyed. Waking up with a smile, "Did you have a dream?" Gao Jia asked, emerging from the bathroom with dark circles under his eyes. Gao Jia had learned 3 techniques last night, staying up all night, only catching an hour of sleep before dawn. "I am Gao Sleepy Jia." Zhou Fong got out of bed, ignoring Gao Jia's question, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Take care, second bro." Qin Zhan was noticeably better, having learned quickly due to his talent, and slept well. "Qin Zhan, take care." Gao Jia. On the field, all the class's awakeners gathered. In the first phase of the exchange match, Class 7 ranked first with a total of 15,695 points. Second place went a Class 3 with 9,850 points. On stage, the teacher announced the class rankings, with Class 7 leading thanks to Zhou Fong's high score. Zhou Fong was the center of attention, with many frequently glancing his way. Zhou Fong alone scored nearly 8,000 points, accounting for half of the class's total. Zhang Bin Fan, with scars still visible on his face, glared at Zhou Fong with fury. Zhou Fong had humiliated him yesterday in front of the entire academy, turning him into a laughingstock. Once a top student and the only 9-star awakener this year, he had been utterly defeated by Zhou Fong. The more Zhang Binfan thought about it, the angrier he became, burning with rage. He was determined to have a showdown with Zhou Fong. After the teacher announced the class rankings, the individual rankings followed, with Zhou Fong taking first place with an overwhelming lead, stealing the spotlight. No one could understand how he managed to defeat that rampaging earth armor beast. It was a level beast after all. Zhou Fong's methods were truly impressive. Following Zhou Fong in the rankings were Lu Rongzhou in second place, Huang Yukai in third, and Huang Lei in fourth. Class 7, being the top class, could have 20 people enter the second round, as both Zhou Fong and Qin Zhan were in the top 10 and didn't take up any spots. Thus, the entire Class 7 advanced to the second round finals. The second phase of the Great Exchange match, the finals, officially began. Out of 209 participants, 187 were left due to injuries from the previous day. The referee teacher on the high platform announced the competition rules. The finals are straightforward. The 187 participants will be matched according to their rankings from yesterday. The first place will face the 187th, the second with the 186th, and so on. The 94th place will have a bye. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the student in 187th place turned pale, as if they had lost a loved one. They were up against Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong had defeated a level beast. What chance did they have? Facing Zhou Fong, there was no room for error. The first round concluded, and the winners of the first group were temporarily placed in first place. The 94 winners continued to compete under the same rules. The first round concluded with 94 winners advancing, with the top group being temporarily ranked first. The following rounds were fiercely contested. 47 remained after the second round, 24 survived the third, and only 12 were left after the fourth. These 12 elite competitors are set to enter the round-robin phase, where each must face the other 11, and the final rankings will be determined by their win-loss records. As the straightforward and fair competition rules were announced, the atmosphere of the finals grew increasingly tense. School leaders took their places on stage, and high-ranking officials from the empire were also present, creating a charged atmosphere in the arena. Suddenly, Huang Zhanbing shouted like a madman, "I bet 10,000 bucks that Zhou Fong will win. Anyone dare to bet against me?" His exaggerated performance earned disdainful glances from the dignitaries present, silently suggesting that anyone who took the bet would be a fool. The first match soon began, with Zhou Fong from Class 7 facing off against a competitor from Class 13. Zhou Fong stepped onto the platform, ready to be transported with his opponent to the third level of the Lingua Jiuxian Tower, a mysterious and ever-changing simulated battleground. However, after waiting for a long time, his opponent failed to show. The teacher called out the opponent's name again, and the Class 13 homeroom teacher reluctantly raised a hand, saying, "We forfeit." The audience erupted in jeers as Zhou Fong won by default and left the stage disappointed. In the second match, Lu Rongzhou, the top seed from Class 1, faced Wang De from Class 15. The scene transformed into a snow-capped mountain peak. As Lu Rongzhou took the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. He wielded a scimitar, its blade gleaming like a crescent moon. Before anyone could react, Lu Rongzhou struck with lightning speed, slicing his opponent from shoulder to abdomen. Blood stained the snow as Wang De collapsed, gravely injured. The medical team rushed in to provide aid, and the crowd fell silent. Lu Rongzhou, looking embarrassed, explained to the referee, "I held back, didn't expect him to be so weak." The referee snapped back to reality and declared Lu Rongzhou the winner. The subsequent matches were equally thrilling. Huang Yukai from Class 2 showcased his mysterious space-time techniques on an island scene, easily defeating his opponent. Although Huang Lei from Class 3 appeared pale, he insisted on competing, summoning a giant stone bear that rampaged through the hill battlefield, crushing his opponent. The seventh match caused quite a stir, an internal showdown in Class 7 between Qin Zhan and Zheng Dan. In the cross-sea bridge setting, Zheng Dan intended to concede, but was stopped by Xiao Zheng. However, against the formidable Qin Zhan, Zheng Dan was easily knocked off the bridge into the sea. Qin Zhan coldly remarked, "A small fry, not even worth acknowledging." With two Class 7 members already in the top 10, their homeroom teacher Zhang Lin was elated, receiving congratulations from other teachers. However, this scene drew a cold snort from Miao Bei in the distance. In the 11th match, Hu Rui from Class 4 faced Gao Jie from Class 7 in an ancient city scene, with the two positioned 100 meters apart. As an archer, Hu Rui immediately took cover in an alley, waiting for an opportunity. Gao Jie, following Zhou Feng's advice, hid in a tea house to avoid detection. However, Hu Rui's archery was superb, predicting his opponent's movements and using explosive arrows. Gao Jie was forced to retreat and dodge through the streets and alleys. In this critical moment, Gao Jie took out a compass for divination. The compass spun rapidly, glowing, as Gao Jie seemed to receive some information. East, great fortune, all will go well. This mysterious omen might be the key to turning the tide of the battle. In the east, everything is auspicious and favorable. Gao Jie quickly changed direction and fled eastward. However, the dead end ahead made his heart skip a beat. Is this auspicious? He cursed inwardly, but then reaffirmed his belief. The compass says it's auspicious, so it must be. It's my guiding artifact, and I choose to trust it unconditionally. Gao Jie took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his sword, and turned to face the alley entrance. 3 seconds later, Hu Rui arrived as expected, blocking his escape. Their eyes locked, and Hu Rui unhesitatingly drew his bow, ready with 9 arrows. 9 stars align, Hu Rui shouted, and the arrows shot out like meteors. At that moment, he demonstrated his cautious approach to every opponent like a lion using all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Just when everyone thought Hu Rui had the upper hand, Gao Jie did the unexpected. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Auspicious and favorable, he shouted in his heart. Fight! 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 As the arrows closed in, Gao Jie twisted his body abruptly, dodging like a startled swan. His sword flashed with the force of a thunderbolt. Clang! 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 5 arrows were precisely deflected, and the other 4 were skillfully evaded. Before Hu Rui could recover from his shock, the cold edge of Gao Jie's sword was already at his throat. Gao Jie hadn't used any special techniques. He had turned the tables with just his swordsmanship and agility. Of course, the compass's guidance played a crucial role. The audience was silent, still immersed in the excitement of cheering for Hu Rui. The sudden reversal left everyone dumbfounded. What they witnessed was Gao Jie dodging, blocking, and closing in with lightning speed, ending the fight with a single strike. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in cheers and discussions. A narrow escape and a comeback. That was amazing. In this era, upsets, underdogs, and unexpected events are the most talked about, and Gao Jie became famous with this one battle. Compared to the students' excitement, the experts remained calm. Zhou Guoqiang remarked, "The same swordsmanship and agility as Zhou Feng yesterday, but Gao Jie is just a beginner." Huang Zhanbing nodded in agreement. Level swordsmanship entry, level agility entry, close combat. Hu Rui's loss isn't unjustified. Zhou Feng's generous sharing sparked discussions among others. Lu Yiping laughed and said, "Zhou Feng has guts, sharing 2 martial skills just like that. Qin Zhan is in the same dorm, so he won't favor one over the other, right?" Shui Mangjuan's leader joked, "Qin Zhan hasn't even joined Lu Pingjun yet, and old Lu is already defending him? Zhou Feng is a good kid, loyal, generous, and smart." Zhou Guoqiang grumbled jealously, "That's mine." But no one paid him any mind. Someone concluded, "The police department has no chance this time." In the arena, Hu Rui stood stunned for a good 10 seconds before snapping back to reality. "I lost." Gao Jie lightly shook his sword and nodded slightly. Hu Rui reluctantly raised his hand and shouted to the referee on the distant high-rise, "I concede." The referee, a moment slow, only acted to transport the two out of the arena after seeing Hu Rui admit defeat. As soon as Gao Jie stepped off the stage, he was surrounded by enthusiastic classmates. "Gao Jie, you're amazing. You were hiding such skills. What swordsmanship was that? Did you gain it after enlightening your sword?" "I knew it. Choosing a sword as your artifact was the right choice." Gao Jie, take care of me." Zhang Lin arrived just in time to break up the commotion. All right. Gao Jie, you must be tired. Get some rest and prepare for the next round." Some joked that Zhang Lin had the 3 stars of Class 7, making this year's exchange competition his biggest gain. With students like Zhou Feng performing excellently, Zhang Lin was naturally pleased, but what gratified him more was their growth. Su Meina eagerly looked Gao Jie up and down, asking with concern, "Gao Jie, are you hurt?" Gao Jie watched Su Meina warily, suspicion filling his eyes. He thought to himself, This woman must be up to no good. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Does she expect me to get hurt? I'm pretty tough. Gao Jia waved his arm dismissively, his expression full of disdain. His straightforward and clueless behavior clearly irritated the petty Su Mena. 3 imaginary lines of frustration appeared on her forehead as she sneered. Heh, don't come to me for help the next time you get hurt. She shook the green jade bracelet in her hand as she spoke. As a non-combatant enchanter, Su Mena didn't participate in the exchange competition. Her first enchanted item was this green jade bracelet, which had healing abilities. Recently, she had been busy healing others, getting familiar with her new powers. Zhou Feng walked over and lightly punched Gao Jia on the arm, laughing as he tried to ease the tension. Haha, second brother is always like this. Mena, don't mind him. I'll give him a talking to later. Qin Zhan remained silent as he walked to the other side, and also gave Gao Jia a punch. The perfectly synchronized interaction between the brothers prompted Gao Jia to wisely keep his mouth shut. Su Mena haughtily lifted her chin, snorted, and said, I'll forgive you this time for Zhou Feng's sake. With that, she walked away humming a tune. Gao Jia looked puzzled and asked, what does she mean? What did I do? Zhou Feng patted Gao Jia on the shoulder and explained, it's nothing. She means that you should go to her if you ever get hurt. Gao Jia suddenly understood, but still looked wary. I knew it. She's hoping I'll get hurt. I knew I wasn't wrong about her. But I won't get hurt, he said confidently. Zhou Feng and Qin Zhan exchanged a helpless glance, thinking, oh no, the fool's ego has inflated, turning him into a bigger fool. Meanwhile, Xiaozhen casually approached Su Mena, pretending to ask nonchalantly, Mena, how well do you understand your enchanted item? What abilities does it have? Su Mena was busy treating classmates who had just come off the field and replied irritably, can't you see for yourself? It's for healing. Everyone knew about Xiao Zheng colluding with Zhang Binfan to bully Zhao Yi, Gao Jia, and others. Collaborating with outsiders to bully classmates was always a taboo in their class. Except for a few loyal followers, Xiao Zheng had long been ostracized in Class 7. However, he didn't seem to care. Xiao Zheng continued, Mena, brother Zhang, is injured too. You could use the practice. How about it? No. Su Mena decisively interrupted Xiao Zheng, firmly refusing. She thought to herself, it's lucky I'm not beating him up. Treating him is out of the question. Xiao Zheng awkwardly laughed, trying to ease the tension. We're all classmates here. Why be so hostile toward us? Classmates. Su Mena raised her voice. When Gao Jia was being stepped on, why didn't you say we were classmates? When Zhao Yi was forced to eat the blood Ganoderma, risking his life, why didn't you say we were classmates? Pressed by Su Mena's relentless questioning, Xiao Zheng involuntarily took a step back, his momentum completely suppressed. He softly explained, competitions between superhumans naturally come with risks. Everyone who signs up should be prepared, accepting the consequences. It's no one's fault but their own. Su Mena rolled her eyes and sarcastically retorted, yeah, why don't you go and let Zhang Binfan accept his own consequences? With that, she turned and continued her work. Xiao Zheng stood there, not knowing what to say. The Zhang family was wealthy and lacked nothing, and Zhang Binfan's injuries had long been healed. Xiao Zheng just wanted to bring Su Mena to Zhang Binfan to make connections and integrate into that circle. However, unknowingly, the distance between them had grown. The first round of the competition concluded with 94 contestants successfully advancing. In the opening match of the second round, Zhou Feng took the stage again, facing a power-based opponent. He chose a close combat strategy, relying solely on his own strength. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed throughout the venue as Zhou Feng completely dominated his opponent, forcing him to retreat continuously. Once warmed up, Zhou Feng suddenly exerted his strength, charging forward and delivering a powerful punch to his opponent's chest. The opponent flew back several meters like a kite with a broken string and admitted defeat on the spot. Lu Rongzhou's scimitar remained unmatched, defeating opponents with a single move. Huang Yukai advanced effortlessly and with flair. Huang Lei, unfortunately, had to withdraw due to unhealed injuries and insufficient recovery of his abilities, but his strength was still recognized and remained a focal point of attention. Qin Zhan, with his spear, advanced to the top 12 without relying on anything else. Gao Jia pushed himself to the limit to reach the top 24, ultimately losing to Wan Xiaocheng from Class 6, who specialized in defense. This achievement was beyond expectations, and Gao Jia was satisfied. Xiao Zheng, unfortunately, faced Zhou Feng in the top 24 battle and was defeated within 10 seconds, ending his journey there. The list of the top 12 was freshly announced, with Zhou Feng and Qin Zhan from Class 7 prominently included. Also among them were Lu Rongzhou and Zhang Binfan from Class 1, Huang Yukai from Class 2, Wan Xiaocheng from Class 6, Fan Lu from Class 9, and others. The final competition adopted a round-robin format. In the first match, the top-ranked contestant could freely choose an opponent, while the opponent had the right to select the terrain. In the second match, the second-ranked could choose, and so on. Once two contestants had faced each other, They could not compete again until everyone had completed 11 matches. After the rules were announced, the teacher signaled Zhou Fong to choose his opponent. Without hesitation, Zhou Fong pointed to Zhang Binfan. He thought to himself that he should strike decisively while his cards were still in play and his skills fully ready. He wouldn't make the mistake of holding back like the protagonists in novels who often end up failing. Zhang Binfan looked slightly disappointed, as he had planned to let others exhaust Zhou Fang's resources before making his move. Unexpectedly, Zhou Fang targeted him right away. After a moment of hesitation and weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Binfan decided to accept the challenge. After all, he had prepared some new cards last night, which he intended to test against Zhou Fang. I choose the Ice Flow Sea, Zhang Binfan declared his chosen terrain. The referee gave him a meaningful look. This terrain was obviously meant to limit close combat, but Zhang Binfan himself was a melee ability user, making his intention unclear. Zhou Fang frowned in thought, unable to discern Zhang Binfan's plan. The two ascended the platform, and with a wave of the referee's hand, they were instantly transported into the Lingua Jushuan Tower. Zhou Fang's surroundings changed abruptly to reveal an expansive sea, with floating ice of various sizes beneath his feet and a towering iceberg in the distance. Zhang Binfan stood 100 meters away, with the referee raising a red flag in the center. The duel begins, the referee announced, and then retreated 100 meters away, leaving the battlefield to the two contestants. Zhou Fang glanced at the floating ice beneath him and said, I thought you'd concede. I didn't expect you to come and choose this terrain. You must have a new enchanted item, probably something for long range. Show me what you've got. Zhang Binfan's face twisted with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Fang, you'll repay yesterday's humiliation with interest today. As he spoke, a heavy, metallic crossbow appeared in his hands. Outside the arena, Zhang Lin angrily shouted, How despicable! Miao Bei countered, What's despicable? It's an enchanted item, perfectly legal to use. The exchange competition rules only permitted the use of enchanted items and close combat weapons like swords and spears, prohibiting any non-enchanted items with long-range capabilities. Technically, Zhang Binfan's actions were not against the rules. Zhang Lin, still indignant, said, He enchanted a crossbow. Why not just enchant a machine gun? Miao Bei blushed and was momentarily speechless. Wei Ying quickly interjected, Let it go, teacher Zhang. Trust that Zhou Fang will figure something out. The Zhang family, wealthy and influential, had provided a crade metal crossbow. Even without enchantment, it posed a lethal threat to subgrade superhumans. Zhang Binfan enchanted the crossbow purely to exploit its inherent power. As a mass-produced weapon of modern technology, enchantment might not significantly enhance its power, nor could it scale with the user's strength. This approach completely disregarded the original intent of enchanting, purely seeking an advantage in the exchange competition. The students on-site were abuzz with discussions, protesting against such tactics of cheating, relying on family wealth, and comparing resources. Some openly stated that this was like pay-to-win, leaving ordinary players without a chance. The leaders of the various departments of the Eastern Hua Empire also frowned, clearly disapproving of such behavior. On the battlefield, Zhang Binfan initiated the attack. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed through the air. The crossbow was designed to counter superhumans, with astonishing speed. Serpentine step. Zhou Fang lowered his center of gravity, twisting his waist like an axle, and narrowly dodged the arrow. But he found himself at the edge of the floating ice, unable to stop in time. He had to leap to another piece of ice. His great mastery of movement skills wasn't enough to walk on water. As Zhou Fang leaped, another arrow whistled toward him. In midair, Zhou Fang had no choice but to take the hit. Dragon form of the 9 transformations. Dragon scales of the 9 transformations. Zhou Fang activated 2 cards. A dragon's roar echoed from within Zhou Fang. In an instant, his body was covered in dragon scales, and he crossed his arms to shield his chest. Clang! The arrow struck the scales on Zhou Fang's arm and ricocheted away. However, the immense impact still pushed Zhou Fang back. With no leverage in midair, Zhou Fang was about to be thrown into the icy sea. Zing! The sword on Zhou Fang's back unsheathed, launching his strongest strike at the water's surface. Boom! The water exploded, allowing Zhou Fang to twist his body and land steadily on another piece of floating ice. Zhang Binfan sneered. How many times can you dodge? He continued firing the crossbow. Whoosh! Another arrow sliced through the air. Instead of retreating, Zhou Fang charged straight at Zhang Binfan. Zhang Binfan scoffed. You can't break through my defense, so what's the point? Clang! Clang! Arrows repeatedly struck Zhou Fang, who used his sword technique to barely avoid critical hits while in midair. Let's see how many hits you can take. Zhang Binfan didn't believe Zhou Fang could withstand all the attacks unscathed. After taking over a dozen arrows from Zhang Binfan, Zhou Fang was shaken to the point of nearly spitting blood. With only 30 meters left between them, Zhang Binfan put away his crossbow. You forced my hand, now die. Zhang Binfan produced another enchanted item. You forced me to do this, now die. Zhang Binfan roared, pulling out a brand new enchanted item from his pocket. Zhou Fang's eyes were instantly drawn to it, his heartbeat quickening as if it would leap from his chest. Does being a 9-star enchanter make you so special? Bullying people like this? Zhou Fang muttered through gritted teeth. Off the field, Zhang Lin stood dumbfounded, as if his own pessimistic predictions had come true. It was indeed an MP5 submachine gun, gleaming with a cold metallic shine. Everyone knew that superhumans below rank D couldn't withstand the power of such a weapon. Zhou Guoqiang frowned, questioning. Where did the Zhang family get their hands on a firearm? Isn't that illegal? His subordinate quickly pulled out a phone and made a few calls. Moments later, the subordinate reported back. A superhuman from the Zhang family applied for it yesterday. They pulled some strings and got it approved the same day. It's considered a superhuman privilege, so it's barely justifiable. Liu Yiping nodded in understanding. Registered superhumans can indeed request assistance from the Empire in times of need, including access to firearms and other resources. On the field, students erupted in protest. This is too unfair, someone shouted. Using a submachine gun in a competition? Might as well just see who has more money. More voices joined in. Dean, stop the match. Zhang Binfan should be disqualified. Dean Yufusai wore a grave expression, contemplating how to calm the crowd, when the situation on the field took a dramatic turn. Just as Zhang Binfan raised the submachine gun, Zhou Fang gritted his teeth and swiftly threw a card. If you're ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust. Zhou Fang silently prayed for Zhang Binfan. The card flashed in the air, revealing the words, Grudge of the Earth Armor Beast. A thunderous roar echoed across the field, followed by the sudden appearance of a giant claw above Zhang Binfan's head. It was the legendary claw of the Earth Armor Beast, so massive it was suffocating. Before Zhang Binfan could pull the trigger, the unexpected sight scared him out of his wits. He looked up in terror at the descending claw, realizing he had nowhere to escape. The claw was enormous, covering all the space around him. Boom! A deafening crash followed. Zhang Binfan, along with the ice flow beneath him, was instantly smashed into the water. The ice shattered into dozens of pieces, and Zhang Binfan's figure vanished in an instant. The sudden turn of events left the referee teacher frozen in shock. As a D-level superhuman, he knew he couldn't withstand such a formidable attack from the Earth Armor Beast. It wasn't until the giant claw disappeared that the referee snapped back to reality, remembering Zhang Binfan's predicament. He hurriedly tapped the air a few times, causing the ice field to vanish, and transported Zhou Fang and Zhang Binfan out of the competition area. Zhou Fang appeared unharmed on the platform, while to his left, Zhang Binfan lay on the ground, covered in blood, his limbs twisted at odd angles, foaming at the mouth, his fate uncertain. Even if he survived, he would likely be left incapacitated. This dramatic reversal and Zhou Fang's shocking trump card stunned everyone present. Although no one knew how Zhou Fang summoned the Earth Armor Beast's claw, considering the reputation of enchanters for their vast abilities, people didn't question it further. The medical team quickly arrived on the scene, carrying the barely conscious Zhang Binfan away. Zhang Binfan was thus eliminated prematurely. Class 1's homeroom teacher, Miao Bei, followed the medical team anxiously, constantly inquiring about Zhang Binfan's condition. What do I do now? How do I explain this to Mr. Zhang? Miao Bei was in a state of panic. Do I tell him his son spent a fortune in a school competition only to end up gravely injured? This isn't my fault. Damn it. How does Zhou Fang have so many tricks up his sleeve? Miao Bei was too preoccupied to care about the rest of the competition, focusing solely on following the medical team out. With Zhang Binfan severely injured, no one pursued his previous spending anymore. After all, who would hold a grudge against someone who might become a cripple? The number of finalists decreased from 12 to 11. In the first match, Zhou Fang emerged victorious. The second match began, and Lu Rongzhou chose to challenge Zhou Fang. Just when everyone thought he would take advantage of Zhou Fang's fatigue, Lu Rongzhou unexpectedly said, I can wait for you to rest before we compete. Zhou Fang shook his head and calmly replied, I don't mind. I didn't expend much energy earlier. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but silently mourn for Zhang Binfan for a few seconds. Zhang Binfan was so gravely injured, yet Zhou Fang claimed he hadn't used much energy. This was undoubtedly the most ruthless assessment of Zhang Binfan, and the harshest mockery. Choose the location, Lu Rongzhou said, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he stared at Zhou Fang. Having already challenged everyone else, Lu Rongzhou saw Zhou Fang as a new formidable opponent. The emergence of Zhou Fang, a dark horse, excited Lu Rongzhou immensely, and he couldn't wait to compete against him. I choose the rooftop, Zhou Fang replied in a deep voice. He understood Lu Rongzhou's martial passion and decided to satisfy his desire for a fight. The rooftop, surrounded by open sky with no escape, was perfect for a heated confrontation. Great! Lu Rongzhou exclaimed with delight, appreciating Zhou Fang's choice. The atmosphere instantly became electric, as everyone anticipated this intense, close-quarters showdown. Atop the skyscraper, the area was wide open, and one misstep could lead to a fall and defeat. However, Everyone knew that the referee would intervene to save them in a critical moment. Lu Rongzhou gripped a sharp blade in each hand, his eyes locked onto Zhou Fong. He made the first move, swinging his dual blades with deadly intent. His crescent moon blades technique was fierce and intimidating. Clang! Zhou Fong drew his sword without hesitation, his level swordsmanship having reached an advanced level. His sword moved with the speed of lightning, swift as a gale, with fierce and cunning strikes. Clang! 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 The sound of metal against metal echoed continuously as the two battled fiercely on the rooftop. Lu Rongzhou's clever blade technique was powerful, but Zhou Fong's mastery of his swordsmanship was even more refined. The two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Despite having many tricks up his sleeve, Zhou Fong chose to rely solely on his pure swordsmanship for a fair fight with Lu Rongzhou, seeking to explore his own limits. He understood that true martial arts skill was fundamental, while temporary skills gained from cards weren't a lasting foundation. Lu Rongzhou's blade technique emphasized force and aggression, while Zhou Fong's swordsmanship was versatile and skillful. Below, the Empire's elites began discussing their martial techniques. Huang Zhanbing remarked, "Level swordsmanship is lacking. If not for Zhou Fong's mastery, he might have already lost." Lu Yiping responded calmly, "Mastery of swordsmanship is also a testament to Zhou Fong's strength." Zhou Guoqiang, being an adept, keenly noticed some flaws in Zhou Fong's swordsmanship. Zhou Fong's swordsmanship seems to lack something, with some moves appearing redundant and not fluid. It turned out that the Jade Maiden sword technique Zhou Fong used was originally a level dual sword technique, downgraded to level when used solo. Many moves were designed to complement the other half, making them seem awkward when used alone. This kid must be holding back again, Huang Zhanbing realized, clapping his hands. The elites had studied Zhou Fong's records and knew he often hid his true abilities. "No, he's giving it his all with this sword technique," Lu Yiping said, staring intently at the screen with a glint in his eyes. On the field, the students were abuzz with excitement, discussing the battle. "The blade technique is so fast, I can't even see how Zhou Fong blocks it," a bespectacled boy exclaimed, squinting in amazement. The left blade was brilliant, with a tricky angle, but Zhou Fong saw through it, a chubby boy commented insightfully. "It was the right blade. Can't you tell left from right?" The bespectacled boy retorted, insisting he saw Lu Rongzhou strike with his right hand. A tall, thin boy behind them couldn't help but interject. "Lu Rongzhou is using both blades at once, but Zhou Fong's swordsmanship is faster. Didn't you guys see it clearly?" By now, Zhou Fong's swordsmanship had reached its peak, each strike a work of art, captivating the audience. Although Zhou Fong and Lu Rongzhou were evenly matched in strength, Zhou Fong's swordsmanship was far more graceful and visually stunning compared to Lu Rongzhou's blade technique. The duel between Zhou Fong and Lu Rongzhou was intense, with their sword and blade techniques clashing brilliantly. Though both were evenly matched, Zhou Fong undoubtedly had the upper hand in terms of elegance. His swordplay flowed like water, with each move exuding a touch of grace and agility. On the sidelines, a tall, slender man stood next to a girl in a long dress, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, Zhou Fong's move Celestial Sword is so cool. It's as if a celestial being descended to earth." A chubby boy nearby curiously asked, "How do you know that move is called Celestial Sword?" The girl confidently replied, "This move is exactly like the one Yi Guqing used in the movie. It must be Celestial Sword." The crowd, hearing this, was left with puzzled expressions and found themselves at a loss for words. As the battle continued, Lu Rongzhou's moves became noticeably slower, clearly struggling. As an energy-based fighter, lasting 15 minutes was already impressive. With his energy depleted, his blade techniques naturally weakened. In contrast, Zhou Fong had the advantage, relying solely on his physical strength to wield his sword, capable of fighting for hours. At this moment, he was just getting warmed up. Zhou Fong initially planned to take down Lu Rongzhou, but suddenly recalled the frightening moment when Zhang Binfan pulled out an MP5 submachine gun. The memory still made him uneasy. He thought to himself, Lu Rongzhou is an 8-star enlightened one. He might have some hidden tricks. There's a possibility he has a powerful weapon like a rocket launcher. He might be pretending to be weak, waiting for me to let my guard down before unleashing his full power. Damn, that's likely. Fine, I'll play along. Zhou Fong deliberately slowed his sword moves to match Lu Rongzhou, while probing. Lu Rongzhou, why are you already struggling? Are you hiding some secret technique? Lu Rongzhou's eyes lit up, thinking, Zhou Fong is also faltering? His swordplay is weakening, and he's resorting to trash talk. He must be running out of steam. If I push a bit more, I can win. He cautiously asked, what about you? Where are your strange cards? With that, he gritted his teeth and summoned energy, his blade becoming 3 times sharper, ready to deliver a fatal blow during Zhou Fong's supposed weakness. Seeing this, Zhou Fong immediately increased his strength, his long sword effortlessly breaking through Lu Rongzhou's blade techniques. He was secretly pleased. I knew it. He was definitely pretending. There must be a hidden card. The two continued exchanging over 100 moves. The referee on the sideline scratched his head. Why do these two alternate between fierce attacks and weak maneuvers? Always evenly matched? Could they be acting? Should I declare them guilty of match fixing? I'll just wait and see how long they can keep this up. After another 10 minutes, Lu Rongzhou's energy was completely exhausted, his final slash weak and ineffective. Zhou Fong feigned difficulty, lightly fending off the attack. Lu Rongzhou, with a determined look, thought, I'm about to win, he's almost done. If I hold out a bit longer, victory will be mine. Zhou Fong, on the other hand, remained on guard. It's almost time, he's about to reveal his trump card. Lu Rongzhou mustered his last bit of strength and lunged at Zhou Fong. But at that moment, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Zhou Fong, preparing to parry, heard a thud, and saw Lu Rongzhou collapse to the ground. He's faking it, definitely faking it. Zhou Fong cautiously took 3 steps back, his eyes fixed on his fallen opponent. He turned to the referee, a hint of confusion in his voice. Sir, he's down. Shouldn't you start counting? The referee, caught between amusement and exasperation, shouted, Count? Are you kidding me? He fainted from exhaustion. Zhou Fong wins. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of white light enveloped them, transporting both out of the arena. The crowd on the field erupted into cheers. Zhou Fong, you're unbeatable. Zhou Fong, I love you. Master Zhou, take me as your disciple. In just 2 days, Zhou Fong had amassed a legion of ardent fans. Zhou Fong stood there, bewildered. Had he really won? He wondered to himself, what happened to the hidden cards? Why didn't they show up? The medical team quickly arrived, taking Lu Rongzhou away. After a quick diagnosis, the doctor announced that Lu needed 3 days of rest due to overexertion. The number of finalists dropped from 11 to 10. The remaining 9 contestants exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Another one down? Just who is this Zhou Fong? From afar, Miao Bei watched, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Class 1 had been completely wiped out. Having reduced the number of finalists by 2, Zhou Fong was now someone the other competitors instinctively avoided. This guy is too unpredictable. Who knows what trick he'll pull next, they all thought to themselves. Huang Yukai wisely chose other opponents. To him, Zhou Fong had too many tricks up his sleeve. A single opponent would be easier to handle. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan's spear was unstoppable, defeating multiple opponents in quick succession, showcasing his formidable strength. The finals proceeded swiftly, and soon it was Zhou Fong's turn to choose an opponent again. He scanned the room, finally settling his gaze on Fan Lu. Fan Lu. Then, Zhou Fong stated flatly. Hearing his name, Fan Lu couldn't help but smile wryly. Could you not add then? It makes me feel like a side character, he sighed inwardly. If only he hadn't crossed Zhou Fong before. If had known how strong Zhou Fong was, he wouldn't have ambushed him in the forest yesterday. Though they had fought before, Fan Lu knew he was no match for Zhou Fong. But conceding without a fight would be too embarrassing. He encouraged himself. Aim to last 3? No, 2 minutes against him. Taking a deep breath, Fan Lu declared, I choose the ring. A collective gasp echoed among the students. Close combat. Where did Fan Lu find the courage? Someone joked. Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru. Zhou Fong frowned slightly, thinking that Fan Lu must have some hidden card. After all, as a 6-star enchanter, he might have prepared some new enchanted items. Why else would he dare to challenge him in the ring, head-to-head? Quickly calculating in his mind, Zhou Fong planned to test with his sword skills first, then carefully confirm, draw out Fan Li's hidden card, and adapt accordingly. He rehearsed over a dozen strategies, remaining highly vigilant. The two were enveloped in white light, instantly transported into the tower, appearing on the ring. Zhou Fong focused intently on Fan Lu, deciding to employ Plan 39, start with the Immortal Points the Way move, which Fan Lu would surely dodge. Then proceed accordingly. Surely he could draw out Fan Li's hidden card. Fan Lu, equally focused, felt his nerves about to explode. He kept repeating to himself, Zhou Fong's swordsmanship is elusive, as swift as the wind, and I can't keep up. But it's okay, my research shows if he strikes from the left, he'll end up attacking my right. If he strikes high, he'll target my lower half. Yes, that's it. Begin. The referee declared, and Zhou Fong swung his sword without hesitation. Fan Lu concentrated hard on Zhou Fong's sword, his heart pounding. As expected, the sword came swiftly and unpredictably. It came from the left, so it must be targeting my right. I'll dodge left, no mistake. Fan Lu swiftly twisted, dodging left. However, his movement seemed more like walking into a trap, his head heading straight for Zhou Fong's sword. Zhou Fong was momentarily stunned. What kind of powerful move was this? With no time to change his move, he quickly altered his sword's trajectory, switching from a slice to a strike. Clang! A loud crash. Fan Lu crashed heavily to the ground, his face bloodied, motionless. Fan Lu fell to the ground, his face covered in blood. Zhou Fong's sword seemed to possess a strange power, causing Fan Li's head to collide with it, leaving him with a severe head injury. The audience was stunned, exclaiming, This is uncanny. Zhou Fong is truly something else. The referee loudly declared, Zhou Fong wins. Zhou Fong was bewildered, thinking, did I win just like that? Did I somehow rig this? The medical team quickly arrived, carrying the unconscious Fan Lu off the field. The diagnosis revealed that Fan Lu might have a serious concussion and would need a month to recover. With the original lineup of 10 competitors now reduced to 9, the remaining participants looked at Zhou Fong with mixed emotions, as if saying, we can't even fill the top 10 now. Zhou Fong, can't you be a bit more considerate? Zhou Fong helplessly protested. Does anyone believe I didn't do it on purpose? Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. One-hit KO, Zhou Fong is unbeatable. Zhou Fong, I want to have your babies. Zhou Fong, I love you. The audience's blatant enthusiasm left Zhou Fong at a loss. With the top contender from Class 9 defeated by a single strike from Zhou Fong, the stark difference in skill made Zhou Fong an instant idol. The competition continued. Zhou Fong, Huang Yukai, and Qin Zhan each defeated their opponents in succession. When it was Huang Youcai's turn to choose an opponent, he pointed straight at Wan Xiaoqing. Known for his impressive defense and strength, Wan Xiaoqing from Class 6 was, however, countered by Huang Youcai's style. As the martial arts saying goes, no defense is unbreakable, only speed is unbeatable. Using his exceptional agility, Huang Yukai easily defeated Wan Xiaoqing. Rubbing his head, Wan Xiaoqing muttered in frustration, I'll get a helmet next time and see how you beat me then. Huang Yukai simply smiled quietly. When it was Wan Xiaoqing's turn to choose, he unhesitatingly said, I pick Qin Zhan, at least he's a normal person. Zhou Fong silently thought, that feels a bit offensive. Qin Zhan faced Wan Xiaoqing, his spear striking like a dragon, with relentless, fierce moves. However, Wan Xiaoqing only defended and did not attack, his defense as solid as a fortress. The battle lasted over 10 minutes, and despite Qin Zhan's full effort, he couldn't break through and had to concede. When it was Qin Zhan's turn to choose, he could only face Zhou Fong. However, Qin Zhan immediately conceded, acknowledging, I know Zhou Fong's strength, I can't match it. No point in wasting both our energies. Next, it was Zhou Fong's turn to choose an opponent. Zhou Fong faced Huang Yukai, who chose the setting. Setting, Snowfield, Huang Yukai calmly announced. Zhou Fong couldn't help but complain. Why choose such a place? Even if we're superhumans, we still feel the cold. The cold wind made him shiver involuntarily. Huang Yukai elegantly played with his pocket watch and smiled slightly. I admit, when I first encountered you in the second-level trial space, I underestimated you. I thought a small cat was passing by, but it turned out to be a tiger descending the mountain. I've been looking forward to fighting you for a long time. This battle will decide the champion. Huang Yukai implied that whoever won between them would be the competition's champion, as no one else was worthy of the title. Huang Yukai continued, our duel deserves such a setting. Zhou Fong was uninterested in the drama and directly asked, who said a snowy day matches a duel? Huang Yukai looked surprised. Isn't it obvious? In movies, Shimin Shueishue and Yi Guqing's duel was just like this. He gave a look as if Zhou Fong had never seen the world. Zhou Fong thought to himself, still just a kid, watching those silly movies. I watched The Legend of Lu XX before, and it wasn't this ridiculous. The match officially began. The referee waved the flag. Zhou Fong said no more, using his agility to advance rapidly. His figure moved like a shooting star, with snowflakes flying behind him, tracing a graceful arc across the pure white snowfield. In a flash, Zhou Fong appeared in front of Huang Yukai, leaving the audience gasping in astonishment at his unprecedented speed. Zhou Fong brandished his sword, the blade shimmering like snowflakes in a storm, dancing with the wind. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, captivated by Zhou Fong's exquisite swordsmanship. Although Huang Yukai couldn't match Zhou Fong's speed, he narrowly avoided each strike, as if predicting the direction of Zhou Fong's attacks. The battle seemed perilous, with the spectators holding their breath, expecting Huang Yukai to fall to Zhou Fong's sword at any moment. However, Huang Yukai remained calm and composed. After more than 30 exchanges, he was completely unharmed. Not even his clothing was touched by Zhou Fong. Despite unleashing his fastest speed and strongest sword techniques, Zhou Fong couldn't land a hit on Huang Yukai. Regardless of the move, if it didn't hit the opponent, it was useless. Huang Yukai occasionally glanced at his pocket watch instead of focusing on Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong noticed the watch glowed, its hands moving erratically. Time-space technique. Truly extraordinary. Zhou Fong thought to himself, wait, I have a time-space technique too. I wonder if it can counter his. Decisively, Zhou Fong threw a card with his left hand time-space exploration. In an instant, the river of time emerged. Zhou Fong's mind surged with energy as he controlled the card, shouting, River of time, bend to my will. His energy rapidly drained into the card, causing the river of time to churn violently. Ugh! Huang Yukai suddenly spat out blood, and his pocket watch shattered. Staring at Zhou Fong in disbelief, he thought, what kind of technique is that? It interrupted my time-space technique. Only a stronger time-space technique could do that. Zhou Fong placed his sword against Huang Youcai's neck, ending the match. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The genius of the Huang family, master of the time-space technique, is no match for the 3-foot blade of Zhou Feng. The mystical time-space technique falters before the brilliance of Zhou Feng's sword. Zhou Feng is invincible. Wherever the divine sword points, no one can stand against it. The students in the audience cheered fervently. Before yesterday, who would have thought the top spot would belong to Zhou Feng? From today on, the top spot is indisputably his. While the students were ecstatic, the experts were left in shock. Zhou Feng not only knew the time-space technique, but was stronger than Huang Yukai. Domestically, the Huang family is renowned for their deep study of the time-space technique. Huang Yukai could be defeated. The time-space technique is not invincible. But a member of the Huang family losing with the time-space technique was astonishing to the experts. Huang Yukai walked off the stage, looking at the shattered pocket watch in his hand, dazed. Huang Zhanbing hurried down from the audience to comfort him, saying, "Our family's time-space technique isn't unbeatable. There will always be extraordinary talents emerging, and the time-space technique will become secondary." Huang Yukai smiled wryly. "Uncle, are you comforting me? It feels like adding insult to injury. It was me who lost, not the Huang family's time-space technique." Huang Zhanbing shook his head and said, "The time-space technique is ultimately just a tool. Your father became renowned worldwide because of his 32 styles of the cloak and god-slaying axe. Don't become too absorbed in the time-space technique, or in your era, you'll truly become secondary." Huang Yukai recalled Lu Rongzhou's assessment of him strong in defense, lacking in offense. He seemed to understand something and nodded. "I know. Thank you, uncle." Huang Yukai nodded in thanks, but inside he felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Without his time-space ability, he suddenly felt worthless. In his confrontation with Qin Zhan, Huang Yukai was completely overwhelmed, with no chance to fight back. The intergrade competition concluded, and the final results were announced. Zhou Feng emerged as the champion with a perfect record of 11 wins and 0 losses, while Qin Zhan and Huang Yukai tied for second place with 6 wins and 2 losses each. Wan Xiaoqing followed closely with 5 wins and 3 losses. Despite the absence of 3 participants, the results were still impressive. At the award ceremony, Zhou Feng accepted the champion's trophy with an expressionless face. Such honors were commonplace for him. However, when he received the pure energy stone worth 150,000, a flicker of excitement finally crossed his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such a precious energy stone, and he could feel the resonance with the energy within him from afar. As Zhou Feng pondered how to use the energy stone, the mysterious box in his consciousness suddenly stirred. Clearly, it was also coveting the energy stone. Zhou Feng cursed inwardly. How could he feed this bottomless pit when he himself had not had enough? Yet, just as he decided to keep the energy stone for himself, a wave of forlorn emotion from his consciousness space made him hesitate. The 3 awardees stood on stage, holding their trophies as applause and cheers erupted from the audience below, clearly directed at Zhou Feng. He had conquered everyone with undeniable strength and was the undisputed champion. Class 7 basked in the glory, with teacher Zhang Lin receiving congratulations from other teachers one after another. After all, the class reward was far more substantial than the champion's prize on stage. Subsequently, the teacher announced the official launch of the battle rankings. The initial rankings were based on the competition results, and in 3 months, the final rankings would determine city assignments. Everyone had 1 challenge opportunity per day, and the winner could take the opponent's ranking. For superhumans, these city assignments were as crucial as job placements for ordinary people. In the Donghua Empire, superhumans were strictly regulated. Anyone using their powers to disrupt social order would face swift capture, detention, and trial. Most students at the Academy of Enlightenment were orphans with no family support, and their education was limited to high school. Without academy placement, they couldn't attend university and lacked educational credentials to support themselves after entering society. Resorting to using their powers for money risked crossing the empire's red lines. Thus, academy placement became their best option. The Academy of Enlightenment would first enroll them in high school for their senior year, after which they could take the college entrance exam. Upon graduation, they could choose to serve the empire or find their own path under supervision. I must go to Modu. I think Jingxing is better. A top high school is best. I want to go to college. I heard there's only 1 spot per high school. We might not be classmates. Students were abuzz with conversation, and the teacher continued to explain. Indeed, city assignments are a backdoor for the empire to arrange proper identities for you. Remember, no one knows you are superhumans. If exposed, you will be expelled. Spots in big cities and top schools are limited, and those with higher battle rankings get priority. Additionally, your superhuman internal communication app accounts have been activated. Scan the code to download and explore it yourselves. With that, a gigantic QR code appeared on the screen. Students on the field eagerly took out their phones to download the app. Zhou Feng stared at the app on his phone, grumbling, "Slow courier? What a lack of creativity. This doesn't sound like a superhuman exclusive communication app at all." Yet, when he opened the app, he was taken aback. The interface was sleek and feature-rich, unlike any official app he'd seen. It had everything: friends, private chats, group creation, forums, an auction house, and a social feed. The most eye-catching feature was a large circle in the center labeled Courier. Curious, Zhou Feng clicked on it and found a plethora of information. There were teams hunting down beasts with generous rewards, official recruitment for superhumans, and various city job postings. As Zhou Feng delved deeper, Zhang Lin explained, originally, this was for posting tasks, mostly security work. Some small-time rich people can't afford full-time bodyguards, so they hire superhumans for short-term protection. Since the job involves running around, it's called Courier. Over time, it evolved into a recruitment platform with fewer task postings. As Zhou Feng browsed, he casually opened his personal profile. The app had updated his basic information. Zhou Feng, 18 years old, a level strength, Academy of Enlightenment, first place in the grade competition with a record-breaking score. Some private information, such as his status as a one-star enlightener, cultivation method, and enlightenment item, was not displayed, likely accessible only to the Empire's top brass. Seeing Zhou Feng put down his phone, Zhang Lin continued to explain. Tasks here get completed very quickly, so they don't last long. But recruitment information is different. Many departments are perpetually understaffed, so recruitment posts stay up. Indeed, when Zhou Feng checked again, the team up to hunt beasts post had already disappeared. Does this mean there are quite a few freelance superhumans? Zhou Feng speculated. The official channels struggle to recruit, but freelance superhumans can quickly team up to complete tasks. Zhang Lin shook his head, explaining, superhumans are a strategic resource, and the Empire can never have enough, so the demand is high. Many freelance superhumans have modest incomes and live frugally. When a task is posted, superhumans from across the city or even the province rush to compete, so these posts have very short lifespans. Zhang Lin gazed at Zhou Feng with a heavy and sincere tone. Zhou Feng, today the Empire's higher-ups are bound to extend an olive branch to you. You must consider carefully and not give up a promising future for so-called freedom. He paused, turning his eyes towards Qin Zhan, who stood silently by. Qin Zhan, this applies to you as well. Zhou Feng understood. He was well aware of the logic why abandon the strongest backing to become a struggling lone practitioner. He wasn't foolish. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Zhou Feng nodded solemnly in agreement. Qin Zhan also nodded obediently, fully aware that the key departments of the Empire were the best places for orphans like them, and his patriotic upbringing left him with no resistance to the idea. Zhou Feng then raised a question. Since the Empire has always been recruiting superhumans, why are some of these lone practitioners unwilling to join? Zhou Guoqiang stepped in to answer. There are three main reasons. First, some have weak foundations and false combat abilities. Those at the level can't even defeat an A-level monster. The Empire doesn't want these blowhard superhumans who have the rank, but not the strength. Huang Zhanbing interjected. Secondly, some are unruly and truly value freedom, unwilling to be bound by the Empire. Lastly, it's like the difference between campus recruitment and social recruitment. You, the talents nurtured by the Imperial Academy, are the future pillars. Those social superhumans can only take on menial and dangerous tasks. They know this well, so they prefer to struggle in society rather than become cannon fodder. Zhou Feng suddenly understood the key point. Currently, they had clear backgrounds, received patriotic education from a young age, and were trusted by the Empire, allowing them to be entrusted with important responsibilities. But once they entered society, their experiences became unpredictable, their identities unclear, and they might even be suspected of being spies. At that moment, Zhou Guoqiang, Lu Yiping, and a group of other bigwigs gathered around. Zhou Feng and Zhang Lin were caught off guard, feeling a bit flustered by the unexpected attention. Although they had seen these figures on TV, they had never been this close. A leader from the Central Command was straightforward. Zhou Feng, you don't have to wait 3 months. Come to the Central Command, and I'll arrange a school for you right now. Zhou Guoqiang immediately reacted, unwilling to be outdone. The Central Command is stingy. Come to the Supervisory Department, and I'll offer you an annual salary of 5 pieces of pure energy stones. Zhou Feng was thrilled. A single pure energy stone was worth 150,000, meaning he could earn an annual salary of 750,000 even before graduation, which was unimaginable. However, the Central Bureau leader glanced at Zhou Guoqiang with disdain and raised the stakes. We'll offer 10 pieces annually. Accuse the Central Command of stinginess? I'll bury you in cash, you pauper. In this fierce talent competition, Zhou Feng and Zhang Lin stood at the center of the storm, feeling both excited and nervous, unsure of how to handle this sudden opportunity and pressure. Zhou Feng stood in the center of the Imperial Military Recruitment Hall, his gaze sweeping over the representatives of the various corps, who eyed him intently. The representative from the Shuemong Army stepped forward, his voice booming. Our Shuemong Army offers you a standard grade long sword and a grade cultivation technique. An annual salary of 10 high-purity energy stones. He puffed up his chest. When it comes to resources, Our Shuimong army is second to none. Other corps representatives quickly chimed in, each offering their own enticing proposals. Huang Zhanbing, flustered, was about to speak when Lu Yiping stopped him with a glance. Lu Yiping cleared his throat. Mind your words. Let's not set a bad example for the young. Zhou Fong chuckled inwardly. At 18, he was indeed still a kid in the eyes of these seasoned veterans. Huang Zhanbing pursed his lips and fell silent, clearly intimidated by Lu Yiping, who was of the same generation as his father. Lu Yiping spoke calmly. Our dipping army has a great cultivation technique you can try. The monthly salary is the same as theirs. This offer made everyone present gasp. Grade techniques were rare in the empire, and Lu Yiping's ability to offer one was an overwhelming advantage. Huang Zhanbing hurriedly added, I can only authorize grade techniques, but I'll give you one. Plus, I'll throw in the most advanced aerial combat mech. His eyes lit up, just like in the movies, very powerful. Once you wear it, you can easily overpower grade superhumans. He paused. Oh, by the way, I'm from the Tianqing army. Zhou Fong quickly considered his options. These were critical departments of the empire, with strict regulations. While he wanted a secure position, he also valued his freedom. He suddenly asked, do any of you offer weekends off? This question left the assembled leaders momentarily stunned. Lu Yiping and Huang Zhanbing exchanged glances, while others appeared equally puzzled. Most of these departments operated under strict military discipline, with no concept of weekends off. Zhou Guoqiang's face lit up, and he quickly said, our supervision police department can offer that. No, you definitely will have it. The leader from the Central Command Department chimed in. We can offer that too. Exceptions can be made. Zhou Fong pressed on. What about holidays? Can I go to the movies with my girlfriend? Can I shop at the mall? Huang Zhanbing and Lu Yiping looked uneasy. Military management left little room for such freedoms. Zhou Guoqiang eagerly nodded. We can. The Central Command leader also agreed, but was silenced by a stern look from Zhou Guoqiang. Zhou Fong continued to push. Freedom to choose cities, annual overseas trips, freedom in love and marriage, even with foreigners? Zhou Guoqiang nodded repeatedly. Yes, all of that. The Central Command leader hesitated, clearly finding these conditions too lenient for an intelligence department. Zhou Fong suddenly shifted his tone. Isn't the Supervision Police Department's compensation a bit low? Zhou Guoqiang's smile froze, his muscles twitching as he replied. That's the maximum we can offer. Superhumans in the Supervision Police Department are generally quite idle, as there aren't that many superhuman crimes. If we offer more, what would the other grade superhumans in the inspection department think? Hearing the word idle, Zhou Fong's eyes brightened. This suggested he might have more free time to explore the broader world of superhumans, rather than being confined to a single department. His gaze flickered between the representatives, weighing the pros and cons of each offer. Zhou Fong stood at a crossroads in his life, struggling internally. He longed for freedom and the chance to explore a wider world of superpowers, but the constraints and secrets of the organization made him hesitant. Taking a deep breath, he looked directly into Zhou Guoqiang's eyes and asked, what about cash? Even superhumans need to make a living, right? Zhou Guoqiang's eyes lit up, and he smiled slightly. He knew the negotiation had officially begun. Cash salaries are issued just like for ordinary people, through regular channels, he explained. Superhumans need to keep their identities hidden, so they can't be treated differently. Zhou Fong raised an eyebrow, his tone flat. Then why were you so enthusiastic just now? Zhou Guoqiang chuckled awkwardly and shrugged helplessly. Our police department is just that poor and straightforward. At that moment, a bigwig from the Central Intelligence Department chimed in, his face full of smiles. Zhou Fong, welcome to the right side. Zhou Guoqiang became anxious and hurriedly said, Zhou Fong, don't rush. You're the kid, your whole family is kids. Zhou Fong instinctively retorted, but then realized that at 18, he was indeed a kid in the eyes of these bigwigs over 50. He cleared his throat and decided not to dwell on the term. Seeing this, Zhou Guoqiang continued, the monthly salary can't change, it has to follow the rules. It's not good to stand out. A small officer earning more than a senior detective would raise eyebrows. He paused, then his eyes brightened. How about this? We'll provide you with an apartment, a 3-bedroom suite under the police department's name, but as long as you're with us, it's yours. Zhou Fong squinted slightly and asked, any city? The price difference between small cities and major ones can be tenfold. No problem. Zhou Guoqiang agreed immediately. You can choose from our department's accommodations. He took a deep breath and offered the final incentive. And we'll also provide you with a car, under the department's name, for your use. Zhou Fong felt tempted. This would have been top-tier treatment in his past life. He nodded slightly. All right, Minister Zhou, I look forward to working with you. Zhou Guoqiang secretly smiled, knowing that gradually revealing incentives was more enticing than offering everything at once. Great. Pack your things, and let's head out today, Zhou Guoqiang said eagerly. Today? Zhou Fong was a bit surprised. Yes, I'll handle things with the school. You won't have to wait 3 months. Zhou Guoqiang was anxious to take Zhou Fong away before any second thoughts could arise. As Zhou Fong chose the police department, other bigwigs also sprang into action. Liu Yiping turned to Qin Zhan, offering the same terms. Qin Zhan agreed almost immediately, and Zhou Fong thought that Qin Zhan's personality was a perfect fit for the ground forces. Huang Yukai was taken to the sky forces by his uncle, Huang Zhanbing. Liu Rongzhou, Wu Qijiu, and others became the focus of various departments' recruitment efforts. The other top 24 contestants also received offers from different departments, allowing them to bypass the 3-month waiting period and choose their cities without needing to participate in the battle rankings. The recruitment venue instantly became bustling, with various factions vying to recruit this group of young superhumans. The air was filled with a tense yet exciting atmosphere, as everyone made choices for their futures. After receiving the letter of intent, Gao Jie thought carefully and ultimately chose the Central Command Department. This decision marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. Meanwhile, in the Academy's medical room, Zhao Yi was undergoing his recovery process. He lay in a large glass chamber, immersed in a healing liquid, with a breathing apparatus attached to his mouth. Zhou Fong, Gao Jie, and Qin Zhan came to visit him. Through the glass, Zhou Fong asked, "How many days do you have to soak in there?" Unable to speak, Zhao Yi raised his arm and held up 3 fingers to indicate. Gao Jie curiously examined Zhao Yi's situation and suddenly asked, "Why didn't they give you clothes to wear in there?" He pressed against the glass, peering closely. Hearing this, Zhao Yi hurriedly covered his private parts with his hands, glaring angrily. However, Gao Jie ignored Zhao Yi's protest, pulled out his phone, and opened the camera. "Let's make a memory," he said with a laugh, snapping a few pictures. Click, click. Zhao Yi had no way to avoid it, his face turning red with embarrassment. Watching this, Zhou Fong shook his head gently, then said to Zhao Yi, "Third brother, we have to go now. I'm planning to head to Hang City. Second brother is going to Tian City, and big brother is off to the capital. Once you're recovered, you'll be able to rank high on the battle leaderboard. We'll be waiting for you in the outside world." Gao Jie put away his phone and excitedly added, "Our vendetta has been avenged by Old Fourth. He took down everyone who attacked us, one by one. Zhang Binfan has been taken out too. Old Fourth is now the champion of the Great Exchange competition and is quite the sensation. Everyone at school knows him, and he even got a love letter from a junior this afternoon." Gao Jie spoke with a hint of envy. Listening to Gao Jie, Zhao Yi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Zhou Fong's victory was a shared honor among the brothers. Qin Zhan, usually reserved, spoke a few more words than usual. "Take care, third brother. Your talent surpasses mine, and your future is promising. We will definitely meet again. Third brother, we're leaving. Take care," Gao Jie said finally. Zhao Yi waved goodbye from within the recovery chamber, watching the 3 depart. Not long after, Zhou Fong boarded the high-speed train to Hang City. The journey was 3 hours, and he traveled alone. Although his father, Zhou Guoqiang, a high-ranking official in the Department of Supervision, was too busy to accompany him, everything had been arranged for him. Zhou Fong's entire luggage consisted of a backpack and a sword case. Inside the case was a magical long sword, which, thanks to a certificate from the Department of Supervision, was allowed on the train as an antique. Zhou Fong placed the sword case on his lap, gently stroking it as he gazed out the window. The sword was extraordinary. Zhou Fong only realized after the exchange competition that despite enduring dozens of fierce duels, the blade showed no rust. Before leaving, Zhou Fong intended to say goodbye to Old Chun, but found out that he had resigned on the day Zhou Fong won the championship. It was said that the sword was Old Chin's family heirloom. Before leaving the Transformation Academy, Su Meina came to see Zhou Fong off. Having grown up in the same orphanage, they were closer than family. They bid farewell quietly, looking forward to meeting again someday. By the time the train arrived in Hang City, it was past 10 at night. Stepping out of the station, Zhou Fong was awestruck by the scene before him. The station's decor was more luxurious than the hotel at the foot of the Transformation Academy. The streets were lined with towering buildings, bustling with traffic and crowds. Neon lights flickered, creating a dreamlike atmosphere in the night sky. Standing in the center of one of the top-tier cities of the East China Empire, Zhou Fong felt as if he had returned to a past life. He took a deep breath, ready to embrace the new life that awaited him. As night fell, outside the headquarters of the Hang City Police Bureau, Superintendent he stood by the entrance, the blue glow of his phone screen highlighting his slightly weary face. He double-checked the face in the photo, then looked up to focus on the young man approaching him. "Student Zhou Fong, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Superintendent he tucked his phone away and stepped forward to greet him. Zhou Fong nodded slightly, responding confidently yet respectfully. "Good evening, Superintendent he. Sorry to keep you waiting." Despite Superintendent he's higher ranking above officers, detectives, inspectors, and chief inspectors within the police hierarchy, Zhou Fong, as an individual with special abilities, did not need to display excessive humility. "Superintendent," he sighed softly, "there's not much choice. People with special abilities are a state secret, and very few in the entire Hang City police system are in the know. I had to personally make arrangements." he added with a hint of helplessness. After all, the others who are aware are all higher ranked than me. Let's get you to your accommodation. It's late. Superintendent, he gestured for Zhou Fong to follow. Thank you, Superintendent, Zhou Fong replied, following him into a discreet black sedan. The car smoothly merged into the night, stopping about 20 minutes later in front of the Central Police Headquarters. As they got out, Superintendent, he couldn't help but comment, nighttime is the best, no traffic. During rush hour, this stretch takes me 2 hours. Zhou Fong frowned and asked, what do you do in emergencies? Doesn't the traffic congestion hinder the police department? Superintendent, he chuckled, there are plenty of officers patrolling the area, so whoever's closest gets to the scene first. Plus, there are talented individuals like you with, special means. He quickly corrected himself, clearly adhering to strict internal rules against discussing those with special abilities casually. The two took the elevator upstairs, where Superintendent, he opened a door. This is your room. Zhou Fong stepped inside, surveying the area. The space was indeed a 3-bedroom unit, but it was clearly converted from 4 dorm rooms. Marks on the floor indicated where several beds had been removed. He looked directly at Superintendent. Is it really necessary for me to have 4 dorm rooms to myself? Superintendent, he offered an awkward smile. Well, where else would the police department find a house for you in Hang City? If we did, what about the other gifted individuals? Do we give them one too, or not? Zhou Fong sighed, never mind. A dorm is fine. After all, any allocated housing isn't truly mine. It's just temporary. This place is actually quite nice. Thank you, Superintendent. He turned to examine the room further, suddenly remembering something. Oh, Superintendent, could you show me my car? I hope the car isn't as disappointing as the housing. Superintendent, he seemed relieved. Sure, follow me. They went to the underground garage, where Zhou Fong saw a row of brand new sedans, among them a Hyundai Mistra, which was his assigned vehicle. Are these all? Zhou Fong asked, pointing to the other cars. Superintendent, he was straightforward. Oh, those are prepped by the police bureau specifically for, well, talented individuals like you. Zhou Fong thought to himself. So this is the standard issue. Damn, the old fox tricked me. Back in the dorm, Superintendent, he bid Zhou Fong good night. Get some rest, Zhou Fong. I'll pick you up in the morning. After closing the door, Zhou Fong opened the folder Superintendent he had given him. Inside were his identification documents, school enrollment papers, and meal tickets for breakfast at the canteen downstairs. Sitting on the edge of the bed, his mind was filled with thoughts, uncertain about the challenges tomorrow would bring. Jiangding District No. 2 High School, one of the city's top 10 key high schools, is located in the bustling city center. Zhou Fong stood at the school gate, taking in the institution that would soon become his new home. He couldn't help but think that Zhou Guoqiang had really gone all out this time. The admission letter in his hand still bore the name Zhou Fong, but the other information was meticulously fabricated. Or rather, according to the Imperial database, these details were as good as real. Zhou Fong's background was cleverly designed. He had studied in another province since childhood, his parents had gone abroad for business this year, and he had returned to his hometown in Hang City to continue his education. Grade 12, Class 14. Zhou Fong frowned. He recalled that the school only had 14 classes in total. The class number made him wonder if it was a group for underachievers or those who got in through connections. But then again, with his abilities, what did it matter? A top student would excel anywhere. With 3 months until the school year began, Zhou Fong decided to focus on work. After all, making money was important. The police department had only covered the first semester's tuition, and he would have to earn the rest himself. Back at his temporary residence, Zhou Fong took out his phone and opened the Slow Courier app. He uploaded 2 photos. One of Hang City's bustling night market, the other of the solemn gates of the police department, accompanied by a caption. This city feels so empty, these memories so fierce, this heartache so intense, these crowds so overwhelming. After his shower, Zhou Fong found that the comments had exploded. Do superhumans ever sleep? He muttered to himself as he started browsing through them. Username so hard to choose commented. A shameless Fong god. You've already snagged a spot in Hang City. That was my dream. Boo-hoo. Wounded Fish sighed. Wow, Hang City's night view is so beautiful. I wish I could go. Shower excitedly asked, Fong god, is the police department a good place to work? I want to join after I graduate. Silent King Kong immediately retorted. You just want to chase after Fong god. You love-struck girl. Shower shot back, humph. You get lost. These were all classmates Zhou Fong had never met. He continued scrolling and saw Gao Jie's response. Hey, that plane in the sky is huge. Zhou Fong could only reply helplessly. I can't keep up with your thinking, second brother. Qinjian simply asked, all good? Zhou Fong replied. Everything's fine, big brother. Have you arrived? Qinjian, already enrolled. As night fell, Zhou Fong drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, just after finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, Inspector he appeared before him. Good morning, Comrade Zhou Fong. Inspector he quickly corrected himself, given the crowded and chatty environment of the cafeteria. Zhou Fong swallowed his last bite of bun and said, Inspector He, you're here early. Have you had breakfast? Care to join me? I've already eaten. Take your time. Inspector He replied, sitting across from Zhou Fong as they engaged in light conversation. Others in the cafeteria began whispering, casting frequent glances in Zhou Fong's direction. Inspector He was the third-in-command at the city's police department, and his friendly interaction with a young man was indeed notable. Who is that young guy? Seems to have a good rapport with Inspector He. Detective Sun from the criminal division curiously asked. Ding, from the operations division, eating while he spoke, said, Inspector He is even smiling. I've been here 3 years and never seen him smile. Old Lee from the investigation department mused. Could he be someone with connections to a big shot? A colleague from human resources added. The guy's name seems to be Zhou Fong. Inspector He hurriedly filed his documents yesterday afternoon, assigning him to the paranormal investigation section. Inside the police headquarters, a group of officers were engaged in a lively discussion. Their expressions were full of "I knew it" as they talked about the infamous retirement department, the paranormal investigation division. Letting people in through the back doors so blatantly. Aren't they afraid of public outrage? This is already the umpteenth time, Detective Sun said with a slight frown, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Old Lee raised a finger and lowered his voice mysteriously. Shoo. Keep it down. I've heard some insider news that the people in the paranormal division actually have real skills. Yeah, right, just playing ghost games. The others scoffed, expressing their disbelief. Those who laze around all day can't possibly have real abilities. Meanwhile, in the 28-story police headquarters, Inspector He was taking Zhou Fong up in the elevator. With a beep, Inspector He swiped his card and pressed the button for the 28th floor. Your department is officially known as the Paranormal Investigation Division, Inspector He explained. The office is on the top floor, and aside from me and a few commissioners, very few have access here. The entire floor, over 2,000 square meters, is designated for the department's supernaturals. Zhou Fong asked with curiosity. Aren't we supposed to keep our identities hidden? Isn't this a bit too high profile? This department seems anything but normal. It's practically in the spotlight. Inspector He smiled. By doing the opposite, the less suspicion you draw. Plus, no one really believes superhumans exist nowadays. With a ding, the elevator reached the 28th floor. As the doors opened, Zhou Fong saw the words Paranormal Investigation Division scrawled on the wall. 2 signs pointed in different directions, one to the bathing area, sauna, entertainment area, kitchen, and the other to the smoking room, rest area, media room, gym. Zhou Fong looked at Inspector He with a puzzled expression. Are you sure you didn't take the wrong route? This doesn't look like a legitimate office space. Haha. Don't mind these little details, it's just for appearances, Inspector He said, leading Zhou Fong to the left. This is called for appearances? What exactly are we presenting to the outside? Zhou Fong's confusion only deepened. They arrived at the entertainment area and entered after knocking. The room resembled an internet cafe, with 4 people sitting in front of 2 rows of computers. A girl wearing headphones asleep with an animation of Pegasus Meteor Fist playing on the screen. A man seriously drawing Mickey Mouse. A bald police officer watching a drama about a monk taming a snake demon. And a burly man looking at horse racing sheets. Inspector He introduced. Everyone, I've brought you a new colleague. The bald man joined his palms together. Ba, another young hero has joined the pit. Zhou Fong thought. This isn't a proper monk, and no one here seems serious. The burly man looked up and asked, What's your role? Enlightener, Zhou Fong replied. The burly man rolled his eyes and said to Inspector He, Is the police department planning to shut down the supernaturals division? Are even the enchanters being brought in? The hierarchy within the superhuman community is as intricate as a complex pyramid. The Buddhist and Taoist sects look down on each other. Martial arts experts disdain weapon masters. Weapon masters scoff at elemental mages. Practitioners look down on superhumans, and among them, enchanters sit at the very bottom of the food chain. First place. Commissioner He broke the silence, repeating the phrase as if engraving it in everyone's mind. The first place this year. Minister Zhou pulled out all the stops to secure it. His words were like a bombshell, instantly electrifying the room's atmosphere. The sleepy young girl suddenly woke up, her eyes wide with surprise. Wow, first place in the academy? That's amazing. The man engrossed in his painting put down his brush and turned to ask, First place? Are you a 9-star enchanter? Zhou Fong extended his arm, revealing a faint star mark, his lips curling slightly. 1-star enchanter. He expected this answer to disappoint them, but to his surprise, it caused an even bigger stir than when they heard he was the top student. The bald monk sprang to his feet, placing his palms together. Ba, young hero, impressive skills. I am Kong Yun, adept in palm techniques and body refinement. The girl seemed to have been activated, eagerly raising her hand. Mimi, I'm Tang Mingming, a mage specializing in fire and earth magic. The artist packed away his supplies and introduced himself leisurely. Yuan Hua, drank artist, skilled with tigers, eagles, and mice. The burly man took over, his voice booming. Kong Yun and Yuan Hua are both drank. Kong Yun is a martial monk. Tang Mingming is an rank mage. I'm Lu Lai, drank martial artist, specializing in close combat, and leader of the superhuman team. What's your name, young man? Zhou Fong hadn't expected his one-star enchanter status to earn their approval, so he introduced himself simply, Zhou Fong, a rank enchanter. My enchanted item is a box that draws a card each day with different abilities. Upon hearing this, Lu Lai and the others looked intrigued. Being first wasn't inherently intimidating, but a one-star enchanter defeating many 8 and 9-star enchanters to claim the top spot was indeed remarkable. This suggested that Zhou Fong's enchanted item was exceptional and powerful. Enchanters were often underestimated because their methods were numerous yet unfocused, resulting in low combat effectiveness. Zhou Fong was clearly not a typical enchanter. What kind of cards do you have? Tang Mingming asked curiously. Zhou Fong hesitated, feeling it was inappropriate to reveal too much right away. Lu Lai noticed his reluctance and explained, when we go on missions, we need to work together and understand each other's capabilities. Just give us a brief idea of what you can do. Zhou Fong understood and quickly analyzed his teammates' abilities. Kong Yun was likely a tank with his body refinement skills. Tang Mingming was a ranged damage mage. Captain Lu Lai was a close combat martial artist. Yuan Hua was a half-support, half-offensive summoner. After a moment's thought, Zhou Fong said, I know drank swordsmanship, mastery level. Whoa. The group collectively drew a sharp breath before Zhou Fong could finish. Are you kidding? Mastering drank swordsmanship before graduation? What kind of talent is that? Someone questioned. Commissioner, he immediately confirmed. It's true. He learned it just over 10 days ago. Zhou Fong's superb swordsmanship won him the top spot in his grade. Mastering drank swordsmanship might not necessarily secure first place, Yuan Hua remarked calmly. Tang Mingming innocently speculated. Maybe the Enchanter Academy's overall quality is lacking this year. Hearing these doubts, Zhou Fong felt a bit offended, as if his abilities were being questioned. As far as Zhou Fong knew, this year the Enchantment Academy introduced a Class C technique, causing quite a stir in the world of superpowers. Lu Lai, well connected within the academy, was fully aware of the situation. Zhou Fong casually mentioned his newly acquired ability. I can also summon a mount that can travel through walls and mountains at 200 miles per hour, usable once a day for 15 minutes. He continued, this enchantment card also grants me Class E agility and temporary enhancement abilities, putting my overall combat power beyond the peak of Class E. Zhou Fong paused deliberately to gauge everyone's reaction. Lu Lai and the others were already a bit numb. After witnessing the impressive mastery of Class D swordsmanship, these new abilities seemed less surprising. Lu Lai gestured for Zhou Fong to continue. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Fong added, lastly, there's the space-time technique, which allows exploration of the past. He intentionally left out the ability to foresee the future, as prophecy books and foreseers were rare treasures in the superpower world, attracting too much attention. Even so, everyone gasped in amazement. The space-time technique, as one of the top abilities in the superpower realm, was invaluable for the police department's investigative work. Lu Lai swallowed hard and tentatively asked, is that all? Zhou Fong gave a mysterious smile and pulled out a card from his pocket. I can also summon Class D attacks 4 times a day. Everyone exchanged glances in shock. Although there were a few Class D masters present, the fact that a recent graduate could wield Class D attacks was truly astonishing. All right, that's really it this time. Zhou Fong shrugged, feigning helplessness. Lu Lai's eyes lit up as he wrapped an arm around Zhou Fong's shoulders. Haha, Zhou Fong, right? Come, I'll treat you to dinner tonight to welcome you. He turned to wave at Inspector He. Inspector He, take care. No need to see us off. With that, he led Zhou Fong away, followed by the other 3 who were buzzing with conversation. Inspector He stood there, feeling a bit left out. I haven't even left yet. Could you at least acknowledge me? With no other choice, he departed alone. Zhou Fong looked around curiously and asked, how many people are in our paranormal investigation department? Tang Mingming energetically replied, we call ourselves the superpower group internally, and everyone is here. All of you? Just 4 people? Including me, that makes 5. So what's with all these computers? Zhou Fong pointed at the 20-odd computers in the room, puzzled. Lu Lai explained, when the superpower group was first established, the police department had grand ambitions to control the entire city's superpower scene. But the plan stalled, and no one wanted to join. I've heard that independent practitioners live better lives than we do. Control? Is there such a concept in the superpower world? Like a martial arts alliance leader? Zhou Fong inquired. Lu Lai patiently explained. Throughout history, warriors have always defied authority. Superpowered individuals possess strength far beyond ordinary people, inevitably breeding ambition and reluctance to be governed by the empire. While there's no concept of a martial arts leader, there are indeed many shady dealings in the superpower world that can't be suppressed by official forces. Yuan Hua added, although the empire holds an absolute advantage overall, locally, Various factions need their own superpowered individuals to establish authority. When we investigate cases on some wealthy individual's turf, we often encounter obstacles from superpowered bodyguards. Zhou Fong asked in confusion. Do they dare openly defy the empire? As a major city, Hangzhou is known for its excellent law enforcement and low crime rate. The police department must have some authority, right? Lu Lai sighed, ready to respond, but hesitated. Finally, he simply said, on the surface, they certainly adhere to the law. Lu Lai sighed, his gaze tinged with a hint of helplessness. He continued to explain, Zhou Fong, you'll understand in time. Currently, in our city's superpower organizations, the most powerful are the heavenly soldiers of the National Third Army, followed by the dark stab of the Central Administration. Often, we have no choice but to seek their assistance. Hearing this, Zhou Fong's face lit up with an optimistic smile. That's not so bad. At least the strongest forces are still official ones. We're ranked third. Having two brother departments to rely on is pretty good. Lu Lai opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. He thought to himself, what's the point of explaining to this naive young man? Just then, Tang Mingming chimed in, pouting, but we're in competition with the dark stab of the Central Administration. The heavenly soldiers only handle external matters. They don't intervene in internal issues unless they're particularly severe. She paused and added, and we're not third. Yuan Hua picked up the conversation, a hint of resignation in his voice. The third is the super business alliance of the three major groups like Earth Dog. Zhou Fong asked curiously, so we're fourth? Yuan Hua replied with slight embarrassment. Fourth is the bodyguard teams of various wealthy individuals. We're known in the circle as the Super Cop Soy Sauce Squad, just a bit better than the freelancers. Soy sauce? And a squad. Zhou Fong murmured to himself. Is this self-deprecation? It seems the situation for the superpower unit of the supervisory police isn't great. He pondered for a moment and then perked up. But what does it matter? If Darkstab is capable, let them handle it. After all, it's about protecting the people. Who does it doesn't matter. Lu Lai was moved by Zhou Fong's words. He put his arm around Zhou Fong's shoulder and led him towards the door. With Comrade Zhou Fong here, our superpower unit of the supervisory police will definitely get better and better. We'll make a name for ourselves. Lu Lai's tone was full of optimism. Come on, let's see what we can have for lunch. Lu Lai led everyone out to find food. After a satisfying hot pot meal, everyone returned to the supervisory police office contentedly. Zhou Fong thought about how he had 3 months before starting school and would spend this time at the supervisory police. He curiously asked, so what do we do next? We have to work, right? What's the daily routine of a superpower user? Lu Lai shook his head, his tone relaxed. Don't worry, you can do as you please. Superpower cases only occur every few months. He turned to Tang Mingming and instructed, Mingming, show Zhou Fong around our office area. With that, he headed into the bathing area. Kong Yun began to meditate, while Yuan Hua picked up a paintbrush and continued his artwork. Zhou Fong observed the leisurely atmosphere, thinking to himself, is it always this laid back? It feels a bit lackluster. Noticing Zhou Fong's expression, Tang Mingming explained, the bathing area the captain went to is actually a medicinal bath area. It has hundreds of herbs provided by the supervisory police, replenished monthly. If you have a suitable formula, you can customize your own medicinal bath. Zhou Fong's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, I see. The supervisory police, being part of the empire, sure has good benefits. With Tang Mingming's introduction, Zhou Fong gained a more detailed understanding of the 28th floor of the supervisory police. What was called the sauna area turned out to be the body training area, offering various training methods, medicinal steam, mechanical pounding, air pressure training, and more. The entertainment area was actually the office area, where computers could access all internal supervisory police data. The smoking room was the energy testing area, equipped with the Empire's most advanced strength testing instruments, capable of precisely measuring a person's level and the energy needed to break through. Finally, Tang Mingming pointed to a door and said, this is the rest area, which is actually the cultivation area. It houses a Clevel spirit gathering array, with energy concentration more than 10 times that of outside. Hearing this, Zhou Fong couldn't help but swallow, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A cultivation paradise, he thought, eager to rush in and start training. The allure of the training sanctuary made Zhou Fong swallow hard, eager to rush in and explore. The gym resembled a combat zone with an array of weapons. The audiovisual room had been transformed into a case analysis room. The kitchen, however, retained its original function. Tang Mingming bounced into the lounge, leaving behind a cheerful, I'm off to train, make yourself at home. As a magician, she meditated every afternoon, and the more energy-rich the place, the better the meditation results. Zhou Fong looked around and saw Kong Yun and Yuan Hua busy in the office area, while Lu Lai had gone to the herbal bath zone. After a moment's thought, he decided to check out the energy testing area first. Inside the energy testing area, a massive screen occupied an entire wall, and a crystal disc was placed in the center of the room. Zhou Fong stepped onto the disc and suddenly the room was bathed in red light, accompanied by beeping sounds. 10 seconds later, the screen displayed the results. Power progress a level 97, nearing a level peak. Energy quality 60, a level average 42. Muscle strength 140, strength type average 138, but mental strength showed blocked, unable to measure. This anomaly caught Zhou Fang's attention. He quickly entered his consciousness space, discovering that the golden light in the space was fading, and the spiritual tree at the center had also retracted its glow. Zhou Fang realized that the spiritual tree had sensed the probe and blocked the device's detection waves. He pondered. Such an ability was unheard of among awakening beings. As Zhou Fang was deep in thought, a commotion erupted from the combat room. It turned out that Yuan Hua and Kong Yun were having another dispute. Yuan Hua angrily shouted, "Bald monk, how dare you look down on my tiger?" Kong Yun retorted, "Ba, monks do not lie. Your tiger is truly trash." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Lai came rushing out from the herbal bath area, wearing only large shorts, his hair still dripping, and herbal residues clinging to him. Oh no, a fight's about to break out. The door to the training room was suddenly flung open, and Tang Mingming poked her head out, looking excited. Zhou Fang silently calculated that the combat room, built with level metal, cost over $1 billion. No wonder the supervisory bureau couldn't afford many superhumans. He and Tang Mingming stood in the corner, watching Lu Lai act as a temporary referee. Lu Lai loudly announced, "Everyone, we're colleagues, and it's rare to have a chance to spar. Settle your scores, don't hold back, go all out." Yuan Hua and Kong Yun both nodded solemnly, readying themselves for the fight. Tang Mingming was thrilled, while Zhou Fang was bewildered. He quietly asked, "As the captain, shouldn't you be stopping the fight instead of fueling it?" Tang Mingming explained, "It's fine. Master Kong Yun and brother Yuan Hua duel every now and then. Even though brother Yuan Hua loses more often than he wins, Master Kong Yun never goes too hard. Watching level experts fight is beneficial for us, helping us understand and break through." In the center of the combat room, Yuan Hua's phantom brush drew in the air, conjuring a giant tiger. Kong Yun clasped his hands together, softly chanting, Ba, my Buddha's golden body, immortal and indestructible." Golden light enveloped him, making him appear like a golden statue. The tiger lunged at Kong Yun, but only a metallic clash was heard. Relying on his strong physique, Kong Yun attacked without defending, gradually forcing the tiger to retreat. Zhou Fang was secretly amazed. The tiger's strength was comparable to a level earth beast, yet Kong Yun handled it with ease, truly living up to the reputation of a martial monk. Seeing the tiger struggle, Kong Yun shouted, "Beast, take this monk's palm." His Buddhist Vajra palm strike carried the power to shatter mountains, directly hitting the tiger. The tiger was pushed back several meters, its front paws broken. At that moment, a creature from Yuan Hua's second painting, a Pirita massive black dragon, filled half the combat room. Everyone gasped, even Kong Yun hesitated. Zhou Fang was about to praise Yuan Hua's power when he suddenly heard Hyder's disdainful voice in his mind. Just a low-grade mixed-blood dragon, not even worthy of eating. Zhou Fang internally remarked how this usually silent black snake chose today to speak up. After summoning the black dragon, Yuan Hua was already on the verge of collapse, clearly having exhausted all his energy. Kong Yun looked up at the black dragon, his hands suspended in midair, momentarily at a loss. Finally, he had to smile wryly. Ba, brother Yuan Hua has summoned another otherworldly creature through his new painting. Congratulations, huh? Congratulations indeed. Kong Yun felt a twinge of doubt facing the dragon summoned by Yuan Hua. Despite both being dragons have always been among the top entities in the world of superpowers. However, Kong Yun quickly adjusted his mindset and silently encouraged himself. Bald monk, thinking of giving up? Dream on. With Yuan Hua's command, the dragon appeared before Kong Yun in an instant, its massive claws descending with overwhelming force. Unyielding, Kong Yun harnessed the power of the great Vajra palm, meeting the dragon's attack with a force capable of shattering mountains. Clang! The metallic clash echoed through the combat room. Ouch! Kong Yun cried out in pain. Clang! Clang! Two more resounding crashes followed. Ouch! Ouch! Kong Yun exclaimed again. This time, Kong Yun dared not only attack without defending. Each time the dragon's claw struck him, his golden body would dent. Kong Yun's great Vajra palm moved like a whirlwind, its forms embodying the spirit of a dragon soaring in the sky. The combat room reverberated with the sound of his fierce palm strikes. However, Yuan Hua's dragon proved superior in strength. Its claws, descending with the weight of a collapsing sky, felt like Mount Tai pressing down, leaving everyone present breathless. Cornered, Kong Yun had no choice but to cry out, "Ouch! Ouch! I give up, it hurts too much." This Drank novice dragon had the strength equivalent to a latest-stage Drank superpower user. Despite Kong Yun's formidable abilities, he found it difficult to withstand. Yuan Hua retracted the dragon, smugly saying, "Bald monk, You're in charge of the office cleaning this month. Ba, a bet is a bet. Kong Yun replied helplessly. It turned out the two were merely arguing over who would do the cleaning. After Yuan Hua and Kong Yun stepped down, Lu Lai turned to Zhou Fong and asked, Zhou Fong, how about a match with Tang Mingming? Among those present, only Tang Mingming was a rank, making her a suitable opponent for Zhou Fong. Everyone turned their gaze to Zhou Fong. Although they had heard much from Inspector He and Zhou Fong, seeing is believing, and they all wanted to witness Zhou Fong's abilities firsthand. Zhou Fong couldn't refuse, so he said, I'll try with Master Kong Yun, as long as he doesn't accuse me of taking advantage. By choosing to battle Kong Yun instead of Tang Mingming, it was clear he wanted to showcase his true strength. Lu Lai and the others thought Zhou Fong a bit arrogant. A fledgling unafraid of tigers. Even a drank expert who had just fought a battle wasn't someone a rank superpower user could handle. The leap from a rank to drank, though just one step, was a qualitative leap. A rank defeating drank was rare in the superpower community, and those who could were renowned prodigies. Although Zhou Fong had topped the academy, they felt he wasn't yet on par with those prodigious talents. Lu Lai said to Kong Yun, give it a try. He thought it might be good to teach the newcomer a lesson, to temper his arrogance and remind him not to underestimate others. Ba, please. Kong Yun gestured, inviting Zhou Fong to make the first move. Shing. The sword unsheathed, Zhou Fong launched an attack. The sound of it slicing through the air was like a dragon's roar. The strike descended like a thunderbolt, swift as lightning, imposing in momentum. Although they had heard about Zhou Fong's impressive swordsmanship, witnessing it firsthand still amazed everyone. Kong Yun activated his immortal golden body, his defense unparalleled, showing no fear. He struck at Zhou Fong with a palm, clearly holding back, not using his full strength. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Fong's sword rained down like a storm on Kong Yun, but with a single palm strike, Kong Yun interrupted Zhou Fong's swordplay. The two exchanged over a dozen moves, yet Zhou Fong couldn't break through Kong Yun's immortal golden body defense. Serpentine step. Zhou Fong suddenly changed his technique, his movements twisting unpredictably, narrowly dodging one of Kong Yun's palm strikes. Kong Yun clasped his hands together, praising, Zhou Fong, your swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, but your strength is too low to fully unleash its potential. That was just a warm-up, be careful now. With a loud shout, Zhou Fong's voice roared like a dragon as he threw out 3 cards, dragon body, dragon scales, and dragon tendons. In an instant, his entire body was covered in shimmering dragon scales, his muscles bulged, and his strength doubled, exuding an impressive aura. The swords clashed fiercely as Zhou Fong and Kong Yun engaged in a heated battle once again. Kong Yun felt immense pressure and had to give it his all. His powerful Vajra palm was aggressive and forceful, clashing with Zhou Fong's sword techniques, producing a series of loud clang, clang, boom sounds. Haha, exhilarating. Zhou Fong laughed heartily. At this moment, with the help of the Barbarian Bull Source card, he had reached the peak of a level, and with the 9 Dragons transformation, he was on the verge of touching level. Coupled with the full power of the Dragon Serpent Divine technique, his swordsmanship's power increased significantly, allowing him to match Kong Yun evenly. Tang Mingming watched in awe, her earlier frustration at Zhou Fong for not sparring with her quickly turning into admiration. Lu Lai and Yuan Hua, who were more familiar with the superpower circles, watched Zhou Fong's performance with a mix of surprise, joy, and shock. As the battle continued, Kong Yun gradually found himself being suppressed by Zhou Fong. This is embarrassing. Kong Yun sighed to himself. Comrade Zhou Fong has great skills, talent, and swordsmanship. If I don't give it my all, I'll be humiliated today. With that, he struck Zhou Fong's sword with 3 consecutive palms and retreated to create some distance. Seeing this, Yuan Hua shouted, the bald monk is going for a weapon. However, instead of stopping him, Zhou Fong paused and said, Master Kong Yun, please. If we're going to fight to our heart's content today, let me see what a level expert is truly capable of. What courage, Kong Yun praised, picking up a staff. Yuan Hua slapped his forehead. Oh no, the bald monk's staff technique is already quite advanced. Kong Yun swung his long staff, with a Vajra apparition following behind him, and the staff came crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Zhou Fong's sword was like lightning, requiring 2 strikes to block one of Kong Yun's, forcing him to retreat continuously, his arms trembling. Clever martial skill, the Buddhist demon subduing staff technique. Zhou Fong noted to himself as he was momentarily suppressed by Kong Yun, gradually being forced into a corner. After pushing Zhou Fong back with a strike, Kong Yun paused, seemingly expecting Zhou Fong to admit defeat. However, trapped in the corner with nowhere to retreat, Zhou Fong said, It's our first meeting, so I should give it my all to show respect. Master, be careful. With that, he took out another card. Another move? Kong Yun pointed his staff diagonally, ready for anything. The others watched intently, waiting for Zhou Fong's next move. Card void summon. Xiang Yu remaining uses, 2. Zhou Fong murmured. In an instant, A towering figure appeared in the combat room, standing atop a steed, wielding a mighty spear, exuding an aura of coldness, slaughter, and dominance. Zhou Fong felt a surge of joy inside. This time, the Xiangyu is stronger than before. Is it because I've become stronger? The strength of the Xiangyu phantom summoned by this card seems to be related to my own strength. The stronger I am, the stronger the phantom I can summon. Without further delay, with a single thought from Zhou Fong, the Xiangyu phantom charged forward, sending Kong Yun flying several meters. Immediately, Xiangyu and Kong Yun were locked in battle, the overlord spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, its power immense. Kong Yun's demon-subduing staff technique was formidable, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. As the two fought evenly, Zhou Fong joined in with his sword, quickly putting pressure on Kong Yun. The phantom of Xiangyu and Master Kong Yun were evenly matched, exchanging fierce blows. In the heat of this deadlock, Zhou Fong, wielding a long sword, dashed into the fray like a bolt of lightning. His entry immediately shifted the balance, and under the dazzling flashes of his sword, Kong Yun found himself overwhelmed. The crowd watched in awe, their surprise and delight evident. It was astonishing to see Zhou Fong's summoning skills not only conjure the powerful phantom of Xiangyu, but also allow him to engage directly in combat. Zhou Fong didn't pause. He swiftly pulled a card from his pocket, its surface shimmering with the words, Grudge of the Earth Armor Beast, with a remaining cost of 4. As Zhou Fong tossed the card into the air, massive claws suddenly emerged from the void above, striking fiercely at Kong Yun. This strike was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. With a resounding crash, the constrained Kong Yun had no room to evade and was forced to endure the full brunt of the blow. The impact was so intense that it sent him staggering backward. Seizing the moment as Kong Yun lost his balance, Xiangyu launched a precise and fierce attack. Kong Yun's chest caved in with a dull thud, blood trickling from his lips. Seeing this, Zhou Fong pressed his advantage without hesitation. His sword, swift and deadly, carved a deep gash into Kong Yun's arm, exposing bone. Kong Yun, unable to sustain himself any longer, spat out another mouthful of blood, yet he defiantly swung his staff and charged again. Despite Kong Yun's severe injuries, Zhou Fong hesitated, unsure if he should continue. However, his battle instinct drove him to maintain his fierce assault, leaving no room for mercy. At that moment, Lu Lai's voice thundered through the air, "Stop! Kong Yun, you've lost." Kong Yun heard this, his eyes filled with unwillingness, as if he wished to fight on. Seeing this, Lu Lai admonished him. A monk should not be swayed by desire, anger, or delusion. These words struck Kong Yun like a bolt of clarity. He halted his staff midair, then withdrew his weapon, bringing his hands together in a respectful gesture. "Amitba, I have lost. Zhou Fong, you possess remarkable strength for your age. My arrogance led me astray. I hope you can forgive me," he said, bowing deeply. Zhou Fong quickly returned the gesture, saying, "I was the one who accidentally injured Master Kong Yun. I am at fault first, and I hope Master Kong Yun does not hold it against me." Tang Mingming, watching their mutual apologies, couldn't help but interject. All right, no need for more apologies." She stepped forward, pulling on Kong Yun's sleeve, urging, "Master Kong Yun, you should go heal your wounds." As Kong Yun turned to leave, Zhou Fong suddenly called out, "Master Kong Yun." Kong Yun looked back, puzzled. Zhou Fong, concerned, asked, "Are you all right, Master Kong Yun?" "Aye." Before he could finish, clearly worried he had been too harsh, Yuan Hua casually remarked, "It's nothing. This bald monk specializes in physical resilience. He'll recover from these injuries in 3 days." Kong Yun agreed. "Just minor injuries. I'll be almost healed by tomorrow." Zhou Fong breathed a sigh of relief, saying repeatedly, "That's good, that's good." Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "By the way, Master, why do you call me comrade? Aren't monks supposed to say benefactor?" Kong Yun laughed heartily. "We're comrades, after all, as we fight together." With that, he was led away by Tang Mingming. Seeing Zhou Fong's confusion, Lu Lai explained, "Kong Yun has changed a lot since leaving the academy. To fit into society, he had to adapt some habits." Yuan Hua added, "He's mostly adjusted, leaving just a bit of ba, which is good, as it helps him blend in during investigations." As the thrilling duel concluded, the crowd dispersed, but Lu Lai and the others remained deeply impressed. An 11 enchanter capable of making a full-force Kong Yun cough up blood was no ordinary feat. Kong Yun himself was no pushover. Such a prodigious talent hadn't been seen in the superhuman community for years. Zhou Fong was undoubtedly a remarkable figure, and the police department had truly found a gem. In the lounge, Lu Lai, Kong Yun, and 2 others sat together. Lu Lai asked directly, "Kong Yun, what do you think?" Kong Yun touched his wound, pondering for a moment before responding. The summoning technique and the Earth Armor Beast strike are both consumable trump cards. With all his cards out, he can suppress a mid-level expert. Even without these trump cards, Comrade Zhou Fong is solidly at the initial level strength. As soon as Yuan Hua finished speaking, The atmosphere in the office lightened up. He smiled and said, "We've got another level combatant, so we can finally tackle those cases that were piling up." Lu Lai nodded in agreement, sighing. This kid really came at the right time. All three of them turned their gaze to Tang Mingming. The young girl looked innocent, with a hint of unease in her voice as she said, "I'll do my best. I just graduated, and I'm just a bit shy of level." Yuan Hua couldn't help but tease. "You graduated from college, while Zhou Fong hasn't even finished high school." Tang Mingming immediately protested, pouting. "How can you compare me to that monster Zhou Fong? What were your abilities at 22? Not even as good as mine now, humph." With that, she launched into a tirade about Yuan Hua's past blunders. "When you first joined the police department, you couldn't even draw a tiger and only summon mice for surveillance. In a fight, you were just a bystander. You only learned to summon a tiger at 25, and often failed at that too, only reaching level last year. How old are you now? 28. Do you even know what that means?" Yuan Hua quickly surrendered, raising his hands. Okay, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Great Mingming." He muttered to himself. Women, can't afford to offend them. Meanwhile, in the city center, the DG Tower stood tall and imposing like a giant. On the 58th floor, in the executive office, a significant conversation was taking place. "Mr. Zhang, that kid has arrived and joined the police department's standby team," a tall, thin man reported in a low voice. Zhang Tianjun, the second largest shareholder of Hell Shopping Network, stood with his back to the office, gazing out at the bustling cityscape. He had risen during an economic downturn and was now incredibly wealthy. When superhumans emerged a decade ago, he had missed the prime age, but he keenly recognized that the future belonged to superhumans. Zhang Tianjun pinned all his hopes on his son, Zhang Binfan. However, fate played a cruel joke when Zhang Binfan, who had just awakened as a promising 9-star transmutationist, was killed just before graduation. This blow hit Zhang Tianjun like a bolt from the blue, reigniting the fiery resolve of his youth, vowing to seek blood for blood. "All right," Zhang Tianjun said, turning to the tall, thin man. "Pay close attention to acquiring pure energy stones from the black market." "Yes, Mr. Zhang," the tall, thin man replied respectfully, and then left the office. Zhang Tianjun then instructed his beautiful secretary, Wang Xiaoyi, speed up the recruitment of superhuman spioneers, seers, assassins, night walkers, ninjas. The more, the better. "Understood," Wang Xiaoyi replied softly. Zhang Tianjun patted Wang Xiaoyi on the hip and added, "Don't alert the Empire's officials." Wang Xiaoyi bit her lip and replied softly, "Got it." Zhang Tianjun's voice suddenly turned icy. "As for Miao Bei, since we can't touch the Transmutation Institute for now, have his wife and son thrown in jail. Charge them with industrial espionage or embezzlement, whichever you see fit." Miao Bei, blamed by Zhang Tianjun for poor supervision, and his family, all working for Hell, were now at his mercy. To Zhang Tianjun, a mere level superhuman was just a fighter, not worth much. It all underscored an age-old truth. Money can indeed make the world go round. For 10 consecutive days, Zhou Fong resisted drawing cards. He was waiting for a 10-card draw, which promised the greatest satisfaction. On this particular day, he took out the transformation box and a pure energy stone, ready to begin the long-awaited card drawing ritual. As he prepared to let the box absorb the energy stone, he heard the voice of Hyder in his conscious space. This creature, who called itself the son of the serpent god, hesitated before finally speaking. "Master, could you give me that stone? For every 10 stones, I will assist you once." "How about it?" Zhou Fong looked at the energy stone in his hand with surprise. Did this black snake need it too? He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His salary was already stretched thin between his training and feeding the transformation box, and now there was another expense. "What do you need this for?" Zhou Fong asked tentatively. Hyder explained his predicament. "I consumed too much energy traversing the dimensional barrier and sustained severe injuries. I need something containing energy to recover, or else each time I act, my injuries worsen." Zhou Fong inwardly laughed at the high price Hyder was demanding. His annual salary was only 5 stones, yet Hyder wanted 10 stones for a single action. "I'll give you 1 stone for 2 actions," Zhou Fong countered decisively. Hyder was taken aback by Zhou Fong's bargaining skills and continued to negotiate. Finally, under Zhou Fong's firm stance, Hyder reluctantly agreed to 1 stone for 1 action. As soon as Hyder agreed, Zhou Fong quickly tossed the energy stone into the transformation box, causing Hyder to wail in dismay. After the energy absorption was complete, Zhou Fong was thrilled to discover a new feature that allowed him to choose the method of card drawing. He decided to try a 2-unknown card first, and received a transformation test card. Then, he attempted a 3-unknown card, and obtained a permanent god list card. Eager to continue, Zhou Fong opted for a 5-unknown draw next. Following an elaborate ritual, he acquired the Frostfire Annihilation Arrow skill card. Excitedly, Zhou Fong checked the skill's details and found that it was ranked as the 9th global level magic, mastered by only 2 people worldwide. Zhou Fong was ecstatic. realizing he had gained a powerful trump card. Although ordinary mages required a lengthy chant, he could cast it instantly, providing a significant advantage. Finally, Zhou Feng decided to use his remaining 5 chances for regular card draws, eager to see what surprises awaited him. With only 5 card draws left, Zhou Feng decided to go with the standard draw. After the first money card was used, his expression darkened. The second card was also a money card, making him suspect that this was intentionally planned. The third card was yet another money card, leading Zhou Feng to feel that his luck had run out. Frustrated, he took the card box and headed to the bathroom, lifting the toilet lid and threatening, "Box, don't push me. If the fourth card is another money card, you know what will happen." He shook the box vigorously, but it remained unresponsive. Zhou Feng snorted. It must be scared stiff. Unexpectedly, the fourth card turned out to be a skill card Dragon Soul from the 9 Dragons Transformation Permanent, which greatly enhances mental strength for 15 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. Zhou Feng felt a bit relieved. At least it wasn't a money card. The fifth card was another skill card, Dragon Tail from the 9 Dragons Transformation Permanent, allowing the user to unleash a powerful tail attack with 3 times their combat strength, also with a cooldown of 1 hour. Zhou Feng laid out the 6 9 Dragons Transformation cards before him: Dragon Scales, Dragon Claws, Dragon Tendons, Dragon Body, Dragon Soul, and Dragon Tail. He couldn't help but wonder if there were 9 cards in the 9 Dragons Transformation set, and if collecting them all would summon a dragon. Given the higher probability of obtaining 9 Dragons Transformation cards through standard draws, he decided not to opt for a combined draw for now. After putting away the 9 Dragons Transformation cards, Zhou Feng took out the List of Gods card, deciding to give it a try. The card emitted a bright light, and a transparent sheet appeared before him. Thinking of his teacher, Zhang Lin, in his mind, Zhang Lin's name appeared on the sheet. Zhou Feng's consciousness seemed to connect with Zhang Lin, seeing him instructing students in cultivation. Although there was no specific map, Zhou Feng could sense Zhang Lin's location. The powerful feature of this card made Zhou Feng realize its true value. Anyone he had met, and whose name he knew could be monitored at any time, never able to escape. After storing away the other cards, Zhou Feng was left with 3 money cards. Upon using them, his Alipay account received deposits of 5,420 yuan, 2,897 yuan, and 3,198 yuan, totaling 11,515 yuan in cash. Nonetheless, Zhou Feng felt no joy, as this was the result of spending 150,000 yuan on the lottery, offering no surprise at all. Looking at his outdated attire purchased 5 years ago, Zhou Feng decided to head to the mall. However, just as he was about to leave, a message popped up on his phone. The Slow Runner app sent an urgent notification. The Super Police Unit had received a report of a hostage situation on Jiangding Road, suspected to involve a superpowered individual losing control. All personnel were requested to assist at the scene immediately. Zhou Feng swiftly replied, "Received," and quickly headed downstairs to the garage. Although he had never learned to drive in this life, he easily maneuvered the vehicle provided by Chief He thanks to his past life's driving experience. After executing a perfect drift into the parking space, Zhou Feng exited the car and arrived at the scene. Xiao Yan frowned at the scene before him, feeling secretly frustrated. He knew he should appear more ruthless, more like a true criminal, but this role-playing was really too much for him. Meanwhile, in the basement of the building, Yuan Hua was focused on drawing a mouse to send upstairs for surveillance. Suddenly, a sharp shout interrupted him. "Stop!" A member of the Ansai team rushed forward. "What are you doing?" "There are energy traps set by Xiao Yan in the building. Your mouse will be detected as soon as it goes in." Other Ansai members chimed in, criticizing, "The artist's mice are fine for ordinary people, but they're nowhere near enough for dealing with superhumans." Exactly. When it comes to stealth and infiltration, the police department can't compare to our expertise. Yuan Hua listened, his face flushed, unable to argue back. The Ansai members always looked down on the police department's superhuman unit, and indeed, there was a significant gap in their abilities. Just then, Ing Qiong approached and said to Lu Lai, "Captain Lu, let us handle this." Lu Lai smiled and replied nonchalantly, "That's not possible. The ones maintaining order outside and isolating the crowd are our people from the police department. Social security issues are our responsibility. Why don't you Ansai folks consider merging with us?" This immediately sparked dissatisfaction among the Ansai members. Someone couldn't help but retort, "Captain Lu, that's not fair. You can't even help. Why don't you go maintain order outside and keep the crowd at bay? Just don't drag us down." Seeing the situation about to get out of control, Ing Qiong quickly stopped the Ansai members from causing a scene. "Enough." She turned to Lu Lai, speaking sternly. "Captain Lu, keep your team in line and don't disrupt our plans." Lu Lai just smiled at Ing Qiong without responding. The Ansai members began discussing their strategy. Ninja Tianming frowned and said, "Xiao Yan's demands are impossible to meet. What he wants costs tens of millions." Space Jumper Chu Jin added, "Even if we had the money, we couldn't buy those things. Where can we possibly get them?" At that moment, metal manipulator Gene Sancher rushed over to report, "Captain, the hostages' families are here, and so are the TV reporters." Ing Cheong felt a headache coming on as the situation grew increasingly complicated. She picked up the phone to report to headquarters, then hung up and rubbed her temples, unsure of what to do. Just then, a young voice spoke up. "Captain Ing, hello." Ing Cheong looked up to see a young member of the police department, seemingly a newcomer. "My name is Zhou Fong." The young man introduced himself. "Captain Ing, have you thought of a solution?" Chu Jun was about to make a dismissive comment, but Ing Cheong stopped him with a gesture. She asked, "What solution do you have, Comrade Zhou Fong?" Lu Lai and others also gathered out of curiosity. Zhou Fong smiled and said, "Our artist Yuan Hua has a solution." Everyone turned to Yuan Hua, who looked bewildered. "Me? How come I don't know about it?" Zhou Fong continued explaining. "I asked Yuan Hua, and his eagle can carry 2 people." However, this suggestion was immediately met with Chu Jun's mockery. "So what? Everyone knows his painted eagle makes a noise when it flaps its wings. It will be discovered before it even lands on the roof. Artists are useless. What good can they do?" Lu Lai and the others appeared somewhat disappointed after hearing this, having expected Zhou Fong to come up with a better idea. The atmosphere on the scene fell into an awkward silence. Zhou Fong smiled and continued to outline his plan, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Most members of Ansai are assassin-type superhumans. While it's impossible to ascend from below, descending from above is feasible. His words sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes. Yuan Hua's hawk can carry your team and Tang Mingming to high altitudes from a distance. Tang Mingming's featherfall spell only causes disturbances when cast, so using it at high altitudes will go unnoticed by Xiao Yin. This way, your team can silently land on the rooftop. As Zhou Fong finished speaking, Chu Jun immediately challenged him. "What makes you think he hasn't already set up defenses above?" Zhou Fong calmly explained. "First, after his failed breakthrough, he impulsively kidnapped a hostage and hid in this building. Time was tight, leaving little room for extensive preparations. Second, only superhumans of level or higher can fly, so he wouldn't expect an attack from above. If we had a level powerhouse, he would have surrendered already. As for helicopters, they're too loud to conceal." He added, "A level powerhouse is a national-level combatant, capable of immense destruction with ease. In ancient times, such a person would be akin to a regional overlord. Xiao Yin wouldn't dare provoke a level powerhouse, no matter how bold he is." The crowd, filled with anticipation, turned their gaze toward Yuan Hua. The Ansai members felt a bit awkward, having criticized him earlier, now finding themselves seeking his help. Yuan Hua gave Zhou Fong a grateful glance, regaining some dignity. Zhou Fong continued, "I suggest sending only the most skilled ninjas and assassins to the rooftop. Once they're in position, we can drop the jumper from above. As he lands on the same floor as the criminal, he should immediately jump behind him, and the 3 of them can take him down together." Chu Jun looked at Zhou Fong, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "I feel like you're deliberately making things difficult for me, but I have no proof. Just because I criticized you a bit, you're giving me a hard time?" He hesitated, then asked, "Can I use the featherfall spell? Falling from 1,000 meters, there's only a fraction of a second between the 3rd floor and the ground. Even a superhuman could end up as a pancake if something goes wrong." Zhou Fong gave a seemingly harmless smile. "To catch them off guard, I think it's best not to use the featherfall spell. If we're detected beforehand, all efforts would be wasted." Chu Jin couldn't help but complain, "You're definitely retaliating against me. The jumper needs to see the target to accurately perform a spatial jump. Landing in a different spot on the rooftop than the other 2 makes it easier to be spotted." Ing Cheong clapped her hands and praised, "Great. Comrade Zhou Fong has a good plan." She turned to Chu Jun and asked, "Chu Jun, can you complete the mission?" Chu Jun instinctively stood up straight and loudly replied, "I guarantee to complete the mission." As soon as the words left his mouth, he cursed himself internally. Damn. It was a reflex. Completing such a task is a tall order. Surviving would be an achievement. Ing Cheong smiled. "We'll need Captain Lu's assistance for this." Lu Lai shook his head and politely responded, "I should be the one thanking Captain Ing for the support. This is, after all, a case for our police department." While outwardly polite, both were subtly vying for control of the mission. The police department hadn't solved a case in a while. Ing Cheong didn't argue, calculating internally. All the main forces are his personnel. According to the superhuman community's rules, the case belongs to whoever captures the criminal. Moreover, the Empire doesn't yet have a unified department to manage superhumans. You 3 follow Yuan Hua to that building over there. Remember to keep yourselves hidden when ascending, so the public doesn't see you, and most importantly, don't let the reporters capture you on camera." As soon as the order was given, 3 elite members of Central Command's Covert Operation Unit assassin Zhong Yingquan, Ninja Tian Ming, and Jumper Chu Zin swiftly followed Yuan Hua to a skyscraper 500 meters away. Yuan Hua wielded a mystical pen in the air, conjuring a massive eagle atop the building. Each elite member showcased their unique skills. Zhong Yingquan blended seamlessly into the surroundings like rippling water. Tian Ming quickly formed hand seals Haichuanzi and used the water escape technique. His body enveloped in droplets as he gradually vanished. Tang Ming Ming, on the other hand, raised her magic wand and chanted an invisibility spell, becoming transparent along with the giant eagle in 3 seconds. The giant eagle, carrying the invisible Tang Ming Ming and Tian Ming, soared into the sky. At 1,000 meters high, Tang Ming Ming used a slow descent spell, and Tian Ming landed lightly like a feather on the rooftop where Xiao Yan was located, with Zhong Yingquan following quietly. On the rooftop, Yuan Hua and Tang Ming Ming gave Chu Zhen a meaningful look. Chu Zhen feigned calmness and said, "What are you looking at?" "I'm going last, waiting for the boss to give the signal." The two replied in sync. "Don't worry, we won't mention your legs are shaking." As the two superhumans discreetly approached Xiao Yan, Zhou Fang quietly stepped aside and took out 2 cards. On the first card, List of the Gods, he inscribed Xiao Yan's name with his mind, immediately gaining insight into Xiao Yan's every move. The hostage seems safe, and her emotions are relatively stable. I guess. Zhou Fang was puzzled as the hostage, Mu Jingxue, appeared unafraid and curiously looked around. He immediately activated the second card, Time-Space Exploration. After cultivating the Dragon Jiao Royal God technique, although his total energy hadn't increased much, its quality had multiplied several times. The river of time emerged, and Zhou Fang stepped into the future. Chu Zhen launched a surprise attack, joining Tian Ming and Zhong Yingquan in assaulting Xiao Yan. Under the pressure of the 3D-level experts, Xiao Yan soon struggled and roared in despair. "You government lackeys, hoarding all the resources, leaving no path for us lone practitioners. You forced Melits all perish together." With a thunderous explosion, Xiao Yan self-destructed, the hostage died on the spot, Tian Ming perished, and Chu Zhen and Zhong Yingquan were critically injured. The mission was a complete failure, with the news widely reported, putting enormous pressure on the police bureau and central command. Zhou Fang faced consequences for his strategic advice. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Zhou Fang was jolted back to reality. He quickly sat cross-legged to meditate and strategize. We mustn't push him to the brink. We need to offer him a glimmer of hope. Even ants cling to life. He might not dare to self-destruct. Just as Ing Qiong prepared to give the order, Zhou Fang urgently interrupted. "Captain Ing, wait a moment." Given Zhou Fang's previous suggestions, Ing Qiong maintained rare patience. Zhou Fang looked directly at Ing Qiong. "Have them hold back a bit. Give Xiao Yan a chance to escape." "What do you mean?" Ing Qiong frowned, worried this was an excuse to let the criminal go, giving the police bureau sole credit. Zhou Fang candidly admitted he foresaw Xiao Yan's self-destruction. After Lu Lai confirmed that Zhou Fang indeed possessed time-space abilities, Ing Qiong finally relented, issuing a radio command. "Prioritize the hostage's safety. Do not overly pressure Xiao Yan. According to the forecaster's prediction, he might self-destruct." The three immediately prepared themselves, though privately questioning when the city acquired a forecaster. They took the prediction very seriously. 3 hours later, Zhou Fang used time-space exploration again, discovering that although there were still surprises, it was the best possible outcome, crucially due to his involvement. Meanwhile, upstairs, Xiao Yan once again dragged Mu Jingxue to the edge of the rooftop. "Uncle, don't get so close, it's too dangerous. Does filming have to be this real?" Mu Jingxue's face turned pale. "Shut up," Xiao Yan snapped, then shouted down to Ing Qiong. "The 3 hours are up. Where's what I asked for?" As he spoke, he brought the flames closer to Mu Jingxue. "It's here." A covert operative in the distance ran over with a box, whispering to Ing Qiong as he handed it over. "Everything's inside." The leadership instructed that the hostage's safety is the top priority, but we also need to recover these tens of millions in supplies, or it won't look good at year-end. The supplies are worth millions. If they're lost, it would be hard for their department to explain at the end of the year. Ing Qiong took a deep breath, carefully took the box, and slowly walked downstairs. She looked up to the 3rd floor and shouted, "Xiao Yan, everything's ready for you. I'm bringing it up now." Xiao Yan's voice came from upstairs, clearly wary. No, Captain Ing, I can't accept something delivered by you. Send an E-class rookie instead." He decisively rejected Ing Qiong's proposal to come upstairs, thinking to himself, what a joke. Letting the famous class peak-level practitioner get close is asking for trouble. Practitioners of this kind are feared because they can curse and kill their target just by acquiring a hair or getting close. The closer the distance, the stronger the curse. Although both were class peaks, Xiao Yan wasn't afraid of Ing Qiong from 3 floors away. But face-to-face, he didn't have the courage, especially since she was the renowned captain of the Dark Stab team, one of the city's top forces. In no time, the Dark Stab team members eagerly volunteered. "Captain, I'll go," an E-class beast tamer said, his tone eager. The rock manipulator immediately chimed in. "It's too dangerous for you. Let me go? At least I can guarantee to come back alive." His ability was primarily defensive, so even if Xiao Yan tried something, he could hold out for a few minutes until his teammates arrived. At this moment, Zhou Fong stepped forward. Captaining, let me do it. I'm quite capable. I can hold my own against a class expert. Yeah, right. The Dark Stab members scoffed, clearly doubting Zhou Fong's claim. Unexpectedly, LV Lai spoke up in support of Zhou Fong. Captaining, Zhou Fong is quite strong, even better than your Dark Stab members. A few Dark Stab members looked unconvinced, thinking, the police department always boasts. Ing Qiong frowned. This isn't the time for a pissing contest. LV Lai replied confidently. I know, but I'm stating facts. Ing Qiong knew LV Lai's character and understood he was someone who knew the seriousness of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, she made her decision. All right, Zhou Fong, you go. With that, she handed the box to Zhou Fong. Captain. The E-Class Dark Stab members were very reluctant, not understanding why such an important task was given to an outsider. Perhaps it was because she trusted LV Lai or because Zhou Fong had impressed her before, Ing Qiong still chose Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong took the briefcase without a word and headed into the building. As he walked, he called out loudly, Xiao Yan, I'm Zhou Fong, a rookie detective from the police department, just graduated from the academy this year. I'm coming up. At the same time, he emitted his aura, making no secret of his E-Class level. Xiao Yan's voice came from upstairs. Definitely an E-Class rookie. Come on up. Zhou Fong thought to himself. What's wrong with being E-Class or a rookie? Did E-Class and rookies eat your family's rice? But he didn't voice his thoughts, continuing step by step up to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, Zhou Fong saw Xiao Yan standing at a distance, leaning against a pillar, shielding Mu Jingxue behind him. Xiao Yan asked, What's your occupation, young man? Zhou Fong replied frankly, 1-star enchanter. As he spoke, he revealed his arm, which bore a distinct star birthmark. Xiao Yan, still cautious, asked, What's your enchanted item? He thought it wise to gather information about Zhou Fong's capabilities. A 1-star enchanter joining the police department was no simple matter. A card, Zhou Fong said, as a card suddenly appeared in his hand. Only an enchanted item could be stored in the consciousness space, and seeing the card emerge, Xiao Yan assumed it was the enchanted item. Maintaining his vigilance, Xiao Yan inquired further, What does it do? Show me. Enchanters have unpredictable methods, so it was best to ask. Defense, Zhou Fong answered succinctly, then activated the card's ability. Xiao Yan watched Zhou Fong warily, with 3 flames swirling in front of him, ready to attack at any moment. Zhou Fong, unfazed, activated the dragon scale of the 9 dragons transformation. Instantly, his body was covered in a layer of shimmering scales, each one reflecting the surrounding light, like a meticulously polished mirror. Xiao Yan's mind raced as he thought. So, his main ability is defense. No wonder they sent him to deliver the box. Against a level superhuman, this kind of defense greatly increases survivability. This realization made Xiao Yan slightly lower his guard. Throw the box over, Xiao Yan ordered, a hint of disdain barely detectable in his tone. In his view, superhumans who focused on defense often lacked sufficient offensive power. At that moment, a clear and concise instruction came through Zhou Fong's earpiece from Ing Qiong. The flea is ready. Zhou Fong shook his head, his voice firm. No way. If I give you the item, what's to stop you from keeping the hostage? Xiao Yan hesitated briefly. If he released the hostage, how could he escape? Zhou Fong seemed to read his mind and continued. Release the hostage, and we won't leave. We'll stay here with you, so you can break through first. If you don't release the hostage, I won't give you the box. Xiao Yan's interest peaked. He wanted these items to break through, and once successful, escaping wouldn't be an issue. Yet he remained cautious, saying, Then open the box first. I want to check the goods. Zhou Fong complied, opening the box and taking out an exquisite ceramic bottle. He carefully removed the stopper and poured out a few pills. Instantly, a rich medicinal aroma filled the air, invigorating all 3 of them, as if they were filled with energy. Mu Jingxue murmured in surprise. Are movie props really this impressive nowadays? Heaven-mending pill. It really is the heaven-mending pill. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He was elated. With the heaven-mending pill, not only could he heal internal injuries, but he could also enhance his physical body. Zhou Fong then produced a talisman, its surface glowing blue with intricate designs. Xiao Yan examined it closely and nodded. A soul-stabilizing talisman, it must be. The pattern matches. He silently congratulated himself for having researched enough to discern its authenticity. Finally, Zhou Fong pulled out 3 thumb-sized blue crystals. Xiao Yan recognized them immediately as magic crystals, calculating their value and potential uses in his mind. The items seem fine, Xiao Yan said. Toss them over, and we'll exchange. All right, I'm throwing them now, Zhou Fong announced loudly, placing all the items back in the briefcase and snapping it shut. At that moment, Zhou Fong's earpiece relayed a countdown. The flea is moving, arriving in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Release her, Zhou Fong suddenly shouted, hurling the box high into the air with force. Xiao Yan's gaze involuntarily followed the box's ascent. In that split second, he shoved Mu Jingxue forward. She felt a powerful force hit her, sending her weightless through the air in an arc. Ah! Mu Jingxue screamed, thinking this felt far too real to be a film. If no one caught her, she'd be badly hurt. In that critical moment, a deep voice called out, "Move!" The next second, Zhou Feng darted forward, catching Mu Jingxue securely, then rolled backward to absorb the impact. Simultaneously, a figure suddenly appeared outside the window, and the situation became instantly unpredictable. A shadow suddenly appeared outside the window. In the next instant, Chu Zhan's figure flickered above the box, showcasing his ability to leap through space. "You're asking for death," Xiao Yin roared in fury, as 3 scorching fireballs whistled toward Chu Zhan. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A giant dragon-shaped water column, formed by chakra, instantly rose to defend Chu Zhan. With 3 loud booms, the fireballs exploded, and though Chu Zhan was blown back by the blast, he emerged unscathed except for being a bit dusty. At that moment, a dim light flashed by. Xiao Yin sensed it and instinctively twisted to dodge, but the dagger still pierced his right shoulder blade. This was the assassination technique of Zhongyin Quan, a drank assassin. Immediately after, Tian Ming's second jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique, came crashing down. Xiao Yin ignored the other 3, his eyes locked on Zhou Feng as he charged forward. "You're courting death, boy." A 2-colored fire lotus formed in his hand, ready to strike Zhou Feng. "Watch out." The 3 couldn't assist in time. Chu Zhan needed to guard the box, and the other 2 were weakened after casting their jutsu. Zhou Feng shielded Mu Jingxue behind him and activated the 9 dragons transformation. Dragon tendons and body appeared, his aura skyrocketing to rival a drank warrior. A dragon's tail, 3 people tall, materialized behind him, striking at Xiao Yin like lightning. This dragon tail whip carried triple the attack power, comparable to a full-force strike from a late drank expert. With a thunderous crash, a wave of scorching energy swept through the floor. To the astonishment of everyone present, Xiao Yin was forced back 3 steps. Although Zhou Feng was also blasted away by the recoil, the fact that an air-ranked superhuman could break a drank peak expert's ultimate move was already astonishing. At that moment, Tian Ming's water jutsu finally arrived, sweeping Xiao Yin out of the building. A group was already waiting below. Desperation flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. "You court dogs. You forced me to this. We'll die together." Before he could finish, Ying Qiong shouted, "Retreat." The personnel moved faster than the sound. This was the predicted self-destruct signal, staying mint waiting for death. Zhou Feng and the others leaped from the other side of the building, and the 3-story height was negligible for superhumans. Zhou Feng held the stunned Mu Jingxue as they jumped together. With a deafening explosion, half of the building was destroyed, and shattered steel and concrete rained down like meteors. Jean Sancher, the metal manipulator from Dark Stab, swiftly erected a metal wall to shield everyone. Afterward, Captain Ying Qiong of the Central Bureau and the Supervision Police Bureau contested the case's jurisdiction. Ultimately, since the hostage was saved by Zhou Feng, the case was assigned to the Supervision Police Bureau. Before leaving, Ying Qiong offered Zhou Feng an olive branch, promising twice the benefits of the Supervision Police Bureau, but he politely declined. Mu Jingxue, after signing a confidentiality agreement, was escorted by Zhou Feng to her anxiously waiting parents. The moment she saw them, her composure crumbled, and she collapsed into her mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Inspector He praised Zhou Feng for his proper handling of the situation, but was soon surrounded by a swarm of reporters. Zhou Feng turned to look at the distant gate of Jiangding District No. 2 High School, realizing that the hostage he had just saved was his future classmate. After the Xiaoyan incident, Zhou Feng's life settled into a new rhythm. During the day, he focused on training, while at night, he wandered the city, gradually familiarizing himself with the unfamiliar metropolis. On Wednesday afternoon, after having lunch, Zhou Feng was about to head to the mall to buy some new clothes when his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello." Zhou Feng answered the call. "Zhou Feng, are you free this afternoon?" The voice of Inspector He came through the receiver, tinged with a hint of hesitation. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and replied, "This afternoon? Yes, I'm free. Is something up?" Clearly, going to the mall wasn't important, and Inspector He's call at this time must mean something significant was going on. "I need your help with a murder case," Inspector He said apologetically. "It's not a superhuman case." Zhou Feng felt a chill run through him. By protocol, they only dealt with superhuman events, so Inspector He's request was outside their usual scope. More importantly, using superpowers to solve cases risked exposing his identity, which was a matter of principle. After a brief silence, Zhou Feng agreed. "All right, I'll come over now." Inspector He knew the rules yet still reached out, so the case must be extraordinary. "No need, I'll come to you." Inspector He said urgently. "All right, that works too." Not long after hanging up, Inspector He arrived at Zhou Feng's dorm with a stack of case files. "This is the case," he said, handing the files to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng took the files and began to read carefully. It was a regular murder case that happened in Chunping County, under Hangzhou's jurisdiction. The victim, Zhang Yud, 68, had lost his son and daughter-in-law in a car accident years ago, leaving behind a granddaughter. A week ago, Zhang Yud took his 8-year-old granddaughter to town for a day out, and on the way back, they were murdered. Their bodies were discarded in the wilderness, leaving Zhang Yud's elderly wife alone, grieving incessantly. Cause of death: beaten and tortured to death. Though not usually the type to get worked up, Zhou Fong couldn't help but look grim after reading the file. No clues? What kind of deep hatred could there be against an old man and a child to beat and torture them to death? He said through gritted teeth. Such cruelty is inhuman. We can't let such scum roam free, threatening society. We must bring them to justice. Inspector, he shook his head helplessly. The killer was very cautious. We found no clues at the scene besides the bodies. No footprints, no murder weapon, no hair. The crime scene was a rural path with no surveillance, surrounded by mountains and fields, offering many escape routes. We've checked all nearby surveillance and still have no leads. He paused. I heard you can manipulate time and space, so I came to you, hoping to bring justice to Zhang Yud's family. 7 days with no leads, and the police department is close to labeling this an unsolvable case. Inspector, he admitted, knowing that the longer it dragged on, the less likely it was to be resolved, especially since superhumans had time constraints on their abilities. 7 days should be doable, Zhou Fong said confidently. Since mastering the Dragon Jiao divine technique, the quality of energy within him had multiplied, greatly expanding the range of his time-space exploration card. The two immediately set off for the crime scene. To avoid exposure, it'll just be me accompanying you. Inspector, he said, looking at Zhou Fong somewhat apologetically. But your contribution won't be publicly acknowledged. He felt a bit awkward since Zhou Fong would do most of the work without any official credit. Zhou Fong shrugged it off, saying, no problem, I'm not doing this for the credit. For him, fame and fortune weren't the goal, becoming stronger in this world was. Inspector, he still felt a bit guilty, and added, but I'll write 2 reports, one complete version that I'll submit to my superiors. Inspector, his superiors were aware of the existence of superhumans, so Zhou Fong's efforts would be secretly recorded and rewarded. Zhou Fong half-jokingly said, that sounds great. Just have a word with your superior and get a few more pure energy stones added to your annual salary. Inspector, he replied with a laugh. I'll definitely try to get that for you, haha. An hour later, the two arrived at the crime scene. A police line had been set up, and several officers were on guard. From a distance, the officers spotted Zhou Fong and Inspector He. Inspector He, what brings you here? They called out in surprise. Inspector He calmly replied, we're here to see if we can find any clues. Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. It's nothing really. Please, go ahead. The officers responded politely and stepped aside. Inspector He led Zhou Fong to a patch of grass, pointing ahead. This is where the body was found. Zhou Fong nodded, taking out a card without hesitation. Card, time-space exploration, he murmured. As his ability activated, the river of time unfolded before Zhou Fong. He traced back the days 1, 2, 6, 7 days ago. Suddenly, a child's voice broke the silence. Grandpa, this cotton candy is delicious. Following the sound, Zhou Fong saw 2 figures on the road in the distance, the same grandfather and granddaughter he had seen in the case files. At the same time, he noticed a middle-aged man crouching in the grass behind them, gripping a wooden stick, ready to strike. Zhou Fong moved closer to examine the man, whose thick eyebrows cast shadows, making his sunken eyes appear even more menacing. As the grandfather and granddaughter passed the grass, the middle-aged man suddenly lunged, striking the old man, Zhang Yud, on the head with his stick. The old man collapsed, and the 8-year-old granddaughter fell to the ground in terror, crying loudly. The assailant mercilessly slapped the little girl several times, leaving her face bloodied. Zhao Baoquan, it's you. Zhang Yud recognized the attacker, struggling to protect his granddaughter. If you have a grudge, take it out on me, not my granddaughter. Zhao Baoquan ignored him, dragging the pair into the grass, beating and cursing them. Old man, if it weren't for your son, I wouldn't have gone to prison. I killed your son and daughter-in-law 5 years ago, and now it's your turn. I told you I'd wipe out your family when I got out, and I meant it. Zhou Fong watched the horrific scene unfold, his heart aching. He futilely reached for the girl's phantom hand until she stopped moving. After a long moment, he calmed himself enough to continue tracking Zhao Baoquan's actions. He observed the murderer meticulously erasing traces, discarding the weapon and bloodstained clothes, and finally returning home to wash up. Exhausted, Zhou Fong snapped back to reality, gasping for breath. Did you find the killer? Inspector, he asked anxiously. If even the time-space technique fails, this case might become a cold one. Zhou Fong, still catching his breath, replied, I found him. Let me rest for a bit. With that, he sat down to restore his energy. That's fantastic. Inspector, he couldn't hide his excitement. Half an hour later, Zhou Fong regained some strength and stood up. With Inspector he climbed over a small hill and headed east. Half an hour later, they entered a field. Zhou Fong led Inspector He over a small hill, and after half an hour heading east, they entered a field. With no one around, Zhou Fong carefully stepped into the field, but despite his caution, he still trampled some crops. In the middle of the field, Zhou Fong crouched down and dug through the soil with his hands, quickly unearthing a blood-stained wooden stick. Inspector, he was thrilled. We've found the murder weapon. This is a crucial clue. Zhou Fong didn't touch the stick. He turned to Inspector He and said, arrange for someone to collect the evidence. Make up a reason. Of course, of course. Inspector He nodded repeatedly and hurriedly took out his phone to notify his colleagues to come and collect the evidence. Then, Zhou Fong led Inspector He to a nearby ditch, pointing at a pile of clothes inside. The killer is Zhao Baoquan. These are the clothes he discarded after the crime. He was also responsible for the car accident that killed Zhang Yude's son and daughter-in-law 5 years ago. You'll have to find the specific evidence yourselves, Zhou Fong added apologetically. My time travel skills can't go back 5 years, so you'll have to figure it out. Inspector He, full of confidence, patted his chest. Thank you so much. Leave the rest to me. Now that we know who the killer is, gathering the evidence should be straightforward. A murder case that was about to become a cold case, where innocent elders and children were brutally killed, had the city on high alert. Led by Detective Sun from the city's criminal division, all departments were working together with a vow to catch the culprit. Detective Sun, fully committed, led his team in a relentless 7-day pursuit, yet they still found nothing. Just as everyone was about to give up, a call from Inspector He broke the deadlock. The murder weapon was found, the clothes discarded by the killer were located, and most importantly, the killer's identity was confirmed, also linking to a car accident from 5 years ago. The turn of events was exhilarating. However, the way Inspector He found the clues seemed a bit fantastical. Some flash of inspiration, some sudden idea, some criminal psychology, and finally a complete recreation of the crime through simulating the killer's mindset. This method of solving the case was like something out of a movie. Detective Sun couldn't help but mutter, I've been a detective for half my life and never solved a case like this. When did Inspector He get such skills? But with solid evidence in front of them, Inspector He's explanation was readily accepted. Zhou Fong returned to his dormitory late at night, and his plan to go shopping had to be cancelled. After a quick wash, he went straight to bed. The next morning, Zhou Fong got up early, washed up quickly, and headed out. His main task for the day was to go shopping. Shilling Plaza Shopping Center was the largest shopping venue in the city. Zhou Fong headed straight to the Coarse Grain store, a brand known for its high-value electronic products that had caught his eye. Although the name Coarse Grain sounded like a grain seller, it was actually a well-known brand dealing in various electronic products. It's said that within their group, there's a classic saying, he who wins over the underdogs wins the world. But the person who allegedly said this had been fired, so its truth was uncertain. Considering himself an underdog, Zhou Fong decided to take a look. As long as it's cheap and good, it's fine, he thought. As soon as he stepped into the store, an enthusiastic salesperson greeted him. Welcome, sir. What are you looking to buy? Just looking around, Zhou Fong replied casually. His attention was drawn to a phone called the Coarse Grain K30, and he couldn't help but pick it up to examine it closely. The salesperson, noticing this, immediately launched into a detailed introduction. Sir, your phone looks like it's from 7 or 8 years ago and only supports 4G. Now that 5G is becoming widespread, our K30. A torrent of phone features and highlights poured out. Zhou Fong found it a bit overwhelming and finally managed to ask, how much is it? 2,500 yuan, the salesperson replied. That's really cheap, Zhou Fong thought, and with 20,000 yuan in hand, he decisively decided to get a new phone. I'll take one. From now on, I'm an underdog too. The salesperson gave an awkward but polite smile. You're joking, sir. Just then, a familiar voice came from the entrance. Hey, it's you, Detec. Zhou Fong turned to see Mu Jingxue, the hostage he had rescued a few days ago. This young and beautiful girl, with long eyebrows and delicate shoulders, a slender figure, skin fair as snow, and eyes like twinkling stars, drew all eyes in the mall. She was accompanied by one girl and 2 boys, who seemed to be her classmates. Zhou Fong quickly interrupted Mu Jingxue. My name is Zhou Fong. We might be classmates next semester. I'm still studying, not a detective, so don't reveal my identity. He gave Mu Jingxue a meaningful look. Clever as she was, Mu Jingxue quickly understood, assuming Detective Zhou must be on a mission. She smoothly asked, Oh, Zhou Fong, what a coincidence. Are you here shopping too? Yeah, I'm planning to get a new phone, Zhou Fong said, holding up his old smartphone, which he'd been using for 7 or 8 years. Mu Jingxue's friend Zhao Huibing pulled her aside, whispering, Jingxue, who is this guy? You only just learned his name. Look at that phone. Hasn't been changed in 7 or 8 years, and his clothes have been washed so much they're almost white. We shouldn't bother with someone like him. Zhao Huibing looked disdainful and, seeing that Mu Jingxue and Zhou Fong didn't seem very familiar, tried to pull Mu Jingxue away. But Mu Jingxue stood firm, continuing, What a coincidence. I was thinking of buying something too. Shall we go together? Jingxue, who is this guy? Yi Wenkai frowned. his tone laced with obvious jealousy. He had been pursuing Mu Jingxue for years, from elementary school until now, but had never seen her be so proactive with anyone else. Chun Jian chimed in. And going into a coarse grain store, how low? Hearing these remarks, Zhou Fong sighed inwardly. These kids don't realize that the hearing of someone with super abilities is quite good. They thought they were speaking quietly, but Zhou Fong heard everything clearly. No need. I'll be done soon. Zhou Fong declined, not wanting to stoop to the level of these kids. Seeing Zhou Fong's expression, Mu Jingxue realized he must have heard her classmate's mockery. After the Xiao Yin kidnapping incident, Mu Jingxue had asked her father about the superpowered world. Although her father's business wasn't as large as international giants like Daigou, it held considerable influence in the city. Her father's concern over her ordeal led to some shocking revelations. According to a manager at Daiga Shopping Network, a childhood friend of her father's, there are quite a few superhumans in this world. The superpowered community was a new reality Mu Jingxue had learned about in recent days. Zhou Fong, in front of her, was a hidden ace of the police department, a superpowered detective. Following the logic of a movie plot, her classmates' whispers would certainly not escape someone with super abilities. He might even have mind-reading skills. These past few days, Mu Jingxue had been having nightmares, but every time she dreamed of Zhou Fong, she felt calm and at peace. Seeing him today, she couldn't help but feel happy. Coarse grain is pretty good. Let's help Zhou Fong choose something. Isn't that what classmates are for? Mu Jingxue insisted, her tone carrying a firm resolve that couldn't be refused. Mu Jingxue turned to her classmates with a firm tone. Isn't helping each other what classmates should do? With that, she walked over to Zhou Fong without hesitation. Her companions were left speechless and stunned. Zhao Huibing, frustrated, stomped her foot and reluctantly followed, as did the other two. Zhao Huibing was puzzled as to why her friends suddenly abandoned them to help a stranger. Mu Jingxue leaned closer to Zhou Fong and asked softly, "What kind of phone are you planning to buy, Zhou Fong?" Zhou Fong pointed to the model in his hand and replied, K30. Zhao Huibing glanced at the price tag with disdain. Only 2,500? The performance must be mediocre. Zhou Fong said helplessly. Though you get what you pay for, have you considered the performance experience when judging it like that? Mu Jingxue picked up another phone and sweetly recommended. I think the F33 Supreme Anniversary Edition is better, with higher specs for just 200 more. It's more cost-effective. She compared the differences between the two phones in detail. Zhou Fong listened, bewildered, and looked to the sales assistant for help. The sales assistant smiled. This young lady knows our products well. Why not spend a little more for something better? Zhou Fong nodded and bought the phone Mu Jingxue recommended. He gratefully said, Thank you. I really have no idea about these things. I relied entirely on your guidance. Mu Jingxue squinted with a smile. You're welcome. Zhao Huibing couldn't help but mock. You don't even know this? Is this your first time at a mall? Chun Jian quietly echoed. Country bumpkin. Mu Jingxue frowned and glanced apologetically at Zhou Fong, feeling caught between her old classmates and her savior. Zhou Fong calmly said, Actually, it is my first time here. You all go ahead. Don't waste time with a country bumpkin like me. Mu Jingxue smiled brightly. Then let me show you around. I know this place well. What do you want to buy, Zhou Fong? Yi Wenkai, standing behind Mu Jingxue, glared at Zhou Fong with eyes full of fire. Zhou Fong was taken aback, thinking this girl might want to hire him as a bodyguard. He shook his head internally. No way. I won't betray the police department. Besides, my fees are high. She probably can't afford me. She must want a discount. Women's thoughts are hard to guess. However, directly refusing might not be wise. What if she accidentally slips up? Better to keep an eye on things personally. Zhou Fong readily agreed. Sure, let's go together. I want to buy some clothes. Yi Wenkai was burning with anger. Zhao Huibing huffed. What's there to shop for with a country bumpkin? Chun Jian scrutinized Zhou Fong. Where are you from, Zhou Fong? Zhou Fong replied with the information provided by Inspector He. I'm from Hangzhou. I lived elsewhere with my parents for years and just came back this year. Oh, what do your parents do? Chun Jian continued to probe. Zhou Fong smoothly answered. They are in the clothing import-export business. They've expanded internationally this year and don't have time to look after me, so I came back. Chun Jian and the others exchanged dubious looks. Zhao Huibing scoffed. We're in the clothing business too, with brands like Parker, Yasin, and Guru. We do their manufacturing. She rattled off a list of luxury brands Zhou Fong didn't recognize. Zhao Huibing pressed further. Which neighborhood do you live in? What's your dad's name? Maybe our dads know each other and do business together. Zhou Fong's heart sank. I'm doomed, caught by someone genuine. This cover story doesn't match my economic standing at all. I should have said I grew up with my grandfather because my parents passed away. That would be more plausible. Just as Zhou Fong was racking his brain, Mu Jingxue stepped in to help. Uncle Zhou used to be our neighbor. We grew up together. He left years ago, so Huibing, your family probably doesn't know him. Zhou Fong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly added, Yes, I just came back recently and am renting a place. Yi Wenkai sourly asked, Then why don't you remember his name? Mu Jingxue remained unfazed. We hadn't seen each other in over a decade, and only reconnected recently. I just didn't think of it earlier. Zhou Fong silently admired her acting skills. Women really are natural-born liars, adorable liars. Mu Jingxue pointed to a budget-friendly clothing store. This shop is good, and they're having a sale. Let's take a look. She worried Zhou Fong might be short on cash and wanted to avoid him being embarrassed by not affording anything. Zhao Huibing rolled her eyes. With his standards, he probably won't even buy anything. Ignoring her, Mu Jingxue focused on picking out clothes. How about this one? Or this one? Try them on. Do you like them? In just a few minutes, Zhou Fong was holding several outfits. Yi Wenkai followed, his face turning purple with anger. Jingxue had never picked clothes for him. Zhou Fong emerged in a new outfit. How do I look? Mu Jingxue smiled. Very handsome, but the color is a bit dark. Try another one. Okay. Zhou Fong went back to the fitting room. Zhao Huibing scoffed. What's handsome about that? Chun Jian chimed in. Yeah, he's definitely not as handsome as our Kai. Yi Wenkai wanted to cry. Even with the looks of a heartthrob, it was all in vain if the goddess ignored him. Mu Jingxue said nothing, her mind drifting back to that day. A massive flame surged towards her, and a figure shielded her. A dragon's roar rang clear, its tail sweeping everything aside. Jingxue, Jingxue. Zhao Huibing's call brought Mu Jingxue back to the present. Huh? What? Mu Jingxue snapped back to reality. I was talking to you. Why were you daydreaming? Zhao Huibing asked. Oh, just thinking of some old times, Mu Jingxue replied. Yi Wenkai, still sour, remarked. Oh, what past could you possibly have from when you were so young? Playing house doesn't count. Zhou Fong changed into a new outfit and stepped out of the fitting room. Mu Jingxue's eyes lit up. This one looks great on you. She motioned for Zhou Fong to try on more. The second outfit was too flashy, and the third too old-fashioned. Mu Jingxue ended up selecting over a dozen outfits for Zhou Fong. Finally, Zhou Fong approached the counter with 5 or 6 carefully chosen outfits and 4 pairs of shoes. Hello, sir. Your total is 7,850 yuan, the cashier said with a smile. Zhao Huibing muttered under her breath. Humph, bet he can't afford it. Without hesitation, Zhou Fong pulled out his card. Charge it, please. I haven't shopped for clothes in a while, so it's better to buy more to avoid another trip. The cashier paused, as she had never heard such a reason before. Zhao Huibing and the others, expecting Zhou Fong to be embarrassed, were left disappointed. After buying the clothes, the group continued to wander around the mall. As it approached noon, Mu Jingxue suggested, Zhou Fong, since it's been so long since we last met, why don't we have lunch together? Zhou Fong chuckled to himself. It's hardly been long at all, just a few days. But to maintain his fabricated story, he agreed readily. Sure. What do you want to eat? Zhao Huibing, displeased, tugged at Mu Jingxue's sleeve. Yi Wenkai quickly chimed in. Jingxue, my mom has prepared a lot of food especially for you today, hoping you'll come over. Mu Jingxue looked surprised. Oh? Why didn't you tell me earlier? She turned to Yi Wenkai. You should go ahead. Please apologize to your mom for me. I have something very important today and can't make it. Yi Wenkai, unwilling to give up, said, then I'm not going back either. If my mom finds out I didn't bring you, she'll be furious. He shot a glare at Zhou Fong, as if warning him not to interfere. Zhou Fong rolled his eyes internally. This kid has quite the imagination. If it weren't for the risk of her revealing my identity, I wouldn't have spent so long with them. Mu Jingxue frowned slightly, aware of the intentions of both families, but she only saw Yi Wenkai as a brother. Ignoring Yi Wenkai's words, she said to Zhou Fong, let's go to Wuqing Xian. The food there is quite good. All right. Zhou Fong agreed nonchalantly. Zhao Huibing and the others had no choice but to follow, unwilling to leave Mu Jingxue alone with Zhou Fong. Wuqing Xian is a well-known members-only dining club in the city. The soft glow of crystal chandeliers and the elegant, traditional Chinese decor created a serene atmosphere. Led by a waiter, the 4 of them headed to a private room. Suddenly, a group of people approached from the opposite direction, led by a man in a wheelchair. The others clearly revolved around him, showing respect. Brother Zhang, how's today's meal? A bent-over attendant asked with a smile. The man in the wheelchair saw Zhou Fong and gestured for the attendant to stop talking. The wheelchair halted, and Zhou Fong also stopped. Their eyes met, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Zhao Huibing exclaimed, Oh, it's Brother Zhang. Chen Jian and Yi Wenkai quickly greeted him. Brother Zhang, what a coincidence. However, the man ignored the others, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Fong, and coldly said, Long time no see. Zhao Huibing and the others looked at Zhou Fong in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. They couldn't believe that these 2 seemingly unrelated individuals actually knew each other, and quite well, it seemed. Could it be that Zhou Fong's family business was really that extensive? Zhou Fong spoke with a calm, yet slightly cold tone. I'm fine, just didn't expect you to still be alive, Zhang Bin Fan. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Bin Fan, whose path as a superhuman had been cut off by Zhou Fong. He sat in a wheelchair, his legs weakly resting on the footrests. Zhang Tianjun had spent billions to pull him back from the brink of death, but the cost was that he would never leave the wheelchair for the rest of his life. Zhou Fang's words carried an obvious hostility, and one of Zhang Binfan's followers, enraged, pointed at Zhou Fang, about to curse him out. How dare you speak like that, you? Before he could finish, Zhang Binfan silenced him with a swift slap. He cast a cold glance at the follower, as if to say that this was a matter between him and Zhou Fang, and no one else had the right to intervene. Zhang Binfan laughed, his laughter full of sarcasm and disdain. Yes, I'm still alive. Does that surprise you? He maneuvered his wheelchair closer to Zhou Fang, until there was only half a meter between them. Lowering his voice, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light, he said, "You've dared to come to Hang City, my territory. I'll make sure you regret it." Mu Jingxue sensed the tense atmosphere between the two and worriedly stepped forward to pull Zhou Fang away. However, Zhou Fang pushed her aside, a warning glinting in his eyes. These ordinary people couldn't withstand Zhang Binfan's retaliation. Bending down, Zhou Fang leaned in closer to Zhang Binfan, his voice low and firm. "The land under heaven belongs to the empire, not your Zhang family." He thought to himself, this mere child, a defeated opponent, trying to intimidate him was simply wishful thinking. Behind him, after all, was the power of the empire. This thought, Zhou Fang kept to himself. Zhang Binfan smiled slightly, ignoring Zhou Fang's provocation, and turned his gaze to the crowd behind Zhou Fang. "Are these your friends?" Zhao Huibing quickly stepped forward to make a connection. "Brother Zhang, it's me, Zhao Huibing. We met at your 10th birthday party." She continued to explain. "We ran into him at the mall. He's transferring to our school next semester, so he'll be our future classmate." Zhao Huibing was loyal, not mentioning Mu Jingshue's presence, and Shun Jian and Yi Wenkai wisely remained silent. The Zhang family was not to be trifled with. Mu Jingxue wanted to speak up for Zhou Fang, but he quickly channeled his energy, using the common method of an A-level superhuman transmitting his voice directly into her mind. "Don't associate yourself with me. Think about your parents. Zhang Binfan is nothing to me." Although the Mu family wasn't as powerful as the Zhang family, they didn't fear them either. Nevertheless, Mu Jingxue chose to trust Zhou Fang. After all, why would a superhuman from the police department fear someone like Zhang Binfan? Zhang Binfan recalled Zhao Huibing, his tone softening a bit. "Oh, it's you, Xiaobing. Make sure to take good care of my old classmate for me. I'll be taking my leave now." With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair away, followed by his cronies. Zhou Fang watched Zhang Binfan's retreating figure calmly. Zhang Binfan hadn't shown anger or shouted, but his calmness was terrifying. Zhou Fang knew that the Zhang family was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, and Zhang Binfan seemed to have become somewhat unhinged, a more contained, yet more dangerous madness. Mu Jingxue asked softly, "How did you get involved with him?" "He said you're old classmates, but I remember he went to study in the capital 3 years ago." Zhou Fang replied casually, "We were classmates. During a school competition, I accidentally injured him." Hiss! Zhao Huibing and the others gasped. "Injured him?" Zhou Fang said it so nonchalantly. To have incapacitated Zhang Binfan and still be standing there intact, just that alone made Zhou Fang no ordinary person. Moreover, Zhang Binfan had formally issued a challenge, treating Zhou Fang as an equal opponent. This confrontation was likely just beginning. Zhang Binfan officially challenged Zhou Fang, considering him a worthy opponent. This move made Zhao Huibing and others re-evaluate Zhou Fang, placing him on the same level as Zhang Binfan. Shun Jian curiously asked, "Zhou Fang, hasn't the Zhang family caused you any trouble?" Zhou Fang calmly replied, "With elders backing me, the Zhang family doesn't dare to act rashly. The Academy of Enlightenment has its own rules, and the Zhang family's influence doesn't reach here." This response made Chun Jian and the others speculate that Zhou Fang's family might have someone powerful enough to rival the Zhang family. They quietly guessed that Zhou Fang might be the child of an influential figure, experiencing life here. Mu Jingxue, on the other hand, believed Zhou Fang was referring to the superpowered seniors from the Bureau of Investigation. She gently said, "Be careful, but I believe Zhang Binfan won't be able to deal with you." Thinking of the powerful dragon tail, Mu Jingxue felt an inexplicable confidence in Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang smiled and said, "You have good insight. Let's eat first." He thought to himself, Mu Jingxue understands me well. Zhang Binfan. Huh. A defeated general doesn't deserve mention. During the meal, Zhou Fang repeatedly reminded Mu Jingxue not to reveal her identity. After receiving her assurance, he felt somewhat relieved. After eating, Zhou Fang went to the front desk to pay the bill, only to find Mu Jingxue had already settled it. He felt a bit frustrated, thinking, "I owe her a lot today. I must repay her next time." As they prepared to part ways at the entrance of Wu Qingxian, Mu Jingxue suggested, "Zhou Fang, let's add each other on Tianshan." Zhou Fang quickly responded, I just changed my phone and haven't downloaded Tianshan yet. How about you give me your number, and I'll add you later." Mu Jingxue agreed with a smile and gave him her number. Zhou Fang promised to add her soon. Yi Wenkai watched from the side, feeling a twinge of jealousy. After saying goodbye, Zhou Fong returned to the Bureau of Investigation, downloaded Tianxin, and created an account, adding Mu Jingxue as his first contact. Mu Jingxue messaged, "Is this a new account? No posts on your moments." Zhou Fong replied, "In our circle, we don't use Tianxin. So, I'm your first friend, huh? Huh." Mu Jingxue seemed delighted. Zhou Fong thought, she has a unique way of thinking. After a brief chat, he put away his phone and focused on training. With 2.5 months until the semester began, Zhou Fong was determined to reach level before school started. In the following days, Zhou Fong tirelessly honed his physical strength in the training room and practiced absorbing energy in the cultivation room. Day by day, his energy saturation neared 99. A little over 10 days later, good news came one after another. The Xiao Yin kidnapping case was officially closed, and after discussions, the higher-ups issued rewards, a departmental bonus of 50,000 yuan for the paranormal investigation group, and a personal cash reward of 30,000 yuan for Zhou Fong, with Tang Mengmeng and Yuan Hua each receiving 10,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the murder case handled by Inspector He was also solved, with the suspect formally charged and facing the maximum penalty of death. Zhou Fong received a secret reward of a pure energy stone. Zhou Fong was surprised by the generous rewards. Is the reward for a homicide case this high? That's 150,000 yuan. Inspector He explained that the reward was specially established to encourage superpowered individuals to assist in solving cases. The importance of the case received significant attention from higher authorities, and as a result, Zhou Fong was rewarded with the same level of recognition as cases involving superhumans. Overjoyed, Zhou Fong immediately hugged Inspector He, confidently stating that he was ready to tackle any challenging homicide cases in the future. His only request was to receive pure energy stones. Inspector He couldn't help but chuckle at Zhou Fong's enthusiasm. Clutching the hard-earned pure energy stone, Zhou Fong went alone to a training room with a high energy concentration. He decided to keep this precious energy stone for himself, neither sharing it with the box nor with Hyder. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Fong began to practice the Longjiao divine technique. Hiss, an intense sensation swept through his body. Zhou Fong marveled that while ordinary training felt like inhaling mist, training in this room was like drinking sweet spring water, and using the pure energy stone was akin to swallowing thick jelly. The high concentration of energy was almost solid, continuously flowing into his body. In Zhou Fong's consciousness space, the spirit tree emitted a golden glow, signaling an impending breakthrough. However, just as he was about to advance from a level to level, he encountered a barrier as thin as a cicada's wing, yet seemingly indestructible. No matter how hard he tried, the absorbed energy wouldn't further enhance his cultivation. Fortunately, the Longjiao divine technique, as a clever technique, contains secret methods for breakthroughs. Without hesitation, Zhou Fong activated the secret method, fully absorbing half of the energy from the pure energy stone. The immense energy condensed into a sharp blade within him, piercing through the barrier. Pop! The barrier shattered like a balloon pricked by a needle. Zhou Fong felt a surge of power rushing into his consciousness space. The spirit tree absorbed this level quality energy, slowly producing a golden fruit. Success! Zhou Fong was secretly delighted. He had finally advanced to level, meaning he could now transform another item. To consolidate his cultivation, Zhou Fong continued absorbing the remaining pure energy stone until it turned to dust. Afterward, Zhou Fong entered the testing area to assess his strength progress. The results showed level at 7, in the early level stage, energy quality at 80, surpassing the level average of 72, muscle strength at 180, slightly below the average strength type superhuman's 198. However, his mental strength was blocked for some reason and couldn't be measured. Zhou Fong was quite satisfied with these results. Not only had his cultivation stabilized, but it had also increased by an additional 7, which was truly gratifying. Especially the energy quality, which, due to his technique, was even higher than that of ordinary level superhumans. Although his physical strength didn't match those specializing in strength, Zhou Fong wasn't concerned, as his path wasn't purely one of physical power. Breaking through from a level to level might seem simple, but it was fraught with challenges. More than half of freelance superhumans were stuck at this threshold, unable to progress. Zhou Fong's smooth breakthrough was the result of several favorable conditions: the solid foundation laid by the clever Longjiao divine technique, the excellent environment of the energy-rich training room, and the abundant energy provided by the pure energy stone. With all these conditions, failing to break through would have indeed been a waste. After advancing to level, the newly formed fruit on the spirit tree signaled that Zhou Fong needed to find a suitable item for transformation. He took out his cherished transformation test card, which would help him avoid at least one mistake. But before starting the transformation, Zhou Fong decided to share the good news. He picked up his phone and created a new group in the Slowpoke Errand chat, adding Qin Zhan, Zhao Yi, and Gao Jia. Zhou Fong sent a message. Broke through to level. Now I need to find something to transform. Such a hassle. He also included a picture showing the new star-shaped birthmark on his arm. Zhao Yi quickly replied with a bewildered emoji, followed by a complaint. The teacher said I'd be the first to break through, but I still need at least a month. Having taken the blood Ganoderma lucidum, Zhao Yi had hoped to be the fastest to reach level in their group, but now he felt a bit disappointed. Qin Zhan sent words of encouragement. Zhao Yi, keep it up. I'm almost there too. Seeing Qin Zhan's reply, Zhao Yi could only respond with an ellipsis, feeling a bit resigned. Zhao Yi stared at his phone screen, his brow furrowed. The patanta head emoji sent by Gao Jia only added to his bitterness. Don't be sad. I still need at least 6 months, Gao Jia had written, but this attempt at comfort only made Zhao Yi feel worse. Zhou Feng quickly sensed the change in mood and shifted the topic. Third brother, how's your ranking in the battle leaderboard? He knew that the strongest in the academy had already left, leaving few who could rival Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi sighed and sent a dejected emoji. Third place. Gao Jia immediately became interested. Oh wow, there are 2 people better than you? Who are they? Zhao Yi didn't want to elaborate and simply replied, let's not talk about it. I'll break through next month and definitely take the top spot. Qin Zhan and Zhou Feng both sent words of encouragement. You can do it. Gao Jia, however, teased. Hey, if you don't get first place, treat me to a seafood buffet. Zhao Yi was instantly annoyed. Get lost. Suddenly, Zhou Feng remembered something and quickly typed. By the way, second brother, the sword technique I taught you is a combined technique. When you find the other half, you can teach it to her. The combined technique is a grade sword skill. Gao Jia was shocked. Zhao Yi was intrigued, and Qin Zhan curiously asked, Gao Jia, good luck. What's the name of the sword technique? Zhou Feng remained silent. Without the ant's sword technique, it couldn't be called the Jade Maiden sword technique. The chat ended, and Zhou Feng put away his phone, deciding to select the second item for enchantment. He thought to himself, why not take a stroll through the antique market first? But I only have 1 enchantment test card, it's not enough. Looking at the 26 saved card draw opportunities, Zhou Feng had an idea. Should I use them now and get more enchantment test cards? And with that, he decided to go for it. To a known draw, 13 in a row. Let's go. Zhou Feng's heart raced with anticipation for good fortune. The first card revealed a large coin pattern. Super money card consumed. Randomly receive a sum of cash. Zhou Feng shook his head helplessly. Sigma money cards again, and now a super money card. Is this cursed card going to be with me forever? I'm a superhuman. What do I need money for? That's for ordinary people. He went into the bathroom, using the same trick, placing the box on the toilet. Box, be sensible. You know the consequences of giving me another card like this. The second card showed a pair of white wings. Flight card consumed. Soar through the sky for an hour. Although those below grade couldn't fly, this consumable card might be very useful in critical moments. Indeed, the bathroom is useful, Zhou Feng thought with relief. However, the third card disappointed him. Again, was another super money card. Zhou Feng almost threw the box into the toilet in frustration, but reconsidering the potential consequences, he refrained. During the rest of the draw, Zhou Feng acquired an enchantment test card, a martial skill card severing pulse finger, the core of 9 dragons transformation dragon emperor's essence blood, a card seal of heavenly chains, a void summon Guijia, and a replication puppet card, among other valuable cards. He also encountered a few more frustrating super money cards. After the draw ended, Zhou Feng excitedly considered his newfound abilities. He was especially thrilled about the replication puppet card, which filled him with anticipation for the future. What is a crate? A powerhouse, capable of shattering ground and buildings. Every crate powerhouse is recorded in global archives. Zhou Feng couldn't wait to ask in the group chat, are there any crate powerhouses in our city? Tang Mingming quickly replied, why are you asking? Crate powerhouses are provincial level. We might not have any here. Zhou Feng stood amidst the bustling antique market, his gaze sweeping over the rows of shops and stalls. As a former archaeology major, he had a unique sensitivity to antiques. A simple jade pendant caught his attention, and he approached the stall to take a closer look. How much for this piece? Zhou Feng asked, his eyes fixed on the jade pendant, which was at least a century old. The stall owner perked up, a broad smile spreading across his face. You've got a good eye, young man. This is a burial item from a prince of the Ding dynasty, 1,000 years ago. Zhou Feng remained unfazed and simply repeated, how much? 200,000, the stall owner declared confidently. Without hesitation, Zhou Feng put the pendant down and turned to leave. The stall owner quickly called after him. Wait, don't rush. We can negotiate here. After some haggling, Zhou Feng bought the jade for 7,380 yuan. Although it was several times its real value, Zhou Feng didn't mind. He found a secluded public restroom, took out a transformation test card, and placed it with the pendant. Once the card disappeared, a string of information appeared before Zhou Feng's eyes. Lotus Jade Pendant, worn by the wife of the Marquis of Pujuan from the previous dynasty. Transformation power, 3.5 stars. Transformation attributes, healing bias 48, time-space bias 24, Earth attribute defense bias 14. Earth attribute attack bias 9. Other attributes 5. Overall transformation index 3 stars. Zhou Fong was overjoyed. This card seemed tailor-made for him. He quickly grasped the meanings of the transformation power and attributes, but ultimately decided that the pendant wasn't worth transforming. He headed straight to a large antique trade association and placed the pendant on the counter. This is the jade pendant of the Marquis of Pujuan's wife from the previous dynasty. No need for appraisal, just name a price. The shopkeeper examined it carefully and exclaimed, "You really know your stuff? Did you get this from Old Ding's stall? I'll offer 120,000. That's my highest offer." Zhou Fong wasn't too concerned with the price. He was more interested in finding suitable items for transformation. "Do you have any ancient weapons around this price range?" he asked, already planning his next move. Zhou Fong stepped into the antique shop, his eyes scanning the array of displayed items until they landed on a row of exquisite boxes. He got straight to the point and asked, "Do you have any ancient weapons around the same price?" The shop owner raised an eyebrow, a puzzled smile playing on his lips. "Isn't that strange? Ancient weapons have become a trend lately," he muttered, pulling a few finely crafted wooden boxes from beneath the counter. "I just received a few pieces, let me show you." As Zhou Fong carefully examined the weapons in the boxes, he casually asked, "Have there been many people buying antique weapons recently?" The shop owner shook his head and explained, "For most collectors, any antique will do. Few people are fixated on weapons unless they're in the trade." He paused, a slight glint in his eye. "But a few days ago, someone did buy 5 weapons at once. Maybe they have a unique collecting habit." He gave Zhou Fong a meaningful glance, thinking this young man might be of the same type. Zhou Fong understood but didn't bother to clarify, letting the owner think what he would. His attention was caught by a copper heart protector, which he estimated to be at least 300 years old. He thought to himself, "Let's give it a try. Since the test card didn't show any anomalies, I won't buy it this time. I'll just test it directly." Taking advantage of the moment when the shop owner turned away, Zhou Fong swiftly pulled a card from his pocket and flashed it over the heart protector. In an instant, the protector's details appeared in his mind. Heart protector, part of the armor of a general from the Rilu Kingdom. Infusion power, 4 stars. Infusion attributes, 71 metal attribute defense, 9 spacetime attribute, 8 metal attribute attack, 7 summoning attribute, 5 other attributes. Overall infusion index, 4.5 stars. Zhou Fong nodded to himself, recognizing it as a powerful defensive piece. However, he didn't rush to make a decision and continued browsing through other items. Seeing this, the shop owner cheerfully brought over a cup of tea. "Take your time, young man," he said with a smile, secretly pleased. This customer wasn't in a hurry to get money for the jade pendant, indicating he was likely here for a big purchase. Zhou Fong glanced over the antiques worth tens of thousands and calculated his budget, knowing he could only afford one item. With 3 infusion test cards left, he decided to keep looking. Suddenly, a longbow caught his eye. Zhou Fong thought, "This is nice. I do lack in the area of ranged weapons." He discreetly used another infusion test card, and the longbow's information appeared. Longbow, used by the commander of the capital guard in the Rilu Kingdom. Infusion power, 4 stars. Infusion attributes, 85 attack focus, 6 spacetime focus, 6 control focus, 3 other attributes. Includes a clever technique, the falling heart technique. Overall infusion index, 5 stars. Cough cough. Zhou Fong was so excited he accidentally choked on his tea. The shop owner kindly reminded him, "Take it easy, young man. No rush." Zhou Fong composed himself and casually asked, "How much for this heart protector?" 150,000, the owner replied. "And this long knife?" 130,000. "What about this longbow?" 140,000. Without hesitation, Zhou Fong pulled out 20,000 in cash and slapped it on the counter. "Plus the 12,000 from before, that makes it," he said, grabbing the longbow and heading for the door. His actions were swift and fluid, taking the bow, turning, and leaving in one seamless motion. The shop owner stood there with the money, momentarily stunned, murmuring, "What's the rush? Afraid I'd go back on my word." Suddenly, he realized something and exclaimed, "Is this cash? Could it be fake?" He quickly took the money to verify its authenticity. Back in his dorm at the police bureau, Zhou Fong couldn't wait to examine the longbow closely. He was thrilled. This was truly worth a clever technique infusion item, a rare find indeed. With 4-star power, it was more than sufficient. Just as he was about to start the infusion, his gaze was drawn to a sword box in the corner. It was old Chen's family heirloom, a rusty sword. Since carrying weapons in the city was inconvenient, Zhou Fong had always left it in his dorm. He thought, a rusty sword shouldn't be something anyone would want to steal. Zhou Fong gazed at the long sword in his hand, reminiscing about its remarkable performance during the Academy's intergrade competition. In that series of fierce battles, the sword not only achieved significant victories, but also remained free of even a trace of rust. He couldn't help but wonder if this was a treasured heirloom, possibly with a history stretching back through the ages. Running his fingers gently along the blade, Zhou Fong could feel the exceptional quality of its material. A daring idea flashed through his mind. Why not? Give it a try. He calculated silently, with 2 enchantment test cards remaining, and thought it might be worth giving old Chen a nod of appreciation. With his mind made up, Zhou Fong eagerly took out a test card and tossed it towards the mysterious longsword. However, this time things were different. In the past, the test results would appear in just 3 seconds, but now, even after a full minute, there was no response. Just as Zhou Fong thought the test might end in failure, the sword's enchantment information suddenly appeared before him. 3-kill sword, the sword of the god of war general from the Ding dynasty 1,000 years ago. Enchantment power, off the charts. Enchantment attributes, ice attribute attack bias 100, fire attribute attack bias 100, space attribute attack bias 100. Includes an unknown tier martial skill. 3-kill sword technique. Overall enchantment index, off the charts. Zhou Fong stared in disbelief at the information. A level beyond 5 stars, marked as off the charts. How could enchantment attributes exceed 100? 3 attributes, totaling 300. What did that even mean? And what was with the unknown tier martial skill? Was there a tier beyond a grade? This box, haha, it's practically a trash box. Trash cards. Zhou Fong couldn't help but vent his frustration. He then recalled the 14,000 he spent on a longbow and, filled with regret, tossed it unceremoniously under the bed. If I'd known, why waste the money, he lamented to himself. His eyes returned to the sword in his hand, and an irrepressible excitement surged within him. This was no longer just an ordinary rusty longsword. It was the legendary 3-kill sword. What was there to hesitate about? He decisively took out a golden fruit and slowly merged it into the sword. In an instant, golden light flickered, the sword vibrated violently, emitting a buzzing sound. Zhou Fong quickly gripped the hilt, trying to calm its agitation. He wondered why it reacted so dramatically when the box hadn't stirred at all. Was it that the sword's sentiment wasn't yet aligned, or was his own skill level too low? The rust on the sword's blade slowly fell away, revealing the cold, gleaming obsidian blade beneath. This sword was neither slender and light nor bulky and heavy. It was perfectly balanced between the two. The blade emitted a faint, chilling glow, and its sharp edge seemed capable of slicing through the air itself. Zhou Fong gently tossed a piece of paper, and before it could touch the blade, it was sliced in two by the sword's fierce aura. A peerless sword, Zhou Fong exclaimed, his gaze shifting to the mysterious 3-kill sword technique. Despite its name, the 3-kill sword technique consisted of only 3 moves. The first move, the blazing sword, gathered the essence of fire from the heavens and the earth into the blade, capable of incinerating everything with a single strike. The second move, the freezing sword, summoned the chilling energy of the netherworld to freeze everything within 1,000 miles with a swing. The third move, the celestial sword, could cleave the very sky. The intricate sword technique filled Zhou Fong's mind, and it took him over half an hour to barely make sense of it. The 3-kill sword embodied the attributes of fire, ice, and space, usually dormant and merely a sharp divine weapon. However, when the 3-kill sword technique was performed with the 3-kill sword, it became a perfect match, capable of harnessing the 3 elemental energies of the universe with extraordinary power. As long as Zhou Fong's cultivation was sufficient, the 3-kill sword would become a formidable weapon in his hands. Eagerly, Zhou Fong gripped the 3-kill sword, determined to test his skills. He began to perform the first move, the blazing sword, according to the technique. Instantly, the blade turned fiery red. The fire element energy in the room seemed to be summoned, converging on the blade. However, due to Zhou Fong's limited strength, he could only draw upon the elemental energy within the confines of the room. A weak flame flickered at the sword's tip, yet it transformed the entire dormitory into an oven, raising the temperature by dozens of degrees. The flame lasted only 3 seconds before extinguishing. Sweat beaded on Zhou Fong's forehead as he realized, to his surprise, that even with the deep energy cultivated from a clever technique, his level strength could only sustain it for such a brief moment. In those mere 3 seconds, the potted plant on the windowsill had been shriveled by the heat, and a fly on the table had turned into a dry husk. Zhou Fong couldn't help but gasp, realizing the sword's power far exceeded his expectations. The fly on the table had turned into a dried carcass, silently speaking of the passage of time. Zhou Fong gripped his long sword, attempting to perform the first move of the 3-kill sword technique, the scorching fire sword, but could barely start. He assessed that at least a clever cultivation was needed to fully master this move. With no other option, he stored the sword in his consciousness space. Despite the unsuccessful attempt, he was still satisfied with the insights gained this time. After lunch, Zhou Fong decided to contact Inspector He to handle the case. He picked up the phone and dialed Inspector He's number. "Inspector He, where are you?" Zhou Fong asked directly. "I'm at the victim Mu Qiangxing's home, Jiangding District, XX Road, 5th floor." Inspector He replied succinctly. "All right, I'll be there soon." Zhou Fong responded and hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, Zhou Fong stood at the door of Mu Qiangxing's home and knocked gently. The door opened to reveal a familiar face. "Oh, it's you," Zhou Fong exclaimed in surprise. It was Mu Jingxue who opened the door. She smiled sweetly. "This is my home, of course I'm here. What brings you here?" It dawned on Zhou Fong that Mu Qiangxing and Mu Jingxue shared the same rare surname. He should have realized earlier. "Orders from above. I'm here to assist with the investigation," Zhou Fong explained modestly. Mu Jingxue frowned slightly. "Isn't it just a theft case? Why is the top department involved? Is it because of the amount? A few million isn't that much." In her mind, someone like Zhou Fong belonged to a secret elite department, unlikely to be deployed for ordinary cases. Yet, with Zhou Fong present, she felt inexplicably reassured. Mu Jingxue led Zhou Fong into the living room. Where Inspector, he was talking to a middle-aged man. "Zhou Fong is here." "Inspector," he introduced. "Mr. Mu, this is Detective Zhou Fong from our special unit, known for his outstanding investigative skills." Mu Qiangxing scrutinized Zhou Fong's youthful appearance, feeling a bit skeptical. However, his experience in business prevented him from showing any disdain. Instead, he warmly smiled and said, "Comrade Zhou Fong, Inspector, he has been praising you. Truly impressive for someone so young. Please, have a seat." Mu Jingxue made Zhou Fong a cup of tea and spoke first. "Dad, this is Zhou Fong, who saved me the other day. I heard we'll be classmates next semester." Mu Qiangxing paused, suddenly recalling the event. A superhuman. No wonder Inspector he held him in such high regard. His smile grew even brighter. Zhou Fong took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. "When did the theft occur at your home, Mr. Mu? And what was stolen?" Mu Qiangxing explained in detail. "Between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. the day before yesterday. Everything was normal when I got up at 2 a.m. to use the bathroom. A 500-year-old Buddhist bell from the Li dynasty was stolen, valued at over 6 million. The Li dynasty was known for its flourishing Buddhism, and this artifact is no exception." Inspector, he looked at Zhou Fong, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhou Fong no longer concealed his actions. A card appeared quietly in his hand. The card glowed, and the exploration of time and space began. The river of time unfolded before Zhou Fong, and he started to trace back into the past. In the early hours of the day before yesterday, a thrilling scene unfolded before Zhou Fong's eyes. Outside his window, a figure stood suspended in midair, exuding a powerful aura that was both intimidating and awe-inspiring. Zhou Fong instantly realized this was a Blevel powerhouse. He couldn't help but think sarcastically. A Blevel powerhouse stealing? Why be so cautious? Wouldn't it be easier to just take what you want? I'm sure no one would dare stop you. He watched as the figure deftly pried open the window of Mu Qiangxing's house and silently slipped inside. Zhou Fong then noticed that the intruder was standing on a ceramic dish. This detail made him realize that was a catalyst item, and the intruder was an enchanter, likely a senior from his academy. Zhou Fong thought to himself that there were no wild enchanters in the world. The only way to awaken as an enchanter was through the first level of the Lingua Jiushuan Tower. All enchanters came from the Enchantment Academy, though not all were exceptional. Clearly, the intruder's target wasn't money but a 500-year-old Buddhist artifact. Such ancient items have a high chance of being transformed into prime quality, which explained the interest. Using his abilities, Zhou Fong followed the intruder through time and space, eventually arriving at a villa. He witnessed the intruder successfully enchant a bell and store it in his mindscape. Returning to reality, Zhou Fong found that he had only used a tenth of his energy. After breaking through to level, his time-space exploration abilities were indeed more adept. "Inspector our department will handle this case. You can head back," Zhou Fong said to the arriving officer. Inspector he was momentarily taken aback, then realized and asked in surprise, "Is this a special case?" Zhou Fong nodded in confirmation. Inspector understanding the situation, agreed smoothly. "Following procedure, we'll need to archive the case and pass it up to be secretly forwarded to Captain Liu. I'll notify him right away." "All right, let's follow the Bureau's procedures," Zhou Fong agreed. Shortly after, the case was officially handed over, and Lu Lai and his team arrived on the scene. Zhou Fong bid farewell to the Mu family, noting Mu Jingshue's reluctant expression. With Lu Lai and his team, Zhou Fong hurried toward the target's residence. Recalling the details he had seen in the past timeline, he said, "The intruder is a level enchanter. Judging by the mark on his arm, he should be a 7-star enchanter." Lu Lai's expression changed dramatically. "Oh no, it's Jiang Fengkai." Zhou Fong asked, puzzled. "Are there so few enchanters in this city? And why is it bad news?" Yuan Hua explained. "Enchanters are rare, and level ones are even rarer. There are only a handful of 7-star enchanters in the city, and the only one living in Wangjiang Villa is Jiang Fengkai. He's a bodyguard for Wei Buoqing of the Wangnan Group." Master Kanyan added. Wei Buoqing is one of Wangnan Group's board members, and his bodyguards are all members of the Super Trade Alliance. "The Super Trade Alliance? You mean the third-ranked superhuman alliance in the city?" Zhou Fong mused. I've heard that many superhuman alliances have been resisting the Bureau. It's interesting to finally see it firsthand. Tang Mingming pouted. That's right. The Super Trade Alliance is spearheaded by superhumans hired by the three major city groups, Daiga Shopping Network, Wangna Network, and Donghua Invincible Technology. They usually don't take us seriously and have piled up many cases related to them. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're like, Zhou Fong said with a smile, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Lu Lai shook his head, sighing. You're fearless, like a young calf unafraid of tigers. Suddenly, he noticed something different about Zhou Fong's aura and asked in surprise. Wait, your aura? Have you broken through? Yuan Hua and Master Kong Yun widened their eyes in unison, their gazes fixed on Zhou Fong. Even Tang Mingming was so surprised that her mouth fell open, causing the candy she was holding to drop out. Tang Mingming was so shocked that the candy fell out of her mouth. She stared wide-eyed at Zhou Fong in disbelief. It's been such a short time, and you haven't even graduated from the Transformation Academy yet. Did you come out early? Are prodigies always this unreasonable? Her words prompted a moment of reflection. Everyone present knew that graduates from the Superpower Academy usually required some time to make a breakthrough. Geniuses might achieve it in about a year, above-average individuals in 3 to 4 years, while those of average ability took over 5 years. Yuan Hua and Kong Yun belonged to this category, although Kong Yun, being a martial monk of the Buddhist sect, had combat abilities that surpassed his level, making a 5-year breakthrough quite impressive. Those less capable might need 10 years or more, with the least successful failing to break through to the level. Zhou Fong's performance shattered everyone's expectations. He not only graduated early, but also made a breakthrough before his classmates had even finished their studies. Such talent truly could be described as extraordinary. Recalling Zhou Fong's ability to defeat level Kong Yun while still at a level, his rapid progress seemed less surprising. We've got a prodigious genius in our police department, someone exclaimed. Zhou Fong, however, remained calm and composed. I was just lucky to break through today, he said, as if discussing something as simple as drinking water. Kong Yun clasped his hands together in a Buddhist gesture. Ba, Comrade Zhou Fong is truly talented, he remarked with a hint of admiration. Zhou Fong's understated confidence was most formidable, and Kong Yun couldn't help but acknowledge it. Reflecting on how he was no match for Zhou Fong even at a level, he realized he was now even further behind. Kong Yun had always taken pride in his status as a martial monk, but Zhou Fong had completely shattered that sense of superiority. Yuan Hua curiously asked, what was your second transformation item? A sword, Zhou Fong replied succinctly. The group nodded in understanding. Given Zhou Fong's mastery in swordsmanship, and the fact that real swords couldn't be carried around in the city, transforming a sword was undoubtedly the best choice. Lu Lai was more concerned with practical matters. How's your combat strength now? Zhou Fong thought for a moment and answered honestly, I haven't tested it yet. If the captain has time, we could spar. He silently estimated that, using Kong Yun's previous abilities as a reference, he could now easily handle 2 or 3 of him. Lu Lai was a mid-level grade martial artist, and though Zhou Fong hadn't seen him in action, he believed he could compete with him. He calculated that the strength of 3 Kong Yuns should be enough to confront Lu Lai. Little did he know, Kong Yun had unknowingly become Zhou Fong's unit of measurement for combat strength. Lu Lai chuckled. Great, after this case, we'll have a match, he said with a hint of anticipation. Tang Mingming interjected excitedly. Awesome, there's going to be a show to watch? An opportunity to learn. Zhou Fong gave her a helpless look. You're clearly just here for the show. Lu Lai turned seriously to Tang Mingming. And when are you going to break through? Tang Mingming immediately deflated. I knew I shouldn't have tried to stand out. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the Wangjiang Villa complex. The residents here were all wealthy or influential, and even the security guards were superpowered. At the gate, Lu Lai and the others presented their identification, and Zhou Fong assumed they would be allowed in without issue. However, the A-level superpowered guard stopped them. Captain Lu, you're here again? We've been instructed not to let you in. Zhou Fong frowned. You're obstructing police work? Is there a place where the police can't enter? This is outrageous. Lu Lai didn't waste any more words, simply pushing past the guard. Step aside. The police are handling a case, and no mere guard can stop us. The guard, unfazed, smiled and took out his phone, saying, Captain Lu, I can't stop them, so we'll have to ask Boss Wang to handle this. Only then did Zhou Fong understand the resistance Lu Lai and his team had mentioned. The local superhumans didn't take Lu Lai and his team seriously. Without their police bureau credentials, they might not have even gotten past the gate. In the superhuman world, powers like time-space exploration and prophecy can't be used as evidence. Even if Lu Lai and his team believed in them, they couldn't present them openly as proof. Within minutes of entering the complex, a group blocked their way. Leading them was a middle-aged man with long eyebrows like willow leaves and a body as graceful as a jade tree, dressed in a pure white shirt. Wen Kai, it's you again, Lu Lai said with a grim expression. Who is he? Zhou Fong whispered. Tang Mingming replied. That's Wen Kai, the leader of the Super Commerce Alliance. He's a latest-aged level, stronger than our captain. Yuan Hua added. He's one of the top 10 experts in Hang City, on par with Captain Ing Qiong. An expert? Zhou Fong thought. No wonder the police bureau faces so much resistance here. Wen Kai didn't say much. According to the rules of the Jianghu, we'll have a match. If you win, you can enter. In the superhuman world, strength reigns supreme. Even official forces must adhere to the rules. Without the overwhelming strength of the likes of Ansai, they would naturally be looked down upon. If Ansai's people were here today, the outcome would be different. All right, the usual 3 rounds, best of 3, Lu Lai nodded. Follow me. Humph, lead the way. The group arrived at an indoor gymnasium, which appeared to be a gym but was actually a high-level training room for superhumans, built by the 3 major conglomerates, similar to the police bureau's combat room. Enough talk. Your police bureau has been here many times. We'll let you have 1 match. You choose your fighter first, Wen Kai said, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Lu Lai and his team with arrogance. As a well-known superhuman in Hang City, he had the right to be proud. We pick first, and that's supposed to be letting us. Zhou Fong was puzzled by the rules. Kong Yun, with his hands together, said, Ba, for each match, we choose the level of the fighter, and they match that level. We determine the strength. Tang Mingming pouted. We don't have a latest-aged level expert. If they pick first, we're done for today. I'll go first, Zhou Fong volunteered. At the early stage of level, Zhou Fong was confident of victory. Lu Lai looked at Zhou Fong and nodded. Zhou Fong's strength was indeed impressive. He could already fight Kong Yun at a level, and now that he'd broken through, his strength was undeniable. Go ahead. Zhou Fong stepped into the center of the arena, declaring, Zhou Fong from the police bureau, early level, ready for a challenge. Wen Kai casually pointed to someone, who then stepped up in front of Zhou Fong. Yi Xian from the Super Commerce Alliance, early level battle master, ready for a challenge. Yi Xian wasted no time. As he spoke, his battle energy surged, and he advanced swiftly towards Zhou Fong. Lion Strike Fist, a level combat technique. Yi Xian opened with his ultimate move. A dragon's roar echoed. Dragon Tail Whip. Seeing his opponent giving it their all, Zhou Fong decided not to hold back. His eyes focused intensely, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. With a deafening bang, Yi Xian was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled down his cheeks, and he appeared to have lost consciousness. Zhou Fong glanced around coldly, scoffing. Experts from the Super Commerce Alliance? Humph. This feat of instantly defeating an opponent of the same level shocked everyone present. Even Wen Kai couldn't help but look at Zhou Fong with surprise. Captain Lu, Wen Kai asked, suppressing his shock, how come I've never seen this guy from the Inspector Bureau before? Lu Lai smiled and explained, he's new. After pondering for a moment, Wen Kai said, I'll take the second round. Before he could finish, Tang Mingming immediately raised her hand, saying, I'll go for the second round. I concede. This was a strategic move from the old playbook, like Tianji's horse racing strategy, where she, as the inferior horse, had already fulfilled her role. With a stern expression, Lu Lai said in a deep voice, I'll take the third round. A glint appeared in Wen Kai's eyes. Then I'll give you an old opponent. The third match commenced. Lu Lai's opponent was also a martial arts expert, and the two engaged in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Lu Lai displayed his continuous and overwhelming blue wave palm technique, while his opponent countered with the intricate and unpredictable 8 trigrams wandering dragon palm. Despite Lu Lai's best efforts, the match ended in a draw. This draw shows your Inspector Bureau has improved, Wen Kai said with a smile. You may leave now. Without a win, you have no right to investigate here. The Super Commerce Alliance exists to solve these problems for the wealthy. Let's go, Lu Lai said reluctantly, leading Zhou Fong and the others away. Outside the compound, Zhou Fong suddenly spoke up. Wait for me a moment. With that, he sat down on the curb and began meditating. Though Lu Lai and the others found it puzzling, they could only wait patiently. As Zhou Fong restored his energy, he contemplated his next move. After about 20 minutes, feeling partially recharged, he took out a mysterious card and whispered, Time-Space Exploration. In an instant, the river of time unfolded before Zhou Fong. Without hesitation, he stepped into it to explore the future. With his current level strength, he could explore up to 3 days ahead. Zhou Fong knew that the further he ventured into the future, the more energy it would consume. In the future timeline, Zhou Fong relentlessly tracked Jiang Fengkai, determined to catch him the moment he left Wangjiang Villa. A year in this temporal space passed in mere seconds in the real world. Lu Lai and the others watched as Zhou Fong sat with closed eyes, seemingly drained of all his energy, and couldn't help but be amazed. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Fong was tirelessly navigating the river of time, striving to crack the case. Zhou Fong, having exhausted his energy, abruptly withdrew from the river of time and returned to the real world. He took a deep breath, furrowed his brow, and fell into deep thought. After a moment, a glint of insight flashed in his eyes, and he said, I've got it. Jiang Fangkai won't leave the Wangjiang villa for the next 2 days, but the day after tomorrow, he will follow Wei Buoqing to the headquarters of Wangnan Group. There will be 3 opportunities for him to be alone on the way. The first 2 are inside the group, not suitable for action. The last one is in the public restroom of Longqing Shopping Mall, which is our only chance. Yuan Hua pondered and repeated, in the restroom? Zhou Fang nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's the place. Although predicting the future isn't 100 accurate, as long as no other time-space experts intervene, the deviation shouldn't be too large. Zhou Fang privately felt relieved, unaware that powerful superhumans are invisible in the river of time. These strong individuals have a special sensitivity to time and destiny, and rash predictions might attract their attention. The ancients referred to them as beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements, meaning their fates are beyond calculation. Switching topics, Tang Mingming, suddenly curious, excitedly asked, Zhou Fang, how far into the future can your time-space technique predict? Zhou Fang shook his head and replied mysteriously, that's a secret. Tang Mingming pouted, humph, not that I care. But shouldn't we try buying lottery tickets? Being able to predict the future, not buying a ticket seems like a waste of ability. Zhou Fang rolled his eyes and explained helplessly, the greater the impact of an event, the blurrier the future. Otherwise, fortune tellers would have long become billionaires. Simply put, in the futures I foresee, lottery shops are unclear, and even international news is beyond my reach. My current ability isn't enough to predict events with too much influence. Lu Lai, after a moment of thought, brought the conversation back on track. All right, it's settled then. In 3 days, we'll capture Jiang Fangkai in the restroom at Longqing Shopping Mall. With Zhou Fang's foresight ability, akin to that of a pioneer, the difficulty of solving superhuman cases has greatly reduced. Everyone felt a sense of joy, believing that the superhuman unit of the police would eventually rise to prominence. As they were about to leave, a team of superhumans in black uniforms appeared at the entrance of Wangjiang Villa. Tang Mingming exclaimed, it's the Dark Sting people. Could they be after Jiang Fangkai too? It's not uncommon for Dark Sting to beat the police to the punch. One of the Dark Sting members said to the guard, Dark Sting summons bodyguard Zheng Mingyuan from Villa number 7. He is suspected of using superpowers to interfere with the lives of ordinary people and leaking imperial secrets, violating the confidentiality agreement. Please have him come with us. The guard quickly responded, all right, I'll notify the on-duty personnel in the park to find Zheng Mingyuan. With that, he took out a walkie-talkie and began to make contact. Zhou Fang watched this unfold and turned to Lu Lai. Captain, don't you have anything to say? Lu Lai awkwardly explained. Dark Sting has over 30 members, including more than 10th-level experts. We only have so few people. Dark Sting is a powerful force with significant status, quite influential among superhumans. There's nothing I can do. Kong Yun clasped his hands together and sighed. Amit Ba, Dark Sting's captain, Ing Qiong, is one of the top 10 experts in the city. Dark Sting has both manpower and expertise. No wonder they are so prominent in the city's superhuman community. It's hard not to be impressed. After hearing this, Zhou Fang fell silent, his mind a mix of emotions. Before long, the suspect named Zheng Mingyuan appeared in everyone's view. He looked tense, his steps stiff, obediently following the members of the Dark Thorn without any sign of dissatisfaction or resistance. Zhou Fang watched this scene, frowning slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he said, actually, our supervisory police bureau is really just playing a minor role, right? His tone carried a hint of helplessness and self-mockery. Upon hearing this, Lu Lai straightened his back immediately, his voice filled with determination. No, we're not. I absolutely refuse to admit that. He took a deep breath and continued to explain. In fact, the order among superhumans in this city is maintained by the Dark Thorn. All superhumans are overseen by them, even though there's no official document from the Empire. Yuan Hua listened, an expression of helplessness appearing on his face. He said slowly, in reality, the management of superhumans in the 35 provinces of the Donghua Empire is divided like this. 11 provinces are under the Supervisory Police Department, 16 are under Central Command, and the management rights of 8 provinces are still being fiercely contested. He paused, then continued. It's said that in the coming years, the Empire will establish a special law enforcement department for managing superhumans. But whether this department will belong to Central Command or the Supervisory Police is still uncertain. The performance of the Supervisory Police and Central Command in each province will be a key consideration. Yuan Hua sighed. The big shots above are playing their games, and we can only do our best. Lu Lai, upon hearing this, also showed a powerless expression. He said quietly, our city's Supervisory Police's superhuman team has never had any significant achievements. Resources are dwindling, and manpower is decreasing, leading to even worse results. We're stuck in a vicious cycle. Suddenly, Zhou Fang's eyes lit up as he proposed a hypothesis. If our supervisory police had someone among the city's top 10 experts, wouldn't the situation be different? Lu Lai, hearing this, immediately became excited and said, "Of course. Zhou Fong you." Zhou Fong quickly waved his hand, interrupting. "Haha, I was just speaking off the cuff. Don't get excited, Captain. Let's wait until my abilities really reach that level." Hearing this, everyone showed expressions of helplessness, as if saying, "Then what's the point of saying that?" Seeing this, Kong Yun quickly intervened. "Captain, don't overthink it. Let's go to Longqing Shopping Center and rehearse once more to prevent any mishaps." Subsequently, Zhou Fong and the others arrived at the site where they would apprehend Jiang Fengkai in 3 days. Based on Zhou Fong's previous description, Lu Lai began to arrange the operation plan. 3 days later, when Jiang Fengkai goes to the restroom, an ordinary person will appear. "Ming Ming, you go and distract him." Tang Ming Ming was taken aback, pointing to herself in surprise. "Me?" Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, clearly surprised by the assignment. "How to hold on?" Yuan Hua said with a sly glint in his eye. "Act cute, play coy, sip some green tea. No man can resist that." Kong Yun, the monk, clasped his hands together solemnly and added, "Ba, dressing nicely is also important." Lu Lai frowned and glanced at Zhou Fong, who scratched his head in confusion. This crazy monk. And what's with the green tea thing? Lu Lai quickly changed the subject and began assigning tasks. "Yuan Hua, you stand guard at the entrance, pretend to be mall security. Remember, no one gets in until we're done." He turned to the others. "The 3 of us will ambush Jiang Fengkai in the bathroom and take him down quickly and quietly." Kong Yun anxiously asked, "How can we keep it quiet? Jiang Fengkai might not surrender easily, and if a fight breaks out." They all frowned, realizing the chaos that could ensue would be disastrous. After a moment of thought, Zhou Fong spoke up. "Let me handle it. I can seal his energy." The others looked at Zhou Fong in surprise, not expecting him to have such an ability. Lu Lai cautiously asked, "Are you sure?" Zhou Fong considered for a moment, then said, "I'll go first, and you follow. If it doesn't work, we'll take him down by force." They all nodded in agreement. It seemed like the best plan they had. As they rehearsed the strategy a few more times and were about to leave, Lu Lai's phone suddenly rang. After answering, his expression turned grim. "It's the chief superintendent," Lu Lai said heavily. "Dulong Biao is on the move again." Zhou Fong asked curiously, "Drugs? Can we handle this case?" Lu Lai explained, "Using superpowers to apprehend regular people is generally not allowed. But Dulong Biao is the city's biggest drug lord. The narcotics division has some evidence, just not enough. They want to catch him red-handed." He sighed and continued, "But every operation gets thwarted by Dulong Biao's superpowered bodyguard team, the Dulong Guard. We've assisted several times, but unfortunately, we're no match for the Dulong Guard." Lu Lai's tone was filled with frustration. "It's easy for superhumans to deal with regular people, but if we can't handle the Dulong Guard, the narcotics division can't catch him in the act. If we fail again, we'll have to call in the Dark Stingers, and that would be a huge blow to our reputation. Relying on the Ansai organization for help with the police bureau's matters would be a huge loss of face." Master Kong Yun optimistically said, Ba, with Comrade Zhou Fong joining us, we are sure to succeed." Tang Mingming confidently chimed in. "Exactly, Brother Yuan Hua can even draw dragons. This time, our police bureau will redeem its honor." Lu Lai laughed and said, "Haha, just in time to try out some new moves. Let's test them on the poison dragon guards first." Zhou Fong silently pondered. Having just broken through, this would be a good opportunity to practice. Meanwhile, Tang Mingming sighed inwardly, feeling as though she was the only one not progressing. According to the Narcotics Division's intel, Poison Dragon Biao's transaction with the other party was scheduled for 11 p.m. tonight at the southern suburb quarry. Zhou Fong and the team arrived at the scene ahead of time. "Why are we here so early?" Zhou Fong asked, a bit speechless, glancing at his watch. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. Tang Mingming explained, "To avoid ambushes, we're here to scout the area." Although Zhou Fong lacked experience in this area, he followed Lu Lai and the others to hide in a concealed patch of grass. A kilometer away was the location mentioned in the intel, and members of the Narcotics Division were also discreetly stationed around. Although they were well hidden, to someone with enhanced abilities, they stood out like fireflies in the night. The heartbeats, breaths, and conversations of ordinary people were unusually clear to those with such abilities. As night fell, the quarry was silent. Located in a remote area, hours could pass without a single person in sight, making it an ideal spot for a transaction. The Narcotics Division detectives were quietly in position, periodically reporting on the situation. No anomalies on the eastern road. No anomalies to the west. Workshop is clear. The temporary command center 3 kilometers away was analyzing all the information. "Old Jiang, do you think any strange things will happen today? I heard we've got outside help to deal with these matters," one detective whispered. "Stop overthinking," Old Jiang replied. "We've failed several times, and Poison Dragon Biao is getting bolder. He knows we got the intel, yet he doesn't cancel the deal. He's blatantly challenging our narcotics division. We must catch him this time." Zhou Fong watched his busy colleagues from the narcotics division with some frustration from his hidden spot on the hillside. He thought, ordinary tactics wouldn't work against those with enhanced abilities unless there was a direct confrontation with overwhelming firepower. For those below level strength, it's still hard to withstand conventional weapons. Yuan Hua's giant eagle was already patrolling the skies, but the target had yet to appear. It was now past 10 p.m., with just over half an hour until the deal. Suddenly inspired, Zhou Fong took out Poison Dragon Biao's dossier and carefully examined his photo and personal information. He pulled out a card labeled List of the Gods and wrote Poison Dragon Biao's name on it. Closing his eyes, he suddenly shared Poison Dragon Biao's vision, hearing, and location. Poison Dragon Biao was a fat, middle-aged man with a beard and a scar on his face, giving him a fierce appearance. Through his eyes, Zhou Fong saw him standing on a balcony, observing something through binoculars. To Zhou Fong's shock, the binoculars were pointed at him. He realized Poison Dragon Biao had long discovered Lu Lai and the others' setup. Zhou Fong resisted the urge to look in Poison Dragon Biao's direction, fearing he'd be noticed. At that moment, Zhou Fong heard a man behind Poison Dragon Biao coldly say, "Go, take care of them." Standing atop a tall building, Du Longbiao tightly gripped his binoculars, scanning the distant horizon with piercing eyes. The man behind him suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a subtle but undeniable threat. "What if you can't deal with them?" Without turning around, Du Longbiao remained focused on his binoculars. A chilling laugh echoed from behind him, as the man sinisterly added, "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'll keep you alive to continue luring him out. You're important, rest assured." From this brief exchange, Zhou Fong keenly sensed the clear power imbalance between the two. However, Du Longbiao seemed unfazed by this inequality, responding calmly. "This time, I've staked my life on it." The man replied with disdain, 1 billion in cash and the throne of the king of Waguo are ready, more than enough to buy your life. Zhou Fong was secretly alarmed. Waguo, a tiny nation not even the size of this city, was in turmoil with frequent regime changes. This mysterious man could stabilize Waguo and offer it to Du Longbiao as a bargaining chip. What were their hidden motives? Du Longbiao put down the binoculars and turned to descend the stairs. With a blank expression, he issued a terse command to his subordinates below, "Move out." Throughout, he never once looked directly at the mysterious man. Zhou Fong only managed to catch a glimpse of the man's foot before quickly averting his gaze. Du Longbiao's team was intimidating. He had assembled 8 level espers, considered a formidable group. The current strength of the police department was likely insufficient to counter them. Zhou Fong, with a serious expression, stated, "Our position has been compromised. We must relocate immediately. Du Longbiao is on the move and will arrive in 20 minutes." Upon hearing this, Lu Lai and the others sprang into action without hesitation. They had complete trust in Zhou Fong's time-space abilities, having built an unconditional trust through several collaborations. The group swiftly relocated, changing their ambush site. Zhou Fong continued his analysis. Du Longbiao's side includes 8 level espers, one of whom wields a staff and is likely a mid-level mage. Lu Lai furrowed his brow at this. Mages and sword cultivators both followed extreme paths. Sword cultivators sacrificed defense for powerful attacks, centering on their life-bound flying sword, and pursued the realm of only the sword, only the heart, only oneself. They could break through the void and shatter all laws with a single strike. Mages, on the other hand, chanted spells to harness the power of the world, trading time for devastating destruction. These professions were manageable if specifically countered, but if the opposing mage seized an opportunity, the consequences would be dire. Lu Lai inquired, "What about the rest?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Fong replied, "There's another with a sword on their back. It's unclear if they're a martial artist or a sword cultivator, but their strength is at late level. Martial practitioners focused on internal energy, with balanced skills in movement, swordplay, and defense." In the current situation, Lu Lai and the others hoped it was a martial artist, as the opponent's numbers, along with a sword cultivator and a mage, made the situation extremely precarious. Yuan Hua curiously asked, "How did Du Longbiao find 8 level rogue espers? There are only about 80 registered level strong individuals in the city, besides the dozen or so from the Dark Assassins and the 3 or 4 from the police department, along with the 30-something from the National Third Army and a dozen from the Super Commerce Alliance. There are at most 20-something rogue level espers." Du Longbiao managed to gather a third of the city's rogue level espers at once. Zhou Fong pondered. Even a drug lord can recruit so many espers. The existence of the esper community is becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. These 10 years might be the limit. The sudden appearance of Du Longbiao was like a thunderclap, instantly gathering a third of the city's level rogue cultivators. Master Kong Yun clasped his hands together, a hint of compassion in his voice. "Ba, the Buddha is merciful, and heaven values life. Captain, perhaps we should let them go?" Tang Mengmeng and Zhou Fong exchanged glances, a hint of surprise in their eyes. Yuan Hua, however, wasn't convinced and sneered. As expected of a monk, when you can't win, you suggest retreating. How noble. Are you scared, you bald monk? Kong Yun remained composed, insisting, I'm not. Yuan Hua squinted. Your eyelid twitched. You are scared. Kong Yun still denied it. A monk does not lie. I'm really not. The others shook their heads in resignation, thinking, what kind of monk is this? He's just a bald coward. At this moment, Lu Lai stepped in to stop the pointless argument. His eyes sharp, he scanned the group. Enough. This battle is not unwinnable. With Zhou Fong here, we have the advantage of surprise. He turned to Zhou Fong, his tone steady. Zhou Fong, use your temporal techniques to see if you can determine their location so we can strike first. Then, Lu Lai swiftly laid out the strategy. Yuan Hua, you'll start by drawing the dragon. Tang Mingming, follow up with your fire blast spell. Kong Yun, Zhou Fong, and I will attack simultaneously when Yuan Hua's dragon appears. Remember, prioritize taking out their mage and the suspected sword cultivator. The group responded in unison, yes. Though usually laid back, they were disciplined when on a mission. All eyes were now on Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong focused on the direction of Julong Biao, acutely aware of the ticking clock. Without hesitation, he pulled out a card and activated his time-space exploration. In an instant, the river of time emerged, with time around him seemingly frozen, allowing only Zhou Fong to move. He cautiously stepped forward along the river of time. Suddenly, the river rippled violently, and a faint image of a nine-palace diagram appeared. Zhou Fong felt his energy depleting rapidly, making it difficult to proceed. Temporal disturbance. Alarm bells rang in Zhou Fong's mind. Someone with strong temporal abilities is interfering. He quickly analyzed. This person is far stronger than Huang Yukai. Are they a seer or a precursor? Zhou Fong recalled his knowledge. Precursors have more accurate predictions, but shorter exploration times and weaker temporal control. If a seer and a precursor meet, the precursor will inevitably lose. However, most superhumans don't know this and favor precursors for their precise predictions. So, is this a seer? Zhou Fong asked himself, answering, no, definitely not. He recognized the image before him as the nine-palace diagram from the Taoist tradition of the Eastern Empire, passed down for thousands of years. This is the Taoist Heavenly Secrets path. Zhou Fong remembered the sparse descriptions of the Heavenly Secrets masters in books. The Great Tao is 50, heaven gives 49, and man hides 1. The Heavenly Secrets path seeks one to peer into the heavens and earth. Faced with the mysterious Heavenly Secrets path, Zhou Fong dared not be careless. He gripped his time-space exploration card tightly and channeled energy using the dragon's serpent divine technique. As Zhou Fong continued to infuse energy, the river of time beneath him gradually stabilized, growing thicker. However, in the opposing nine-palace diagram, the Li Palace and Jun Palace suddenly lit up, and a bolt of lightning streaked through the river of time. Crack! The river of time was split open by the lightning. Following this, a raging fire erupted around the river, burning it down significantly. The energy backlash caused Zhou Fong, standing on the river, to feel his blood churn, his face flushed. The time-space exploration card in his hand began to tremble slightly. In this critical moment, Hyder's voice echoed in Zhou Fong's mind. Master, if you don't counterattack, your temporal imprint will be destroyed. Startled, Zhou Fong didn't have time to wonder how the black serpent could follow him through time and space, and quickly asked, what temporal imprint? Is it this card? Hyder's response was cryptic, yes and no. Zhou Fong was deeply focused on his time-space exploration task, when he was abruptly interrupted by the words of Hyder, the black snake. Known for its usual bluntness, the snake surprisingly adopted a more eloquent and mysterious tone this time. Zhou Fong frowned and cut in. Speak plainly. If the mission fails and we get criticized from above, the Supervision Bureau will lose its resources, and I'll be out of pure energy stones. You won't have energy to consume either, and you'll be stuck forever. Okay, stop. Hyder quickly interjected. Master, I was wrong. It adjusted its tone and explained. Everyone has their own time-space imprint when exploring. Yours is the river of time beneath your feet, while the others is the 9-square grid chart. The card in your hand is merely a projection of the time-space imprint in reality. Zhou Fong suddenly understood. I see. The real exploration is done by the river of time beneath my feet, and this card is just a key. That's not some 9-square grid chart, Zhou Fong corrected. It's called the Nine Palaces diagram, you illiterate snake. Hyder rolled its eyes, ignoring Zhou Fong's jab, and continued. Master, your time-space technique relies on this card. If the time-space imprint is destroyed, you might not be able to explore time-space again unless you acquire this card again. And what if the opponent's time-space imprint is destroyed? Zhou Fong asked fiercely, a glint of malice in his eyes. If they dare mess with me, I'll make sure they're done for. Hyder replied nonchalantly. At most, they'll be lightly injured for a few days. Why? Why do they get off so easily? Zhou Fong complained indignantly. Hyder explained. It's an ability acquired through cultivation. Once broken, they can just cultivate it again. Not everyone is like you. Picking everything up from a box. Zhou Feng dropped the issue and asked, all right, enough talk. Is there a way to deal with them? Hyder's eyes lit up. I can handle it. As agreed before, one pure energy stone. Zhou Feng awkwardly spread his hands. Can I owe you? I used the last pure energy stone to break through. I'm flat broke now. Hyder hesitated. Acting without a pure energy stone would mean wasting the energy it had absorbed recently. The situation around them was becoming increasingly dire. The river of time was shrinking. The nine palaces diagram on the opposite side was becoming clearer, pressing down on the center of the river of time. Flames were burning around the river of time. Zhou Feng urgently said, Hyder, you and I share the same fate. If I fail, you gain nothing. Help me today, and you'll be my brother, Zhou Feng's brother. If I have meat, you'll definitely have some soup. Hyder grumbled discontentedly. Why do you get to eat meat, and I only get soup? Never mind, I won't dwell on it. It knew well enough Zhou Feng's loyalty to his own, and had to admit he was quite righteous. Hyder thought to itself, consider this an investment. All right, Zhou Feng, I'll help you this time. Don't let me down, Hyder decided, flicking its tail. A stream of black energy shot out from Zhou Feng's forehead and entered the river of time. Instantly, the river of time expanded to twice its size, its energy surging violently. The nine palaces diagram was swallowed by the river of time in an instant. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed as the nine palaces diagram began to fracture. Seconds later, with a loud boom, the nine palaces diagram shattered completely under the pressure of the river of time, breaking into pieces. Zhou Feng immediately channeled energy to stabilize the river of time and moved forward. He successfully explored the future time-space and completed the task. In the Jiangmen villas of the Riverside district, a middle-aged Taoist priest in a robe suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which blossomed like a flower on the white fabric. Master Shi, what's wrong? Zhang Tianjun, the second largest shareholder of the Daiga Group, exclaimed, his face full of concern. Shi Shumo, the 72nd generation heir of the Tianji Dao sect, was momentarily taken aback. He pondered to himself, what kind of power is so formidable that it can effortlessly shatter my Ziwei Jiugong Tianyan technique? The Huang family of Kyoto? No, even the Huang family of the Time-Space clan might not compare to the Tianji Dao. They merely benefit from their ancestral bloodline. 10 years ago, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, practitioners worldwide rushed to absorb it. Shishimo was no exception, quickly advancing to level. Over the decade, his Ziwei Jiugong Tianyan technique improved further, just half a step from reaching level. Within the Tianji Dao, only the head and a few elders surpassed his mastery of the art. Master Shi, Zhang Tianjun called out again. Huh. Shishimo snapped back to reality, wiped the blood from his mouth, and tried to remain composed, saying, this individual's mastery of time-space techniques is quite advanced. I suffered a backlash and won't be able to predict the future for 6 months. In truth, Shishimo was severely injured and on the brink of collapse, but he dared not show it. He didn't fully trust Zhang Tianjun, as their relationship was primarily based on financial transactions, with only a slight personal connection. You've worked hard, Master Shi, Zhang Tianjun consoled him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect Zhou Feng's time-space techniques to have reached a level comparable to Tianji Dao. If this person isn't dealt with, they'll become a major threat. Shishimo said gravely, anxious internally. Half of his meridians were already severed, and the spiritual energy within him was in turmoil. He wouldn't last much longer. Prepare a room for me. I need to heal, Shishimo urgently requested. Of course, right away. Zhang Tianjun immediately instructed the butler to arrange a room for Shishimo. At that moment, Zhang Binfan moved his wheelchair forward, coming to a stop behind Zhang Tianjun. His expression was dark as he asked in a low voice, Dad, even Master Shi failed? Zhang Tianjun snorted, a confident look appearing on his face. Time-space techniques are nothing. In the world of superpowers, strength is paramount. This time, he won't escape, and even if he does, I have other plans. A sinister expression appeared on Zhang Binfan's face as he eagerly said, I want to see the scene for myself. Zhang Tianjuan's face darkened, and he sternly replied, Humph. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. Without absolute certainty, don't get involved personally. No, Zhang Binfan retorted. A wise person stays behind the scenes, even with a sure thing. Didn't you say this was a sure thing? He was eager to witness Zhou Feng's despair before his demise, to see the look of shock on Zhou Feng's face when he saw him in his last moments. Zhang Tianjun replied in a deep voice. A sure thing is still not enough. What about next time? Zhang Binfan asked, unwilling to relent. Let's see if he escapes this time, Zhang Tianjun replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Meanwhile, once Shishimo entered the room, he immediately spat out another mouthful of blood, weakly leaning against the wall and sitting on the floor. With trembling hands, he took out a tortoiseshell and murmured to himself, predicting the future brings backlash. Divination should be much safer. Shishomo forced himself to stay alert, his trembling hand unable to steady the shaking tortoiseshell. The coins clattered to the ground, and his pupils contracted an ominous sign. The fantasy of revenge in his mind vanished instantly. This kid's luck is too strong. I can't afford to provoke him, he thought regretfully. I'll rest for 3 days, and then quietly slip away. In the river of time, the struggle between Zhou Fong and Shishomo seemed to span ages, yet in the real world, it was merely a blink of an eye. To Lu Lai and the others, Zhou Fong had just closed his eyes for a moment while holding a card. In that instant, energy surged through Zhou Fong's body, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Phew! They'll appear there in 10 minutes. Zhou Fong decisively led the group to ambush at the spot where Du Longbiao was about to emerge. Yuan Hua was worried. Zhou Fong, are you okay? You used up so much energy in just a few seconds. Is the time-space technique really that draining? Zhou Fong explained briefly. The opponents are numerous and skilled, so the consumption is naturally higher. He deliberately withheld information about the Tianji Dao to avoid dampening their morale. The stronger the target foreseen, the greater the energy cost, a common understanding of the time-space technique. So Yuan Hua and the others did not question further. Zhou Fong remained vigilant, aware that Du Longbiao had the backing of Tianji Dao, which might complicate their mission. As he pondered his next move, Yuan Hua added, Captain, we're too close to the narcotics division. If a firefight breaks out. Lu Lai interrupted decisively. The situation is urgent, and special circumstances require special actions. If the police department continues to be restrained while the enemy commits crimes openly, this societal scourge will never be eradicated. If this attempt fails, we'll need to contact the secret agents, or even the National Joint Task Force, to completely dismantle Du Longbiao's network. Zhou Fong contemplated the subsequent plans, glancing at his colleagues beside him. He knew that his fellow narcotics officers were likely already considering their escape routes, and those with foresight would withdraw at the right time. However, the bulletproof vests issued by the police department were indeed reliable, ensuring their basic safety. Master Kong Yun stood nearby, a relaxed smile on his face, seemingly unconcerned about the impending battle. In contrast, Tang Mingming appeared extremely excited, her eyes sparkling and her body trembling slightly. Yeah, let's fight first and talk later. Tang Mingming couldn't help but shout, her voice filled with anticipation. This is my first all-out team battle since joining the police department, and just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Seeing Tang Mingming's excitement, Zhou Fong couldn't help but rub his face, feeling a tinge of shame. He realized he was more cautious than this young girl. Forcing a smile, Zhou Fong agreed. Mingming's right, let's fight first. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a hard knock on his head. Tang Mingming puffed up her cheeks, looking like an angry pufferfish, and sternly said, Don't think you can be disrespectful just because you're a genius. Call me Sister Mingming, got it? I'm a whole 5 years older than you. Zhou Fong held his head, suddenly remembering that his current body was only 18 years old. Reluctantly, he mumbled, Sister Mingming. Around them, Lu Lai and the others stifled their laughter, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Time ticked away, with only 3 minutes left until the moment Zhou Fong predicted Du Longbiao's appearance. Everyone hid along the roadside, nerves taut, waiting for the enemy to arrive. In the distance, the figures of Du Longbiao and his group gradually became clear. Lu Lai exchanged a glance with Yuan Hua, who gave a slight nod. Yuan Hua focused intently, his phantom pin tapping the air. In an instant, a majestic dragon materialized on the road, its scales and claws vivid, exuding an impressive aura. Simultaneously, Lu Lai, Zhou Fong, and Kong Yuan darted out from the underbrush like arrows, exuding a menacing presence. Watch out, it's an ambush. Several of Du Longbiao's superpowered associates cried out in alarm. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the ordinary human Du Longbiao immediately fled towards the back, with no one to assist him. Boom! The dragon descended from the sky with a formidable presence, as if it would tear the earth apart. Master Kong Yun instantly activated his immortal golden body, his whole being shining with golden light, resembling a Buddha's Vajra. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a palm imbued with the destructive force of the Buddhist Vajra. Lu Lai followed closely, unleashing his lion roar technique. The clear roar swept the surroundings like thunder, heard for miles, leaving the enemies terrified and ashen-faced. With a thunderous roar, Lu Lai's lion's roar shook the air like a crack of lightning, stunning the Du Longwei forces. Zhou Fong seized this fleeting opportunity. His Sansha sword flashed coldly, and an enemy-class superhuman's head was sent flying, blood gushing from the headless body. Simultaneously, the dragon's claw crashed down with force, crushing another class expert like a watermelon, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Master Kong Yun followed with his mighty Vajra palm, delivering 3 powerful strikes to the chest of a suspected sword cultivator. The sword cultivator spat blood, his ribs shattered, and his organs ruptured, yet he unleashed a formidable attack before his demise. Meteor sword technique, he roared, as his long sword ascended, transforming into 10 meteors that rained down towards Kong Yun. Kong Yun, not daring to underestimate the threat, wielded his mighty Vajra palm in a seamless defense, his immortal gold body shining brightly. Clang, clang, clang. 9 swords were deflected, but Kong Yun's hands were bloodied. The last sword pierced 3 inches into his chest, narrowly missing a vital point, sparing his life. The battle shifted rapidly. The Dulong Biao faction's superhumans launched a counterattack, with 2 targeting the severely injured Kong Yun. A class early-stage paladin executed a holy cross slash, while a telekinetic manipulator applied long-range pressure. Kong Yun was in grave danger. Lu Lai attempted to rescue Kong Yun, but was blocked by a long staff. Ma Shi, a renegade from Wudong, appeared, and the two engaged in a fierce duel. Lu Lai's Bagua swimming dragon palm clashed with Ma Shi's Xuanwu staff technique, neither gaining the upper hand. Zhou Fong also tried to aid Kong Yun, but was intercepted by a talisman master. Locking punishment. A yellow talisman burned, chains of light binding Zhou Fong's limbs. Thunder punishment. Another talisman summoned a devastating lightning strike. Zhou Fong hastily threw his cards. Dragon body, dragon scales, dragon claws, and dragon tendons empowered him. He broke free of the chains, but was struck on the left arm by lightning, leaving it charred. The situation was dire. The enemy mage began chanting a large-scale destructive spell. At that moment, Yuan Hua's controlled dragon shielded Kong Yun, taking the fatal blow. Its front claws severed, the dragon's form faded, about to be recalled to another dimension. Unwilling to give up, Yuan Hua quickly wielded his Hua Huan spirit pen, summoning a giant tiger. Yet before the tiger could arrive, the enemy paladin unleashed his ultimate move, Divine Judgment, while the telekinetic master immobilized Kong Yun's legs. The crisis was imminent. Zhou Fong, exerting all his strength, charged at the talisman master, wielding dragon claws and striking with the Sansha sword. The talisman master hastily deployed 3 talismans: Solid Earth, Spirit Guard, Vajra Body. Meanwhile, a card flashed behind Zhou Fong, and a 3-meter-long dragon tail smashed down. On the razor's edge of life and death, the outcome was uncertain. The earth wall rose up with a command. The talisman master was enveloped in a golden glow similar to Yun Kong's. A transparent aura wall surrounded his body. In an instant, 3 layers of defense were completed, proving the talisman master's reputation for being difficult to deal with. Zhou Fong activated the Dragon Jiao Divine Art with full force, solidifying the dragon's tail by 30%. With level strength, the Dragon Jiao Divine Art, and the power of the 9 dragons transforming into dragon tendons, Zhou Fong's attack reached the peak of level might. Boom. The talisman master's 3 defenses shattered instantly, sending him flying over 10 meters. He wiped the blood from his mouth, eyes filled with fear. What kind of technique was this, with such explosive power more terrifying than sword cultivators or mages? If not for his own skills, he might have died here today. If you don't want to die, don't block me. Zhou Fong repelled the talisman master, but did not pursue him further, rushing instead to rescue Kong Yun. The talisman master hesitated for a moment before finally giving up. Trying to stop him might cost him his life. He was paid for a job, there was no need to risk everything. The entire encounter, from Zhou Fong's ambush to repelling the talisman master, happened in just a few seconds. Zhou Fong then remembered his other cards, and another card appeared in his hand. Void Summon. Remaining uses of Xiangyu. 1. A heroic figure appeared before Zhou Fong. Unlike before, this time Xiangyu's strength was approaching the late level. Sure enough, the stronger he became, the stronger the dimensional summon from the card. Xiangyu made a short-range charge, forcing the telekinesis master to release Kong Yun. Boom. The telekinesis master's barrier was shattered by Xiangyu, and the overlord spear struck like a dragon. Zhou Fong saw Kong Yun about to be hit by the opponent's aerial greatsword. Suddenly, a massive fireball appeared, its power comparable to a full-strength attack from an early-level expert. It was Tang Mingming's explosive flame technique. Mage? Despicable mage, the paladin roared, seemingly forgetting that they also had a mage on their side. A mage's power lies in their ability to unleash attacks beyond their level with sufficient preparation time. The explosive flame did not target the paladin, but swept past Kong Yun, heading straight for the enemy mage. The spell had been locked onto the enemy mage from the start, intending to interrupt their casting, with no time to change targets. Unexpectedly, the paladin abandoned Kong Yun, redirecting the holy light greatsword to meet Tang Mingming's explosive flame. To protect the mage behind him, the paladin gave up on killing Kong Yun. What spell was the mage preparing that warranted such protection from the paladin? Rumbling. The explosive flame collided with the divine judgment, resulting in a loud explosion that sent Kong Yun flying. The giant tiger arrived just in time to catch him. Lying on the tiger, Kong Yun weakly said, "Amit Ba, Buddha, I will never call you trash again." The tiger rolled its eyes in a very human-like manner. The tiger seemed to say, You only bully me because I can't talk, or else I'd curse you into silence, believe it or not. A minute earlier, the undercover agents from the narcotics division were dumbfounded as they watched the battle, reporting back to the temporary command center. Captain, what captain? Use the code, came the dissatisfied voice of the captain over the radio. The undercover agent sighed and said, Snakehead, this is Hamster. I see a dragon fighting with the Poison Dragon gang. The command center members were speechless, suspecting their agent had been captured by the gang. The narcotics division captain hesitated before asking, were you exposed? The undercover agent felt it didn't matter anymore. Captain, just step out of the tent and see for yourself. There's a dragon in the sky fighting the gang's bodyguards. That dragon seems to be on our department's side. Captain, can't you hear all this commotion? Am I hallucinating from poison? I think I need an ambulance. The undercover agent began to doubt himself, wondering if he'd watched too many fantasy films recently. The people in the tent did hear some noise. They exchanged glances and decided to take a look. As they stepped out and lifted the tent flap, they were stunned. The narcotics division captain said, get me an ambulance too. And lunch, I might just be hungry. Oh, the dragon's gone. It must have been an illusion. But this tiger, it's too big. As Kong Yun was blasted away, Zhou Feng reached the paladin, throwing a card. The remaining uses of the earth armor beast's resentment. 3. All 3 uses activated, and 3 giant claws appeared above the paladin. Just early level. Holy shield. The paladin raised his left hand, and a massive shield of holy light materialized above him. Boom, boom, boom. The massive sound echoed on the great shield, the paladin's leg muscles bulging as he was forced to step lower, his knees buried in the ground. The 3-kill sword emerged, its movements unpredictable and fierce. Just an early level enchanter, and you dare block my path? The paladin wielded the shield in his left hand and the sword in his right, struggling against Zhou Feng's assault. With his legs buried, the paladin was quickly overwhelmed after a dozen moves. Zhou Feng cleaved the paladin's shield and thrust towards his chest. The paladin raised his sword to block, but Zhou Feng closed in. The 3-kill sword vanished, and Zhou Feng extended his fingers. Meridian severing finger. A clever technique, using the power of severing to block energy channels and cut off aura. In an instant, the paladin saw only a blur of finger shadows, unable to distinguish the real from the fake. His sword and shield couldn't return in time. Clang. Both sword and shield fell to the ground. Hit by Zhou Feng's fingers, the paladin's fighting spirit couldn't gather, and his weapons were knocked away. Zhou Feng quickly tapped several points on the paladin, sealing his energy. The paladin panicked, shouting, Zhang Daohong, you idiot, come save me. Zhang Daohong was the talisman master who had tangled with Zhou Feng earlier. Hearing the paladin's cries for help, Zhang Daohong could no longer hold back. He threw 3 yellow talismans into the air, which burned brightly. Explosive flame, binding punishment, phantom ghost possession. With 3 clear commands, chains wrapped around Zhou Feng again, and fireballs rained down from all sides. Zhou Feng prepared to break through once more when a chill crept up his back, as if something had attached itself to him. In an instant, Zhou Feng felt weak, as though he had fallen ill, his body fatigued, and his power unstable. His internal energy slowed, and his attempt to break through the chains failed. Bang! Bang! Zhou Feng's giant claws smashed the incoming fireballs. The paladin took the chance to pull his legs free and fled into the distance. The paladin raced into the distance, his figure gradually disappearing from sight. At that moment, a mage from the enemy camp suddenly shouted, I'm ready, Zhang Daohong. It's your move. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Daohong's eyes as he hurled talismans like darts. My task ends here. It's up to you now, he said coldly. Activate the Dutian Demon Sealing Array. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of talismans in the air ignited, with golden runes flickering in the void. A massive dome of golden characters, resembling an overturned bowl, descended from the sky, trapping Zhou Feng and his companions within. The captives immediately felt their limbs grow heavy, making movement difficult. Kong Yun, lying weakly on a giant tiger, explained with difficulty. This is the ultimate skill of a top-tier talisman master. The talismans form the array in the void, and when they ignite, they trigger the array, channeling the power of heaven and earth. The talismans and the array complement each other, unleashing immense power. At this moment, the psychic entangled with Xiang Yu finally realized the danger and shouted, Wait, don't lock it down. I'm not out yet. But it was too late. Zhang Daohong and the paladin had already withdrawn from the battlefield. Ma Shi seized the opportunity to unleash his full power, temporarily repelling Lu Lai and retreating to safety. Only the psychic remained, immobilized by Xiang Yu's suppression, unable to escape. Seeing the array complete, Zhang Daohong turned away without hesitation, not looking back. His mission was accomplished, and the conflict here was no longer his concern. Withdrawing early was the wise choice. Coward, the mage sneered at Zhang Daohong, then raised his staff, his trembling hands making a sharp gesture. Meteor shower. In an instant, a massive meteor materialized out of nowhere, hovering above Zhou Fong and his companions. This was a clever spell, far beyond the mage's usual capabilities. Yuan Hua stared blankly at the sky, at a loss for words. Kong Yun, however, took it philosophically, murmuring, Ba, it seems I can't escape becoming a relic. Tang Ming, also a mage, remarked enviously, that's the helplessness of being a mage. Despite her words, she herself was a mage too. Lu Lai explained in despair, mages can unleash power far beyond their own by gathering energy and chanting spells over time. This clever spell is enough to destroy us all. Unless Director Zhang Dao's gets involved, the city's supernatural bureau might become history. At this moment, the psychic, distracted by the meteor above, faltered for a split second and was instantly pierced by Xiang Yu's spear. As he lay dying, coughing up blood, he pointed shakily at the group. I'm dying. Can't you at least look at me? After all, I was a renowned level expert. Before he could finish, Xiang Yu's phantom dissipated, and the psychic fell heavily to the ground, dead with his eyes open. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to the psychic's death. All eyes were fixed on the massive meteor overhead, making his death seem insignificant. Zhou Fong gazed at the sky, lamenting, damn, is the supernatural world really this dangerous? I've only been out of the academy for less than 2 months. Then, a determined look flashed in his eyes. Luckily, I still have a trump card. With that, Zhou Fong pulled out one of his strongest cards, a skill card called Frostfire Divine Arrow. This was an 11-level composite magic card with a cooldown of 3 days. Zhou Fong had refrained from using it before, partly because its power could endanger his teammates, and partly because no matter how strong a spell is, it's useless if it misses the target. But now, this card was their last hope. Without hesitation, Zhou Fong activated the card, and a powerful aura erupted from his hand. Everyone present felt their breath catch, as if the entire world had fallen into a deathly silence. Energy around them surged violently, and the air was thick with an unsettling force. What a terrifying aura! What kind of move is this? Everyone shared this thought, their eyes fixed on Zhou Fong, awaiting the outcome of this final gamble. In the city center, all level and above superhumans turned their eyes toward the quarry. The air was thick with a palpably unsettling energy, as if a titanic battle was unfolding. In the provincial governor's police office, Zhang Dao's abruptly stood up and quickly moved to the balcony's edge. His eyes were filled with vigilance and curiosity as he muttered, which powerful figure is making a move? No sooner had he spoken than a figure silently emerged from the ground. It was by Li Shizhan, the head of the provincial dark operations. His earth escape ninjutsu was so perfected that even Zhang Dao's hadn't noticed his arrival. Bai Li Shizhan frowned and said, it's magical energy, a combination of ice and fire. Zhang Dao's expression darkened as he said gravely, there's no magician of such strength in our country. Could it be someone from the United States? Should we report this to our superiors? I fear we may not be able to handle this. Bai Li Shizhan knew his own limitations and was about to agree when Zhang Dao's continued. No rush. I don't believe such a powerful individual could slip through our borders unnoticed. Do you think the strong ones guarding the borders are just for show? Despite his inner concerns, Zhang Dao's remained confident in the empire's strength. For a decade, no foreign powerhouse had successfully infiltrated the country. Bai Li Shizhan sighed. I'll go take a look. With that, he melted back into the ground and vanished without a trace. Zhang Dao's chuckled wryly. How can I let you go alone? Before finishing his sentence, he had already employed his agility skills, leaping swiftly between high buildings. His speed was so remarkable that ordinary eyes couldn't keep up. Meanwhile, at the quarry on the outskirts, Zhou Fong held a 1-meter-long arrow in his hand, with blue and red energies intertwining. The immense energy made him both excited and nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He took a deep breath and unhesitatingly shot the arrow skyward. The arrow struck the meteor with precision, causing the water and fire energies to destabilize and explode with a thunderous roar. It was as if a miniature sun appeared above the city, illuminating miles around with blinding light. The violent gusts, akin to a Category 18 typhoon, knocked everyone off balance. Members of the anti-narcotics unit were flung hundreds of meters by the shockwave. Trees within a kilometer radius snapped like twigs. Panic gripped the city as citizens were left bewildered. The police department was fully mobilized to calm the populace and control the situation. Zhang Dao's and Bai Li Shizhan quickened their pace to reach the scene. At the explosion site, before they could recover from their shock, they saw Du Longbiao being whisked away by a black-clad figure at lightning speed. This figure was clearly an iron leg among superhumans, with exceptional escape skills. Du Longbiao had activated his last resort for survival and fled the scene. Zhou Fong recalled the magician's over-leveled spellcasting, the paladin's full defense, the talisman master's explosive attack, and Tianji Dao's interference, becoming more convinced it was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. At this moment, the opposing side had only 3 left. the magician, the paladin, and the martial artist Ma Shi. On the police department side, the only ones able to fight were Yuan Hua, Lu Lai, and Zhou Fong, with Tang Mingming's combat ability being negligible. As the shockwave subsided, Ma Shi launched a fierce attack on Lu Lai, his staff swirling like the wind with unrelenting force. As he attacked, he sneered, "Your police department has quite the impressive newcomer." He concluded that the incredible feat Zhou Fong displayed was likely due to a family elder's power sealed in some artifact. Such methods were not uncommon in the superhuman world, especially with talismanic artifacts. Ma Shi believed that Zhou Fong had an extraordinary background, one that was truly intimidating. An A-level supreme powerhouse, in his eyes, was akin to a nuclear weapon in the world of superpowers, the pinnacle of existence globally. The battle erupted in an instant. Lu Lai confronted Ma Shi, employing the Bagua dragon palm technique. His moves were like a dragon soaring through the clouds, integrating the complexities of the Bagua and the 9 palaces, ever-changing and unpredictable. Ma Shi's staff danced swiftly, and the two were locked in a fierce, evenly matched combat, exchanging powerful blows. Despite being shocked by Zhou Fong's abilities, Lu Lai maintained a facade of calmness and shouted, "Ma Shi, though you were expelled from Wudong, you still come from a prestigious background. Why assist in wrongdoing?" Wudong, Longhu Mountain, and Sanqing Temple were the 3 most powerful Taoist sects of the Donghua Empire. Wudong excelled in martial arts and formations. Longhu Mountain mastered the Taoist and Qigong techniques, while Sanqing Temple remained mysterious and reclusive. Upon hearing this, Ma Shi sneered, "Prestigious? Humph. After being expelled from Wudong, I'm just a rogue cultivator now. So what if I assist in wrongdoing? Did you provide me with resources to cultivate? Did you help me break through?" His voice was filled with anger and resentment. How did Xiao Yin die last month? A rogue cultivator, broke and desperate, dared to forcefully break through to Clevel. How is that not courting death? Lu Lai pondered silently. Rogue cultivators lacked resources, some stagnated in their cultivation, while others, unwilling to remain mediocre, took life-threatening risks. More and more rogue cultivators were taking desperate measures, which was not a good sign. He recalled the development of superhumans. In the early years, they were rare. Apart from those controlled by the Empire, there were very few rogue cultivators. Now, the number of superhumans had surged, prompting the Empire to consider solutions. 5 years ago, in a city with a population of 10 million, there were at most 100 superhumans, a ratio of 1 in 100,000. Today, in this city alone, with a population of 4 million in the main district, the number of superhumans exceeded 400, breaking the ratio of 1 in 10,000. Consequently, the number of crimes committed by superhumans was rising annually. Not disclosing the existence of superhumans to the public was a convention jointly established by several major global powers. Regardless, the Donghua Empire must not be the first to break this convention. The battle continued fiercely. An opposing mage fired 3 ice arrows in quick succession, whistling towards Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong's swordsmanship was exquisite, creating an impenetrable defense. With 3 crisp sounds, clang, 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 he effortlessly deflected the ice arrows. Zhou Fong looked at Ma Shi coldly, disdainfully saying, "That's your justification? You think you can rob others just because you're broke? You think you can steal because you're poor?" His voice thundered. "For selfish reasons, you commit crimes and acts of evil with no regard for morality. People like you are a blight on society, offering no benefit whatsoever. No wonder you were expelled from Wudong. With such a mindset, how can you pursue the Tao?" Zhou Fong's words struck Ma Shi like a hammer, causing his face to flush with rage and shame. Being expelled from Wudong was the greatest disgrace of his life, and Zhou Fong's words only intensified his anger, causing veins to bulge on his arms. If not for Zhou Fong's intimidating display of strength, Ma Shi would have recklessly charged forward. Ma Shi glared enviously at the legendary sword in Zhou Fong's hand, the level-perfected swordsmanship, and the ethereal, almost celestial footwork, gritting his teeth as he said, "How could someone born into privilege like you understand the plight of rogue cultivators like us? Humph. A summer insect cannot discuss ice." In the distance, although the paladin's energy had been sealed by Zhou Fong, as a melee combatant, he was still formidable. With the mage enhancing him with ice shield and giant strength spells, the paladin managed to hold off Yuan Hua's tiger. Meanwhile, the opposing mage continually cast instant spells to harass Zhou Fong, making the battle even more intense. Ice spears, fire blasts, arcane missile spells danced in the air like a dazzling display of fireworks. Although these instant spells weren't particularly powerful, barely reaching level, Zhou Fong remained vigilant. On the battlefield, both sides were momentarily locked in a stalemate. Yuan Hua, while controlling a giant tiger to suppress the opposing paladin, turned and shouted to Tang Mingming. "Mingming, another fire blast." Tang Mingming, panting heavily, replied, "That's a level spell. Casting it beyond my level drains too much. I'm out of mana." Yuan Hua scoffed at her words. "Out of mana? A mage who can only cast 1 spell? What's the point of having you? He glanced at the opposing mage, full of disdain. Look at him, casting spells beyond his level, yet still holding Zhou Fong at bay. Both are mages, TSK. Tang Mingming was instantly furious. Tisk yourself. Open your eyes and see what he's holding. If you could provide me with an unlimited supply, I could cast fire blasts until you're bankrupt. Yuan Hua looked closely and was at a loss for words. The mage was clutching a magic crystal worth millions. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, a tall, slender man closely observed the battle through binoculars. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Boss, Poison Dragon Biao failed. A cold snort came from the other end. Small fry, as expected, can't accomplish anything big. What's next? The tall, slender man immediately replied. Execute Plan B immediately. Prioritize killing the weaker ones. Attack where they're most likely to defend. Good, proceed. The tall, slender man hung up and immediately sent an encrypted message. On the battlefield, Zhou Fong was eager to take down the opposing mage to prevent Poison Dragon Biao from escaping. He used serpentine steps, moving unpredictably like a dragon weaving through the air. The mage's 3 arcane missiles missed completely, only leaving small craters in the ground. Die! Zhou Fong finally closed in, his sword thrusting like lightning toward the mage's vital points. At the critical moment, the mage shouted, Frost Nova. His fingers pointed skyward, releasing a powerful burst of cold. Instantly, a 10-meter radius was covered in frost, freezing Zhou Fong in place. This Frost Nova was the mage's close-range area control skill, consuming half of his mana instantly, but its power was undeniable. Zhou Fong channeled his internal energy, using the Dragon's Serpent Divine technique, taking a full 3 seconds to break free from the ice. As Zhou Fong struggled to free himself, the mage had already retreated to a safe distance. Suddenly, a series of crises emerged. A kunai with an explosive tag shot from the forest, aiming at Yuan Hua's back. A dagger shimmered behind Tang Mingming, clearly the work of an invisible assassin. 3 arrows flew in a triangular formation towards the unconscious Kong Yun, a signature move of martial archers' 3 talents archery. 3 hidden-level assassins launched a surprise attack on the nearly incapacitated Yuan Hua and his companions, aiming for a decisive blow to distract Zhou Fong and his team. In the nick of time, Lu Lai shouted anxiously, Yuan Hua, Mingming, watch out. But it was too late. Tang Mingming narrowly avoided a critical hit, but her left shoulder was still pierced by the dagger. With a boom, the explosive tag detonated at Yuan Hua's feet. Simultaneously, 3 thud sounds were heard as Yuan Hua managed to control the giant tiger to block the deadly arrows aimed at Kong Yun. The injured tiger was recalled to its space, vanishing into thin air. Seeing this, Ma Shi laughed triumphantly. Haha, our reinforcements are here. Lu Lai, you're doomed. Haha, our reinforcements have arrived. Lu Lai, you're doomed, Ma Shi said with a smug smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. 3 figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield, a nimble ninja, an assassin lurking in the shadows, and an archer with a longbow. The arrival of these 3rd-class experts quickly turned the tide of the battle, which had slightly favored the other side. Zhou Fong felt his heart sink, but the bad news didn't stop there. In the distance, a group of figures rapidly approached. In the blink of an eye, their faces became clear. 27 E-class superhumans were rushing towards them. Zhou Fong knew full well that these were not reinforcements for their side. The police department simply didn't have such power. The situation changed drastically, and Zhou Fong and his 2 companions suddenly found themselves in a dire situation, facing the siege of 6th-class experts and 27 E-class superhumans. Suddenly, the air was torn apart by the whistling of over a dozen arrows. The attack by 7 E-class archers was just the beginning, followed by a bewildering series of ninjutsu techniques. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Vacuum Blast Barrage. Water style, Water Wave. Various E-class ninjutsu techniques followed in quick succession, with a dozen kunai slicing through the air, aiming straight for Zhou Fong and his comrades' vital points. Even more alarming was the fact that 12 of the attackers gradually vanished, while running 12 assassins had collectively turned invisible in plain sight. 3 figures suddenly appeared around Zhou Fong. 3 E-class teleporters joining forces with a magician to attack him. Retreat, fall back. Lu Lai shouted urgently. The precision of these assassination tactics was so sophisticated that anyone unaware might think it was a surprise attack. However, retreating was easier said than done. The ninja and assassins appeared suddenly, targeting Yuan Hua and Tang Mingming. Arrows rained down from the E-class archers in the distance. With most of his summoned creatures gone, Yuan Hua was left with only a class eagle and an E-class mouse, struggling to protect Tang Mingming and the unconscious Kong Yun, while fending off the fierce attacks of 2-class enemies. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Hua was covered in wounds, his face pale as paper, drenched in blood. Tang Mingming, tears streaming down her face, sobbed, Brother Yuan, save yourself, leave us. Yuan Hua ignored her plea, determinedly controlling his eagle and mouse to resist. Meanwhile, the class archer kept releasing arrows from afar. The arrows were as fast as lightning, almost invisible to the naked eye, striking their targets in an instant. Zhou Fong was hit by an arrow, feeling as if he'd been struck by a sledgehammer. His scales shattered as he was sent flying backward several meters. The magician and the three teleporters seized the opportunity to close in. Another arrow sliced through the air, and Yuan Hua barely dodged it, though his left arm was pierced. Brother Yuan, Zhou Fong, under siege, wanted to help but was powerless. Yuan Hua Mingming, escape now, Lu Lai shouted, deflecting an arrow with a palm strike, only to be struck in the back by Ma Shi's iron rod, causing him to vomit blood. 5 assassins' daggers slashed past him as he stumbled back, covered in wounds. Ma Shi taunted, opposing the empire, you won't escape. Attacking public officials is a serious crime. You'll suffer even if you survive. Ma Shi sneered. As long as I break through, the world is vast. I can go anywhere. If I become a class superhuman, I'll be welcomed as an honored guest wherever I go. In some small countries, a class expert is already the top martial artist. Yuan Hua was at his limit, his body covered in blood, and the giant eagle was also battered, flickering, and on the verge of being recalled. Zhou Fong gritted his teeth, thinking, all or nothing, let's see if you can help. With that, he tossed a card. Void Summon. Guojia remaining uses, 3. A graceful figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the battlefield. He was slender, with a fair complexion, exuding a refined and elegant aura in his white robe. The folding fan in his hand added to his genteel demeanor. Please, stop waving that fan and save the person first. Zhou Fong shouted anxiously at Guojia. With Yuan Hua's life hanging by a thread, he couldn't fathom why the newly summoned historical figure seemed more interested in leisurely waving his fan. Hearing this, Guojia turned to Zhou Fong, a flash of cold light in his eyes. Before Zhou Fong could speak again, Guojia took action. With a gentle wave of his fan, the temperature around them plummeted by over 20 degrees, and frost spread visibly. Everyone present shivered involuntarily, while the Tude-class ninjas and assassins attacking Yuan Hua were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. However, this was far from the full extent of Guojia's power. As he waved his fan once more, a fierce wind howled, and snow filled the air. Countless sharp icicles materialized out of nowhere, shooting towards the Tude-class experts like a barrage of arrows. Though the two experts barely broke free from the ice, they had no time to evade. The icicles pierced their bodies, blood splattering. As they struggled in pain, Guojia's third strike arrived. With another wave of his fan, the icicles embedded in their bodies suddenly exploded, the extreme cold seeping into their vital organs. In an instant, the Tude-class experts were frozen into lifeless ice pops. From Guojia's appearance to the demise of the enemies, the entire process lasted barely 3 seconds. Zhou Fong stood agape, mouth forming an O shape, unable to believe his eyes. Guojia glanced disdainfully at Zhou Fong, silently mocking his earlier doubts. Then, Guojia's figure slowly faded away. As Zhou Fong came to his senses, he couldn't help but complain. Even Xiang Yu could last 5 minutes, and you're gone in seconds. Is it because of what I said earlier? How can a renowned ancient figure be so petty? Despite being shocked by the display of power, Ma Shi and the others quickly regrouped and launched another attack. It's just interdimensional summoning. Let's see how many times he can pull it off. Quick, kill them! Ma Shi shouted urgently. We have at most 5 minutes left. Bai Lisha and Zhang Dao's have already left the city. Zhou Fong, while blocking the jumper's attack, retreated towards Yuan Hua. His scales effectively shielded him from the enemy's blows. Meanwhile, Lu Lai was also enduring the fierce assault from Ma Shi and 5 surrounding assassins, trying to reach Yuan Hua. Deep in the woods, Zhang Dao's advanced rapidly, his steps so light they barely disturbed the dust. He spoke to the ground. Xiao, he called, saying Lu Lai and the others are under siege. It turned out the narcotics division captain had already relayed the message. An inspector, he immediately reported the situation to higher-ups. The narcotics division had intended to assist, but the subsequent explosion scattered them. Bai Lisha moved silently underground, matching Zhang Dao's speed on the surface. His voice came through the soil. I informed Ing Qiong, he's on his way. Despite the rivalry between the Central Bureau and the police department, both agencies always cooperated in the face of external threats, jointly maintaining social order and the superhuman realm's stability. Zhou Fong and Lu Lai retreated to the entrance of the quarry, standing shoulder to shoulder to block the way. Both were covered in blood, their bodies battered and bruised, unsure if it was their own blood or that of their enemies. Inside the cave, Kong Yun lay unconscious, and Yuan Hua was barely clinging to life, struggling to breathe. Tang Mingming, having exhausted her magical power, was tending to them. Lu Lai gasped for air, his voice hoarse. We can't wait for Director Zhang any longer. Zhou Fong's scales were nearly all gone, his body a tapestry of burns, frostbite, cuts, and arrow wounds, his white clothes soaked in blood. He panted as he asked, "Was it always this dangerous before?" Lu Lai let out a bitter laugh. "No. It used to be petty crime as superhumans stealing or using their powers to cheat in gambling. Trivial stuff. It's only since you came that things have gotten this intense." Zhou Fong raised an eyebrow. "Are you blaming me then?" Before he could finish speaking, Ma Shi's triumphant voice rang out. "Ha ha. Captain Lu, surrender now, and I'll leave you a whole corpse." His staff never paused, striking at Lu Lai's vulnerabilities. Under the assault of over 30 attackers, Zhou Fong was struggling to hold on, with most of his dragon scale shattered. He spoke with difficulty. "Captain, I'm afraid we won't last until Director Zhang arrives." Lu Lai gave a wry smile. "Dying for the country, I have no regrets, except for dragging you all into this." He was filled with remorse, recalling how Kong Yun had suggested abandoning the mission, yet he had insisted on this aggressive action, only to fall into the enemy's trap. "Captain, don't say that." Zhou Fong managed a weak smile. "Wearing this uniform, I was prepared for this day." Facing death, Zhou Fong began to take stock of his possessions. Besides a bunch of cards and a sword that others couldn't use, he seemed to have nothing. Suddenly, he remembered an unused card arrow storm. "I shoot, shoot, shoot." Zhou Fong silently recited the straightforward description of the card. Based on his understanding, these cards were quite literal. If it said arrow storm, it would certainly exceed 10,000 arrows, not just 9,999. In a life and death moment, Zhou Fong activated the card without hesitation. Instantly, he felt a massive drain of energy, leaving him utterly exhausted. This was another card that absorbed the user's energy, a rarity outside of time-space exploration cards. The surrounding energy began to fluctuate violently. Ma Shi and his men, wary, tightened their formation, erecting layers of defense. An arrow, absorbing all of Zhou Fong's energy, appeared, but its power was only at the early level. Zhou Fong felt disappointed, thinking this power insufficient to turn the tide. However, the arrow suddenly split into two, each retaining 99 of the original power. Then it split into 4, then 8. Within 3 seconds, 16,384 arrows filled the sky, each possessing peak a level power. This defied the law of conservation of energy, but in the world of superhumans, scientific principles often didn't apply. Ma Shi and his men were stunned, frantically shouting to the nearby ninja, "Earth release, whatever earth wall, hurry up. Everyone, use your strongest defense techniques." Despite the rapid formation of defensive skills around them, Ma Shi and his men felt no sense of security, helplessly watching as the rain of arrows descended upon them. Over 10,000 arrows with peak a level power rained down like a storm, tearing through the sky with a deafening roar, as if the heavens themselves were raging. A sly glint flashed in Zhou Fong's eyes. He knew victory was within reach. "Ha ha, let me add a little extra." Zhou Fong laughed, pulling out a card he had never used before, the Dung card. Its power lay not in damage, but in its nauseating ammunition. A yellow liquid gushed out with the force of a fire hydrant, flooding the sky. Lu Lai stared at Zhou Fong in shock, his nose wrinkling as if he could already smell the offensive odor. Standing at the cave entrance, Tang Mingming's face was full of disgust as she sharply questioned, "Do you carry that much filth with you? You're a pervert." Zhou Fong awkwardly explained, "It's not something I carry around, it's generated from the void." "Enough, pervert. Stay away from me." Tang Mingming interrupted, her expression even more disdainful. More desperate than Zhou Fong was Ma Shi and his companions. The airborne arrows were already a deadly strike, and this final move, the yellow river flows upward, was merciless. They knew that even if someone survived, they would live in the shadow of this battle forever. The yellow arrows came like a furious storm. The first wave of dozens easily breached the defense of an A-level superhuman. After a few hundred arrows, all A-level defenses collapsed. The D-level mage's ice barrier barely withstood 100 arrows before crumbling. Even the proud shield of the paladin could only hold on with great difficulty. Ma Shi glanced at his staff, feeling reluctant. As the 1,000th arrow whistled past, all defenses were shattered. "Every man for himself, may fate be with you," he murmured, then swung his staff, fighting his way out. The energy of the arrows wasn't terrifying, but the liquid splattering on his face, with its temperature and smell, churned Ma Shi's stomach. All around, cries of agony echoed. "Ah, no, the stench. I can't die in peace. Help me, ugh. I surrender. Stop shooting, ah." All A-level superhumans were turned into porcupines, covered in the nauseating yellow. A few void jumpers blinked to the distance, thinking they had escaped, unaware that the arrows were locked onto them, relentlessly pursuing. In an instant, these jumpers were pinned to a distant hillside. D-level archers lurking in the forest sensed danger and vanished silently into the dense foliage. D-level ninjas used every ounce of strength to perform ninjutsu, trying to block both the arrows and the revolting yellow stream. Lacking defensive means, D-level assassins were quickly hit by several arrows, their bodies turning yellow. and they began to entertain thoughts of ending it all. Mages continued to cast spells instantly, finding their situation dire, though those standing farthest back were relatively safe. After 3 volleys of arrows, the battle's outcome was clear. A-level superhumans were annihilated, and level assassins met a grim fate, falling to the ground in resignation. Their final moments were filled with more than just the regret of dying in vain. It was also the indescribable color and smell covering them. Despite being hit by 7 arrows, Masher's superhuman willpower allowed him to break through and escape into the distance. The scent from his wounds made him nauseous. He silently vowed never to encounter Zhou Feng again. These young people today have no sense of honor, he thought angrily. This method is just too much. Mages, holding their magic crystals, still had plenty of mana. They cast spells to defend themselves as they slowly retreated, eventually withdrawing from the range of the arrow storm. The magician retreated from the range of the arrow rain, flicking his sleeves before leaving. He glared menacingly at Zhou Feng and said coldly, "Young man, I won't forget you. We'll meet again." His words were filled with threat and resentment. Zhou Feng turned to Lu Lai, frowning slightly. "Who is this magician? Can you recognize him?" Lu Lai pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. The person was masked, so it's hard to identify anyone except Ma Shi. The city's only level magician is a woman, so this isn't a local superpower user. Zhou Feng's gaze shifted to the paladin lying under the shield, gesturing slightly with his mouth. "What about this paladin? He's not dead yet. That shield seems to be of good quality." A glint appeared in Lu Lai's eyes. Level paladins are rare in the country, as it's not a popular profession here. Our province only has 2. Chu Xinlong from Ningshi and Su Shiming from Shaoshi. His words revealed his familiarity with information about superpower users. Zhou Feng was about to inquire about the ninja's situation, but swallowed his words when he saw the ninja lying lifeless under the arrow rain. The ninja had attempted to rush in to kill Zhou Feng, but the cave entrance was still under the barrage. Zhou Feng controlled the arrows, which could easily avoid his own team. Charging in was suicidal. Breaking through was the wise choice. However, while hesitating, the ninja's chakra was depleted, ultimately leading to his demise. With the battle over, Zhou Feng was about to help Yuan Hua when Yuan Hua, panting, said, No. You go carry Kong Yun. The captain can help me." Zhou Feng felt a bit rejected and quickly explained, "I really didn't have that on me, hey? Let me explain." As Zhou Feng and the others exited the cave, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Zhang Dao's stood atop a tree, unable to find footing on the ground covered in yellow substances. Meanwhile, Bailey Shajan emerged from the ground. This scene left everyone present stunned. Zhou Feng looked around nervously, wondering if he had offended some important figure, perhaps a clever big shot, or a head of the provincial secret department. He silently vowed to himself, "No, I absolutely won't admit this was my doing." Bailey Shajan looked bewildered, muttering to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What's this yellow on my face?" The scene shifted to the city police headquarters. Yuan Hua and Kong Yun were both soaking in recovery tanks filled with various healing liquids. Lu Lai and Zhou Feng, with lighter injuries, would recover after a few days of medication and rest. Lu Lai, with his arm plastered, was typing away at the computer in the office, writing a report. Director Zhang Dao's was particularly concerned about the intense explosion incident. Lu Lai turned to ask Zhou Feng, "Where did that ultimate move of yours come from? I need to report it to the higher-ups." Lu Lai's rank was too low to recognize the forbidden spell Frostfire Annihilation Arrow, which was too advanced for him. He only knew it was terrifyingly powerful. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and replied, "The dean gave it to me. I guess." Lu Lai raised an eyebrow. "I guess?" Without that word, it sounds more believable. Despite witnessing Zhou Feng's card unleash the ultimate move, Lu Lai wrote it in the report as Zhou Feng described. After all, everyone has their secrets, and not everything needs to be reported. At that moment, Tang Mingming seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, "By the way, Zhou Feng, have you taken a shower?" Lu Lai paused his typing and turned to stare at Zhou Feng, clearly interested in this question as well. Tang Mingming recalled that Zhou Feng had been tending to his wounds, applying Qing Shuang healing plasters, and taking a Shui Huan Dan for healing as soon as he returned. But he hadn't taken a shower. This realization made the atmosphere in the office suddenly become awkward. "Exactly, I haven't showered." Zhou Feng felt the sting of disdain once more. He silently bowed his head and turned to head back to the dormitory. Bathing, a simple task, suddenly seemed so crucial. Rewind to an hour earlier, the quarry site was in chaos. Zhang Dao's had just appeared, asked a few questions to LV Lai, and then hurriedly left. Bailey Shajan seemed to be in some sort of self-doubt, staring blankly into the distance without uttering a word for several minutes. The paladin buried under the yellow debris kept crying out, "It stinks. I'm going to die from the smell if I don't get out soon." Yet, no one bothered to respond, let alone dig him out. Seeing Bailey Shajan appear, Zhou Feng quietly reached behind him and pulled out a replication puppet card. Who cares if there are anomalies or not? Just use it, he thought to himself. The card activated silently behind him, and Zhou Fong found a clever puppet in his mind. He was somewhat excited, but knew now wasn't the time to explore it, deciding to delve into the abilities of this replicated clever ninja later when he had the time. Dark assassins arrived late, with Captain Ing Qiong receiving a tricky task: rescue the paladin trapped under the yellow debris and escort him to the surveillance bureau. Faced with the chaotic scene and the overwhelming stench, even Ing Qiong, one of the city's top 10 experts and a peak-level descending sorcerer, couldn't help but frown. Chu Zhan, use spatial jump to go in and bring him out. Ing Qiong delegated the tough job to a subordinate. Chu Zhan looked troubled. Captain, is this really appropriate? I haven't had lunch yet, and I might not be able to eat dinner either. How about letting Zhong Yinquan go? He can turn invisible. Zhong Yinquan looked at Chu Zhan in shock. Going in just because I'm invisible? Because others can't see me? What's that logic? He quietly retorted. I'll order you takeout, so you can have lunch right here. Chu Zhan, feeling helpless, glanced towards the corner where a low-profile black-clad ninja stood. Let Tianming go. His earth escape can tunnel through. Tianming sneered. Huh. The last one who could tunnel is already sulking. He glanced at the self-doubting, sulking master in the distance, reluctant to act rashly. As they continued to pass the task around, Ing Qiong suddenly had a bright idea. Right, Tianming, can't your water escape wash the ground? Start by cleaning this place up. Everyone's eyes lit up, thinking it was a good idea. However, Tianming was somewhat resigned. Is this what ninja skills are for? Can't we just call a fire truck? Just then, the paladin buried below could no longer bear it and shouted, Hey, have you decided yet? Even though I'm a criminal, criminals have rights too. Are you deliberately stalling to mistreat me? I'm going to file a complaint. All eyes turned to Tianming. With no other choice, Tianming silently began forming seals. True water escape. Ground washing technique seemed to open up a whole new realm for the use of ninjutsu. That day, all members of the narcotics division were secretly gathered for special training and signed confidentiality agreements. The next day, major news outlets reported. Yesterday, a tanker truck driver got lost, accidentally entered a quarry, and overturned, causing an explosion. Shocking insider story. A driver blew up a quarry, but the real story is massive explosion at a suburban quarry leaves over 20 dead. The true story behind this accidental incident seemed forever buried beneath the glossed-over news reports. The explosion at the suburban quarry was earth-shattering, shrouding the area in dust and forever claiming over 20 lives. Inspector He, with a furrowed brow, was busy with the aftermath. He cleverly listed the superpowered individuals who died in battle the previous day among the explosion's casualties, attempting to conceal the truth. Su Shiming, a captured paladin from Shao City, had given up resisting. He confessed to being a pawn recently hired by Du Longbiao to trap and eliminate the superpowered individuals of the inspectorate. As for who the main target was, Su Shiming claimed ignorance. Su recalled that the mysterious magician hailed from Jin province and was referred to as Brother Feng by Du Longbiao. The talisman master was a temporary hire, only responsible for setting up formations without probing further. The mysterious figure who appeared later was only mentioned by Du Longbiao and was not one of his subordinates, indicating another force was involved. The identities of the other corpses were confirmed. They were all independent cultivators from various places, usually with no connection, clearly summoned temporarily. Ma Shi had fled the country overnight, eluding the inspectorate by a narrow margin. Su Shiming, charged with using superpowers to endanger society and attempted murder of an inspector, was sent to the Institute of Supernatural Abilities. There, he not only lost his superpowers but also earned a limited edition VIP reward of 20 years in prison. With the loss of protection from superpowered individuals, Du Longbiao's drug trafficking dens were wiped out by the anti-drug department. Although the inspectorate had ample evidence, Du Longbiao himself vanished without a trace. 2 days later, the atmosphere was heavy in the paranormal investigation department of the inspectorate. Tang Mingming was tirelessly training in the practice room. The incident had dealt her a huge blow, making her feel like a burden. After deep reflection, she resolved to improve herself through rigorous training. Yuan Hua and Kong Yun had awakened from the recovery chamber, their bodies wrapped in bandages. Together with Zhou Fong, they watched Lu Lai, who was on a call. Lu was being scolded for his poor report writing skills, with his superior's angry voice emanating from the phone. What do you mean? Our Zhou Fong threw out his director. How was the director thrown out? What did their director do to offend you? And I think maybe that must be Ma Shi. Is this certain or uncertain? Lu Lai, did you even graduate elementary school? Zhou Fong, looking at the bandaged Yuan Hua and Kong Yun, helplessly asked, what about our plan to capture Jiang Fengkai this afternoon? Yuan Hua hesitated. The bathroom? Zhou Fong was puzzled. Huh? When did I develop a special fondness for bathrooms? You need to explain this to me. Kong Yun interjected. Ba, Yuan Hua is right. Let's choose another location. Zhou Fong realized that the two were still recovering from their injuries, and they probably couldn't rely on them for this action. Suddenly, he remembered an important question. We inspectors are allowed to carry guns, right? If they had been armed before, they wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. Yuan Hua, struggling to move his neck, replied, the logistics department has them. In the city, firearms aren't as convenient as superpowers, so we haven't taken them before. Zhou Feng decisively said, I'll go get one. He felt more confident with a gun in hand, believing it would be useful against enemies below level. Kong Yun tried to clasp his hands together, but was unable to due to the bandages. He sighed softly. Ba, get one for this humble monk too. Yuan Hua quickly chimed in. I want one as well. At that moment, Zhou Feng's stomach growled loudly. He glanced at his phone and realized it was already 11:30. I'll go grab some food first, Zhou Feng said. Do you want me to get you anything? Yuan Hua promptly listed his choices. Kung Pao chicken, lion's head meatballs. Kong Yun was not to be outdone. Braised pork, Sichuan boiled fish. Zhou Feng couldn't help but tease. Master, aren't you supposed to be a vegetarian? Kong Yun nonchalantly replied. I'm a warrior monk, not a Zen master. I don't have to avoid meat. Meat and wine pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. A moment later, in the cafeteria, Zhou Feng sat alone in a corner, casually eating with one hand while holding his phone in the other. He opened the dorm group chat. Gao Jia had sent a message. Zhou Feng, was there a fuel tanker explosion near you a few days ago? Were you at the scene? Do you have any photos with the explosion site? Send me some for my social media. Qin Zhan immediately corrected him. It was a superhuman incident, right? Zhou Feng ignored Gao Jia's absurd request and simply replied, yes, a group of rogue superhumans set us up. Zhao Yi asked with concern, what happened? You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine, Zhou Feng responded. A few got away, but the rest were dealt with. Then he changed the subject. Zhao Yi, how's third brother doing lately? Any updates on the battle rankings? Zhao Yi sighed. I knocked out the second place, but the first is too tough. Every time I challenge him, he picks terrain like plum blossom stakes or floating ice islands, taking advantage of my lack of ranged attacks. If I could choose the terrain, I'd beat him easily. Zhou Feng consoled him. I have a surprise for you. Keep an eye on your mail. Gao Jia immediately chimed in. Oh ho ho. Anything from fourth brother is sure to be top-notch. Qin Zhan also encouraged. Zhao Yi, keep it up. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhao Yi asked, fourth brother, don't just think about us. What about you? Zhou Feng proudly replied. Hee, you guys haven't checked my social media? I've reached the level. Just then, a group of footsteps approached the cafeteria entrance. Detective Sun and Li Datu from the criminal division, along with Captain Zhu from the narcotics division, walked in. Detective Sun spoke enviously. Your narcotics division is in the spotlight this time, breaking such a big case. Captain Zhu, however, remained composed. Haha, it's a small matter, nothing worth mentioning. Li Datu from the investigation division commented while ordering food. You caught over 100 people this time, from production to distribution, covering the entire industry chain. Captain Zhu, you took them all down in one go. You should at least get a second-class merit for this. Captain Zhu knew the credit wasn't his alone and softly said, it's a pity we didn't catch Du Longbiao. Detective Sun reassured him. With their base gone, Du Longbiao won't be able to hide for long. Captain Zhu then praised. Your criminal division is doing well too. Inspector, he has helped you solve quite a few cases recently. During a casual chat in the cafeteria, Chief Inspector Zhu and Chief Inspector Sun found their conversation drifting towards the recent crime-solving raid in the criminal division. You guys in the criminal division have been doing quite well lately. Thanks to Inspector He for solving quite a few cases, Chief Inspector Zhu said with a smile. Chief Inspector Sun smiled with satisfaction. Yes, it's all thanks to Inspector He. I never realized he was such a great detective. Although the credit wasn't his, as long as the cases were solved, the entire division's morale was uplifted. In their line of work, nothing was more frustrating than having an unsolved case staring them in the face, allowing criminals to roam free. Chief Inspector Zhu didn't respond. Recalling the events of the past few days with a knowing look in his eyes, these cases might not have been solved by Inspector He after all. As they were about to find a table with their trays, Chief Inspector Zhu spotted Zhou Feng from afar. I need to take care of something over there. You guys go ahead and eat, he said, quickly heading towards Zhou Feng. Chief Inspector Sun watched Zhou Feng's back and frowned. Isn't that the kid who got in through connections? Does Zhu know him? Li Data nodded. He might have some important connections. What's the point of associating with someone who relies on connections? Chief Inspector Sun said dismissively. In the police department, I only respect those with real skills. Chief Inspector Zhu didn't care about their opinions. Comrade Zhou Feng, is this seat taken? He asked with a friendly smile as he stood in front of Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng glanced at the still, mostly empty cafeteria. Although he was puzzled as to why Zhu wanted to sit there, out of collegiality, he nodded. No one, please sit. I'm Zhu Xiaofeng, the narcotics squad leader from the quarry operation. Chief Inspector Zhu introduced himself as he sat down. Zhou Feng realized that Zhu knew who he was and asked directly. Do you need something from me? Thanks for your help the other day. Zhu Xiaofeng rubbed his hands together a bit awkwardly. Although the subsequent investigation went smoothly, the main suspect, Du Longbiao, had escaped. With someone like Zhou in the department, it would be a waste not to utilize him. Zhou Fong understood. Since noting Du Longbiao's information on the divine list that day, he had been keeping a close watch. Recently, another group seemed to have joined Du Longbiao, and Zhou wanted to identify them. I'll handle this. It's not suitable for you to get involved, Zhou Fong said directly. There's more of those people? Zhu Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't understand why, after so many years in the police department, he hadn't noticed these special groups. Zhou Fong explained that while there had been an increase in superhumans over the years, they still made up less than 1 in 10,000, making encounters very rare. As for mythical beasts, they wouldn't survive a day in the city because they were so valuable. Even superhumans had to venture deep into the mountains to find them. After chatting for a bit, Zhou Fong packed meals for his colleagues and headed to the logistics department to pick up a gun. In the paranormal investigation office on the top floor of the police department, Zhou Fong was cleaning the newly acquired 95 Type 9mm revolver. Meanwhile, Tang Mingming was taking care of the injured Yuan Hua and Kong Yun, serving them food. Boss, join us for a meal. Zhou Fong brought enough for 4. Yuan Hua invited. Lu Lai was focused on his computer, typing away. No, I can't eat until I finish this report. I'll eat the captain's share, Kong Yun said with a mouthful of fish. Hurry up and eat. I need to get back to training, Tang Mingming urged, cheeks puffed with urgency. Zhou Fong checked the time and stood up. I'm going to catch Jiang Fengkai. You're going alone? Lu Lai paused his typing. I can handle it by myself, Zhou Fong said, toying with the revolver. With this gun, he felt more confident against Jiang Fengkai. All right, go ahead, and hurry back, Yuan Hua said. They weren't worried about Zhou Fong's safety, as Jiang Fengkai wasn't a desperate criminal and wouldn't dare harm someone from the police department. They didn't expect Zhou Fong to complete the task, as everyone was injured, and this minor case had to be postponed. Tang Mingming watched Zhou Fong's departing figure with envy. She remembered when Zhou Fong first joined, she thought she was finally no longer the weakest in the department. But in just over a month, Zhou Fong had become a pillar of the team, while she was still standing still. Stop eating, training is more important, Tang Mingming said, putting down her chopsticks. Yuan Hua and Kong Yun exchanged glances. We haven't finished eating yet. When did we offend Mingming? They turned to Lu Lai. Captain, are you going to feed us? Lu Lai didn't even turn his head. A captain who can't write a good report doesn't deserve to eat. Zhou Fong didn't go directly to Longqing Shopping Center. It was still early, and he wanted to test his new skills in a secluded area first. In a remote park forest, he summoned his mid-level Kraid ninja puppet. As soon as the puppet, clad in black, appeared, Zhou Fong received information on 2 modes of operation. One allowing the puppet to fight autonomously using its combat instincts to release skills, and the other allowing Zhou Fong to control it directly, acting entirely according to his combat instincts and even performing his martial arts techniques. Zhou Fong chose the second mode, but found the puppet could only use 1 ninjutsu. So you've only copied 1 ninjutsu, not the ninja's abilities? What a ripoff this card is, Zhou Fong thought, relieved he hadn't rashly provoked a Kraid strongman. He tried to activate the ninjutsu, seeing chakra gather in the puppet's throat before it spewed a waterfall-like stream of water, forming a rotating water wall that surrounded him and the puppet, creating an impenetrable defense. As expected of a Kraid ninjutsu, and it's a group defense technique, water release, water formation wall, Zhou Fong thought to himself. The water release, water formation wall took shape in Zhou Fong's hands. He gazed at the puppet before him, contemplating how to utilize this defensive tool in a more impactful way. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind. Since chakra and martial skills are both forms of energy, why not have the puppet perform swordplay? With determination, Zhou Fong took out the 3 killing swords and manipulated the puppet to grasp the hilt. As the puppet began executing sword techniques, the sky darkened abruptly, and fierce winds howled around them. This sword strike was awe-inspiring, its power shaking the surroundings. For the first time, Zhou Fong, a mid-level rookie, experienced the formidable might of such swordsmanship, highlighting the gap to level strength. To his delight, the puppet could not only wield martial skills, but also use his enchanted items. This discovery set Zhou Fong's imagination ablaze. Perhaps he could attempt a dual sword technique? Although he lacked his aunt's assistance, the puppet seemed a suitable substitute. This thought left him feeling slightly embarrassed. Just as Zhou Fong was about to test this newfound power, he glanced at his surroundings. A secluded park, dense woods, and a prominent sign on the grass that read, "Grass is alive, tread with care. Protect the green, cherish with your heart." Realizing that his experiment might turn the lawn into a barren patch and the trees into firewood, he decisively abandoned the idea. After all, protecting public property is everyone's responsibility. Meanwhile, at Dragon City Shopping Center, Wang Xiaobing was enjoying a shopping spree with his new girlfriend. She was clad in the designer clothes he had just bought, charmingly leaning on him. Suddenly, an urgent need to use the restroom struck, and he rushed to the second-floor bathroom. Inside, A well-dressed young man in a suit was already present. Just as Wang Xiaobing was about to relieve himself, the stall door was violently flung open, and a gun was pointed directly at the suited man's temple. This unexpected scene startled Wang Xiaobing so much that he trembled, wetting his pants. The gunman was Zhou Fong, and the man in the suit was his target Jiang Fengkai. Faced with the gun, Jiang Fengkai dared not make any rash moves. Even for someone with superpowers, a bullet could be lethal. Zhou Fong pulled out an ID, displaying the name Yuan Hua, and showed it to Wang Xiaobing, Police Bureau, on official duty. Seeing it was law enforcement, both Wang Xiaobing and Jiang Fengkai breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xiaobing quickly pulled up his pants, leaving a trail of water as he hastily exited. Jiang Fengkai immediately protested his innocence and demanded a lawyer, but Zhou Fong was unmoved. Instead of using handcuffs, he employed a technique to seal Jiang Fengkai's energy instantly. When Jiang Fengkai recognized Zhou Fong as a fellow enchanter, he quickly changed his tone, claiming to be a senior from 7 years ago and hinting at his connections with many teaching staff. Zhou Fong smirked and silenced him, leading him away from the underground parking. At the Paranormal Investigation Division of the Police Bureau, everyone was incredulous at how easily Zhou Fong had captured his target. Zhou Fong revealed his gun, explaining that in the unique setting of a restroom, even against superhumans, a gun could be remarkably effective. Lu Lai got straight to the point during the interrogation. We have witnesses who saw you steal and enchant an antique from Mu Qiangxing's home. According to regulations, causing damages exceeding 5 million with superpowers can lead to the revocation of abilities and a prison sentence of over 10 years. Initially, Jiang Fengkai attempted to deny the charges, but upon hearing that the mind mirror from the 4th layer of the Academy's 9 mystical tower might be used, his resistance crumbled. As a 7-star enchanter, who could enchant 3 more items after breaking through to level, he finally confessed to stealing antiques in search of suitable items to enchant. According to Jiang Fengkai, a new theory has recently emerged in the circle of spiritual practitioners called the wish energy infusion theory. This theory suggests that human intentions can attach to objects, forming what is called wish energy. The idea is to collect objects used by ancient powerful figures or well-known items for infusion. As the more people know about the object, the more wish energy it accumulates. The stronger the original user, the stronger the attached wish energy. Objects infused with the collective wish energy of many can become exceedingly powerful. Based on this theory, Jiang Fengkai became interested in a ritual instrument from a high monk of the Li Dynastian ancient handbell. With the vast number of Buddhist followers and the high status of the bell's owner, this was, in Jiang Fengkai's eyes, the perfect object for infusion. Zhou Fong noted this new theory with interest and curiously asked, "How did the infusion turn out? What abilities does the bell have after infusion?" A hint of pride flashed in Jiang Fengkai's eyes as he replied, "It has the ability to capture souls. It can stun the soul, causing dizziness, nausea, and vomiting." Kong Yun, intrigued by the Buddhist artifact, asked, "What is its range of influence? How powerful is it?" Without hesitation, Jiang Fengkai answered, "Anyone who can hear the bell will be affected. Within a 100-meter range, even experts of the same level can only exert half their strength under the influence of the soul-capturing bell." Zhou Fong felt a shiver down his spine, relieved that he had sealed his abilities in time. Otherwise, the sound of the soul-capturing bell would have dire consequences. He wondered if his golden spiritual tree could withstand such a mental attack, but realized it wasn't the time to delve into that. Wide-range control, it's truly a masterpiece, Zhou Fong genuinely praised, then shifted his tone with a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, it's about to be taken from you." Jiang Fengkai fell silent at these words. After a moment, he pleaded, "It's stolen property, and even infused, it's still stolen. I've confessed everything. Please, don't take away my abilities." At that moment, Lu Lai received a phone call and announced that the victim, Mu Qiangxing, had arrived. After Zhou Fong apprehended him, the police bureau immediately notified Mu Qiangxing. Tang Mingming went downstairs to bring him up and briefly explained the situation. At a simple square table, Mu Qiangxing and Jiang Fengkai sat across from each other. Lu Lai stood to the side and said to Jiang Fengkai, "Jiang Fengkai, don't say we didn't give you a chance. This antique bell is worth 6 million in the market. If you compensate us for its value, we'll detain you for 15 days as a standard theft charge. If you can't afford it, by the rules, we'll have to send you to the Infusion Academy to forcibly extract the bell and return it to the owner." Mu Qiangxing, having signed a confidentiality agreement, had no reservations at this point. Jiang Fengkai's hands trembled at the thought of the consequences of forcibly extracting the infused object. This procedure would cause irreversible harm to the practitioner, damaging both the mental space and the body, and leading to a lifetime inability to surpass Clevel. Although he might never reach beyond Clevel in his lifetime, who would willingly destroy their future? Jiang Fengkai turned to Mu Qiangxing and pleaded, "Mr. Mu, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I don't have 6 million, only 2 million in savings. Could you give me some time to pay you back in installments?" Hearing this, Mu Qiangxing hesitated. Although 6 million was a small amount for him, losing it outright was regrettable. He frowned, contemplating how to handle this tricky situation. Jiang Fengkai, a level ability user, stood in the office of the police bureau, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes darted between Mu Qiangxing and Lu Lai, clearly caught in a dilemma. Although he made money fairly quickly as a level ability user, the cost of cultivation was high, and saving 2 million had not been easy. Jiang Fengkai noticed a flicker of hesitation on Mu Qiangxing's face and quickly turned to Lu Lai, his voice trembling with nervousness. I'll trade information. I have a lead on Du Longbiao. I know your bureau is after him, and I know where he is. He was so agitated that his words tumbled out incoherently, fear gleaming in his eyes. No matter what, he couldn't allow anyone to forcibly extract his powers. Such a punishment was second only to losing his abilities entirely. Lu Lai and the others perked up, seeing a glimmer of hope. They hadn't expected such a turn of events, leading to information on Du Longbiao. Zhou Feng's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He had always known Du Longbiao's whereabouts, but lacked the strength to capture him. However, with a new clever puppet, his confidence had grown, perhaps enough to attempt it. But why did Jiang Fengkai know Du Longbiao's location? Things seemed more complicated than they appeared. Seeing Jiang Fengkai's usefulness to the bureau, Mu Qiangxing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Let's forget about it then. It's just a small amount. You don't need to compensate. Consider it making a friend. You owe me a favor. Jiang Fengkai felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if pardoned from a heavy burden. He shook Mu Qiangxing's hand gratefully, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Mu. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know. Exchanging 6 million for the gratitude of a level ability user and friendship with the police bureau was a worthwhile deal. Mu Qiangxing, being a shrewd businessman, clearly understood this well. Since the victim, Mu Qiangxing, chose not to pursue the matter, Lu Lai decided to go along with it. All right, since Mr. Mu has said so. Meng, take him to complete the procedures and sign the reconciliation form. After Mu Qiangxing left, Yuan Hua mused. Mr. Mu is truly a businessman. Without us realizing it, he's made us all owe him a favor. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up with realization. Impressive. Ba, a true fox in the business world, someone murmured softly, echoing the thoughts of everyone present. Mu Qiangxing forgave Jiang Fengkai, a decision that not only earned the latter's gratitude but also left all the superhumans in the police bureau indebted to him. The reason was simple. Mu Qiangxing decided to be lenient because Jiang Fengkai provided information about Du Longbiao, which indirectly assisted the police bureau. Jiang Fengkai, how did you find out about Du Longbiao's whereabouts? Zhou Feng couldn't help but ask, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Jiang Fengkai frowned slightly, pondered briefly, and then replied, I discovered it by accident while flying that day. His transformative ability granted him the power of flight, a trait that drew envious glances from those present. Although Jiang Fengkai's response was somewhat reserved, the others didn't press further. Lu Lai cleared his throat and said, according to the rules, even if you've been forgiven by the victim, you still need to be detained for 15 days. Tang Mengmeng, take him to the detention center. Once again, the weakest Tang Mengmeng was assigned the errand. She was about to escort Jiang Fengkai away when he suddenly stopped at the door. The group looked at him in confusion, a hint of tension in the air. Finally, Jiang Fengkai turned around and spoke with a serious expression. To be honest, someone told me about Du Longbiao's whereabouts and instructed me to deliberately leak it to you. His words were like a bombshell, and everyone held their breath. Jiang Fengkai was not a hardened criminal. He had always been law-abiding, and if not for the transformative object leading him astray, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The police bureau's lenient treatment had left him grateful, and he didn't want this strange matter to implicate anyone at the bureau. Lu Lai frowned. Who told you to tell us? Yuan Hua and the others all stared at Jiang Fengkai intently. There was something peculiar about this situation. Who would know they were after Jiang Fengkai? Who would be so kind as to provide a lead? And most puzzling, who would know Du Longbiao's whereabouts? Jiang Fengkai lowered his head and quickly said, it was Wei Buching. 3 days ago, he told me that if I got caught, I should use this information to trade with you to save my life. Wei Buching, the group exclaimed in surprise. 3 days ago? Lu Lai's brow furrowed as he recalled that 3 days ago, they had just tracked down Jiang Fengkai's whereabouts, coinciding with the day they battled Du Longbiao. The timing was too coincidental, raising suspicions. Wei Buching. 3 days ago, Zhou Feng frowned, his mind racing. Wei Buching, a shareholder of Wangnan Group, was Jiang Fengkai's employer. Why was he involved now? The timing coincided perfectly with the day they had targeted Jiang Fengkai and clashed with Du Longbiao. Zhou Feng's eyes flickered as he exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Lai, who understood immediately and gestured. Got it. Meng, take him to the detention center. After Jiang Fengkai left, Zhou Feng analyzed in a low voice. The other side had anticipated Jiang Fengkai's capture long ago. There must be a Tianji master behind this, likely those people from the quarry. He briefly described the encounter he had with the opponent in the space-time continuum, deliberately omitting any mention of Hyder, only saying he had used his space-time technique to narrowly fend off the adversary. Tianji Master. Everyone present gasped, even Lu Lai's brow furrowed. The infallible space-time technique. The reclusive Tianji Masters. This meant their every move was being calculated by the opponent. Everyone instinctively looked to Zhou Fang, the only one there proficient in space-time techniques, the only one who could offer them some sense of security. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Fang said, Wei Buqing is likely just a pawn, and he probably doesn't know much about the inner workings. We need to keep an eye on him without alerting the enemy. They might just be using him to pass this message through Jiang Fangkai. As for Du Longbiao's whereabouts, that's definitely a trap. How about seeking help from Director Zhang Dao's? Yuan Hua suggested. No matter the ambush, we could force our way through. Whether it's pioneers, Tianji masters, or space-time techniques, if we have enough strength, we can just crush them. Space-time techniques only have the upper hand when powers are evenly matched. No, Zhou Fang immediately rejected. The people who appeared are too powerful, and the mastermind won't show themselves easily. They are baiting us, and if we send someone stronger, they'll just reel in and escape. He had a feeling this was aimed at him, and missing this opportunity would make it difficult to track them down again. So what should we do? Tang Mingming asked, somewhat discouraged. Zhou Fang, confident, said, for now, we wait. Once Brother Yuan and Master Kong Yun recover, we'll decide our next move. In the meantime, I'll use space-time techniques to find the right moment. In truth, Zhou Fang knew that the opponent's Tianji master had been unable to use any means for the time being, as Zhou Fang had broken their space-time mark. However, he decided to keep the matter of the clever puppet a secret. He planned to act alone, take the bait, and probe the opponent's true intentions. After Zhou Fang's analysis, Lu Lai nodded in agreement. That's all we can do. When it came to dealing with a Tianji master, they had no choice but to rely on Zhou Fang's advice. Back at his dormitory, Zhou Fang immediately took out the space-time exploration card and began tracking the Tianji master's traces. He decided to start with Wei Buqing from 3 days ago, certain that the Tianji master's mark was on him. In the River of Time, Zhou Fang located the scene from 3 days prior. He saw Jiang Fangkai speaking, but Wei Buqing's figure opposite him was unusually blurry, and even his voice was inaudible, clearly a Tianji master's technique, concealing the heavenly secrets. With a snort of contempt, Zhou Fang channeled energy into the River of Time. Instantly, the river swelled into a torrent, washing away all traces left by the Tianji master. At that moment, Shishumo, who was packing his bags at the Zhang family villa, preparing to flee, sensed something and looked up at the void. He was secretly annoyed. This kid doesn't follow the rules of the underworld, pursuing me relentlessly? Among those who can predict the past and future, engaging in mutual deduction is extremely offensive, unless openly hostile. Otherwise, they would generally avoid each other. As Zhou Fang prepared to traverse the River of Time into Zhang Tianjuan's office, he suddenly felt a strong resistance. Waves of sound emanated from the temporal stream, as if warning him of some obstruction. Zhou Fang was secretly surprised. Could it be that the Tianji master had regained his strength? Recalling Hyder's words, he couldn't help but admire the Tianji master's ability to recover. The sound waves grew clearer, and Zhou Fang listened intently until he could make out the words. I'm just taking money to solve problems for others. I'll leave today. It's wise to leave room for future encounters. So please show mercy and let me go. Zhou Fang felt disdain, silently raising a middle finger. He had been eager to teach this person a lesson, only to find the opponent conceding first, dampening his enthusiasm. He stared at the office door, which seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds, realizing that the Tianji master must have been fully defending inside for the past 7 days. Without Hyder's help, breaking this temporal blockade would be no easy feat. After careful consideration, Zhou Fang decided to accept the opponent's concession. He called out to the sound waves. All right, I'll let you go today. You owe me one. Give me your name so I can find you to repay the debt next time. A moment later, the sound waves returned. Jingqing Jiao Internet Cafe, the #1 Barbarian King. You'll know when you come. Zhou Fang was momentarily puzzled. Barbarian King? Isn't that a character from a game? Suddenly recalling a game he once played, he understood. This mysterious and aloof Tianji master was actually a gaming addict. Zhou Fang couldn't help but feel that the opponent's image in his mind had completely shattered. However, Zhou Fang was unaware that the opponent was not a gaming addict youth, but a middle-aged man who had practiced in the mountains for decades, only to immerse himself in the internet after the revival of spiritual energy. Having identified the mastermind, Zhou Fang decided not to rush into action. He planned to wait a few days, testing the opponent's patience, since he always had control over Du Longbiao's whereabouts. Back in reality, Zhou Fang immersed himself in his daily training. In the body training room, he continually pounded his body to strengthen it. In the energy room, he practiced his techniques for 36 cycles each day, which was his limit. In the combat room, Zhou Fang tried to use a clever puppet to execute the first move of the 3-kill sword technique, the blazing fire sword. However, Halfway through, the walls of the combat room showed signs of melting, forcing him to stop abruptly. This made Zhou Feng realize the terrifying power of the three-kill sword technique, even speculating whether this move could kill a level powerhouse. Although Zhou Feng couldn't fully gauge the power of this sword technique, he clearly felt that even a mid-level puppet would be drained of all energy after executing it. This gave him a new understanding of his own strength and motivated him to continue his training. In the military-controlled zone on the outskirts of the capital, an intense trial was underway at the headquarters of the Earth Horizon Army. Within a massive illusionary array, Qin Zhan's eyes were bloodshot as he wielded his sword with lightning speed, launching fierce attacks against invisible foes. Each strike was precise and lethal, as if he were truly locked in a life-or-death battle with unseen adversaries. Lu Yiping stood in the control room, his eyes fixed on the large screen before him. The screen displayed various data: kill count 988, mental stability 61, emotional stability 91, illusion score 98, willpower score 100, and technique compatibility 100. These numbers all underscored Qin Zhan's exceptional performance. A genius, truly a genius, Lu Yiping couldn't help but admire, his eyes sparkling with delight. Standing beside him, Dr. Zhang, clad in a white lab coat and holding a stack of historical data, adjusted his glasses and remarked with a hint of amazement. Qin Zhan may have average cultivation aptitude, but his willpower is extraordinarily resilient. He seems perfectly matched to this technique, as if it were tailor-made for him. Lu Yiping nodded slightly, though a trace of concern flickered in his eyes. I hope he succeeds. Otherwise, we may have to abandon this technique. Dr. Zhang's expression turned reluctant at these words. Commander Lu, an A-level technique represents the pinnacle. Could we really give it up if Qin Zhan fails? A supreme warrior can influence a nation's global standing. Lu Yiping shook his head, his expression grave. Too many have died. If we can't control this technique, becoming a supreme warrior might be more a curse than a blessing. Just then, the numbers on the screen jumped, showing Qin Zhan's kill count surpassing 1,000. The illusion vanished, and Qin Zhan emerged from the trial area. He gave a curt nod to the two men, saying, Commander Lu, Dr. Zhang. His speech was as concise as ever, with not a word wasted. The two men, accustomed to Qin Zhan's manner of speaking, were unfazed. They led him to a well-equipped laboratory filled with advanced instruments and electronic devices. With a serious expression, Lu Yiping began. 5 months ago, we ventured into the blood illusion and uncovered a relic that contained an A-level technique, the Blood Demon Transformation Sutra. As he spoke, he carefully took out an aged-looking box from his pocket, opening it to reveal an ancient jade stone. From the name, it's clear this was likely a demonic technique from ancient times, Lu Yiping continued. Demonic techniques are known for their rapid cultivation speed, but they have significant downsides. Practicing this technique can lead to madness, making one ruthless and bloodthirsty. As Lu Yiping finished, he watched Qin Zhan's reaction but found him as expressionless as ever, listening quietly as if the matter didn't concern him. Dr. Zhang added, the demon sects were eradicated by the major factions in ancient times, so it's rare to see their descendants today. In modern society, the distinction between demonic and non-demonic techniques isn't as important. Qin Zhan, even if you practice this technique, no one will come after you. Our research shows that only those with strong willpower can control this technique. Qin Zhan understood that he had been chosen precisely because of his compatibility with the technique. Lu Yiping and Dr. Zhang's intentions were clear. How many have practiced it? Qin Zhan asked. The technique had been discovered over 5 months ago, and he didn't believe he was the first to be brought here. Lu Yiping answered with a heavy heart. Before you, 18 people tried to practice it. The technique has 3 levels. The first is equivalent to a clevel technique, the second to a level, and the third is truly an A-level technique. Each level increases in demonic influence. Of the 18, 3 failed at the first level, going mad. 10 went mad after reaching the second level. 5 remained at the first level, but their prospects were grim, forcing me to strip them of their powers. Lu Yiping's words carried a hint of resignation. 18 people, all failures, with a success rate of 0. Qin Zhan's gaze was fixed on Lu Yiping as he pressed further. What about the people who lost control? Lu Yiping replied impassively, they died. I personally ordered their execution. Qin Zhan was taken aback by this response. He frowned and asked, why engage in such dangerous training? This was vastly different from his understanding of the Empire, where human lives were sacrificed for the sake of mastering a technique. Lu Yiping calmly explained, because an A-level supreme warrior is the guardian of the Empire. A year ago, during a conflict with the United States dynasty, one of our A-level warriors was ambushed and severely injured. Now, the Empire faces obstacles internationally, and the situation is precarious. We desperately need a new A-level supreme warrior, or the gap with the United States dynasty will only widen. An A-level technique is one of the essential conditions for producing an A-level supreme warrior. He continued, an A-level technique can only give rise to one A-level supreme warrior. Unless the Supreme who trained in that technique dies, the same technique cannot produce a second level Supreme. Those 18 individuals willingly sacrificed themselves, betting their lives on the birth of a new level warrior, making the greatest contribution to the empire. As he spoke, Lu Yiping handed a stack of documents to Qin Zhan. These are personal consent forms. I didn't force anyone. Each of them volunteered to fight and die for the nation as heroes. The content of the consent was simple. If they lost control, the signer agreed to be executed, willingly staking their life on it. Lu Yiping placed a blank consent form in front of Qin Zhan, quietly awaiting his decision. In truth, Lu Yiping hoped Qin Zhan would refuse, as it might ease some of his guilt. But for the sake of the country, he knew he had no right to feel guilty. For the country, he was willing to be remembered infamously. Qin Zhan didn't look at the agreements, but instead met Lu Yiping's eyes and asked, "Is the international situation really that dire?" "Very dire," Lu Yiping replied with the same calm tone. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan picked up a pen and signed his name on the agreement. He said, "I'm an orphan. My life was given to me by the state, and now it's time to give it back." "Good. You're truly a fine son of the Donghua Empire," Dr. Zheng exclaimed excitedly. Lu Yiping said nothing, merely giving Qin Zhan's shoulder a gentle pat, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance. Qin Zhan lay on the operating table as Dr. Zheng produced a vial of silver liquid. "In a moment, you'll absorb the technique from the jade slip and immerse yourself in training. I'll then inject this energy concentrate. The technique requires a vast amount of energy, especially at the entry level. This vial of energy concentrate is equivalent to 20 pure energy stones, the last batch of resources approved by Chief Lu. You're the final participant in this experiment. Good luck, warrior." Qin Zhan silently grasped the jade slip and closed his eyes. Lu Yiping took one last look before turning and leaving the laboratory. His heart was filled with conflict. Losing each excellent soldier pained him deeply, but for the nation, he had no choice. He silently prayed, "May heaven bless our country." 3 days later, at a military-controlled area on the outskirts of the capital, the Academy of Enlightenment was hosting another intense challenge match. Zhao Yi, ranked second on the Academy's battle leaderboard, was challenging the first place again, marking his 5th attempt this month. Despite the frequent challenges, the students remained enthusiastic. They could see that Zhao Yi was indeed stronger, but hadn't participated in the Great Exchange Competition's finals due to previous injuries, which caused his ranking to fall behind. Now, by actively challenging, he found himself at a disadvantage as the opponent could choose the terrain, often restricting him from taking the top spot. The first place holder was Gulier from Class 11, a minority girl from the Mongolian province. As a 6-star enchanter, she could enchant 6 items. Her first enchanted item was a jade gourd with an energy balancing effect, allowing energy transfer between living beings to maintain equilibrium. However, this could only be used on allies, and enemies could easily break free from the energy balance lock. At the start of the Academy Exchange competition, Gulier was merely a support-type player, which prevented her from participating. However, during the competition, she enchanted a second Itema figurine of Athena. The enchanted figurine could summon a 3% high Athena statue to float in the air, casting a powerful single-target healing spell. Though potent, it consumed a large amount of energy. Gulier initially thought she would always play a support role until she enchanted a third Itema collar with beast-controlling abilities. This collar completely transformed her combat style. Subsequently, she enchanted 3 more collars, allowing her to control a total of 8 beasts of the same rank, though their quality varied. The Academy's Spirit Transformation 9 Mystic Tower housed numerous beasts to choose from. Gulier exchanged points for 2 I-grade black bears as energy reserves and tanks, while the other 6 were flying beasts, 3 eagles, 1 sparrow, 1 vampire bat, and 1 butterfly, forming a formidable aerial legion. Her tactical setup was nearly flawless. The Athena statue floating above, 2 black bears guarding the front, and 6 flying beasts executing aerial assaults. Energy balance linked herself with all the beasts, with the black bears acting as energy reserves to ensure the flying beasts remained energized. Athena's statue's healing ability made the beasts fearless of harm. This configuration allowed Gulier to remain undefeated in battles, easily securing the top spot on the battle leaderboard. Facing Zhao Yi's challenge once more, Gulier chose a familiar strategy. She told the referee, "I choose the void plum blossom piles." The onlooking students were immediately disappointed, complaining, "It's this terrain again, nothing exciting." "Zhao Yi is truly persistent," someone remarked, curious about the outcome of this seemingly predictable duel. Zhao Yi and Gulier were transported to the 3rd level of the Lingua Jiushuan Tower, where a spectacular duel scene unfolded before them. Towering above the vast sea of clouds were hundreds of massive plum blossom stakes, each as large as a table and capable of holding 3 to 4 people. The stakes were spaced over 5 meters apart, with distant clouds resembling mountains and ships, while nearby the clouds sea roiled continuously. Zhao Yi stood 100 meters away from Gulier, who was accompanied by a colossal statue of Athena emitting a faint white glow. 8 mythical beasts surrounded her, ready to strike. Zhao Yi gripped his long knife, his expression grave. As a 7-star enlighter, he was financially strained, possessing only 2 enchanted items, one being the recently acquired black iron arm guards, which could concentrate energy in his hands, absorb ambient energy, and enhance in power as he grew stronger. Currently, these arm guards could boost his knife skills by 50. Let the duel begin, the referee announced, and Zhao Yi dashed forward, leaping across 3 plum blossom stakes. Dueler's beast army launched their assault. 2 large black bears guarded her, while an E-class sparrow swiftly attacked Zhao Yi's eyes with lightning speed. Zhao Yi, you've lost 4 times and still haven't given up? Dueler teased with a smile. If the exchange competition hadn't been held so early, the Academy's top spot would still be up for grabs. Zhao Yi remained silent, his long knife slicing through the air like thunder. The sparrow dodged, but was struck by the flat of the blade, sent flying like a ping-pong ball, blood scattering in the sky. You think you're worthy of comparing to the 4th place? Arrogant fool, Zhao Yi retorted coldly. Dueler was unfazed. The Athena statue emitted a white light, reviving the dying sparrow, which returned to the fray. 3 giant eagles then joined the battle. One fired lasers, another engaged in close combat, and the third controlled wind blades. Despite being E-class beasts, their coordinated attacks left Zhao Yi with no opportunity to leap between stakes. The battle intensified as vampire bats circled Zhao Yi, forcing him to divide his attention. The colorful butterfly, the key to his previous defeats, hovered above him, sprinkling hallucinogenic powder. Zhao Yi held his breath, aware that he had only 5 minutes left to seize victory. Outside the arena, students watched and discussed the unfolding duel. Meanwhile, Miao Bei approached Zhang Lin with disdain, blaming him for his family's legal troubles related to financial embezzlement and industrial espionage during their time at the Daiga Group. I don't know if Zhao Yi will lose, Ding Ke said as he and Wei Ying joined them. Wei Ying added, but you've certainly had a disastrous year. Ding Ku directly addressed Zhang Lin. Do you know what it means to be the top of your class? Do you understand how to humbly learn from outstanding colleagues? You. Miao Bei's face flushed with anger, pointing at the 3 of them in frustration. Miao Bei's face turned red with anger as he pointed at the 3 people. I want to bet with you all. Let's gamble on the Academy's resources for the next 5 years. I bet that Zhao Yi will lose. Do you dare to take the bet? This was Miao Bei's last act of desperation. The bet involved resources worth millions for a level teacher over 5 years. The others hesitated to accept, as Zhao Yi had already lost 4 times, and they weren't optimistic about his chances now. Seeing their hesitation, Miao Bei taunted. What's the matter? Afraid? All talk, no action. Ding Ku and Wei Ying felt a bit awkward, but at that moment, the situation on the field changed drastically. Zhao Yi held his breath and fought against 6 level beasts for 3 minutes. Gullier observed that the situation seemed the same as before and started to relax, thinking Zhao Yi's endurance was almost up. Suddenly, Zhao Yi unleashed his strongest blade technique, his sword moving like a swift wind, creating a flurry of blade shadows. In an instant, both the giant eagle and sparrow were severely injured. Gullier, unfazed by this familiar tactic, calmly recalled the eagle and sparrow for treatment. Just then, Zhao Yi produced a longbow. The appearance of the longbow signaled the falling star technique. Arrows flew with pinpoint accuracy, leaving streaks of light in the air. The sparrow and giant eagle were hit and fell through the clouds. Simultaneously, Zhao Yi fired over a dozen arrows, and the butterfly and 2 other giant eagles were also shot down. Only the vampire bat remained beside Zhao Yi. The vampire bat, startled, thought, what happened? How am I the only one left? The falling star technique, a clever skill, enhances vision for precise arrow strikes and allows for rapid firing, also increasing the speed of arrows. It's a skill tailor-made for sharpshooters. Gullier quickly recalled the vampire bat. Zhao Yi effortlessly leaped over several plum blossom posts, arriving in front of 2 charging power banks. This was Gullier's last resort, with the vampire bat circling outside. The power banks rushed up, but Zhao Yi's long knife swept across, sending them tumbling down. The vampire bat sighed. Master, just admit defeat. It flapped its wings and descended through the clouds. Zhao Yi pointed his sword at Gullier, taunting. With your skills, one of our top 4 could crush you with a finger. And you call yourself the top of your grade? Only because the real experts left the academy early, leaving you to rule the roost. Gullier, initially considering surrender, was infuriated by Zhao Yi's mockery. Zhao Yi, you've gone too far. Enraged, Gullier charged with a raised fist. Zhao Yi's blade swept horizontally, striking Gullier's face as if swatting a sparrow. Gullier, bleeding from the nose, fell through the clouds with a look of disbelief. So ruthless. And hitting the face of a girl. Humph. Typical guy. The referee quickly transported them out. Zhao Yi wins, the referee announced. Zhao Yi prepared for cheers, but only a sparse applause greeted him. The women present all gave Zhao Yi odd looks. Humph. Typical guy, go away. Zhao Yi was puzzled. In the distance, Miao Bei, followed by Wei Ying and Ding Ku, muttered sarcastic remarks, mockery, taunts, insults. In the cafeteria on the first floor of the Central Bureau in Jin City, Gao Jia approached 4 female colleagues with his tray, asking furtively, "Ladies, interested in partnering with me for a dual sword technique?" "Ugh, it's you again, creep. I have a boyfriend. Get lost." Gao Jia removed the banana peel from his face. "Old Four said I just need a female partner, but why is it so hard?" Zhou Feng certainly wouldn't suggest he find a male partner for the dual technique, but Gao Jia's approach was questionable. As Gao Jia walked through the cafeteria, others pointed and whispered about him. In the Central Bureau's Thunderfire group, there weren't many female supernaturals, and Gao Jia had asked almost all of them, making him notorious as a creep. The regular employees in other departments didn't know what Gao Jia was up to, only that he was sneaky and got called a creep by many female colleagues. After finishing his meal, Gao Jia entered the restroom, where a stubbled man emerged from a stall, pulled him aside, and winked, saying, "Actually, I like your type. How about considering a guy?" Gao Jia thought for a moment. It's just for a dual sword technique, so a guy isn't out of the question. Old Four never said it had to be a girl, just that it was preferable." As Gao Jia hesitated, a bespectacled man emerged from the next stall, sneering at them. "Creeps." Gao Jia was bewildered. Disrupted, the stubbled man left, making a phone gesture. "Think it over, and we'll get in touch." Gao Jia, dazed, nodded. Okay, sure." Finally, someone understood him. "Level sword technique. Here I come." The bespectacled man, after washing his hands, glared at Gao Jia. "You're disgracing our Thunderfire group. I'm going to report you to the captain." Gao Jia was baffled. What did I even do? Why is everyone acting so strange lately? In the afternoon, Gao Jia was summoned to the office. Thunderfire Group Captain Lei Xiaohu, rubbing his head and frowning, said, "Gao Jia, you're only 18, and already so precocious? Harassing female colleagues. Do you realize that's against the rules?" Lei Xiaohu was frustrated. Gao Jia was recruited from the Enlightenment Academy by the higher-ups, and firing him would require a report to them. The 3 major imperial academies and their subsidiaries were official training grounds for supernaturals, producing legitimate talents. In ancient terms, they were prestigious. Gao Jia didn't quite understand Lei Xiaohu's words and casually replied, "What's the big deal? Can I find someone for a dual sword technique? Is there a rule against practicing martial skills?" Lei Xiaohu was taken aback by Gao Jia's audacity. "Are all academy-trained supernaturals this brazen now? I came from an academy too, but I was never this bold." "Gao Jia." Lei Xiaohu raised his voice, harassing female colleagues, showing no remorse, and still arguing. "I'm giving you a chance here. If you keep this attitude, I'll have to expel you and send you back to the academy." "Return? They can do that." Gao Jia was worried. All right. I won't look for female partners for the dual sword technique. Can you find me a male partner then?" Lei Xiaohu was exasperated. "So, it's okay to harass men, but not women? What kind of logic is that?" Sighing, Lei Xiaohu suggested, "How about transferring to a different department? What about the Supervision Bureau? Fewer people there. Fewer people, easier to manage, and everyone under close watch." "Sounds good. Sure. I want to go to the Hang City Supervision Bureau. Old Four is there, and we know the same sword technique. Together, we can unleash level power. When can you arrange it for me, Captain?" Gao Jia agreed to the transfer request without hesitation. As he gazed out of the office window, he recalled the days of being pelted with vegetable leaves and fruit peels, silently lamenting that everyone in the Central Bureau seemed to have issues. All right, it's settled then. Lei Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief and reached for the phone to make arrangements. But midway through dialing, he suddenly froze. A thought struck him, and he quickly turned to Gao Jia. "Wait, what did you just say? What sword technique? What level?" Gao Jia, as if he hadn't heard, stared blankly ahead. "I want to go to the Supervisory Police Bureau. It's not fun here at all. I want to fire the boss." Lei Xiaohu quickly brought over a chair with a smile. "Comrade Gao Jia, please sit. It's my fault for not understanding the situation clearly. Can you tell me more about that dual sword technique?" "I want to go to the Supervisory Police Bureau. I'll arrange for female colleagues to train with you." "No." Time passed, and 10 days went by. Poison Dragon Biao remained inactive, holding his ground. Zhou Feng, through visual and auditory sharing, kept a close watch on Poison Dragon Biao's every move, even noting his eating and other habits. He knew clearly that Poison Dragon Biao's escape plan hinged on the nearly powerless level ability user known as Fast Runner. This ability only provided speed, making it extremely rare to reach the level. Though it had no combat potential, it was perfect for escaping. To capture Poison Dragon Biao, they first had to deal with Fast Runner. However, given Poison Dragon Biao's current lineup, it was impossible for him to be so confident without other tricks up his sleeve. Zhou Feng was sure there were hidden cards. During these 10 days, Poison Dragon Biao contacted the same mysterious man 3 times, with all actions orchestrated by him. Zhou Feng decided to observe a few more days, and if no further information could be gleaned, he would take action. While Zhou Fong was focused on training in the energy room, his phone suddenly chimed. It was an email from the Slow Runner app, sent by the capital's supervisory police department. Zhou Fong opened it to find a proposal for donating his sword technique to the organization. The authorities were willing to offer 500 pure energy stones as a reward for his sword technique. The number left Zhou Fong stunned. A single pure energy stone was worth 150,000, making 500 stones equivalent to 75 million. To put it in perspective, a Dlevel martial art technique was worth around 500,000, and a Clevel was 10 times that, roughly 5 million. But at Blevel, the value of martial arts and techniques varied greatly. Blevel martial arts could sell for 80 million, while Blevel cultivation techniques were rarely sold, with acquisition prices reaching 300 million. Zhou Fong pondered over his dual sword technique. While it could wield Blevel power, it was not as refined as typical Blevel martial arts and should be worth around 40 to 50 million. He didn't expect the official offer to be so close to market value. Should he submit it? The 500 pure energy stones were tempting, and he could use them to enhance his abilities. However, constantly submitting techniques might reveal the box's ability to extract martial arts. Possessing one or two techniques was normal, but continually acquiring new ones would be suspicious. Such opportunities could only be exploited a few times, and with long intervals in between. Apparently, this matter originated from Gao Jia. Lei Xiaohu arranged for someone to train in swordsmanship with Gao Jia, and within a few days, although they were just beginning, the power of the technique impressed Lei Xiaohu. Two A-level superhumans working together to execute the dual sword technique could easily defeat a D-level body cultivator. Lei Xiaohu, though tempted, knew the technique belonged to Zhou Fong, so he dutifully reported it. This was the advantage of official organizations. Everything was by the book. If it were a private superhuman group, the technique would have been seized long ago. While Zhou Fong hesitated, he decided to draw cards first. If he acquired another martial art, he could forego the sword technique. Were it not for the fact that the 3-kill sword technique wasn't yet practical for regular use, he would have submitted the Jade Maiden sword technique long ago. With 24 days of card draws saved up, he prepared for an 8-card draw. The first card depicted 2 crossed swords. Zhou Fong eagerly picked it up, only to find it was a duel card, which could pull an enemy into an arena for a life-or-death duel, where only one could emerge alive. Though not a sword technique, this force control was potent. However, misuse could lead to self-destruction, earning it a 3.5-star threat rating, requiring cautious use. The second card showed 4 shadowy figures. This was the Black Coffin Bearer's card. It could summon projections of the 4 sealing gods from another dimension, sealing opponents in a black coffin that absorbed ambient energy. If the opponent's strength was lower than the user's, they would be permanently sealed. Zhou Fong found it somewhat redundant. If the opponent was weaker, he could simply defeat them. However, it might be useful against Clevel experts, even if it only sealed them for a second. The third card featured a bowl filled with an unknown liquid, the Tiger Force card. Similar to the previous Bull Force card, it seemed to be an upgraded strength enhancement card, likely to be effective. The fourth card depicted a figure surrounded by 9 lightning bolts, looking imposing. Zhou Fong eagerly picked it up, only to find it was merely the prescription for the Thunder Sky 9 Heavens sacred body, which required a technique to utilize its full potential. It was like being given half a solution, disappointing despite its relevance to techniques. The fifth card emerged, and Zhou Fong eagerly hoped for a sacred body technique. Instead, he saw an ordinary tablecloth on the card. It was a void summon food card, with a brutally straightforward description: just eat it, with a suggestion to share with friends. Do I look like someone who can't afford a meal? Zhou Fong fumed, throwing the card to the ground. Or do you think my friends are all broke? The card's arrogance was astounding, yet its effect was so mediocre. Clearly, this was another dud from the 3-in-1 series. The sixth card revealed yet another void summon food card. Zhou Fong's eye twitched. Is this because of my attitude earlier, so you're punishing me with another bad card? He quietly bent down, picked up the discarded card, and carefully wiped it with his sleeve. Box. Oh, box. Zhou Fong shook the box, threatening. I've cleaned your son. If you give me another bad card, I'll shove it under the bed for 1,000 years. The seventh card appeared, featuring an exaggerated photo of a young man in green tights with a watermelon haircut. It was the young version of Might Guy from Naruto, usable 3 times. Zhou Fong was ecstatic, as Might Guy was one of his favorite anime characters, and in his youth, he already had the power to open several of the 8 gates, making him quite formidable. However, today's 3-in-1 summon seemed to be all consumable cards, with not a single permanent card drawn. More importantly, the long-awaited Thunder 9 mystical sacred body had yet to appear. Zhou Fong shook the box wildly, and the 8th card finally arrived. It was a martial arts card, Heart-Stealing 9 Steps, said to be mastered in just 1 second. While not the sacred body technique he dreamed of, as a class movement skill, each step could build momentum to intimidate opponents, and after 9 steps, one could dominate invincibly. Its power was indeed remarkable. The subsequent prescription card merged directly into his mind. revealing 9 recipes corresponding to the 9 layers of the Thunder 9 mystical sacred body technique. The first layer alone required 900,000, equivalent to the value of 6 pure energy stones. Despite the staggering cost, Zhou Feng decided to try, believing that the high price must have its reasons. The Tiger Source power card turned into a bowl of glowing green viscous liquid. Zhou Feng forced it down, feeling his muscles change and his strength surge. Testing in the test area showed his power increased from 7 to 13 at level, energy quality improved by 3 points, and muscle strength soared by 54 points. Moreover, his eyesight, reaction speed, and agility significantly improved, and his meridians became more robust. When hunger struck, Zhou Feng decided to use the food card. A void portal opened, dropping only a plate of bread before disappearing. As he grudgingly munched on the bread, he was surprised to find it contained energy equivalent to 1/10 of a pure energy stone, and it absorbed faster. He quickly stored the remaining 4 slices, planning to distribute them for Meng Meng to cast Fire Explosion, Kong Yun to enhance his golden body, and Lu Lai to use the dragon technique. In the end, Zhou Feng had to admit that the box's offerings were indeed extraordinary, and he swallowed his previous complaints. Zhou Feng pulled out another gourmet card and used it without hesitation. The void portal opened once more, revealing 5 mini drumsticks, each about a third the size of his fist. Staring at these tiny pieces, he couldn't help but wonder if this card could really satisfy his hunger. With a let's-see attitude, Zhou Feng picked up one of the drumsticks and took a bite. Instantly, he felt a dramatic change in his muscles. His skin turned hard and rough, as if covered with a thick layer of armor. Ding! You've gained the tough skin buff. Defense increased, chimed the system notification. Zhou Feng looked down at his skin, now as rough as a concrete floor, feeling a bit dismayed. He muttered to himself, well, there goes any chance of getting a girlfriend. Fortunately, the effect wore off after 15 minutes, and Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he hadn't impulsively picked up an axe. He decided to name this food Tough Skin Mini Drumstick. Reflecting on his 2 experiences with the gourmet card, Zhou Feng found it to be quite impressive. It seemed to randomly summon 5 portions of food, with specific functions, some providing buffs, others replenishing energy. He secretly hoped to summon food that could heal injuries or restore mental energy in the future. Despite not obtaining any sword techniques or martial arts skills in his 8 consecutive draws, Zhou Feng remained undeterred. He began to take stock of his assets. The Earth Escape card allowed for teleportation over 100 kilometers. The Flight card could sustain him for an hour. The Heaven Sealing Chain could lock an opponent 1 level higher for 3 seconds. And the Frost Fire Extinguishing Arrow, which had a cooldown of 3 days. Together, these could allow him to contend with a level powerhouse. As for the mysterious Black Coffin Bearers, their effect remained unknown. His strongest card was Black Tower, though its power was a mystery. Zhou Feng knew it was costly to maintain. Thinking about how he still owed Black Tower a pure energy stone, Zhou Feng lamented his financial situation. He decided to sell the Jade Maiden Sword Technique and Flevel Serpentine Step together. Soon, he received a reply email with an offer of 501 pure energy stones. After carefully reviewing the contract terms and confirming their accuracy, he replied to the email. Just as Zhou Feng was about to head out to deal with Poison Dragon Biao, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Mu Jingxue, asking if he was free that night. Zhou Feng, slightly regretful, replied that he had to catch someone and had no time. Disappointed, Mu Jingxue tossed her phone onto the bed, muttering straight man. As Zhou Feng put his phone away, ready to focus on the upcoming task, it buzzed again. This time it was a headline from the Slow News app, reporting a major event in the superpower world, the successful development of spatial storage equipment. Zhou Feng immediately called Lu Lai, hoping to apply for one. However, Lu Lai informed him that their city had only 1 slot, and 2 clever bigwigs were vying for it. Disappointed, Zhou Feng continued browsing the news. Another major announcement caught his eye. The release of an aerial combat mech jointly developed by the Institute of Conventional Abilities and the Sky March Institute. The strongest mech could rival a level powerhouse and required only 2 clever pilots. These successive technological breakthroughs filled Zhou Feng with anticipation and curiosity about the future of the superpower world. The major breakthroughs by the regular Superpower Research Institute and the Skywalker Military Institute have taken the superpower community by storm. They have jointly released a new aerial combat mech, with the most powerful model capable of going toe-to-toe with level powerhouses. Meanwhile, the unique Superpower Research Institute is not to be outdone, as they have partnered with the 7 families to develop the City Energy Fluctuation Detector. This device, dubbed the Skynet for superhumans, can accurately monitor energy fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius. It has already begun installation in major cities and is likely to be rolled out nationwide in the future. Zhou Feng sat at home, scrolling through the news on his phone, and couldn't help but remark, this is bad news for the rogue practitioners. Luckily, I aligned with the authorities early on. Just as he was about to put his phone down, a prominent wanted notice caught his eye. Nationwide wanted. Clevel transmuter Mo Fong for stealing a tombstone from a AA-level National Museum and injuring several official superhumans during his escape. A reward of 5 pure energy stones for information leading to his capture. Zhou Fong's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, wow, a 750,000 bounty. Too bad this Clevel big shot is out of my league. Better not get myself into trouble. Suddenly realizing he had been on his phone for a whole hour, Zhou Fong muttered in frustration. Darn, playing on my phone is just going to slow down my training progress. Time to head out. As he stood up to leave, his phone chimed with another notification. Zhou Fong frowned as he glanced at it. A news update from the Slowpoke Errand app about the Supervision Bureau. July 10, 2035. Over 30 superhumans in Hang City violated relevant regulations by colluding with drug lords. Zhou Fong curiously clicked in to read the details of the battle. The news heavily praised how the Supervision Bureau's superhumans had annihilated the drug lord's superpowered gang and heroically taken down the criminal superhumans. Zhou Fong understood that this was undoubtedly a PR move by the Supervision Bureau. It served to both intimidate wrongdoers and to reshape public perception of the Bureau's capability, showcasing their strength. Shortly after the news was published, the comment section exploded. Why weren't the dark stab people on the scene? I heard they arrived late, just to clean up. Apparently, they really did clean up, with water, because there was so much blood. Is our city's Supervision Bureau really this strong? I thought they had only 5 or 6 people. How did they manage to take on over a dozen level experts? Soon, congratulatory messages from various supervision bureaus poured in, celebrating Hang City's bureau for making a name for themselves with this victory. At that moment, a new announcement was pinned to the top of the page. Zhou Fong focused on it, realizing it was a recruitment notice from Lu Lai. Hang City Supervision Bureau Headquarters Superpower Team is recruiting reserve members. Requirements: clean background. Interview includes combat assessment. Successful applicants can apply for permanent positions, enjoying the benefits of an imperial public superhuman. Number of recruits, several level, 5 a level. Zhou Fong couldn't help but admire Lu Lai's savvy. The captain really knows how to ride the wave of publicity. Sure enough, a few freelance superhumans had already eagerly signed up under the recruitment notice. Zhou Fong thought, previously, no one applied because the Supervision Bureau was weak and no one wanted to be cannon fodder. Now, with the changing situation, it seems the Bureau is about to see a wave of talent. The police department was gaining considerable attention, drawing a group of fearless superhumans willing to take risks for a chance at glory. Just then, Lu Lai called with good news. The rewards from their last mission had arrived. Zhou Fong, who played a crucial role in their comeback victory, received 5 pure energy stones, while the others got 1 each. Zhou Fong was secretly pleased, but then remembered the still-waiting poison dragon Biao. He weighed his options and decided to collect his reward first. In this world of scarce resources, the importance of energy stones couldn't be overstated. Driving towards Gaoshan Village in the outskirts of Pinyin County, Zhou Fong's excitement grew. He couldn't help but boast to Hyder in his mind. Hyder, I've got pure energy stones now. Hyder responded dismissively. What's with the tone? Just because you have pure energy stones doesn't mean you're all that. Then, reluctantly, he added, Master, you promised you wouldn't go back on your word. You said you'd treat me as one of your own. Without hesitation, Zhou Fong took out a pure energy stone and asked, how do I give it to you? I can't just shove it into my brain, right? Before he finished speaking, a black light flashed between his brows, and the energy stone vanished. The sound of crunching, like someone chewing diamonds, echoed in his consciousness. Since when did snake fangs become this powerful? Zhou Fong marveled to himself, pulling out another energy stone. I've already given you what I promised. As one of my own, I can give you an extra one. Just as the black light was about to flash again, Zhou Fong quickly put away the energy stone. As one of my own, shouldn't you sing for me? As a battle pet, you should have the sense to please your master. Damn, that's too much, making me show off my talents. Hyder flatly refused. Dream on. I, Hyder, son of the snake god, will not compromise. The son of the snake god never yields. Zhou Fong exited the highway, drove through the county town, and onto the country road. He was nearing his destination when a raspy voice began singing in his mind. I have a little donkey that I never ride. One day I had a whim to ride it to the market, holding a little whip, feeling quite proud. Though the song wasn't exactly melodious, Zhou Fong enjoyed it, bobbing his head as he drove. Let's rock together. Not good enough, sing another. Hyder reluctantly switched to another song. Little boy, carrying his school bag to class, not afraid of the sun, nor the wild wind and rain. Sing another one. Stars light the way, illuminating my doorstep. Wow, you know a lot of children's songs, Zhou Fong teased. Hyder lamented. I sold my soul for a pure energy stone. Just as Hyder was about to start on the energy stone, Zhou Fong suddenly said, consider this an advance payment. You owe me one favor. Hyder was taken aback. Wasn't this for the children's songs? Zhou Fong sarcastically replied, are you kidding? No children's song is worth a pure energy stone. Hyder was immediately enraged. Thanks a lot. Boss, Zhou Fong is here, Du Longbiao's lookout reported, causing him to tense up immediately. Is he alone? Yes, he's been alone since he left the city. Du Longbiao started to pack his things, cursing under his breath. Spending over half a month in this godforsaken place, unable to eat or sleep well, and getting bitten by mosquitoes every night, was more suffering than he'd ever experienced. Just then, his phone rang. A cold male voice on the other end said, "You want to leave? No, you must wait until Zhou Fong shows up. Don't worry, everything is prepared this time. He won't survive." What if he doesn't die? Du Longbiao asked angrily. I have no grudge against him. Why provoke him? He vividly recalled the massive explosion from last time and how Zhou Fong had wiped out those people. Just thinking about their fate sent shivers down his spine. Zhou Fong was definitely not someone to mess with. This time, the young master will personally come, ensuring nothing goes wrong, the voice replied calmly. Hearing this, Du Longbiao felt reassured. If even the young master was willing to come personally, the odds of success must be high. His own life certainly wasn't worth as much as the young master's, so if he dared to come, why should Du Longbiao be afraid? Zhou Fong observed everything from afar, thinking to himself, it seems they must have some trump card, or else why would the mastermind dare to come in person with only 3D-level superhumans? Is it Zhang Binfan or another young master from the Zhang family? What gives them such confidence? He stopped his car and walked leisurely along the mountain path toward the rundown house. This was where Jiang Fangkai had told him Du Longbiao was hiding, and they hadn't changed locations all this time. In the forested mountains, 8 superhumans lay in ambush. In less than a month, Du Longbiao had gathered 3 more D-level and 5 A-level superhumans, not including the D-level speedster always by his side. Feng Gu, that guy has arrived, and a level lookout reported. They had been tracking Zhou Fong since he left the city. Feng Gu impatiently picked up his binoculars. The long wait had worn his patience thin, and he was eager to give the target a hard time. But when he focused, what the hell? Feng Gu exclaimed, dropping the binoculars in shock. It was the same guy from last time. His nephew only mentioned catching some fish, not who. Had he known it was this guy, he wouldn't have come even if threatened. That nephew of his set him up. Feng Gu was the magician who had attacked Zhou Fong and his group before. After fleeing, he was invited back by his distant nephew, Du Longbiao. The overwhelming scene from last time was unforgettable, and it had even affected his appetite for a month. You know him, Feng Gu? The others asked, seeing his intense reaction. Feng Gu picked up the binoculars silently. Yeah, we have some history. Perfect. Let's take this chance to get him. Revenge for you, Feng Gu. We'll avenge you. The team encouraged him, knowing magicians were rare in the country and a few flattering words could earn goodwill. Feng Gu rolled his eyes internally. Revenge? This guy must have a remarkable background. Who knows if he has more tricks like the arrow storm from last time. He was convinced Zhou Fong's tricks were gifts from his elders. How could a D-level superhuman have such power? Damn those superhuman airs. All right, Iron Man, you take the front. Summon Sphere. You and the others surround him and delay him. I'll cast spells to take him down, Feng Gu instructed, while inwardly mocking their bizarre nicknames. Awakening a power and naming yourself Iron Man. Why not call yourself Iron Straight Man? And summoning powers to be called Summon Sphere. What's the point of summoning a sphere? Got it, we'll do as Feng Gu says. Iron Man, the team's tank agreed. Feng Gu, why are you standing by the cliff? Summon Sphere asked, leading 5 A-level superhumans to ambush around, puzzled by the magician's position. Feng Gu gazed at the river below and the wheat fields across, replying seriously. This is the only escape route. I must cut off his retreat. If he jumps into the river, it's over. Feng Gu, you're brilliant. So meticulous, we pale in comparison. They praised. Feng Gu rolled his eyes internally. Should I tell you I'm here because I can cast Feather Fall instantly? Zhou Fong sprinted along the mountain path, aware of the ambush but unsure of its exact location. He held 3 cards in each hand, biting into a tough little drumstick to boost his defense. As he swallowed it, his skin turned as rough as concrete, making him look like an ancient mummy. Suddenly, a massive figure descended from above, aiming directly at his head. Iron Man was shocked by Zhou Fong's appearance. What the hell? This guy looks nothing like he did through the binoculars. His skin is so rough, it's inhuman. Attack, he shouted, swinging his iron fist down with force. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed as Zhou Fong's muscles bulged, his strength surged, and dragon scales covered his body. His hands transformed into massive claws. With dragon body, tendons, scales, and claws on display, he unleashed the intercepting pulse finger, striking with the power to shatter stones against the descending iron fists. Boom. Ah. Iron Man flew back at the speed he came, landing headfirst into the ground, limbs flailing. Ugh, pull him out quick. The A-level superhumans rushed to extract him. This mid-level strength-type superhuman, with physical power initially superior to Zhou Fong, was no match after Zhou Fong activated the 9 Dragons transformation cards. Half-dragon transformed. Zhou Fong's power reached the pinnacle of mid-level. Coupled with the formidable Clevel technique, intercepting Pulse Finger, sending Iron Man flying dozens of meters. Zhou Fong unleashed the power of his crank technique, sending the Iron Man flying dozens of meters. Standing tall, he declared loudly, "I am Zhou Fong, a junior detective from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Your actions are in violation of Articles 7, 13, and 25 of the Supernatural Entities Regulation. Surrender now, and you might still get leniency." His words visibly unsettled the Supernaturals. They initially thought they were merely cooperating with Du Longbiao in a power struggle, not realizing their target was someone from the Bureau. Yet, the detective before them, looking as gaunt as a corpse, seemed more like a villain than they did, casting doubt on his true identity. "Kill him, and no one will know," shouted Huan Xiuqiu, summoning a three-metertal humanoid figure. This armored warrior, enveloped in blue gas, with its head glowing ominously like a bulb, was a void walker from the demon realm, possessing mid-rank strength. "Just a petty detective, my dad is Su." Never mind." Huan Xiuqiu abruptly changed his tune mid-sentence. Zhou Fong sneered, "Humph. A bunch of clowns who don't know their place." He launched himself at the void walker with his claws infused with the power of his technique. Bang, bang, bang. The void walker staggered back with each hit, its armor cracking and the blue gas bursting. "Attack. He's just a lackey, not worth sparing." Iron Man recklessly charged forward again, and the others, unable to back down, joined the fray. From a distance, the mage Feng Ge began chanting an advanced spell. Zhou Fong keenly noticed the familiar figure by the cliff. It was the mage he encountered before. He must have a reason for standing by the cliff, Zhou Fong thought. Their trump card must be hidden below. The seven Supernaturals, seeing Zhou Fong frequently glancing at the cliff, became more convinced he was trying to escape, unaware they had fallen into his trap. Through the skirmish, Zhou Fong recognized Iron Man as Wang Gangdan, a wanted drank strength-type supernatural from a neighboring province. Focusing on Wang Gangdan and the Void Walker, Zhou Fong ignored the attacks of the other E-rank supernaturals. His tough, dragon-scale defense rendered their attacks futile, sparking only a few sparks without penetrating his resilient skin beneath. "You think you can capture me with that strength? You'll regret it, you rotten corpse." Wang Gangdan taunted defiantly. "Who are you calling a corpse? Even if I were, I wouldn't stink." Zhou Fong retorted angrily. "You've gone too far. Take this." His relentless barrage left Wang Gangdan battered and retreating. Meanwhile, Huan Xiuqiu seized the opportunity to draw a summoning circle on the ground, preparing to summon a creature of equal rank. The distant mage continued his chant, forcing Zhou Fong to reveal his trump card, summoning Guojia from the void. "Master Gua, could you help take out that mage? I'd be eternally grateful," Zhou Fong humbly requested. Guojia's specter smiled and waved his fan, unleashing a fierce blizzard. Feng Ge was forced to halt his spell, hurriedly casting ice shields and walls in defense. "Hurry and kill him. He'll hold off this extra-dimensional expert." Feng Ge, though weaker than Guojia's specter, used his mage abilities to stall, hoping to outlast the specter's energy. At this moment, Huan Xiuqiu's summon succeeded. "Haha, a succubus, perfect timing. Go eliminate him." A seductive figure in revealing leather, wielding a whip, appeared, her demonic wings and horns marking her otherworldly nature. However, the succubus's mental attacks were ineffective against Zhou Fong, whose consciousness was fortified by a golden spirit tree barrier. "Ha! A mere succubus is nothing," Zhou Fong exclaimed, growing more formidable, delivering devastating blows to Wang Gangdan, leaving the Void Walker on the verge of collapse. "Join forces, stop him. If I die, you won't survive either," Wang Gangdan shouted, spitting blood. The rank supernaturals had no choice but to fight desperately. "You court death." Zhou Fong's eyes turned cold, deciding to end the battle quickly to pursue Du Longbiao. Zhou Fong decided not to hold back any longer, determined to end the battle quickly. He coldly surveyed his opponents, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Snake venom card. Remaining uses, 2." He murmured, then unleashed a potent corrosive toxin that sprayed out and spread around. The toxic rain fell with a hiss. While it had little effect on level superhumans, it was more than enough to deal with the A-level lackeys. 5 A-level superhumans immediately fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhou Fong used his snake step technique, moving with ghostly speed. He swiftly switched to the heart-seizing 9 steps, heading straight for Wang Gangdan. Wang Gangdan, enraged, was unaware of the impending danger. As Zhou Fong's first step landed, Wang Gangdan felt as if a massive stone had struck his heart, making it hard to breathe. "Impossible. How can a level have such pressure?" he thought, alarmed. With the second step, Wang Gangdan shuddered, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Realizing he couldn't let Zhou Fong continue building momentum, Wang Gangdan roared in anger, launching his fists like hammers at Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong sneered. "Remember to be a good person in your next life." With that, he threw a card dragon tail transformation of the 9 dragons. In an instant, a deafening dragon roar filled the air, and a 3-meter-long dragon tail appeared out of nowhere, crashing down on Wang Gangdan with overwhelming force. With a resounding boom, Wang Gangdan was sent flying like a broken kite, blood tracing an arc in the air. He landed heavily on the hillside, dead on impact. Zhou Fang silently calculated, realizing that this strike had reached the peak of level power, far surpassing his strength from half a month ago. He felt a slight drain on his mental energy, understanding that the heart-seizing 9 steps also included a mental attack. As expected of a clever technique, truly extraordinary, he thought, impressed. At that moment, the phantom of Guijia, who had been fighting Brother Feng, slowly disappeared. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the injured Brother Feng wasted no time, using his swift wind technique to dash toward the cliff like a phantom. From Guijia's disappearance to his turn, casting, and jump off the cliff, it was executed seamlessly and fluidly. In midair, Brother Feng used a slow fall spell, gently drifting away. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Poison Dragon Biao. Snakeskin brat. I'm cutting ties with your father when I get back. Don't call me uncle anymore. Poison Dragon Biao, far away in a mountaintop cabin, looked at the message in confusion. Zhou Fang watched Brother Feng disappear into the distance, feeling helpless. He had hoped to capture them all, but let the cunning mage escape. After some consideration, he decided not to use the Frostfire Godslaying arrow to pursue, avoiding revealing his frequent use of a level magic. From afar, Brother Feng suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Then it passed, leaving him relieved that he had escaped in time, or he would have faced disaster. On the battlefield, Huokuyu was in a rage, roaring loudly. Ah! The enraged Huan Xiuqiu glared at Zhou Fang, gritting his teeth as he said, I'm furious, you unreliable magician. Come forth, dance of the wolves. I will represent the sun to vanquish you. Before he finished speaking, Huan Xiuqiu swiftly drew a finely crafted beast pouch from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the pouch burst open with a dazzling light. In an instant, over a dozen ferocious beasts appeared out of thin air, surrounding Huan Xiuqiu. Among them were 12 massive level wolf beasts bearing their teeth, and 2 level frost wolves exuding a chilling aura that was truly intimidating. The sudden summoning was indeed impressive, yet Huan Xiuqiu's overly dramatic proclamation made Zhou Fang frown. He silently wondered, isn't this the technique of a beast tamer? Isn't he supposed to be a summoner? Could it be? He's a dual practitioner of beast taming and summoning. On further thought, Zhou Fang found it plausible. After all, he himself was a dual practitioner of martial arts and supernatural abilities, though the abilities of a point transformer naturally complemented other skills. However, for other superhumans, mastering dual practices wasn't easy and required considerable talent. Moreover, although summoning and beast taming belong to the same cultivation system, they require 2 entirely different skills. Zhou Fang had to admit, his opponent's cultivation talent was indeed impressive. While Zhou Fang pondered, a succubus in the distance swung her whip, sending waves of gray ripples towards him. This was the succubus's forte, a mental attack. Yet Zhou Fang remained unfazed, charging straight into the wolf pack, delivering blows that made the wolves howl in pain. Suddenly, Hyder's voice echoed in Zhou Fang's mind. Master, your mental shield's energy is limited and won't last much longer. Zhou Fang was taken aback, thinking, huh? I thought the spirit barrier of the spiritual tree was invincible, but it has a time limit. He increasingly felt like a superhero, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Zhou Fang quickly pulled out a card from his pocket that he had never used before Dragon Soul of the 9 Dragons transformation. The card read, greatly enhances mental strength, lasts for 15 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Without hesitation, Zhou Fang activated the card. Instantly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed around, and 2 beams of golden light shot from Zhou Fang's eyes. His mind was flooded with golden light, his mental strength surging like a tidal wave. Seeing this, the spiritual tree naturally withdrew the mental shield. With his mental power significantly boosted, Zhou Fang was no longer afraid of the succubus's attack. Huan Xiuqiu, seeing Zhou Fang effortlessly neutralize the succubus's attack, sneered. So what if you practice both summoning and beast taming? You're aiding the villain, and I'll defeat you in 3 moves. 3 moves? Huan Xiuqiu scoffed disdainfully. I'll give you 30 moves, and all the police do is talk big. With that, he waved his hand, commanding all the summoned creatures to launch a frenzied assault on Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang ignored Huan Xiuqiu's provocation, calmly stepping forward and murmuring. First move. Heart-stealing 9 steps. Each step breaks the heart. Zhou Fang's mental power surged, and his imposing presence doubled. As he took the first step, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. The surrounding 11 wolf demons immediately let out mournful cries as if struck by a heavy blow, stumbling backward. The 2-level frost wolves' attacks also faltered, and Zhou Fang seized this fleeting opportunity, striking them away with lightning-fast claws. In the distance, the succubus displayed a surprisingly human-like expression of shock, caught off guard. Realizing she faced a formidable opponent, she licked her lips lightly and wielded her whip with increased urgency. Without pausing, Zhou Fong took the second step. A fierce wind arose, his aura pressing down like a mountain. More level wolf demons were intimidated by this pressure, and over a dozen lay prostrate on the ground, unable to move. Two dull thuds echoed as the frost wolves were again sent flying, their combat effectiveness noticeably suppressed by over 30%. The succubus's pale face turned even more ashen, and she involuntarily stepped back, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Heart-stealing 9 steps. Third step, Zhou Fong called out, his aura surging as if the force of the heavens and earth gathered within him. With unparalleled pressure, he strode forward, stopping heavily 5 meters before Huan Qiuqiu. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Before Zhou Fong could execute his third move, Huan Qiuqiu was already on his knees, faster than Zhou Fong's own movements. This sudden action caused Zhou Fong's aura to dissipate instantly, leaving him awkwardly holding his claws, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Zhou Fong then realized the fatal flaw in the heart-stealing 9 steps. If the opponent surrendered, the technique lost its effect. He couldn't help but smile wryly to himself, thinking, what a merciful technique. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Huan Qiuqiu quickly employed a life-saving technique taught by his father. He swiftly removed his mask, revealing his true identity as Su Ku, the third young master of the Su family from the capital. Kneeling on the ground, his voice trembled but was urgent. Big brother, please have mercy, I was wrong. I'm the third young master of the Su family in the capital, a direct descendant. My father is Su Jun, the head of the Su family. I just ran away from home, haven't done anything bad, and never intended to kill you. Just wanted to teach you a lesson. If you want to capture me, go ahead, I won't resist, but please don't hit my face. From now on, you're my big brother. Big brother. Su Ku continuously kowtowed and begged for mercy, fully demonstrating the Su family's 3-part life-saving plea: kneel, beg, and acknowledge the big brother. This scene left Zhou Fong both amused and exasperated, completely dispelling the battle's tension. Su Ku knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, his face filled with terror. His most powerful summon, a succubus, had been shattered by Zhou Fong's mental assault and forcibly recalled to the demon space. Now, he was left with only a few weak wolf demons, completely losing the means to contend with Zhou Fong. Zhou Fong looked coldly at the shameless psychic in front of him. The Su family from the capital, one of the 7 great families, was renowned for their beast-taming skills, on par with the Huang family. Each member of the Su family was proficient in beast mastery, specializing in nurturing and evolving monsters, focusing more on practical combat compared to artists and summoners. According to internal records from the police department, the Su family's patriarch once nurtured an ordinary bamboo viper into a dragon. Although no one had witnessed it firsthand, it was a testament to their strength. How did you get involved with Duel? Don't think you can fool me. Zhou Fong squinted, his tone wary. Su Ku stammered. Seeing Zhou Fong raise his claw, he quickly said, I'm sick. Du Longbiao said he could find someone to cure me. Smack. Zhou Fong slapped Su Ku to the ground, sneering. Do you think I'm stupid? The Su family is as wealthy as a nation, with influence throughout the capital, yet you don't seek help from your family and instead come to Jiangnan to rely on a drug dealer? I think it's your brain that's sick and needs some fists to cure it. With that, he began to beat him up. Stop, big brother. Su Ku cried out in pain. I really am sick, let me show you. He struggled to his feet, pointing at the group of listless wolf demons. Give me an 11 wolf. Zhou Fong watched the performance with interest, while directing the other 5 psychics to their tasks: 2 to arrange Wang Gangdan's corpse, and 3 to crouch with their hands on their heads. They immediately stopped wailing and efficiently followed his orders. Su Ku picked up a wolf demon, and suddenly, man and wolf became one. His body expanded to 2.5 meters, covered in wolf fur, his fingers transforming into sharp claws. This scene left everyone present stunned. This is the illness you're talking about. Zhou Fong raised an eyebrow. At mid-level, fusing with an 11 wolf demon brings you to late level. If you fused with a D-level wolf demon, you'd probably reach the D-level peak. Su Ku explained with a pained expression. This isn't a power, it's a curse. Every night, I can't control the urge to fuse with a wolf demon. I didn't dare tell my family, so I ran away. Du Longbiao said he knew someone who could cure me, and all I had to do was help him deal with someone. He never mentioned killing. In the end, Zhou Fong sealed everyone's energy and hung them from a tree, notifying Lu Lai to handle them. Before leaving, he took out his phone and warned, behave yourselves, or you'll find it hard to live in this country. Oh, and by the way, Zhou Fong added, this seems like a transformation power awakening. You might want to check out the Transformation Academy. This revelation was an eye-opener for Su Ku, and the others hanging around immediately started flattering him, praising the multi-talented, third young master of the Su family. Zhou Fong advanced towards the mountaintop cabin where Du Longbiao was located, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The 7 great families of the capital, one of the most powerful forces in the nation's superpower circles, and the official flagship of the Donghua Empire, inevitably made him ponder. Each of these families had honed a specific ability to perfection, and Zhou Feng had only witnessed the prowess of two. Huang Yukai from the Spacetime family, and a level expert, would have been a formidable challenge if Zhou Feng hadn't happened to possess the Spacetime exploration card. Huang Yukai was a strong contender for the top spot. Then there was Su Ku, the slightly eccentric mid-level expert, who could summon void walkers, succubi, and 2-level frost wolves, along with 12 level wolf demons. Such power would make even the average late-level expert bow in deference. Thinking of the 7 great families, Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation towards the remaining 5 families. Although the recent battle seemed like an easy victory, Zhou Feng's internal energy had been mostly depleted. He quickly took out a piece of magical bread and devoured it in a few bites. Instantly, energy began to rapidly replenish within him. Despite being in the Dragon Soul state, Zhou Feng felt a touch of fatigue due to the significant mental energy expenditure. He knew that if he didn't replenish his mental energy soon, capturing Du Longbiao would be problematic. After all, Du Longbiao's trump cards were surely stronger than those of the earlier weaklings. Suddenly, Zhou Feng recalled a card he had drawn at the academy, the excitement potion card. The card's description was memorable. Drink me, and you won't need sleep for 10 days. It was exactly the mental boost he needed now. Without hesitation, Zhou Feng used the card. As the card vanished, a bottle of blue potion appeared in his hand. He drank it in one go and immediately felt his consciousness surge with a continuous flow of mental energy. Though the amount of recovery wasn't vast, it was steady and unending. According to the card's description, this state could last for 10 days. Zhou Feng felt fortunate. Now he truly wouldn't need sleep for 10 days. With his energy and mental strength restored to 80%, Zhou Feng's confidence soared as he continued his ascent to the summit. Meanwhile, Du Longbiao stood before the cabin, gazing down the mountain. He could see Zhou Feng's tiny figure approaching. At this rate, Zhou Feng would arrive in about 10 minutes. Suddenly, the sound of a wheelchair broke the silence. Zhang Binfan appeared, coldly stating, "Your men have indeed failed." Du Longbiao appeared unfazed, responding naturally, "You're joking, young Master Zhang. If I could handle it, you wouldn't need to go to such lengths." Zhang Binfan ignored the sarcasm in Du Longbiao's words and calmly declared, "I've waited long for this day. Today there will be an outcome. Today Zhou Feng must die." His words carried an unmistakable confidence. Du Longbiao wasn't sure what Zhang Binfan was hiding, but he laughed and said, "Why so determined, young Master Zhang? Let others handle it. A wise man avoids danger. What if you fail? Why risk your precious life?" Zhang Binfan's face twisted slightly, and he gritted his teeth. "He's my inner demon. Only by killing him with my own hands can I be reborn and rise to greater heights." Du Longbiao internally scoffed, thinking, "Aren't you already crippled? Rise to what exactly?" By now, Zhou Feng could see Du Longbiao and Zhang Binfan from a distance. This sight immediately put Zhou Feng on alert. They hadn't left. They couldn't just be waiting for him to arrive. Something was amiss. What backup plan did they have hidden? At that moment, Zhou Feng passed by a stone monument. No, to be precise, it was a tombstone. He was startled. Why was there a tombstone here? This isn't an officially approved graveyard. A solitary tombstone stands by the mountain path, with not even a burial mound behind it. Zhou Feng glanced at this strange sight, feeling a bit uneasy but decided to continue climbing. Suddenly, a piercing chill swept over him from behind, making his hair stand on end. He realized he had been careless. The tombstone was no ordinary object. Zhou Feng turned swiftly, but it was too late. The tombstone shot towards him like an arrow, enveloped in a swirling mass of deathly aura. Black mist spread, bringing with it the breath of death. Zhou Feng shouted, "Ha!" and crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to ward off the fatal blow. With a deafening bang, Zhou Feng's arms broke, and the scales on his chest shattered and scattered, his chest caving in instantly. The force of the strike nearly incapacitated him. He spat out a mouthful of ink-black blood as the deathly aura rampaged within him, devouring his vitality. This rare ability was almost unheard of in the world of superpowers. "Quite the sight you have, young one." A figure appeared before Zhou Feng, seemingly out of nowhere. The man had thick eyebrows, large eyes, dark skin, broad shoulders, and a towering stature like a formidable stone tower. On his back was the eerie tombstone from earlier. "You're Mo Feng." Zhou Feng spat out more black blood, finally managing to purge the deathly aura from his body. He recognized the man Mo Feng, a clever enchanter, a nationally wanted criminal for stealing a tombstone from the National Museum. No wonder he had been so easily overpowered. He was facing a clever powerhouse. At this moment, Zhou Feng, with broken arms and several fractured ribs, had lost all combat capability. Mo Feng sneered, "I hear you're this year's top student. Let me introduce myself, Mo Feng, top of the class 5 years ago." Mo Feng, the enchanter, a senior from the academy, had reached level in just 5 years post-graduation, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Now, on this mountain path, the top students from 2 different eras of the Enchantment Academy, an old generation genius and a new generation prodigy, faced off. A gentle breeze passed by as they stood on opposite sides of the mountain path. In the vast world, amidst the myriad faces of humanity, an epic showdown was about to unfold. 2 disciples of the same sect find themselves in a deadly confrontation. Mo Fong stands motionless, his gaze sharp as a blade. Zhou Fong feels a chill, realizing Mo is waiting for someone. Who else but Zhang Binfan would have such an obsession to see him one last time before death? A cold smile tugs at Zhou Fong's lips, his voice tinged with mockery. Senior Mo, if I bring you back, how much of a reward would I get? Would the dean strip you of everything? After all, stealing national treasures has brought disgrace to the academy. They're probably under pressure to strengthen ideological education now, aren't they? Such arrogance. A familiar voice suddenly cuts through, interrupting Zhou Fong. As expected, it's him. Zhou Fong turns to see Du Longbiao slowly descending the stone steps, pushing a wheelchair. Seated in it, Zhang Binfan's eyes gleam with triumph and the thrill of revenge. With your current state, you can't even withstand a single move from Senior Mo, yet you dream of capturing him? Utter delusion. Zhang Binfan sneers, his tone dripping with disdain. Mo Fong merely smiles faintly, choosing not to respond. Being praised by others is always more satisfying than boasting oneself. The wheelchair rolls to a stop in front of Zhou Fong. Zhang Binfan and Zhou Fong lock eyes once more, reminiscent of their last encounter at Wu Qingxian. The only difference is Zhou Fong's current disheveled state. Ha! Zhang Binfan suddenly bursts into laughter, the sound filled with madness and the pleasure of vengeance. Zhou Fong, did you ever imagine this day would come? I told you, I'd see you dead. Zhang Binfan. Zhou Fong calls softly, then straightens his back, speaking with calm composure. Did you not have the slightest doubt about why I dared to come alone today? As soon as the words leave his mouth, a confident smile spreads across Zhou Fong's face, startling both Mo Fong and Zhang Binfan. Zhang Binfan's pupils narrow sharply, and he shouts, Senior Mo, kill him quickly. Though Zhang Binfan had considered this possibility, he had full faith in the external help he had hired Mo Fong, a formidable clever powerhouse. A provincial strongman, feared throughout the province, with only a handful of such figures nationwide. Yet, here was Zhou Fong, facing Mo Fong with such poise, which made Zhang Binfan wary. Could Zhou Fong have another trick up his sleeve? Kill him. Quickly, Zhang Binfan commands urgently. Cut the Gordian knot, finish him off. Dark clouds swirled ominously as a sense of death pervaded the air. Zhang Binfan and Julong Biao, sensing danger, quickly retreated. A tombstone hovered in the air, rapidly expanding to a height of 20 meters before crashing down with the force of a collapsing sky. Zhou Fong, not daring to be careless, clutched his Earth escape card, ready to flee at any moment. In an instant, a puppet appeared, its hands forming seals like a mirage. Water release, water formation wall. A powerful wall of water spun rapidly, encasing Zhou Fong securely. The spread of death energy was halted, as the water wall, with energy equivalent to the death aura, stood firm. With a thunderous crash, the tombstone landed heavily, the shockwave snapping nearby trees. The water wall splashed and surged, but did not break. This was the strongest defense of a mid-tier class puppet, far superior to Mo Fong's casual strike. Dulong Biao was knocked over by the shockwave, rolling on the ground in disarray. Zhang Binfan gripped his wheelchair tightly, channeling energy to anchor it to the ground. This was the power of a class expert, whose casual strike was overwhelming. Ford class fighters, merely watching was the minimum requirement. Mo Fong stared intently ahead. Bailey Shajan. No, you're not. Class mid-tier ninjas were rare in the country, and Mo Fong couldn't help but think of Bailey Shajan. From a distance, Zhang Binfan shouted, It's not him. Director Bailey is in a meeting. Zhang Binfan had bribed the guards at the Dark Thorn headquarters meeting room, confirming that all communication devices were off during the meeting, which wasn't over yet. Mo Fong sneered, Huh? Do you think hiding inside will keep you safe? He wielded the tombstone, death energy surging, and charged at the puppet. The puppet wielded the 3-kill sword, its strikes sharp and elusive, its swordsmanship masterful. The ground shook and mountains trembled. Explosions erupted on the distant mountaintop, mushroom clouds rising one after another. In just 5 minutes, the mountaintop had been reduced in height. The battle between class experts was awe-inspiring and devastating. After dozens of moves, the puppet was suppressed by Mo Fong. Haha, so it's a lifeless thing. Is this your new creation, Junior? Its power is decent, but the swordsmanship is lacking. Mo Fong struck the puppet several times, discerning its true nature. Dulong Biao, in a sorry state, mounted his swift steed to flee. Suddenly, 4 black figures appeared around them, reaching into the void. Swift Steed felt its abilities suddenly halt. 6 black wooden boards appeared, sealing Swift Steed in a black coffin. Let me out, please. Swift Steed pounded on the coffin lid. I was just doing a job. No killing, no drug dealing. The card in Zhou Fang's hand slowly vanished. Through Julong Biao's shared vision, he knew Julong Biao was trying to escape. He thought about sealing Julong Biao, but decided not to spare Swift Steed, who aided the wicked. Julong Biao's face turned pale as his last trump card was dealt with, leaving him in danger. He stumbled down the mountain, fleeing, while Zhou Fang ignored him. Seeing Zhou Fang seal Swift Steed, Mo Fang laughed angrily. Junior, you're audacious indeed, daring to be distracted while fighting me. Senior, you've been out of school for 5 years, yet this is all you have? Show me what else you've got. Zhou Fang taunted Mo Fang. Since you're courting death, I won't hold back. Soul Devour. Mo Fang shouted, revealing another creation soul devouring banner. Amidst eerie laughter, the soul devouring banner released fierce souls, concealed within the death energy, charging at Zhou Fang. The fierce souls ignored the water formation wall, passing through it to attack Zhou Fang's mind. In Zhou Fang's sea of consciousness, over 20 fierce souls approached, including 1 class, 9 class, and the rest class. The spirit tree emitted a golden mental barrier. The fierce souls, enveloped in golden light, began to emit black smoke, with E-class souls disintegrating instantly. The fierce souls gnawed at the mental barrier, tearing it apart within seconds. Zhou Fang hastily infused mental energy, rapidly restoring the barrier. Black smoke continued to rise from the fierce souls, and the weaker class souls began to dissipate. Mo Fang sensed the loss of a class soul. Junior, you have some skills. Zhou Fang feigned calmness. Is that all you have, senior? These fierce souls aren't even worth my attention. You're all talk. Mo Fang knew Zhou Fang was in a perilous situation. The puppet before him was battered and slowing down, with only 3 minutes left before it would be destroyed. In Zhou Fang's consciousness, the stalemate continued. Supported by a stimulant, Zhou Fang's mental energy kept recovering, but the puppet outside was struggling to hold on. A fierce soul wandered near Black Tao. Though in recovery, Black Tao wouldn't tolerate such insolence. A massive snake tongue flicked out, and the fierce soul vanished instantly. Mo Fang stared at the massive water sphere in the distance, his brow furrowed. Another fierce spirit had fallen. This junior's strength was truly unexpected. Under the guidance of a clever spirit, he not only wiped out all the A-level cannon fodder, but also successfully eliminated 2 D-level spirits. As expected of the Academy's top student, his prowess was indeed formidable, akin to his own back in the day. At that moment, Blacktail, having devoured the spirits, flashed a gleam in its eyes. These spirits can actually restore soul power. What a treasure! It immediately shouted at Zhou Fang. Let go of those spirits, let me handle them. Zhou Fang was startled by the sudden shout. Geez, why are you yelling so loud? Anyone would think you're on their side. Blacktail completely ignored Zhou Fang's complaint. Its massive snake tongue instantly covered the entire consciousness space, and all the spirits vanished without a trace. Didn't you need energy? Why so generous all of a sudden? Zhou Fang asked. He knew Blacktail was still recovering from its injuries and didn't want it to act. More importantly, he was short on pure energy stones. If he had plenty, he'd be happy to let it roam every day. These spirits, are a great supplement, Blacktail said, hiccuping with satisfaction. Zhou Fang nodded. Good, very good. You've eaten my spirits, so you owe me another chance to act. I'm helping you, aren't I? Blacktail protested. How do you count this time? You're getting a free ride. Meanwhile, outside, Mo Fang's face changed dramatically. 5 years of painstakingly cultivated spirit army, gone just like that? That clever spirit was something he had obtained through countless life and death struggles. Generally, same-level experts who didn't specialize in primordial spirit and mental power couldn't withstand his spirit army's attack. They'd be easily devoured, and then he'd finish them off. How dare Zhou Fang? Crack. The soul-devouring banner planted in the ground suddenly cracked. The fall of the clever spirit had drained too much energy, causing the banner to backfire and suffer severe damage. Ugh. Mo Fang spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the banner was only damaged. If it had shattered, he would have lost all combat power. Retrieving the damaged banner, Mo Fang was furious. You scum from the Supervision Bureau. You forced my hand. Zhou Fang controlled his puppet to suppress the injured Mo Fang, chuckling. Senior, why aren't you calling me Junior anymore? We're fellow disciples, after all. In the world of superpowers, the Academy was akin to a sect, just more relaxed. Mo Fang let out a bitter laugh, wiping the blood from his mouth. You're courting death. You haven't even graduated, yet you forced me to reveal all my trump cards. You'll die with honor. With that, Mo Fang summoned 3 more enchanted items, a Storm Gundam figurine that grew to 3 stories high, specializing in linear beam guns and high-energy sniping, a stone vessel containing 20 highly toxic goo insects that had evolved through mutual devouring over 3 years, just 6 months shy of producing a goo poison king, and lastly, a golden humanoid skeleton. The Storm Gundam launched a barrage from the rear, Its level peak energy snipes, forcing Zhou Fang's puppet to retreat. Despite being at a disadvantage, Zhou Fang didn't forget to taunt, dying with honor? With these tricks, don't make me laugh, senior. If you were still in the academy, you wouldn't even rank in the top 10. Look at this tombstone, it's hideous. Can you even read the words on it? Didn't study well, did you? Seeing the poisonous insects approaching, Zhou Fang didn't dare be careless and quickly maneuvered his puppet to retreat. If these level poisonous insects got close, the puppet would be done for. Fine, fine. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Mo Fang, incensed, activated the golden skeleton. Its skull lit up with two ghostly lights and vanished instantly, reappearing before the puppet. Zhou Fang couldn't keep up with its speed, only managing to have the puppet raise its sword defensively. Boom! The puppet, along with its sword, was punched into the mountain wall, leaving a bottomless pit. Severely damaged, the puppet could barely move, with only its right hand still somewhat operational. How's that, Junior? Does my skill impress you? Mo Fang said smugly. That's a human skeleton. Zhou Fang exclaimed in disbelief. The burst of Buddhist power indicated it was likely the remains of a high monk. Enchantment typically involved endowing inanimate objects with spirituality. Living beings were generally not considered. Mo Fang took his time, explaining leisurely. Surprised? Corpses can be enchanted too. When a person dies, their spirit dissipates. By enchanting it, I've given it new life, making it a being that obeys only me. He caressed the golden skeleton, continuing. The skeleton's owner had level strength in life, maintaining mid-level power after enchantment. He practiced the Buddhist indestructible Vajra body, making these bones impervious even to level powerhouses. I've used him to ambush and kill a late-level sword cultivator, with a single punch leaving him gravely injured, ultimately dying by my hand. The three most famous Buddhist body cultivation techniques are the level Eternal Golden Body Upper Scroll, the level Eternal Golden Body Lower Scroll, the level Indestructible Vajra Body, and the level 9-turn Mysterious Body Sacred Tome. All three techniques share the same origin, with the Indestructible Vajra Body being an advanced form of the Eternal Golden Body. This skeleton practiced the level Indestructible Vajra Body during its lifetime, boasting incredible defense. The golden skeleton had once practiced the level Indestructible Vajra Body, granting it astounding defensive capabilities. As Mo Fang's strongest trump card, a mid-tier level skeleton with level defense was indeed terrifying. Confidently, Mo Fang was about to command the skeleton to shatter the water barrier encircling Zhou Fang when Zhou suddenly spoke up. Senior, have you ever heard this saying? What saying? Mo Fang signaled the skeleton to pause. The villain dies from talking too much. Before the words fully settled, a blazing heat wave erupted from the breach Zhou Fang's puppet had created. 3-kill sword technique. Blazing fire sword. Attack. A red sword light streaked across the sky with overwhelming force. The searing temperature instantly withered the surrounding vegetation, and the sword light painted the sky red for miles. Even before the full impact of the strike, Mo Fang felt the threat of death. Mo Fang's expression changed drastically, instinctively summoning the skeleton for protection. However, the golden skeleton's eye sockets flickered with an eerie light, and it deliberately avoided Mo Fang. So you knew all along. These were Mo Fang's last words before his demise. This final strike exhausted all the puppet's energy. Zhou Fang retrieved the severely damaged puppet, and the water barrier dissipated with it. The entire mountaintop had been reduced by over 10 meters in height during this battle between level powerhouses, which would have been catastrophic if it had occurred in a city. In this world, superhumans above level are considered formidable entities. Ordinary handguns are ineffective against them. Only sniper rifles and explosives pose a threat. Even after the water barrier vanished, Zhou Fang remained vigilant. He held 2 cards, warily watching the golden skeleton. Normally, an enchanted object should disappear upon its master's death. Yet this skeleton showed no sign of fading situation never seen before. Are you afraid of me? A voice resonated directly in Zhou Fang's mind, emanating from the skeleton's glowing skull. Zhou Fang nodded candidly. Without his puppet, facing a mid-tier level skeleton, any misstep could be fatal. The 2 cards he held were his final trump cards. One could immobilize a target for 3 seconds with the sky-sealing chain, and the other was the devastatingly powerful A-level magic Frostfire Annihilation Arrow. Have you been resurrected? Which Buddhist monk are you? Zhou Fang probed. After some conversation, the skeleton identified itself as Hung Er Yuan, claiming to have inherited part of the memories of a Buddhist monk named Hung Yuan. When Zhou Fang inquired about its origins, the skeleton fell into confusion, mumbling fragments about its enchanting abilities. Finally, the skeleton left Zhou Fang with a cryptic remark. Master Zhou, you must quickly master your abilities and become an enchanter. It may not necessarily be a blessing. With that, it clutched its skull and leapt off the cliff. The last words from the golden skeleton set Zhou Fang's mind racing. An enlightener? Master what? A series of questions flashed through his mind. Was it about mastering the magical card drawing box? Or the incredibly powerful triple kill sword? Or perhaps the mysterious golden spiritual tree in his sea of consciousness? Zhou Fong couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Being exceptional truly comes with its headaches. As he harbored so many secrets, even he couldn't count them all. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the golden skeleton's vague words. After all, how much credibility could there be in someone who couldn't even remember their own name? The priority was to find Du Longbiao. Zhou Fong activated his vision-sharing ability and quickly located his target. Du Longbiao was at the foot of the mountain, about to cross paths with the approaching Lu Lai and others. Zhou Fong smirked, thinking that Du Longbiao was trapped with no escape this time. Without further ado, he took out the list of the card god. With a simple swipe of his finger, Du Longbiao's name disappeared, replaced by Zhang Binfan. Zhou Fong closed his eyes and reopened them, instantly switching his view to where Zhang Binfan was. There was a wheelchair speeding down the highway, moving faster than the surrounding cars, seemingly about to escape into the city. Zhou Fong frowned. The wheelchair was clearly enchanted, which explained the odd feeling he had earlier. It seemed Zhang Binfan had recovered quite a bit. Zhang Binfan was crafty, even knowing how to use illusions to disguise the wheelchair as an ordinary vehicle. This trick might fool the average person, but it couldn't escape Zhou Fong's discerning eyes. Recalling their earlier encounter, Zhou Fong couldn't help but admire Zhang Binfan's decisiveness. When he realized Zhou Fong could contend with the clever powerhouse Mo Fong, this genius turned and fled without hesitation. Even with Mo Fong present, Zhou Fong might not have been able to kill him today. Zhou Fong pondered to himself, such geniuses are truly troublesome. In a balanced situation, killing them easily is almost impossible. This is the so-called fate. The more talented they are, the more prosperous their fate, like it or not. Zhang Binfan clearly understood this well, mastering the art of caution under Zhang Tianjuan's influence, never taking unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Du Longbiao had just run into Lu Lai, who had come to assist Su Ku and the others. The two exchanged looks and couldn't help but share a wry smile. What a coincidence, Du Longbiao chuckled dryly. Yes, quite the coincidence. Lu Lai echoed, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Do I still have a chance? Du Longbiao asked tentatively. Asked the judge. Lu Lai replied with a cold chuckle. I guess this counts as turning myself in. Not asking for much, just a suspended death sentence, Du Longbiao said, trying to sound relaxed. Lu Lai suddenly released Du Longbiao, stating flatly, I don't accept your surrender. Run, I'll give you a 40-meter head start. Du Longbiao was taken aback, then asked with a bitter face, how about 4 kilometers? Elsewhere, Zhou Fong, bearing significant injuries, limped down the mountain. Suddenly, he remembered he had forgotten something important. Mo Fong, the clever fugitive. Zhou Fong recalled the wanted notice he had seen earlier, which offered a reward of 5 pure energy stones for providing information. But now, Mo Fong had been dealt with on the spot, reduced to a wisp of smoke, leaving nothing behind. Oh, I feel like I missed out on a fortune, Zhou Fong grumbled in frustration. I'll write a report when I get back, see if they believe it. Back at the police bureau, Du Longbiao was handed over to the narcotics division. Given his crimes and the evidence collected, even 100 lawyers wouldn't help. He was essentially doomed. The 6 people, including Su Ku, who were tied to the tree, were also all taken into custody. Zhou Fong stood before Lu Lai, giving a detailed account of the operation. Blah blah, beep beep. I didn't expect them to even have a clever big shot on their side. Just when I thought I was about to be killed. As a powerful sword cultivator passed by, he recognized Mo Fong and ended his life with a single strike. Zhou Fong returned to the team to report the situation, covered in wounds, with bandages wrapped around his arm and chest, looking quite miserable. He cautiously avoided mentioning the puppet, deciding to keep this trump card for the time being. After listening to the report, Lu Lai looked incredulous. That lucky? Really? Kong Yun clasped his hands together and softly chanted. Amit Ba, Comrade Zhou Fong speaks so lightly, it's as if he wasn't on the brink of death. His injuries had mostly healed, allowing him to easily make a praying gesture. Yuan Hua seamlessly joined the conversation. I'm pretty carefree. It's just luck, really good luck. Zhou Fong awkwardly laughed a few times, agreeing. It really was luck. Tang Mingming couldn't help but complain from the side. Are you guys ever going to stop getting injured? It's only been a bit over half a month. And just as Kong Yun and Yuan Hua are recovering and moving around freely, Zhou Fong is seriously injured again. I'm practically a nurse now. Zhou Fong quickly reassured her. It's all my fault for acting recklessly. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Mingming. Then he turned to Lu Lai. Captain, I'll leave the report to you, and don't forget to apply for my reward. Lu Lai's face turned pale at these words. Another report. And a reward application. Just let me die. He recalled the hassle of dealing with Du Longbiao's report, and now having to add Mo Fong's. Already envisioning 3 days of overtime and Director Zhang Dao's yelling. Lu Lai mustered his energy and said to Zhou Fong, there are a few people coming for interviews tomorrow. Since you still have one hand that works, I'll leave the A-level superpower interviews to you. With that, he turned to start writing the report. Zhou Fong felt a sense of doom and looked at the recovering Kong Yun and Yuan Hua, knowing Tang Mengmeng couldn't handle those interviewees. These freelancers needed to be shown who's boss. Kong Yun, quick on the uptake, immediately feigned a pained expression, stopping his hands mid-prayer. Oh, my wound has reopened. Did you see that? I can't even complete my favorite prayer gesture. Don't count on me for tomorrow's interviews. Yuan Hua wasn't to be outdone, suddenly turning pale and clutching his chest. My chest hurts all of a sudden, my internal injuries are acting up again. Watching their performances, Zhou Fong sighed inwardly, realizing he was still too inexperienced. Just then, Zhou Fong's phone rang. He answered to hear Officer He on the line. Zhou Fong, are you free lately? Zhou Fong's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, free. I'm very free. He was secretly delighted, seeing this as a chance to dodge tomorrow's interviews. Officer, he said, oh, that's good. Tomorrow is the Provincial Department's Training and Exchange Conference, starting at 1 p.m. I'll pick you up then. Zhou Fong was pleased. Although he initially signed up to use the puppet to replicate the clever powerhouse Zhang Dao's, now that he had the puppet, it didn't matter whether he went or not. Still, this call came at just the right time. Great. Thank you, Officer He. Zhou Fong expressed his genuine gratitude. He turned to Lu Lai and said, Captain, I've signed up for the Provincial Department's exchange meeting and won't be able to make it tomorrow. Someone else will have to handle those interviewees. With that, Zhou Fong secretly cheered, relieved to have dodged the bullet. Yuan Hua, with a hint of sarcasm, said, leave those interviews to someone else. Why would you even attend a regular social gathering? Master Kong Yun clasped his hands together solemnly and said, Ba, I can attend the gathering for you and record a video. Zhou Fong widened his eyes and pointed at Master Kong Yun's hands. Hey, didn't you just say you couldn't clasp your hands together? What kind of monk are you with so many tricks up your sleeve? I almost want to call you a bald donkey. Zhou Fong shook his head decisively. No need. I want to see the big shots in person. Lu Lai, typing quickly on the keyboard, flashed a cunning smile. The gathering starts at 1 p.m. I just sent out a mass email telling the interviewees to come at 7 a.m. tomorrow, so there's plenty of time. Hearing this, Zhou Fong was instantly petrified, his face turning pale. 7 a.m. Even 996 companies don't start that early. You power-hungry dog. How dare you change the rules without permission? Meanwhile, the provincial headquarters of the police department was intensively investigating the incident. All evidence pointed to Zhang Binfan as the mastermind, while Zhang Tianjun seemed unaware. Zhang Binfan had already fled the province and was missing. The investigators knew full well that as long as Zhang Tianjun stood firm, the Zhang family would remain powerful. But if Zhang Tianjun fell, the Zhang family would be nothing. They were convinced that Zhang Tianjun couldn't possibly be unaware of such a large-scale and meticulous operation. Unfortunately, the old fox had prepared in advance, letting his son take the fall if anything went wrong. Zhang Tianjun had hired 5 of the top 20 most renowned lawyers in the city. Although the police had summoned him for questioning multiple times, they had no way to detain him for now. In the afternoon, Zhou Fong and his team received the investigation results and couldn't help but grit their teeth. That old fox is ruthless and cunning. Did he really just slip away like that? Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, and yet Zhang Tianjun truly is a formidable figure. Yuan Hua and the others, filled with anger, suggested, damn it, there must be a way. Why don't we just grab him and teach him a lesson? Zhou Fong remained calm, aware of the Zhang family's significant wealth and influence in the province, not easily shaken. He thought to himself, since Zhang Binfan is now a fugitive, there's no need to hold back if we encounter him again. At that moment, in the police department's holding cells, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, led by Inspector He, entered. They approached the spacious cell where 6 sealed superhumans were held. The old man addressed Su Ku inside the cell. Third young master, I've come to take you home. Su Ku turned his head, looking at the old man with surprise and joy. Zhongbo, you've come to get me? Great, I can finally leave. The other 5 looked at Su Ku with envy, thinking how having powerful connections was a blessing, allowing him to escape such severe charges. Zhongbo smiled and said, Third young master, you went too far this time. The family head went to great lengths to have your charges dismissed. When you return, you must reflect in seclusion and not leave your room for 3 years. What? Solitary confinement. Suku's expression changed, and he turned to Inspector He. I'd rather serve my sentence and eat the prison food. Inspector He chuckled, pointing at the other 5 E-class superhumans. Young people don't understand the rules. These guys are involved in drug trafficking and the murder of public officials. They'll be in prison for at least 20 years. The 5 E-class superhumans shrank into a corner, looking bitter. Why do we have to endure this while sitting here? Suku's facial muscles twitched, then he turned back to Zhongbo with a forced smile. Thank you, Zhongbo, for coming to take me home. Zhongbo, unfazed, continued. The family head has invited the principal of the Transformation Academy to personally tutor you for 7 days. Additionally, a class demon soul giant wolf has been selected for you to bond with once you return. Hearing this, Suku's face turned pale. Zhongbo, even fusing with a class was painful, a class it's deadly. Zhongbo's smile was unsettling. Don't worry, you'll get used to the pain. Suku was on the verge of tears. Get used to it. My foot. Is that even a human response? What if I suddenly don't want to go back? 20 years of prison food. Maybe I should consider it. With good behavior, I might be out in 7 or 8 years. Zhongbo seemed to see through Suku's thoughts. Without the Su family supporting you, you won't shave off even a year from those 20. Just then, Zhou Fong had just finished dinner and was heading back to the dormitory when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Big brother, brother Zhou Fong. Save me. I'm your loyal little brother Suku. Zhou Fong turned around in confusion and saw Suku being held by the collar, struggling to escape, with Inspector He nearby. Zhou Fong approached and asked, Inspector He, who is this? Inspector He introduced, this is Mr. Su Zhongliang, the chief steward of the Su family, here to take Suku back. Then he turned to Su Zhongliang. This is Zhou Fong from our police department's paranormal investigation unit. Su Zhongliang carefully examined Zhou Fong, surprised. He had expected the person who captured Suku to be some expert from the police department, not a young man, even younger than Suku. Suku was considered a genius of the Su family, and for Zhou Fong, who was even younger, to capture him amidst many attackers, his talent and strength were truly astonishing. Su Zhongliang praised. So you're the officer who helped capture our third young master, truly a hero at such a young age. Zhou Fong modestly nodded. Mr. Su, you're too kind. Just doing my duty. He gestured towards Suku and asked, Mr. Su, what's going on here? Suku looked at Zhou Fong with hopeful eyes, pleading, Big brother, save me. Su Zhongliang explained, Haha, the third young master has a wild streak. The family had asked me to bring him back for some proper education. Normally, he wouldn't explain himself, but to Zhou Fong, he showed some humility. After all, every genius deserves attention. Suku quickly added, Big brother, let me follow you. I don't want to go back. Big brother, save me. Suku quickly said, Big brother, I'll follow you. I don't want to go back. Please save me. Zhou Fong wasn't interested in getting involved in family matters. Mr. Su, this kid has some issues with his sense of right and wrong. Take him back and educate him well. Otherwise, if I catch him again, he won't have the chance to go back. Zhou Fong showed no leniency towards the Su family. Collaborating with the likes of Du Longbiao was a serious crime. Regardless of how others might judge the situation, Suku was guilty. Su Zhongliang squinted his eyes, observing the confident and arrogant young man before him. Did he really not care about the Su family from the capital? Zhou Fong was indeed a detective who hated evil as much as he claimed. Su Zhongliang remarked casually. Suku looked at Zhou Fong with admiration. No wonder he's my big brother. He talks to Uncle Zhong with such confidence, something I wouldn't dare to do. Excitedly, Suku added, Yes, big brother is right, but I only want to be educated by him. I don't want to go home and be grounded. Uncle Zhong, let me go. I want to follow my big brother, who can even take down level bosses. You can't afford to offend him. Suku vaguely heard their conversation and the battle while hanging on the mountainside. Although he wasn't entirely sure how Mo Fong died, he believed Zhou Fong was involved. Oh, a level expert died? Who was it? Su Zhongliang asked curiously. What did Zhou Fong do to earn such admiration from the third young master of his family? Zhou Fong laughed and continued. It was the clever wanted criminal Mo Fong, killed by a passing sword cultivator with a single strike. It had nothing to do with me. I see. Su Zhongliang thought for a moment before saying to Su Ku, Third young master, we should go back. Didn't you hear what he said? If you misbehave again, you won't have a chance to return. Su Zhongliang dragged Su Ku away by the collar. Suku didn't care about Zhou Fong's threats and shouted as he left, big brother, wait for me. I'll definitely follow you when I get out. The overwhelming firelight and the astonishing sword strike convinced Suku that it was all related to Zhou Fong. What kind of genius was he? Just someone praised by the Su family. The real genius was right in front of him. Killing a clever boss was no small feat and extraordinary talent, a winner in life, a child of destiny, a protagonist of a novel. This is the kind of person they were talking about. Once he latched onto this opportunity, he wasn't planning to let go. What? He hadn't latched on yet. No. As long as he was shameless enough, Zhou Fong would be his big brother. Zhou Fong rolled his eyes. Was he the type who needed any little follower? Yes, he was. Unfortunately, Suku was being dragged back. Otherwise, having a direct descendant of one of the capital's 7 great families as a little brother would be quite something. As night fell, Zhou Fong lay in his 3-bedroom apartment in the police bureau dormitory, scrolling through his phone and reading news from the superpower world. Since this morning, the 3 major domestic research institutes had announced their latest research achievements. In response, the Lianmei dynasty also released their newest research results, seemingly in competition with the Donghua Empire. The Urs Temple of the Lianmei dynasty announced their latest research, the superpower mutation elixir. It had a 20 chance of allowing a level peak superpower to break through to level. The effects of this elixir were simply abnormal. However, the side effects were equally drastic, with the remaining 80 either dying or becoming disabled. Additionally, the Apple Consortium's Fruit Research Institute developed the Kidney 12 superpower phone. Currently, there is a low-end version of Kidney 12, which appears to be a regular phone with 8 gigabytes of RAM and 128 gigabytes of storage, but in reality, it can store the equivalent of all the energy of a mid-tiered level superpower. Carrying the Kidney 12 phone significantly increases a superpower's combat endurance, making it a powerful weapon in battle. Of course, there is also a high-end version of Kidney 12, which appears to be a regular phone with 12 gigabytes of RAM and 256 gigabytes of storage, but can actually store all the energy of an early level superpower. In the comments below, someone revealed that there is also an internal version of Kidney 12, which can be used by level superpowers, making it an ultimate weapon. However, what Zhou Fong found baffling was that the phone had another bizarre function. It could be used as a kidney. If your kidney was removed, you could temporarily use this phone to replace it for 12 hours, hence the name Kidney 12. What a ridiculous function. If someone could remove your kidney, they could certainly take your phone and kill you too. The developer's obsession with creating such a brainless function was incomprehensible. The Ur's Temple is the official superpower organization of the Lianmei dynasty and the strongest superpower organization. The Apple Consortium is the largest conglomerate in the Lianmei dynasty, with their superpower organization ranking second in the Lianmei dynasty. Following that, the Dark Hall of the Lianmei dynasty released their latest developed superpower vampire. It said that they can grow stronger by drinking blood, a truly cruel ability. Additionally, the Light Hall developed new spells to counter dark attributes, such as Holy Light Dispersion. After the Lianmei dynasty, the Nanao Alliance also followed suit, releasing various superpower achievements. Zhou Fong scrolled to the 10th trending topic. A small country had produced in a level strongman, squeezing into the ranks of global powers and applying to join the International Superpower Organization. After browsing the news, Zhou Fong quietly sent a message on the slow run errands app. I don't expect a space ring anymore. Can I get a Kidney 12 instead? While working overtime on a report, Lu Lai saw the message, chuckled, and replied, there's a domestic version too, the Donghua Unbeatable Superpower Phone P30. The effect is slightly worse, and you have to pay for it yourself. A level 1 costs 10 pure energy stones. The chat showed that Zhou Fong had retracted a message. Lu Lai chuckled again. In Zhou Fong's apartment, a notification beeped. It was a message from his brother group chat. Zhou Fong opened it to see Zhao Yi's message. I got first place on the battle rankings, and in half a month, I'll be choosing a school. Gao Jie immediately replied, are you coming to Jin City? I've just swapped out this girl, and we could be an unbeatable pair. Zhao Yi responded, for your future's sake, maybe I shouldn't go. Gao Jie, Zhou Fong, are you coming to Hang City? The police bureau's reputation is rising, and they're recruiting on a large scale. Zhao Yi, hee, I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know. But here's some good news. I'm about to break through. Am I the fastest level expert to break through this year, besides Zhou Fong? Qin Zhan suddenly appeared in the group chat. I recently broke through to D. Zhao Yi sent a shocked emoji. Zhou Fong, congratulations, big brother. Gao Jie, congrats, big brother, you're amazing. Zhao Yi, congrats, big brother. But thankfully, I'm not at the bottom. Second brother, you're holding the fort for me. Gao Jie, picking my nose, I can defeat levels like they're nothing. Zhao Yi could only respond with an emoji, crying with laughter. Zhou Fong, Qin Zhan, Gao Jie, who are you insulting? Do you want a duel? Gao Jie, dear big brothers, I'm sorry. Trembling with fear. The next morning, a lazy Saturday atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Yet, Zhou Fong was up by 6. After quickly washing up, he hastily ate a few buns in the canteen on the first floor before heading straight to the office. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the sound of Lu Lai typing on the keyboard could be heard. Zhou Fong thought to himself that with such dedication put into the report, his position as team leader should be secure. He took a brief rest in the office, and soon, the interviewees began to arrive. By 7 o'clock, all 11 interviewees were present. Zhou Fong entered the meeting room and briefly introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm your examiner for today. He was met with a sparse response, and some faces even showed impatience. Zhou Fong noticed the disappointment on some faces, as if they were thinking, we thought the city's police bureau was on the rise, hoping to secure a good position, but it still seems as lackluster as rumored. The place is so quiet, and we've been sitting here for 10 minutes with no one attending to us. Now the examiner shows up, and he's even bandaged up like an injured person. It seems we've come to the wrong place. Zhou Fong didn't mind their attitudes. He picked up the list and started calling names. Fu Qinxue, here, a female voice responded. In the practical room, Zhou Fong faced Fu Qinxue. Introduce yourself, he said, noting she was one of the more impatient ones earlier. My name is Fu Qinxue, she said simply. Zhou Fong couldn't help but comment. That's the simplest introduction I've ever heard. Do you have any special skills? Fu Qinxue jokingly extended her sturdy leg. I have long legs. Does that count? Zhou Fong rolled his eyes. I only see them as sturdy, not long. Fu Qinshue's expression darkened. Annoying, she muttered, then seriously added. I'm a sound wave controller, mid-level E rank. Oh, so you're just loud. Zhou Fong said with a look of realization, which annoyed Fu Qinxue. Examiner, talking like that can get you punched, Fu Qinxue retorted unhappily. Zhou Fong, uninterested in arguing, directly requested. All right, show me your ability. Without hesitation, Fu Qinxue channeled energy to her throat and let out a sound towards Zhou Fong. Waves of sound swept through, causing Zhou Fong's hair to flutter and the surrounding weapons to tremble. The room echoed with a sharp dolphin-like sound. At that moment, Zhou Fong took a gentle step forward. The power of his technique, stealing heart 9 steps, even at a tenth of its strength, made Fu Qinxue pale and retreat several steps. So strong. Fu Qinxue was shocked. This examiner is terrifying. Just a light stomp and he can defeat me, the top fighter of Lotus Street. Even an injured person here is this powerful. The police bureau is truly unfathomable. Zhou Fong scribbled a few notes on his list and said without looking up, weak will, weak combat strength, sound wave intensity at most early E rank, not qualified. Fu Qinxue left with a grim face, thinking, I should return to Lotus Street. The outside world is too dangerous. Zhou Fong added, remember to send Kong Zhen in on your way out. Shortly after, Kong Zhen walked in. He began his introduction. My name is Kong Zhen. I'm 25 years old, and I awakened my abilities 3 years ago. My mental abilities are digitalized. I can traverse the network world freely. No firewall can stop me as long as I'm connected. Zhou Fong was intrigued by this unusual ability and asked, how do you think this ability could be useful in the police bureau? He was unfamiliar with this kind of ability and was taking the opportunity to learn more. Kong Zhen stood in the interview room of the Supervision Bureau, looking slightly nervous. He took a deep breath and began to introduce his abilities to the examiner, Zhou Fong. I can monitor a criminal's every move and even steal any data from their computer. His voice trailed off, unable to think of anything else to add. Zhou Fong calmly took notes and remarked, that ability sounds like a combination of advanced surveillance and super hacking skills. But we already have hackers, and as for surveillance, you can buy a camera online for 300 yuan. Kong Zhen panicked and quickly defended himself. You can't compare it like that. Have you seen Resident Evil? The supercomputer Red Queen can do everything I can. Zhou Fong nodded thoughtfully and then challenged him by bringing over a computer. Show me. I want to see all the nuclear weapons of the United States explode on sight. Kong Zhen was at a loss for words. I can't do that. The Red Queen could, Zhou Fong said flatly. Kong Zhen calmed down and began to reason. That's not fair. That's a movie. In the real world, there are superhumans everywhere, and my intrusion would quickly be detected. Plus, for such international incidents, I'd have my abilities revoked. Zhou Fong was convinced and stopped pressing him. Then steal the report from the guy in the next office for me. Okay, Kong Zhen agreed. 3 minutes later, Kong Zhen successfully completed the task. Zhou Fong announced with satisfaction, all right, you're hired. Thank you, examiner. Kong Zhen sighed in relief and turned to leave. Zhou Fong looked at the report in his hand and muttered to himself. TSK. The captain's writing again. He's going to get scolded for this. Next, Zhou Fong called out. A young man walked in confidently, introducing himself. My name is Jiang Lu, and my ability is underwater breathing. I can stay underwater indefinitely, earning me the nickname Aquaman. Zhou Fong pondered for a moment and asked, does that make eating convenient for you? Jiang Lu was taken aback. Aren't you able to stay underwater indefinitely? How do you eat or handle other necessities? Zhou Fong pressed. Jiang Lu was annoyed, thinking what kind of stupid question this was. He rephrased, I can hold my breath until I need to eat or handle other needs. Zhou Fong nodded, jotting down notes, and commented, super oxygen tank, longer breath holding, you should get one. Am I accepted then? Jiang Lu asked cautiously. Zhou Fong countered, how's your combat ability? Just because you can breathe underwater, you call yourself Aquaman? The real Aquaman is quite formidable. Jiang Lu thought for a moment and shook his head, I'm decent. I can take on 4 or 5 ordinary people underwater. He thought he was being modest, thinking that was quite impressive. Oh, so you can only breathe, Zhou Fong nodded in understanding. Useless underwater, just breathing, useless. Jiang Lu was exasperated. I said I can fight 4 or 5 people. Zhou Fong remained unmoved, continuing to ask, what can you bring to our bureau? Jiang Lu quickly handed over a business card, which read, XX Club Manager Jiang Lu. He said with a smile, I can introduce girlfriends to all the single people in your bureau. He seemed quite proud, as this was his most valuable resource. Zhou Fong looked at the card and realized, your nickname Aquaman isn't because you can breathe underwater, is it? As he spoke, he noted down, low combat ability, just breathing, rejected. You're as weak as a kitten, only good for breathing. Elimination. The examiner, Zhou Fong, delivered the verdict like a heavy blow to Jiang Lu's heart. Unwilling to accept it, Jiang Lu retorted, "Come on, examiner, that's not fair. What's this about being only good for breathing? I've got mid-level of great energy. I can take on 4 or 5 guys at least." Zhou Fong raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "Want to put that to the test? Bring it on," Jiang Lu replied, though his confidence was already wavering. In just 1.01 seconds, Jiang Lu found himself pinned to the ground by Zhou Fong's single-handed grip. The cold floor jolted him back to reality, and he quickly pleaded, "Ouch! Go easy. It hurts." Okay, I surrender." Zhou Fong released him and calmly announced, "Next, the 4th candidate." A burly young man stepped forward, introducing himself with confidence. "I'm Shinga, with a power-awakening talent. People call me Schwarzenegger." Zhou Fong sighed inwardly, another one with a nickname. Let's hope his strength matches it. 1.05 seconds later, Shinga also found himself face down on the ground, pinned by Zhou Fong's hand. "Ouch! Ouch! Examiner, I give up," Shinga admitted, ready to leave in defeat. Surprisingly, Zhou Fong said, "Your power talent is not bad. You lasted 0.04 seconds longer than Jiang Lu. You're hired." Shinga was overjoyed, thanking the examiner profusely. "Thank you, examiner. Thank you so much." For these independent cultivators, securing a public sector reserve position was a dream come true. In reality, Zhou Fong had used only a tenth of his strength against Jiang Lu, but a third against Shinga. This indicated that Shinga had at least late A-grade strength, comparable to Zhou Fong's own A-grade days, making him a competent power talent user. The next applicant stepped forward, introducing himself. "I'm Dashi, with a petrification ability. Once petrified, my defense can withstand attacks from peers." "Let's see," Zhou Fong instructed. All right, Dashi activated his power, turning his body into hard stone. Zhou Fong lightly tapped the stone figure with his finger. Suddenly, with a thud, a small stone piece fell to the ground. Dashi emerged from his petrified state, staring blankly at the missing chunk from his arm, blood gushing out. He screamed in terror, call an ambulance," and writhed in pain on the floor. Zhou Fong was startled too, muttering, "Good thing I didn't tap his head." Witnessing Dashi being carried out, bleeding, by medical personnel, the remaining applicants quickly found excuses to leave. "I suddenly feel homesick. I'll head back. Oh no, I forgot I left soup on the stove, gotta go. My house is on fire." Ultimately, the department hired 4 individuals. The first was Kong Zhun, with a mental data manipulation ability. The second was the power talent user Shinga. The third was the injured petrification talent Dashi. Despite his good defense, Zhou Fong's expectations were too high, leading to his injury. The last was Li Minkai, who stayed after everyone else fled, with a talent for enhanced marksmanship. Zhou Fong took Li Minkai to the department's shooting range, where his shooting skills were astonishing. Whether it was stationary shooting, moving targets, or shooting around obstacles, he hit every mark flawlessly. Even blindfolded, he could precisely hit vital targets, as if possessed by a gun god. Such performance undoubtedly earned him a valuable position. According to Zhou Fong, he can hit targets with perfect accuracy even when shooting with a sniper rifle without using the scope. Although he currently cannot apply for a sniper rifle, his exceptional shooting skills are already impressive. As a latest-level superpowered individual, when combined with firearms, Zhou Fong's combat ability has reached a solid level. He thought to himself that if he could get his hands on a Barrett, the power would be unimaginable. After settling in his 4 new colleagues, Zhou Fong returned to his dormitory, satisfied, and took a refreshing nap. These 4 newcomers to the Paranormal Investigation Department of the Supervision Bureau hadn't yet met their captain and had already started their orientation training. Meanwhile, their unfortunate captain, Lu Lai, was buried in his office, overwhelmed by the workload of completing reports. In the conference room, Tang Mingming stood in front of the projector, passionately explaining the content on the PPT, Regulations for Superpowered Individuals, Article 1, all superpowered individuals must. She secretly grumbled to herself, "Damn it, if it weren't for these trivial tasks, I would have broken through by now. Once these newcomers are on board, I'll push all these annoying tasks onto them." The 4 newcomers simultaneously felt a chill down their spines, vaguely sensing that the beautiful lecturer on stage might have ulterior motives. After lunch, Zhou Fong had just put down his chopsticks when he received a call from Superintendent He. Following the instructions, he quickly headed to the main entrance to gather. For this provincial exchange meeting, the City Supervision Bureau sent 3 detectives to participate. Zhou Fong, having used connections, took a spot originally intended for someone else, which caused some discontent among certain individuals. At the entrance, along with the leading superintendent He, there were 2 familiar faces, Detective Sun from the Criminal Division and Detective Zhu Xiaofeng from the Narcotics Division. As Zhou Fong approached from a distance, Detective Sun couldn't help but complain to Superintendent He. "Superintendent He, is he the one who took Ding Fatty's spot?" This exchange meeting is not just for learning. It also affects personal record entries. It's crucial for future promotions, and many people were vying for this spot. Originally, Ding Pongzi from the action department was the most likely to secure the last spot. However, with a quick move, Inspector Zhu from the narcotics division grabbed Inspector Sun and gave him a meaningful look. Clearing his throat, Inspector Zhu spoke with a deliberately enthusiastic tone. Comrade Zhou Fong from the paranormal investigation department is certainly more suitable than Ding Pongzi. Ding Pongzi can wait for the next opportunity. Upon hearing this, Superintendent he nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. Indeed, Comrade Zhou Fong is more suitable. Inspector Zhu, you have a keen eye. Inspector Sun turned abruptly, glaring at Zhu Xiaofeng, and whispered through gritted teeth, Old Zhu, whose side are you on? We graduated in the same year, and now you're siding with outsiders? Are you trying to curry favor with their backers? Zhu Xiaofeng sighed inwardly, looking at Inspector Sun's puzzled face, thinking, this clueless fool. You have no idea how many punches it would take a superhero to knock you out. I'm doing this for your own good. Outwardly, he merely said with a meaningful tone, Zhou Fong is exceptional. His talents are hidden. Inspector Sun, you just don't get it. He emphasized the last two words. Superintendent he stood by, smiling in silence, a hint of deeper understanding in his eyes. Inspector Sun frowned, pondering for a moment, seemingly realizing something. He mused to himself. Old Zhu's words have a deeper meaning. It seems Zhou Fong is really something special. At this moment, Zhou Fong strode over and greeted Superintendent He. Superintendent He. He then nodded to both Inspector Zhu and Inspector Sunday. Inspector Zhu immediately returned a warm smile, indebted to Zhou Fong due to the Duolong Biao incident. Inspector Sun remained expressionless, neither warm nor cold. Superintendent he glanced around, confirming everyone was present, and decisively ordered, all right, everyone's here, let's move out. The group filed into Superintendent He's official car, heading towards the provincial headquarters. The atmosphere in the car was subtle, with everyone lost in their own thoughts and remaining silent. The training and exchange conference at the provincial headquarters was quite large, with over 20 participants from various districts and counties across the city, and similar-sized delegations from other cities. The entire conference gathered over 230 elites from across the province. As the meeting began, Zhang Dao's confidently took the stage. Zhou Fong's gaze followed him, but a ripple of regret began to stir in his heart. He suddenly realized why Zhang Dao's could simultaneously hold the top position in the provincial police bureau and lead the superpower group. This person was quite the chatterbox. As a leader, Zhang Dao's speaking skills were on par with those of school principals, company chairmen, government department heads, and leaders from various fields. His endless speech flowed like a torrential flood, sweeping through the entire hall. Zhou Fong felt his consciousness drifting in this vast ocean of words, gradually being dragged into the depths of drowsiness. An hour passed, and Zhang Dao's speech continued, seemingly without end. Zhou Fong struggled to keep his eyes open, sighing inwardly, unsure of when this marathon of words would finally conclude. An hour later, the leader finally finished his speech. The meeting transitioned to the city work reports and exchange session, hosted by Inspector He from the Municipal Bureau. Inspector He presented an impressive annual data report. Our city led the province in all metrics, including case-solving rate and number of incidents. The subsequent work report session was even more tedious than the leader's speech, leaving Zhou Fong regretting his attendance. He couldn't help but think how nice it would be to be napping in his dorm instead. Finally, the meeting reached its most exciting part, the free competition among the city's top detectives. Shooting, sprinting, obstacle courses, wrestling, and martial arts were all on the table. Zhou Fong perked up immediately. This was his forte. But then he thought, wasn't he a graduate student in archaeology? How did he end up excelling in combat? At that moment, Inspector Hao, the team leader from Ning City, approached Inspector He with a challenge. Inspector He, up for a match? You won last year. Shall we have another go? Here we go again, laughed the team leaders from other cities, gathering around. This happens every year. Being Inspector He isn't easy. As the head of the provincial capital's police bureau, Inspector He was targeted by Inspector Hao annually. The two were classmates in police school. Inspector He was assigned to Hang City by a single-point advantage, while Inspector Hao chose Ning City. Over the years, their work performances were on par, both rising to the rank of inspector. Ning City's police bureau ranked second in the province, naturally eyeing the top spot. What do you want to compete in? Inspector He asked, prepared. Inspector Hao pointed to a burly detective behind him. Our lay detective from Haishu district is skilled in combat and wrestling. Detective Lei stepped forward, a tall and robust figure with a strong, square face and powerful aura radiating from his dark skin. Who would like to have a match? He asked politely. The detectives from Hang City eagerly volunteered, and Zhou Fong was eager too. However, Inspector He ultimately chose Detective Sun to compete. Of course, I remember him. Old Yang lost to him last year. Inspector Hao remarked, prompting teasing from other city leaders, reminding him of his consecutive losses to Hang City. On the platform, Detective Sun and Detective Lei engaged in a fierce battle. Detective Sun, with his experience, landed several critical hits, but Detective Lei's immense strength and formidable defense rendered these attacks ineffective. Eventually, Detective Lei seized an opening and delivered a series of blows, knocking Detective Sun off the platform. Inspector He, your team isn't up to par this year. Inspector Hao exclaimed triumphantly. Zhou Fong whispered to Inspector He. This guy is no ordinary opponent. Although he hasn't awakened any special abilities, his muscles have started to mutate, giving him at least early A-level strength. Feeling embarrassed, Inspector He listened as Zhou Fong continued. Let me give it a try. I'll keep a low profile and won't reveal any weaknesses. After much deliberation, Superintendent He finally nodded in agreement, but his tone carried a warning. All right, you can participate, but remember to keep a low profile. Director Zhang is not someone to be trifled with, and there will be consequences for recklessly exposing your abilities. Zhou Fong walked slowly onto the ring, responding without looking back. Got it. He took his position, facing his opponent, and introduced himself succinctly. Detective Zhou Fong, Paranormal Investigation Unit. The crowd noticed Zhou Fong's right hand wrapped in bandages and began to whisper among themselves. Some speculated whether this was Superintendent He's form of retaliation, thinking it was excessive to let an injured person participate. Detective Lei Guang from the Special Operations Team looked at Zhou Fong sympathetically and gestured for him to proceed. Injured first. Zhou Fong didn't hesitate and immediately launched an attack on Lei Guang. His speed was fast, yet still within the limits of human capability. Seeing this, Lei Guang sidestepped and aimed a punch at Zhou Fong's waist was reluctant to target Zhou Fong's injured right hand. Suddenly, Lei Guang froze. He was shocked to realize that his neck was somehow already gripped by Zhou Fong's single hand. The next moment, the world spun, and he was thrown heavily to the ground. Ouch, easy, easy. It hurts. My neck's going to break. Lei Guang cried out in pain. The entire process took only 0.96 seconds, with Zhou Fong winning using his true chicken pinning technique, single hand. The audience, still processing what had happened, slowly began to clap. Wow, a knockout. Another overwhelming win. Such a big guy losing so easily to an injured man. Superintendent, his team really has hidden talents. Superintendent, he sighed in resignation. I'm exhausted. Zhou Fong, is this what you call keeping a low profile? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word low-key? Detective Sun was stunned. He knew Lei Guang's capabilities, yet Zhou Fong subdued him so effortlessly. He couldn't help but wonder how strong Zhou Fong's opponent must have been to injure him. Was it a gunshot? In his view, firearms posed the greatest threat. Superintendent Hao, looking grim, pulled someone from behind him. Detective Niu from Yingzhou District, this year's wrestling champion in our city. Zhou Fong, eager for more matches, was forcibly pulled off the stage by Superintendent He. You're still injured, don't push yourself. Push myself? I'm not, don't say that, Zhou Fong protested. You're just afraid I'll cause trouble. Subsequently, Superintendent He dispatched a wrestling expert from Shanghuang District to compete against Detective Niu. The two battled fiercely for over 10 minutes, with Detective Niu ultimately winning, showcasing his championship skills from the Ning City Wrestling Tournament. Following this, Superintendent He and Superintendent Hao's teams engaged in a series of competitions: shooting, swimming, hand-to-hand combat, wrestling, and the 100-meter dash, among other events. As time went on, the competitions became increasingly varied, even featuring odd events like ball games, breath holding, and whack-a-mole. Representatives from various cities participated, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Superintendent Hao, unwilling to concede, continued to challenge Superintendent He, but unfortunately, his team was slightly less skilled overall, winning fewer events than they lost. Meanwhile, Zhou Fong was closely watched by Superintendent He and had no opportunity to participate again. As evening approached, this unique competitive event drew to a close. Lei Guang, unwilling to back down, stepped forward with a challenging glint in his eyes. I have another strong suit. Do you dare to compete again? His tone carried a hint of confidence. Inspector Hao looked at Lei Guang in surprise, secretly wondering what other talents Lei Guang possessed. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to Lei Guang, anticipation hanging in the air. Was Inspector Hao's last shred of dignity to be defended by Detective Lei? Zhou Fong appeared particularly eager, quickly asking, what kind of contest? He thought to himself that he wasn't the one seeking trouble. The challenge had been brought to him. He cast a glance at Inspector He, with a slightly provocative look that seemed to say, you can't stop me this time, can you? Inspector He sighed helplessly and advised once more, keep it low-key. All eyes were on Detective Lei, waiting for him to reveal his special skill. Suddenly, Detective Lei seemed a bit awkward, stammering, well, I can P3 Zhang against the wind. Let's compare range and accuracy. Yes, it's a legitimate contest. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fong's face showed disbelief. O_O. He couldn't help but shout angrily. Compete my foot. Get lost. Inspector Hao, hearing this exchange, was overwhelmed with shame. covering his face with both hands, almost on the verge of tears. He struggled to speak. Gentlemen. Before he could finish, the female colleagues nearby showed expressions of surprise and confusion. The exchange meeting of the city police departments finally concluded. Zhou Fong was about to leave for the parking lot when Inspector He stopped him. Director Zhang has a short meeting. You need to come with me. Inspector He's tone was unwavering. Zhou Fong paused, feeling a bit apprehensive, and said, a meeting? Don't involve me. What use would I be? Stop whining. Just come along. Inspector He dragged Zhou Fong away while turning to Detective Sun and Detective Zhu, saying, you two head back. Zhou Fong and I have some matters to attend to. Detective Zhu nodded quickly, understanding the situation. All right, you two go ahead. We'll head back ourselves. He thought to himself, it must be something important for the elites. Us ordinary folks won't interfere. After Inspector He and Zhou Fong left, Detective Sun muttered to Detective Zhu. It's just because he's a bit good at fighting. Why do you have to suck up so much? Detective Sun mistakenly believed that the reason Inspector He valued Zhou Fong was solely due to his impressive combat skills. Being a detective isn't just about having excellent physical skills. Criminal investigation, logical reasoning, scientific knowledge, and communication skills are equally important. Inspector Zhu sized up Inspector Sun, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. What are you looking at? Inspector Sun took a step back uneasily, with a touch of nervousness in his voice. Inspector Zhu nodded slightly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. I was thinking, if you score 1 point, how many points could he score? Inspector Sun's expression changed instantly, his voice rising. Do you think he scores just 1 point? The aftermath of his fights could leave you completely disoriented. The scene shifts to a spacious conference room, where Director Zhang sits at the head of the long table, his eyes scanning the attendees as they take their seats. Zhou Fong and Superintendent He sit side by side, while other city detectives or superintendents in charge of superhumans also take their places. Superintendent He leaned in, speaking quietly into Zhou Fong's ear. This is an annual routine. The meeting about managing superhumans is the real purpose today. Zhou Fong suddenly understood that the so-called provincial exchange meeting was just a cover, and the real focus was the meeting of city superhuman group leaders. He looked around, noticing the varied positions of the attendees, some even being team leaders themselves. Just as Zhou Fong was lost in thought, Zhang Dao's gaze landed next to Superintendent He, his brow furrowing. Where's Lu Lai? Why isn't he here? Superintendent He remained calm and answered steadily. He's writing a report. Hearing this, Zhang Dao showed a hint of resignation. I really don't want to see that guy's report. He paused, his tone becoming serious. But the incident is too severe to ignore. Even the mountain was blown flat. We have to give an explanation to the higher-ups, don't we? His gaze shifted to Zhou Fong, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. And who is this? You seem familiar. Zhou Fong immediately stood up and introduced himself respectfully. Hello, Director Zhang. My name is Zhou Fong. I graduated from Jianhua Academy and joined the Supervisory Bureau 2 months ago. Zhang Dao suddenly realized, nodding in acknowledgement, so you're Zhou Fong. He suddenly laughed. Bailey Shajan wanted to beat you up several times after learning the truth, but luckily I stopped him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fong broke out in a cold sweat, feeling both startled and relieved. He quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Director Zhang, for saving me. Internally, he was grateful, realizing that he had narrowly avoided a disaster. Zhou Fong felt a surge of gratitude and relief. He realized he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Mo Fong, a crank early stage, let alone someone like Bailey Shajan, who was at the mid-stage of crank. Although he had a puppet as his trump card, it only mimicked the abilities of his opponent. Zhou Fong couldn't help but wonder why the other party was so harsh towards him. Was it just because he could perform Earth escape techniques? In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Representatives from other cities cast curious glances at Zhou Fong, speculating what this young man had done to offend a crank powerhouse. Zhang Dao's looked around, seeing that everyone had arrived, and got straight to the point. This year, the number of superhumans in the province has surged by 28, a full 11 percentage points higher than last year's 17, Zhang Dao's voice echoed in the room. The number of superhuman-related cases has more than doubled. Many regional enforcement agencies are overwhelmed. He paused before continuing. The existence of superhumans is no longer a secret among the upper echelons. High-end residential areas are hiring superhumans as security personnel. Worse still, some are employing them for heinous crimes like murder, arson, stealing state secrets, and drug trafficking. What are your thoughts on this? Ji Jun, the captain of the superhuman team in Jia City, was the first to speak. Director Zhang, I suggest we propose to the higher-ups to make the existence of superhumans public. Currently, most of our efforts are spent on concealing their existence. Our operations are restricted, while the criminals act without fear. To avoid causing too much commotion, we need to use at least 3 times the force to successfully capture criminals. Zhang Dao shook his head and tapped his pen on the table. This is an international agreement. Even if it's hard to conceal, we must try. If smaller countries can maintain order, how can we lose our composure? That would be self-defeating. Even if we decide to go public, we shouldn't be the first. The country's international influence cannot be ignored. Xie Yun, the captain of the superhuman team in Ning City, interjected. It seems that Sakura Island has already gone public. Zhang Dao's frowned. That small nation, perhaps too comfortable for too long, lacks strength. With their top power only at the brink, they're not worth considering. He briefly explained Sakura Island's situation, where the number of superhuman crimes had spiked, making it hard for the government to cover up, leading them to abandon concealment a month ago. However, Sakura Island's government hadn't issued an official statement, restricting superhuman information domestically, and other nations have shielded their citizens from the news. Suddenly, Zhou Feng remembered something and spoke up. Oh, I saw on the news yesterday that someone named Miyamoto Gozu from their country has broken through to a rank and is applying to join the International Superhuman Organization. This news caused a stir in the conference room. Participants pulled out their phones to verify the information, and discussions broke out. Zhang Dao's felt a bit exhausted, secretly wondering if Zhou Feng was there to undermine him. He gestured for silence. All right. As one of the three major world powers, the East China Empire should at least align itself with the other two major countries. Let's end this topic here. Are there any other constructive suggestions? Everyone exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, authority figure, ending the discussion when it doesn't go your way. Superintendent He's proposal sparked a murmur of agreement in the conference room. A confident smile played on his lips, as if he could already envision a bright future. Let's expand, Superintendent, he said eagerly. Our city's recent achievements are impressive, and we should be able to secure additional resources. We plan to increase our recruitment efforts and make substantial offers at major superpower academies to attract top talent. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice of dissent arose. One officer couldn't help but interject. Oh, come on, Superintendent, it's easy for you to say. How are we supposed to expand when our department is already running a deficit every year? Another officer chimed in, half jokingly. Director Zhang, his idea is great, but are you footing the bill? This comment drew laughter from the room. Zhang Dao smiled slightly, tapping the table lightly with his right hand, and replied calmly, I am. Though his tone was measured, there was a spark of determination in his eyes. Then Zhang Dao's laid out his plan in detail. He started by commending Lu Lai's superpower team for their excellent performance in June and July, noting that the number of superpower-related incidents in Hangzhou had decreased by 30 compared to May and June. The other city representatives responded with skepticism. One questioned, 2 or 3 cases at most a month, and you're telling me there's a 30 drop? What's so convincing about that? Zhang Dao's remained unfazed by the skepticism, responding firmly, it matters. Of course it does. Data doesn't lie. If you can't produce your own statistics, what right do you have to speak? He continued to list a series of recent accomplishments by the city's superpower team, culminating in a major announcement. Just yesterday, the notorious Clevel fugitive, Mo Fong, was killed on Beifeng Mountain outside Gaoshan village. This news was like a bombshell, causing a massive stir in the room. The mouths of the superpower leaders from various cities dropped open in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. The fall of a Clevel figure was undeniably a game-changer. Zhang Dao's continued. This news hasn't been made public yet, but the rewards from above will soon follow. Lu Lai's team will receive significant recognition, setting a precedent for our large-scale recruitment efforts. There was a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. I plan to use Mo Fang's demise as a focal point to elevate our province's police department to new heights. You should prepare for the expansion. Xie Yun, eager to seize this rare opportunity, asked, when will the news of Mo Fang's death be released? After a moment of consideration, Zhang Dao's replied, in 15 days. His tone was cautious, reflecting the need to account for various factors like report writing. Superintendent, he immediately responded, understood, Director Zhang, we'll be ready. He'll make arrangements right away. Zhang Dao's then inquired about the specifics of Hangzhou's superpower community and police department. Superintendent he, well prepared, presented detailed data. Currently, Hangzhou has 504 registered superpower users, 412 at A level, 88 at D level, and 4 at C level. The city's police department has 4 D level officers, 1 A level officer, and 4 new A level recruits. Director Zhang further asked, what about the Central Intelligence's covert operatives? Superintendent, he continued, the Covert City Bureau has 12 level experts and 18 at A level. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense yet hopeful, as everyone realized that a pivotal opportunity was at hand. In the office of the Ansai City Bureau, the atmosphere was heavy. Zhang Dao sat behind his desk, his brow furrowed, fingers rhythmically tapping the surface. In front of him stood a group of subordinates with varied expressions, waiting for his instructions. Zhang Dao's began. According to the latest statistics, our Ansai City Bureau currently has 12 level experts and 18 level ones. Throughout the city, there are 88 registered level experts, with only about 20 being independent practitioners. Most have been recruited by the National Third Army, Ansai, and the Super Business Alliance. Among A-level superhumans, there are at least 200 independent practitioners. He paused, then continued, and that's just the registered ones. Every day, ordinary people awaken as A-level superhumans. As for Clevel, this city only has me, the leader of Ansai, Bailey Shajan, and two top figures from the National Third Army. Zhang Dao's pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and said firmly, 15 days from now, once the news is released, I'm giving you a month. The level members of the city's supervisory police must double, and each district must have at least 3 A-level members. Other cities must achieve 70 of this target. This is a rare opportunity, and we must seize control of the superhuman order across the province. We also need to thoroughly investigate all awakened but unregistered superhumans. Ji Jun frowned. Director Zhang, isn't this a bit rushed? We have a significant gap with Ansai, and catching up will take time. Plus, with the frequent awakening of superhumans, the workload for investigations is enormous. Zhang Dao's interrupted, lightly tapping the table, his tone serious. I've received news that the Empire will establish a National Superhuman Management Bureau this year. The Central Bureau and the Supervisory Police's superhuman groups will merge, and the deployment of the National Third Army superhumans is still being planned. The selection of leaders at each level will depend on the strength of each side. Do you want to be overshadowed by your old rivals? Or do you want to take the lead? These words were like a bombshell, shocking everyone present. They had originally thought it would take 2 or 3 years for a department dedicated to managing superhumans to be established, but it was happening much sooner. Not only would it be quickly set up this year, but it would also involve the transfer of all superhumans from the Supervisory Police and Central Bureau, a move of astonishing scale. Everyone realized that the situation in the superhuman world had reached a critical point, and the Empire's leadership was serious this time. Once the new department was established, the Supervisory Police and Central Bureau would revert to managing only ordinary cases, as they did a decade ago. The leadership of the Superhuman Management Bureau would depend on the performance at various levels. Zhang Dao's implication was clear. He might lead the provincial headquarters, but at the city bureau level, the current director, Lu Lai, might be replaced by Ansai Xiong. The same applied to districts and counties, presenting an opportunity for the entire supervisory police. Currently, everyone was in the same boat, and the performance of each city's supervisory police directly affected Zhang Dao's prospects for advancement. Conversely, if Zhang Dao's failed, their superior would no longer be one of their own, leading to potential obstacles. After a moment of silence, someone said resolutely, "All right, Director Zhang, we'll fully cooperate. Even if it means sleeping only 2 hours a day and working overtime for months, we'll make sure to surpass the Central Bureau." These words ignited the fighting spirit in the room, filling the office with a tense yet fervent atmosphere. Everyone's eyes shone with determination, ready to give their all for the impending changes. The trend of merging forces is unstoppable, Zhou Fang contemplated. Instead of waiting passively, it would be better to take the initiative and absorb the other side. However, he lacked interest in these power struggles. The unreliable image of Lu Lai flashed in his mind, leading him to think that maybe letting Ying Qiong take the lead wouldn't be a bad idea. But then, Zhou Guoqiang's promise of a 3-bedroom apartment tempted him again. He shook his head, dismissing these distracting thoughts. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. How exactly did Mo Fong die? He turned to Director Zhang, a curious glint in his eyes. Director Zhang, did you handle it personally? Asked a team leader from the city's superpower group, with a hint of regret in his voice. It's a pity I couldn't witness your prowess firsthand. Zhang Dao's expression darkened instantly. The flattery came at the wrong time. Mo Fong had infiltrated the city without his notice, a major oversight. And here was this clueless guy bringing up the very thing he wanted to avoid. Fortunately, Mo Fong was eventually captured. Otherwise, if something had happened in the city, Zhang Dao's would have been the negative example. Zhang Dao's took a deep breath and turned his gaze to Zhou Fong. Speaking of which, it's perfect timing. The person involved is right here, and I have some questions. He pointed at Zhou Fong. The superpower leaders and team captains from various cities all turned their surprised gazes towards Zhou Fong. They couldn't believe this seemingly ordinary young man was the one who took down the notorious Mo Fong. Seeing his injuries, they wondered if they were from a fierce battle with Mo Fong. A hero at a young age, someone whispered in awe. You'd never guess that he has the strength of a Clevel powerhouse. Truly modest. Zhang Dao's took a document from his briefcase, his eyes lingering on Zhou Fong for a moment before saying, although Lu Lai already gave me a verbal report, his communication skills are severely lacking. He kept repeating the same 2 sentences. You were pursuing the drug lord Long Biao, encountered Mo Fong, almost got killed, and then Mo Fong was taken down by a passing swordsman with a single strike. He shook his head in exasperation. Just listen to what kind of report that is. Everyone nodded in realization. No wonder. It was a chance encounter. Zhou Fong was indeed lucky to survive. However, Comrade Lu Lai's report was astonishingly crude. Zhou Fong scratched his head awkwardly after listening. Well, you can't really blame the captain, he explained. Because that's all I told him. Zhou Fong didn't answer Director Zhang's question directly. Instead, he calmly said, "If you have any questions, Director Zhang, feel free to ask." Zhang Dao's frowned slightly and got straight to the point. "I've been to the scene. The residual energy is still there, and there's no doubt it was a clever battle. It's likely Mo Fong, but without evidence. All we have is your testimony. There was also an incredible amount of fire energy and sword aura left behind, both of high rank. Tell me the details of that day." There was a hint of caution in his voice as he continued. "We need to be sure of Mo Fong's identity. Otherwise, if we announce Mo Fong's demise and he turns up alive, it would be a huge embarrassment." Zhang Dao's expression suddenly became serious, and his voice dropped a notch. "And that astounding sword strike. I felt my hair stand on end at the scene. I couldn't withstand such a strike. Which sword master was it? No one in the country seems to match that level." Zhou Fong took a deep breath and began to briefly recount his battle with Mo Fong. He focused on Mo Fong's use of enchanted objects, his tone tinged with a hint of fear. "I survived mainly because Mo Fong was toying with me, giving me a chance to hold on until the sword master arrived." Zhang Dao's nodded thoughtfully, seemingly unconcerned that every superhuman has their own secrets and trump cards. He took a few photos from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Fong, continuing, "I found this at the scene. It looks like a footprint. What made this?" Zhou Fong glanced at the photos, his pupils constricting sharply, and blurted out, "Damn. This is Heng Yuan number 2 no, Heng Er Yuan's footprint." He quickly realized he had said too much and hastily added, "This is Mo Fong's enchanted object, a very peculiar one. I need to report to the dean before drawing any conclusions. It's a professional secret of the enchanters, not suitable for public discussion." Zhou Fong's tone became serious. "The Academy of Enchantment is the enchanters' support, their guild. I think it's best to discuss such important matters with the dean first." Zhang Dao's gaze grew sharper, and he fixed his eyes on Zhou Fong, his tone brooking no argument. "But I found its footprints at the foot of the mountain too, and the villagers have seen some strange things." He paused, then asked solemnly, "Is it alive?" Zhou Fong felt a wave of pressure descending upon him, knowing that his next answer would impact the entire course of events. "Is it alive?" Zhang Dao's asked solemnly, his eyes fixed on Zhou Fong, speaking each word deliberately. Zhou Fong nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. "Could it pose a threat to the public?" Zhang Dao's pressed on, his brows furrowed. "This is crucial. If a dangerous creature escapes, it could be catastrophic." Zhou Fong hesitated, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "They'll contact the dean as soon as possible to confirm. Heng Er Yuan still retains the mindset of a monk, so it shouldn't be a huge issue." However, he was uncertain whether the skeleton would undergo any changes after being animated, so he decided it was best to inform the dean quickly. Zhang Dao's nodded, his expression relaxing slightly. "Every superhuman has their secrets and hidden cards. I won't delve too deeply. The higher-ups in the empire won't seize your opportunities. The stronger you are, the stronger the country becomes." He spoke with conviction. "As long as you remain loyal and uphold your principles, that's our bottom line." After a pause, he added, "I won't pursue this matter further. I just need to confirm one last thing with you. Is the deceased clever superhuman really the wanted criminal Mo Fong?" The air in the conference room seemed to freeze, as everyone's gaze turned to Zhou Fong. His answer would determine the course of action for the entire Supervision Bureau. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Fong nodded firmly. It was definitely Mo Fong. He's turned to ashes. He thought to himself. In fact, not even ashes were left. Zhou Fong had complete confidence in his strike. Zhang Dao's gave Zhou Fong a meaningful look, then turned to the others. "Release the news in 15 days. Be prepared. Resources will be allocated within 10 days. Any questions?" "No questions," everyone responded in unison. Meeting adjourned. On the way back, "Commissioner," he remarked, "Comrade Zhou Fong has only been at the Supervision Bureau for 2 months, yet he's brought significant changes. Whether in the superhuman realm or in solving ordinary cases, Zhou Fong's arrival has brought about a remarkable transformation. The city's Supervision Bureau is now thriving and full of vitality. You're too kind, Commissioner he. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, doing my best," Zhou Fong replied humbly, slightly bowing his head. "Commissioner," he continued with a few more compliments. Noticing Zhou Fong was getting a bit overwhelmed, he finally said somewhat sheepishly, "There are a few tricky cases lately. Do you have time in the coming days, Comrade Zhou Fong?" Zhou Fong chuckled to himself, thinking, "It's just a little help, no need for all the flattery." He agreed without hesitation, secretly looking forward to it. Found he quite enjoyed using his time-space techniques to solve cases. Back at the bureau, Commissioner he briefed Lu Lai on the meeting's details, and the Paranormal Investigation Department prepared for the plan in 15 days. Zhou Fong encountered 4 new colleagues who had joined that morning. They greeted him with admiration on their faces, having heard from Tang Mingming and others about Zhou Fang's formidable combat abilities. In the superhuman world, the powerful are always revered. Back in his dormitory, Zhou Fong opened the Slow Runner app, clicked on his profile, then sect, and entered the Enlightenment Academy page. He saw the sect master column read, Dean Ufusai, and directly dialed a voice call. Ring, ring, ring. After a few seconds, an elderly, kind voice answered. Zhou Fong missing me already after leaving the academy for such a short time? At 8, Zhou Fong was chosen from the orphanage to attend the Enlightenment Academy, where the dean had met him. Later, they seldom met due to the large number of students the dean couldn't personally oversee. However, the academy treated orphan students like Zhou Fong very well, a policy the dean insisted upon. Zhou Fong, having inherited this body's memories, felt like he was speaking to a family elder when talking to the dean. Haha, yes. I've been away for 2 months, but I miss the academy life and you, Dean, Zhou Fong replied with a laugh. You sly one. I knew from the first look you were a little trickster, the dean teased. You wouldn't call without reason. I'm busy. Are you just exchanging pleasantries? I absorb enough energy in a second to blow up 100 of you. The dean's bluntness didn't bother Zhou Fong. They were like family. Zhou Fong chuckled, paused for a moment, then spoke more softly. Yesterday, I encountered Senior Mo Fong. Yu Fusai was clearly taken aback, then asked, that guy, huh? He's lost his mind. Are you okay? I'm fine. Just a minor injury, Zhou Fong replied calmly, pretending to be at ease to avoid worrying the dean. He continued, Mo Fong is dead, killed by a powerful individual. His puppet counted as powerful. The line was silent for 3 seconds before the dean's voice came through. Sai better dead than harming others and himself. Yu Fusai's voice was tinged with sadness. Every student was like a child to him. He didn't wish them to dominate the world, just to live safely and honestly. He had high hopes for Mo Fong, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment when Mo Fong broke his heart. Yu Fusai composed himself and continued. You didn't call just to tell me this, did you? As the dean of the Enlightenment Academy and a high-ranking official in the empire, if Zhou Fong didn't inform him, Yu Fusai would still receive the news quickly. Zhou Fong must have another purpose for calling. Mo Fong animated a skeleton, Zhou Fong explained. After his death, the other animated objects disappeared, but the skeleton remained and gained consciousness. That skeleton was Master Heng Yuan from the Buddhist order in his previous life, currently with mid-level power. Zhou Fong detailed the situation with the skeleton to the dean, including its final words. Master Heng Yuan, according to the Bureau's records, was a level powerhouse 6 years ago. He perished while defending his teammates against international strongmen during a secret exploration of a Pacific island. Fortunately, his body was retrieved and buried at the Buddhist Wanfo temple. No reports of his body being stolen had surfaced, suggesting Mo Fong acted secretly without alerting others. After all, no one would suspect someone of stealing a corpse. Yu Fusai didn't seem surprised, and after a moment of thought, he said, he followed that path after all. Back then, Yu Fusai recounted Mo Fong's past to Zhou Fong. During his time at the Enlightenment Academy, Mo Fong was obsessed with animating biological corpses, researching poisons and spirits. Concerned he might stray into dark paths, Yu Fusai repeatedly advised him, temporarily suppressing Mo Fong's peculiar tendencies. However, after graduation, Mo Fong became increasingly arrogant and reckless, indulging in misconduct. He gathered like-minded animators to study corpse animation in the Shaanxi region. Since animation couldn't be performed on living beings, they even killed people for their experiments. Mo Fong publicly declared he had formed his own faction, naming it the corpse-driving sect. Mo Fong was known for his affiliation with the corpse-driving sect. 3 years ago, a scandal shook the supernatural community, revealing the dark secrets of the sect. The empire's high-ranking officials were furious and summoned Mo Fong for questioning, but he responded with disdain and defiance. During the confrontation, he injured several of the empire's superhumans. To quell the anger of the officials, Yu Fusai personally took action, eradicating the corpse-driving sect overnight. In the final moments, recalling past friendships, he spared Mo Fong's life. In hindsight, Yu Fusai regretted this decision deeply, wishing he had permanently sealed Mo Fong beneath the 9 mystical Tower of Spirits. After the sect's downfall, the empire's officials issued a strict order to the Enlightenment Academy. The animation of human corpses was forbidden as it violated ethical standards and disregarded the sanctity of life. From then on, the academy instilled in students the idea that animating living corpses was highly ineffective, citing numerous failed cases in their curriculum. Any violations would lead to immediate disciplinary action. What happens to a corpse after animation? What potential risks does Heng Yuan pose? Zhou Fong asked. After all, if a mid-level class superhuman had issues, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb. Yu Fusai replied gravely. Animated corpses typically retain only a portion of their combat abilities as puppets. There have never been cases of consciousness revival. I've personally destroyed all such corpses. As for Heng Yuan's situation, it seems more complicated. Zhou Fong pondered. Indeed, Mo Fong's surprise at the golden skeleton suggests even he was unaware of Heng Yuan's existence. He continued, what sets Master Heng Yuan apart from other animated corpses? Is it his class strength? Zhou Fong. Yu Fusai interrupted, raising his voice. Don't speculate on matters without conclusions, and don't delve deeper. You have a bright future, and I don't want you to follow in Mo Fong's footsteps. He feared Zhou Fong might be tempted by power and stray from the right path. Zhou Fong smiled in response. Rest assured, Director, I won't be like him. I disdain underhanded methods. I have better options. Drawing cards is enough. Good. You don't need to worry about Hung or Yuan anymore. The Research Institute will send people to track him down, and I'll handle Zhang Dao's side. Understood, Director. During his 3-day recovery, Zhou Fong assisted Inspector He in solving several ordinary cases. Thanks to the restorative effects of the Inspectorate's potions and his own robust physique, his injuries healed at a rate dozens of times faster than normal. His ribs were fully healed, and his arm was functioning smoothly again. Today was the day to exchange for the secret manuals. Wang Defy, sent by the capital's Inspectorate headquarters, arrived on time with 2 large briefcases. Inside Inspector He's office, 501 fist-sized, pure energy stones were neatly arranged. Zhou Fong eagerly reached for them, but the case wouldn't budge. Wang Defy held it firmly, exuding the aura of a class powerhouse, signaling with his eyes. First, hand over the manuals. It turned out that the capital's headquarters had sent the chief inspector himself to oversee this multi-million transaction. Zhou Fong handed over 2 manuals he had written, chuckling awkwardly. My apologies, Senior Wang. In the capital, you are. Wang Defy took the manuals, released the case, and began reading, ignoring Zhou Fong's question. Inspector, he explained. Chief Inspector Wang is the chief inspector of the capital's headquarters, overseeing the superhumans in various district inspectorates. Minutes later, Wang Defy closed the manuals and marveled. A joint sword technique, indeed of class caliber. You're lucky. Not many have managed to animate class martial skills in the past decade. This resource gave Zhou Fong a head start over others, even making Wang a bit envious. After confirming everything, he exchanged a few pleasantries and left. Zhou Fong wasn't bothered by Wang Defy's cold demeanor after all. He had faced class powerhouses before. On his way back to the dormitory, carrying 2 cases full of priceless pure energy stones, Zhou Fong felt no fear of being robbed. Within the inspectorate, there was no one he needed to fear, and even if that radiant Kong Yun appeared, he was confident he could defeat him. Back in his dorm, Zhou Fong took out 100 pure energy stones and called out, Hider. Here I am, Master, responded Hider, who had been eagerly waiting in the sea of consciousness, drooling over the box of pure energy stones. Zhou Fong played with the energy stone in his hand. You know what to do. Hider began to sing. June 6th, 6 minutes past 6, 60 seconds past. The fragile fortress is far. Change the song. Circles and circles, day by day, year by year. Good, keep going. Love can't sleep anymore. It's sad. It's destructive. I won't cry for anyone anymore. Your song repertoire has expanded since last time, not just children's songs anymore. Proudly, Hider said. Of course, I've been working hard to learn recently. As the son of the snake god who could access external information from Zhou Fong's sea of consciousness, learning a few songs wasn't difficult for him. Zhou Fong said. In that case, you owe me 101 favors. Hider responded dismissively, not bothering to engage with this old Zhou Skinner. But he knew in his heart that Zhou Fong was giving him so many pure energy stones in advance to help him recover from his injuries. After all, who would really keep track of 100 favors? Since Hider had saved him in a critical moment before, Zhou Fong already considered him one of his own. With 100 pure energy stones, Hider's injuries finally stabilized, and every time he took action, it no longer aggravated his injuries, significantly reducing the cost. Zhou Fong took stock of his pure energy stones, with the original 3 stones now increased by 400 new ones, totaling 403 stones. He contemplated giving 100 stones to Hider for 2 reasons. First, as a token of gratitude for Hider's assistance in a critical moment, and second, because he noticed Hider's hesitation each time he acted, suggesting severe injuries. Zhou Fong decided to avoid troubling him further, a mutual understanding that needed no words. Time flew by as Zhou Fong diligently trained with the pure energy stones, rapidly advancing his skills. 10 days later, his superiors acknowledged the Mo Fong incident, distributing resource rewards to the province. 5 days after that, the Mo Fong execution incident made headlines, putting the Hangzhou Supervision Police Bureau at the top of the slow app trending list. Simultaneously, the police bureaus in 11 cities across Zhejiang province announced expansions, improving the treatment of superhumans and relaxing entry requirements. This sparked a nationwide influx of independent cultivators to Zhejiang, significantly boosting the strength of the superhuman teams in just half a month. 2 individuals were credited for these changes. Foremost was Zhou Fong, responsible for Mo Fong's demise, earning him a reward of 20 pure energy stones. Overjoyed, Zhou Fong invited the entire paranormal department for a meal to get acquainted with new colleagues. The second was Lu Lai, who wrote the report on the incident. Zhang Dao scolded tirelessly. as Lu Lai worked overtime for days to ensure timely publication. Without his superhuman constitution, he might have succumbed to overwork. In the fortnight before the new school term, Zhou Feng was busy interviewing applicants. By the eve of the term, the Hangzhou Bureau's Paranormal Investigation Department had added 21 new members, including 5 level experts and 16 A-level superhumans, making their combined strength comparable to the Central Bureau's covert operations team. Notably, due to the high number of applicants and workload, interview times were shortened. Zhou Feng's unique skill, the true chicken capture ground smash one hand, became widely known within the department. Even Lu Lai, Yuan Hua, and others frequently overheard similar conversations. In the restroom, were you pinned down during the interview? Yeah, 1.23 seconds. You. Hee 1.61 seconds. Wow, impressive. What's your cultivation level? In the cafeteria, new colleagues whispered. What was your interview process like? No process, just straight to the pin. How many seconds? 0.91 seconds. Not bad. I got 0.99 seconds. You guys are good. Am I the only one with 0.9 seconds? They say 0.9 seconds is the baseline. I got 20 seconds. You're at level and only have 20 seconds, and you're bragging? Rumors spread that someone at the City Bureau had created a terrifyingly powerful level grappling technique that no one at the same level could withstand. Of course, this was just a rumor, with no one stepping forward to refute it. The night before school started, Zhou Feng opened the group chat and asked in the brothers group, "School starts tomorrow. Zhao Yi, have you decided where to go?" Gao Jia was the first to respond. "Zhao Yi, come to Jinxi City. There are tons of delicious foods." Zhou Feng replied helplessly. "Your dual sword technique is trained by focusing only on food." Qin Zhan teased. "Pat the dog head Gao Jia." Gao Jia responded. Zhao Yi suddenly chimed in. "Haha, I'm almost in Hangzhou." Zhou Feng was surprised. "Why didn't you say earlier? I could have picked you up." Zhao Yi explained. "Tianqing Army arranged someone to pick me up, so I didn't want to bother you." Qin Zhan praised. "Tianqing Army, not bad." Gao Jia was curious. "Oh ho ho, joining the army like the big brother. Which school are you enrolling in?" Zhao Yi answered. "Third high school in Shanghuang district, about 7 or 8 kilometers from Old Fort's place." Zhou Feng happily replied. "Great news. I'll find you after school starts." Zhao Yi teased. "Sure, you have to treat me. You've been working for 3 months. I should get a good meal out of you." Zhou Feng boldly responded. "Bring it on. I, Zhou Feng, am wealthy." Qin Zhan sighed. "Old Fort has changed." Gao Jia agreed. "He's gotten arrogant." Zhao Yi concluded. "Shameless." The four chatted for over an hour, and by nightfall at 11, Zhou Feng decided to draw cards. He had saved up 30 days' worth of card drawing chances, waiting for today. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he placed the box in the center, waved his hands, and chanted. Prajna Permatha, 8-direction Bodhisattva, Taishang, Laojun, urgently God bless, Amen. 10 unknown card draw. First card, let's go. The box glowed with a golden light, then turned blue. Zhou Feng was surprised when he opened the box to find a card emitting a blue glow with a blue pattern on the back. He realized it was a blue card, recalling the phrase, blue rare. Zhou Feng picked up the card, depicting a ninja somewhat resembling the reclusive by Li Shazhan. The card was named Ninja Set Meal, granting the user basic ninja physique, chakra extraction technique, and random acquisition of 1 level and 10 A-level ninjutsu. Zhou Feng thought the set seemed nice, but he didn't plan on becoming a ninja. He preferred martial arts or cultivation paths. Though a bit disappointed, overall, it wasn't a loss. Let's go again. 10 unknown card draw, second card. Zhou Feng eagerly prepared to draw the next card. Zhou Feng began his 10 unknown card draw. The second card appeared, surrounded by a blue glow, exuding a mysterious aura. He focused intently and saw clearly on the card. Level Daoist skill, Heavenly Thunder Control. Zhou Feng's eyes lit up, and he was secretly delighted. This skill card was not only of high quality, but also an excellent spell that could be learned instantly. Oh ho ho. Zhou Feng couldn't help but chuckle. A level Daoist skill, huh? These cards are getting more considerate. He recalled his previous card drawing experiences and remarked, I used to have to learn before knowing the level. Now it's directly marked. Much more convenient. With high spirits, Zhou Feng decided to keep going. The third card slowly formed in the void, boldly stating, Eternal Luo God, with a cooldown of 1 month. The card's description was even more enticing. Sacrifice an item with potential power to summon a low-tier deity from another dimension, the power of which depends on the sacrificed item's ability. Thousands of stars illuminate the world. The Milky Way covers the vast sky, Zhou Feng murmured, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The description of this card stirred his emotions, as a deity that could only be summoned once a month must be incredibly powerful. Just as Zhou Feng was lost in his thoughts about the new card, Hyder's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. This card? You better not use it lightly. Zhou Feng was taken aback. This was the first time Hyder had spoken up during his card draws. He teased, Afraid this card will steal your business? What? Hyder paused for a moment, his tone serious. Anything related to gods should not be touched lightly. Zhou Feng dismissed it. Gods? What gods? Aren't these from another dimension? Just anime characters and mythological stories. He believed these so-called gods were merely manifestations of the card's power. Aren't you the son of a snake god? And yet here you are, singing. Hyder's voice faltered, helplessly saying, can we not bring up the singing when discussing serious matters? Then, he shared a perplexing story that further intrigued Zhou Feng. Just as my divine realm was about to form, right before breaking through to godhood, you forcibly pulled me over, causing severe injuries. It's just that my father has many offspring. Losing one or two doesn't matter. Otherwise, just for the forced contract you made with me, you wouldn't escape my father's wrath. Zhou Feng listened, utterly bewildered, and became even more curious. Are beings from another dimension so arrogant? I'm from the main world, and you from another dimension can launch a full-scale attack? Right before becoming a god, so you're a demigod, huh? Such a lousy demigod, being forced into a contract by my card? Not much of a demigod, then. Can your father come through the internet to get me? Hyder seemed infuriated by Zhou Feng's ignorance, shouting in his consciousness. What internet nonsense? Does my father need the internet to deal with you? Another dimension is just a concept, Sai. He suddenly paused, as if realizing he'd said too much. Forget it. Knowing too much isn't good for the master. Anyway, anything related to gods, you should avoid as much as possible. Zhou Feng wanted to ask more, but Hyder remained silent. Despite his heavy curiosity, Zhou Feng decided to heed Hyder's advice and keep the Luo God card as a trump card, avoiding its use unless necessary. Finally, Zhou Feng took out the first ninja package card and used it without hesitation. Instantly, he felt the energy within him begin to change, freely transitioning between supernatural powers, true qi, and chakra. In this way, Zhou Feng became a tri-disciplined superhuman, mastering alchemy, martial arts, and ninjutsu. A flood of new knowledge suddenly surged into Zhou Feng's mind, as if a door had been opened within his consciousness. This was a secret technique for extracting chakra, accompanied by a Drank ninjutsu fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Additionally, information about various rank ninjutsu poured in like a tide, including clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, and basic jinjutsu. Zhou Feng was secretly delighted, feeling that he was now fully capable of being a ninja. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing that in the realm of global superhumans, being a ninja wasn't the most powerful profession. He decided to pursue being a ninja as a minor focus rather than a major one. With this idea in mind, Zhou Feng eagerly examined the second card. The words Taoist Art of Heavenly Thunder flashed in his mind, accompanied by all the hand seals and true essence circulation methods associated with this Taoist art. However, when he attempted to perform it, he found himself unable to mobilize any true essence. It was then that Zhou Feng realized he lacked the innate talent for Taoist cultivation. Even with the knowledge of a brank Taoist art, he couldn't put it into practice. He couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging that martial arts and body cultivation indeed had the lowest entry barriers. Most superhumans possess some talent in these areas. In contrast, practitioners of ninja arts, Taoism, Buddhism, magic, and swordsmanship required much higher levels of innate ability. Reflecting on his martial arts talent, Zhou Feng had to admit it was only average. His achievements in martial arts were largely due to the abilities granted by the cards, which spared him the time needed to comprehend techniques and martial skills. The grand completion of the Crank Dragon Serpent Divine technique, along with mastery of various martial skills, made him appear exceptionally gifted. At that moment, Zhou Feng truly understood the importance of the ninja physique included in the ninja package. In the first card, this ability was undoubtedly the most valuable, directly granting him cultivation talent. It was practically a divine skill that transformed the mundane into the extraordinary. Looking at the brank Taoist art in his hands, Zhou Feng felt both excited and frustrated. Without the true essence of Taoism, he was like holding a beautifully crafted key with no lock to match. Unwilling to give up, he resolved to find a way to break through this limitation. With this determination, Zhou Feng retrieved 10 pure energy stones from his storage space. He carefully placed each of these translucent stones into a box, hoping to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. As each energy stone fell into the box, it stirred a mix of anticipation and tension within him. Zhou Feng took a deep breath, determined to try his luck once more. 50 card draws. I'll exchange them for 5 consecutive blue card draws, he murmured to himself. This time, I must get the Taoist physique. Box, don't let me down. With anticipation and nervousness, Zhou Feng opened the mysterious box again. As the first card slowly emerged, his eyes widened. Card name: Key to remaining chances. Usage: 5 times. Effect: traps all designated targets within a mile radius in the assault of 1,000 keys. Illusion: affected individuals will experience feelings of isolation, depression, irritability, and a sense of despair, with severe cases possibly leading to suicidal tendencies. Effective against targets whose strength does not exceed the user's by more than one major realm. Zhou Fang carefully examined this large-scale illusion card. Its power was indeed intimidating. It could affect opponents even one major realm above him. With his current early-level strength, even early-level experts would be vulnerable. However, the card's name and effect description made Zhou Fang frown. What a ridiculous name, he muttered. Can it just be a proper illusion? Assault of 1,000 keys, cyber attack, that's just lame. Nonetheless, he cautiously put the card away. The second card appeared, a blank card. Are you kidding me? Zhou Fang exclaimed. Even the lowest level draws don't have blank cards, and a Tintoon blue card gives me this. He thought painfully of the 2 pure energy stones, 30,000 gone just like that. Regret and disappointment washed over him like a tide. But then, Zhou Fang's eyes caught a line of small text beneath the blank card. Description: write down a card you've drawn, and it will become that card. Zhou Fang's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this is practically a universal card, he exclaimed in surprise, feeling a bit ashamed of his earlier misunderstanding. Carefully putting away this precious card, ideas for its use began swirling in his mind. For instance, that volley of arrows card is definitely a gem among white cards. And the heaven sealing chain card. Though I haven't used it yet, just the description sounds powerful, he mused. I could even replicate this blue card key. Zhou Fang couldn't help but marvel at the Tintoon blue rare card draw, where even the blank card turned out to be so potent. His emotions soared like a roller coaster, experiencing a wild ride from disappointment to sheer joy. The third card slowly appeared before Zhou Fang, with the words Law Fusion card inscribed on it. He carefully read the description, decompose a white card, and integrate its ability into the user, making it instinctual. Zhou Fang was stunned at first, then a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself that this card's ability was incredibly powerful. Many skill cards come with cooldown times, and ultimately, cards are not one's own abilities, especially those that are single-use. But this card could turn a card's ability into instinct, a potential that was thrilling. Zhou Fang decided to set this card aside for now and continued to draw the next one. The fourth card appeared, boldly labeled Innate Dao Sword Physique. The description clearly stated, acquire the innate Dao Sword Physique, enhancing Taoism comprehension and swordsmanship comprehension. Zhou Fang immediately realized that this physique was evidently much more advanced than the previous basic ninja physique. Having read numerous online novels, he knew that the word innate often signified extraordinary potential. What enticed him even more was that this physique allowed for both Taoist cultivation and swordsmanship. Despite the simple description, Zhou Fang sensed a strong celestial aura from the name alone, convinced that this card was indeed extraordinary. The fifth card followed, named Mage Package Card. Upon use, it grants an excellent mage physique, advanced meditation, and randomly teaches 1-level spell and 10-level spells. Zhou Fang wondered to himself if he was being tempted to embark on the path of a mage. However, he had to admit that the physique and cultivation methods offered by this package were indeed superior to those of a ninja. With no one else to use these cards, Zhou Fang decided to learn them himself. He first used the Mage Package card. Instantly, a refreshing sensation swept through his body. When he opened his eyes, the world around him seemed different. He could clearly sense the various magical elements in the air: fire, ice, summoning, dark elements, and more, all seemingly beckoning to him. At the same time, Zhou Fang discovered he had randomly learned a level spell, Teleportation Point. This spell allowed him to set 10 teleportation points within a 500-kilometer radius, enabling him to teleport to any point with just 10 seconds of chanting. He was quietly delighted, thinking this would save him quite a bit on train and plane tickets. In addition, he mastered 10 A-level spells, including levitation, slow fall, eagle eye, light body, and others. Although these basic spells weren't powerful, they could be very useful in daily life. Next, Zhou Fang unhesitatingly used the Innate Dao Sword Physique card. A peculiar sensation, like an electric current, coursed through his body and was gone in an instant. When the feeling subsided, Zhou Fang was astonished to find that his understanding of swordsmanship had made a qualitative leap. Techniques he previously thought he had mastered at a level suddenly revealed numerous areas for improvement. This absolute sensitivity to swordsmanship was precisely the talent of a sword cultivator. Zhou Fang was secretly pleased, thinking that perhaps sword cultivation was indeed a promising path. Especially considering that he also practiced martial arts, he wouldn't have the frailty often associated with sword cultivators. What excited him even more was that the innate Dao sword physique endowed him not only with sword cultivation talent, but also with Taoist cultivation talent. With this in mind, Zhou Fang decided to immediately try the Taoist technique of heavenly thunder. He formed a seal with his fingers in a standard Taoist gesture. Index, middle, ring, and little fingers bent into the palm, with the thumb pressing against the back of the fingers, forming a special fist shape. In an instant, Zhou Fang felt all his energy transform into pure Taoist true qi. Heavenly thunder. Rise. Zhou Fong shouted. In a flash, the sky changed color, and dark clouds gathered above the police bureau. Zhang Dao's, who was taking a shower, was startled by the sudden phenomenon and rushed to the balcony wrapped in a towel, wondering if a powerful being was passing by. At the same time, Baili Shazhan, engrossed in a TV drama, was so startled that she dropped her tablet with a clatter. She looked out the window in shock, silently cursing. Damn, who's causing trouble this time? Should I go check it out? I can't use Earth Escape to sneak away this time. However, just 1.51 seconds later, everything returned to normal. Zhang Dao scratched his head in confusion, wondering if he had imagined it. Baili Shazhan also shook her head, chiding herself. That disturbance felt like constipation. Never mind, I must be overreacting. With that, she picked up her tablet and continued to immerse herself in her drama. Meanwhile, Zhou Fong lay exhausted on the bed, drenched in sweat, feeling as though his energy had been completely drained. Despite this, a satisfied smile lingered on his lips, as he knew he had taken another significant step on his path of cultivation. Zhou Fong gazed at the divine thunder card in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. Although he had only initiated the prelude of this level technique earlier, the smooth execution had secretly delighted him. It seems this innate Dao sword constitution is indeed extraordinary, he mused to himself. I may not be able to fully utilize it now, but the future looks promising. He continued to organize the cards in his hand, his eyes scanning over the single-use cards, the key cards, and the blank cards. Better to keep these in reserve, Zhou Fong decided. There's no rush to use them now. When he picked up the Rule Fusion card, Zhou Fong felt a temptation to use a blank card to make a copy. However, remembering his previous mishap with the puppet card, he decided to err on the side of caution. Better to test its effectiveness first, he muttered to himself. If necessary, I can always draw another one later. After all, there's no shortage of pure energy stones. Next, Zhou Fong began to seriously consider which card to fuse. His gaze swept over various cards. Mount card, money card, dung throwing card which made him shiver at its effect, 9 Dragons Transformation Series, Earth Escape card, Void Summoning card, Time Space Exploration card, God's List, Flight card, Sky Ceiling Chains, Coffin Dance card, Duel card, and more. Each card had its unique advantages, and Zhou Fong carefully weighed them. The Earth Escape card could make him an expert at evading danger. The Void Summoning card might allow him to summon beings from other dimensions, and the Flight card would enable him to fly even before reaching level. As time ticked by, Zhou Fong's contemplation extended into the early hours, until 1 a.m. Ultimately, he reached a decision. I'll go with the Time-Space Exploration card, Zhou Fong murmured to himself. Void Summoning, Earth Escape, and Flight aren't particularly rare or advanced in the supernatural world. Once my strength grows, these won't be an issue. But the ability to explore time and space might present unexpected opportunities. Having made this decision, Zhou Fong felt a sense of relief and anticipation for the future. Carefully, he placed the Time-Space Exploration card and the Rule Fusion card together, planning to attempt the fusion at dawn. Zhou Fong stood on the banks of the River of Time, gazing at the relentless flow of the temporal torrent. He understood well that in the realm of superpowers, time-space manipulation was one of the most advanced abilities, requiring extraordinary talent to even glimpse its mysteries. Many international powerhouses, due to lack of talent, spend their entire lives unable to touch the edges of time and space. Resolute, Zhou Fong hesitated no more. He pulled 2 cards from his pocket, a Time-Space Exploration card and a Law Fusion card. As he aligned the Law Fusion card with the Time-Space Exploration card, the 2 cards slowly dissolved in his hands, transforming into shimmering stardust. In an instant, the vast river of time unfurled before Zhou Fong's eyes. The surging torrent of time and space crashed like tempestuous waves, and Zhou Fong felt like a lone boat tossed about, overwhelmed by the force. Without the protection of the Time-Space Exploration card, he profoundly felt his insignificance within the river of time. At that moment, the voice of Hyder echoed in Zhou Fong's mind. Master, your cards are truly remarkable, able to forcibly condense time-space imprints. Your box, your transformation ability, are extraordinary. Before the voice faded, the river of time gradually calmed. In the center of the river appeared a massive human silhouette, a reflection over 100 meters long, unmistakably Zhou Fong's own image. Zhou Fong felt as if he had become one with the river of time, as though it had become an extension of his body, maneuverable at will. He realized he might be able to traverse freely through time, exploring both past and future. For a moment, Zhou Fong was somewhat smug. With the future in my hands, am I invincible? Hyder scoffed, huh? Even my father god wouldn't claim to lock the future's course with absolute certainty. What you see now is merely the most probable possibility. Moreover, if a stronger expert than you emerges in the future, your predictions will become inaccurate. Zhou Fong rolled his eyes. I get it, don't rain on my parade. What, you feel like singing again? Hyder sighed. Can we stick to the point and not mention singing? Zhou Fong understood. For instance, if tomorrow a level powerhouse were to suddenly destroy this city, yet in his explored future the city remained peaceful, it would be because the appearance of the A-level powerhouse exceeded his current time-space deduction capabilities. The stronger the power, the harder it is to deduce, which is a basic rule of time-space manipulation. Reflecting on this card draw, Zhou Feng had gained much. He not only acquired talents from ninja, magician, Taoist, and sword cultivator disciplines, but also obtained many other benefits. These were invaluable resources that no amount of pure energy stones could purchase. After storing all the cards in his consciousness space, Zhou Feng slept peacefully. The night grew deeper, with few stars in the sky. The next morning, after a simple wash, Zhou Feng donned a white t-shirt and blue crop pants and headed out. It was September 1st, the start of the school year at Jiangding District No. 2 High School. Zhou Feng, carrying a brand new yet empty backpack, arrived at the school, deciding to be a day student to maintain more freedom. However, Zhou Feng's enrollment process was not typical. As a backdoor student, he required the principal's personal signature for confirmation. Upon reaching the principal's office, Zhou Feng saw Principal Ni Hongzhe with a troubled expression. It turned out that the number of so-called special contribution students had surged this year, causing Principal Ni a headache. Although he didn't want to accept students admitted through special connections, the reality left him no choice. Take Zhou Feng, for instance. His spot was personally requested by his graduate school mentor. The school clearly had special admission slots for students with exceptional contributions, and his advisor had personally called for over an hour to catch up, making it hard for Zhou Feng to refuse the offer. Holding the letter of introduction and the proof of his special admission, Zhou Feng arrived at the principal's office. As soon as he got there, he was taken aback. The scene in front of him left Zhou Feng speechless. There was a long line at the principal's office door. He couldn't help but wonder, is the principal personally handling admissions? Is the school really that short-staffed? Or are there many special students like him? Zhou Feng reluctantly joined the end of the line, tiptoeing to get a better look inside. The office door was wide open, likely because the principal found it too troublesome to keep opening and closing it with so many waiting outside. At that moment, a young woman was standing in the office. Zhou Feng could only see her back, but her graceful figure and the glimpse of her fair, jade-like arms and neck were enough for him to conclude she must be a beauty. His experiences in 2 lifetimes made him marvel inwardly. Suddenly, Principal Ni's slightly puzzled voice came from the office. Your name is Yun Ba? That's quite a casual name. A nice girl like you. Is that really what your family named you? Yun Ba seemed unfazed and calmly replied, yes, I'm the 8th in my family. This response immediately sparked whispers among the students waiting outside. Someone muttered softly, the 8th is called Yun Ba? What about her siblings? 1, 2, 3, 4. Principal and I seized the moment to ask the question everyone was curious about. So what are your brothers and sisters called? Yun Ba's answer was straightforward, with a hint of disdain. My cousins don't come to study. She bluntly added, my brothers and sisters aren't coming here, so why ask so much? Principal and I was momentarily taken aback by her directness, awkwardly touching his nose and forcing a smile. He then turned to the documents in his hand and continued, your name is interesting. The records say you previously studied humanities and got full marks in all subjects. Although the records came from her previous school, Principal and I couldn't help but be skeptical about these backdoor admissions. Who knows if the grades were genuine? Yun Ba remained calm, casually replying, well, I learned things quickly. Yun Ba nodded in acknowledgement, her voice melodious and clear, neither coquettish nor domineering, and not the least bit fragile like a southern woman. The students lined up outside were captivated, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of Yun Ba. However, the few students at the front who had arrived early seemed uninterested, having evidently seen her before. Principal and I signed the document and handed it to Yun Ba. All right, go to class 14 and report to teacher Pei. Thank you, Principal. Yun Ba turned and left. As she stepped out of the office, the students at the door suddenly stepped back, as if startled. Yun Ba's face was covered with freckles, her complexion sallow, as if she hadn't slept for days. More unsettling was the faint scar on her left cheek, barely noticeable from a distance, but up close, it looked like a menacing centipede. Zhou Feng watched Yun Ba's retreating figure, frowning deeply. As she passed by him, he felt a pang of anxiety, as if he had brushed past a fierce beast. This sense of danger even surpassed what he felt when facing Mo Feng. Zhou Feng also noticed the stark contrast between the skin color on Yun Ba's face and her exposed arms. While ordinary people might overlook these details, the recent influx of superhumans in a Hang city made Zhou Feng wary of any anomalies. He immediately accessed the river of time, effortlessly stepping into the temporal flow to trace Yun Ba's past. To Zhou Feng's surprise, just seconds earlier in the principal's office, Yun Ba's presence had inexplicably vanished. The principal appeared to be conversing with thin air. Suddenly, a cold snort reverberated through the space-time continuum. Zhou Feng was abruptly ejected from the river of time, his blood surging, and he forcibly swallowed back the blood that rushed to his throat. He had suffered a mild backlash from the temporal disturbance. Looking up, Zhou Fong found Yunba had just turned around, staring at him with piercing eyes. Yunba cast a cold glance at Zhou Fong, then turned and continued walking towards the corridor, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with her. Her silhouette seemed to silently mock him. A mere ant dares to probe into my past? How presumptuous! Zhou Fong felt a chill in his heart. He knew clearly that the cold snort just now had come from Yunba. Just a simple snort had jolted him out of the river of time and caused him a backlash. Such terrifying power at such a young age meant Yunba was no ordinary superpowered individual. She was either incredibly skilled in temporal arts or an exceptional powerhouse. Both types were rare in the superpower world, often seasoned veterans, and even rarer among the young. Recalling the unsettling feeling from earlier, Zhou Fong concluded that Yunba was the latter. Yunba, he whispered to himself, I won't forget you. After fusing his temporal exploration ability with a rule fusion card, Zhou Fong found there were pros and cons. The downside was that if he lost a confrontation in the river of time, he would suffer a backlash. However, the advantage was just as clear. Temporal exploration had become his inherent ability, which he could enhance through practice. He could nurture the river of time with his own energy, making it wider, while feeling the slow increase in his temporal arts. Zhou Fong closed his eyes to heal his internal injuries. Although they were minor, they would take a day to recover. He thought to himself, Yunba is not someone to provoke for now, but I must find out more about her to prevent any possible plots. With insufficient evidence, he decided not to report to the captain yet, opting instead to secretly monitor Yunba and investigate further. Half an hour later, in the principal's office, Principal Ni rubbed his temples as he held Zhou Fong's file. The authenticity of this file was irrelevant because, no matter how it was verified, it would be true. In recent years, the supervisory police department had planted many people in schools, and the school often had unusual students, all handled first by the department. Those who could walk through walls, had immense strength with one hand, or could jump 5 meters high, returned seemingly normal after being taken by the department. These students were all placed in Class 14. The school had cooperated with the supervisory police department for years and had a good relationship. Principal Ni gave them due respect. He looked at the young man named Zhou Fong before him, guessing he was not simple. What is your relationship with the supervisory police department? Why did they arrange for you to come to our school? Principal Ni asked as a formality, hoping to glean some clues about those strange incidents. Zhou Fong smiled and replied, I'm not sure. It's an arrangement from above, and I'm just following orders. He was indeed dispatched by his superiors and had no choice. Principal Ni sighed inwardly. These backdoor students are not easy to fool. Their lips are sealed like the dead. He lightly warned, study well and don't cause trouble. Even for the department's sake, I won't condone any misbehavior. With that, he signed the documents. Go. Before Principal Ni could finish, Zhou Fong interjected. Go to Class 14 and find teacher Pei, I know. You've repeated it over 20 times today. Principal Ni shook his head helplessly. So tiring. You won't even let me finish my sentence. He lamented that the world seemed different, hoping it wouldn't affect the other students. Principal Ni had seen many superpowered individuals. There was even a janitor at the school who could hear whispers 1,000 meters away. This janitor was personally recruited by Principal Ni to monitor Class 14. After dealing with all the special admissions, Principal Ni picked up the phone and dialed a number. Old Wong. The number of students in Class 14 has increased again this year, much more than last year. Old Wong's voice came from the other end. Yes, I'll keep an eye on them. Don't worry, Principal Ni. Principal Ni said helplessly. It's hard on you, being brought back at your age. Old Wong laughed. Haha, don't say that, Principal Ni. I can't sit idle at home, and I should thank you for giving me a job opportunity. Principal Ni sighed. Well, take care of yourself. These students are not simple. I understand, but don't worry, Principal Ni. Recently, I've met some friends in the circle. According to them, in our circle, the Empire's officials are still the strongest. Generally, people wouldn't dare to cause trouble at school. The supervisory police department has been very proactive lately, and there's a bit of fear in their voices when they mention it. That's good. On the first day of school, the campus was bustling. Students were either strolling, playing basketball, or badminton on the playground, creating a lively scene. Long queues formed in classrooms, with some students arriving alone with their luggage and others accompanied by parents to pay fees and enroll. Zhou Fong, carrying an empty backpack and holding a stack of documents, arrived at the relatively quiet senior Class 14. The classroom already had 42 students. Apart from a few small groups chatting, most were engaged in their own activities. Zhou Fong was surprised to find 2 familiar faces in the class, Xiao Zheng and Yin Shuqian. He wondered, isn't the Transformation Academy supposed to assign only one person per school? How did they end up here too? A middle-aged man with black-framed glasses, about 40 years old, stood at the podium organizing papers. Zhou Fong politely handed over his documents. Hello, teacher. I'm Zhou Fong, reporting for duty today. The teacher took the documents and looked around the classroom. noticing the seats were full. He hadn't expected so many transfer students in class 14 during the senior year. Go to the equipment room downstairs and bring a desk. Sit at the back of the third row, he said, pointing to the back of the classroom where Yunba was seated. Zhou Fang's eyes lit up, thinking, perfect. I can openly monitor her. Even if she's a top-tier powerhouse, so what? It's not like I haven't fought one before. Okay, thank you, teacher. He quickly fetched a desk from downstairs and sat next to Yunba. Yunba frowned, subtly shifting 0.01 meters away without saying anything. Zhou Fang pretended not to notice her movement, thinking, disdainful of me? I just showered yesterday. I'm not smelly. Women. Before Zhou Fang could settle his desk, Xiao Zheng and Yin Shuqian approached. Zhou Fang, we meet again, Xiao Zheng said. Yin Shuqian leaned in and whispered, Zhang Xiao asked me to tell you he misses you. So they're Zhang Binfan's people, Zhou Fang smiled. I miss him too. Hopefully, next time we meet, he won't run away. By the way, how did you two end up at the same school? Zhou Fang was curious, as the Transformation Academy shouldn't have made exceptions for them. Yin Shuqian snorted, not answering. Yin Shuqing snorted coldly and chose to remain silent. Xiao Zheng calmly stated the truth. Yin Shuqing was placed here by the Zhang family. Zhou Fang understood. Each of the three had different paths to this school. He came through the police department, Xiao Zheng from the Transformation Academy, and Yin Shuqing through the Zhang family's connections. Clearly, this was Zhang Binfan's plan to plant two spies around him. Naive. Zhou Fang sneered internally. My abilities have long surpassed your imagination, Zhang Binfan. You'd better start preparing for your end. The two seemed to have completed their reporting mission and turned to leave. Yin Shuqing couldn't help but complain. Why do you answer everything he asks? Are you afraid of him? Can't even say a harsh word. Xiao Zheng couldn't be bothered to argue and responded indifferently. Does it help? If you can beat him, you can easily step over him. If not, saying harsh words only invites humiliation. This left Yin Shuqing speechless. Xiao Zheng sat down and concluded, once we leave the academy, we'll be adults. It's time to mature. I feel like you're actually on Zhou Fang's side. Yin Shuqing muttered helplessly. On the podium, Teacher Pei pulled out a stack of test papers and announced, on the first day of school, let's have a test. I know many of you don't rely on college entrance exams for your future, but since you're here, I hope you'll study well. The three exchanged glances. Yin Shuqing looked confused. Xiao Zheng was puzzled. We didn't say anything harsh. Why does it feel like we're being set up? Zhou Fang turned to Yunba, suddenly realizing, oh, it must be her. She's missing the harsh lessons of society, so fate sent me to teach her. Zhou Fang challenged his deskmate Yunba. I heard you're a top student. Want to compete? Yunba frowned, as if Zhou Fang carried a virus, and replied coldly, you're not the first to challenge me, but no one has succeeded. Huh, neither have I ever lost, Zhou Fang laughed. How about this? If you lose, you'll tell me your background deal. He thought to himself that this could quickly complete his mission by figuring out her limits. Without lifting her head from her book, Yunba said, if you lose, stay 1 meter away from me from now on. Just that? Only 1 meter? Such a small demand. Who are you looking down on? Zhou Fang's competitive spirit was ignited. All right, deal. Their classmates glanced over. Are these two crazy? Wanting to study hard in class 14? Top students don't belong in this class. The test was a comprehensive subject exam, lasting 2 hours and worth 300 points. To Zhou Fang, these questions were a piece of cake. He thought scoring 300 wasn't his limit, but the cap of the test. Zhou Fang finished quickly, with an hour to spare, feeling proud to be the first. Yet, he noticed Yunba already at the podium. She had turned in her paper early. Speed doesn't matter, accuracy does, Zhou Fang consoled himself. When the papers were returned in the afternoon, Zhou Fang saw he scored 299, losing a point on a history question due to confusion with past life history. No problem, even 1 point less is still first in the class. He waved his paper at Yunba. Admit your loss. Yunba rolled her eyes. Back off. 1 meter. Zhou Fang was stunned, seeing Yunba's perfect score paper. He realized that perhaps he was the one needing life's tough lessons, and fate had sent her to humble him. Had he focused too much on physical training, neglecting studies? No, this must be an exception. But Zhou Fang could take a loss and quietly moved his desk 1 meter to the right. Teacher Pei noticed the unusual activity in the back row. Zhou Fang, why move your desk so far? Standing up, Zhou Fang seriously replied. Men and women should maintain a proper distance, teacher. Teacher Pei sighed but didn't press further. Fine, it's the last row, just don't disturb others. This is class 14, expectations aren't high. Just don't cause trouble. She glanced at the scores, feeling a bit relieved. Surprisingly, we have 3 students with good foundations. Yunba scored full marks, Zhou Fang 299, and Xiao Zheng 278. With a year until the college entrance exam. Keep up the good work. Yes, teacher, the trio responded in unison. Zhou Fang recalled the advice from the bureau and Dean Yufusai. Study hard and get into a good university. After all, knowledge is power. As the evening dismissal bell rang, high school students had evening self-study, but commuting students like Zhou Fong could apply to study at home. He planned to follow Yun Ba after school to see if she was connected to any secret organization, but found out she was a boarding student. How could he follow her now? She had evening classes, while he had to go home. Besides, there wasn't much to track at school. I should just go have dinner with Zhao Yi, he thought, preparing to leave the classroom, but 5 classmates blocked the door. Other students handed over money and left, while Zhou Fong was stopped. Newbie, know the rules? Zhou Fong didn't resist, smiling as he asked, what rules? I'm new here and don't know. Could you guys explain it to me? This attitude left Xiao Zheng and Yin Shuqing puzzled, not understanding why Zhou Fong suddenly seemed so easy to bully. A tall, thin student with glasses pointed to himself. I'm Dong Long. Call me Brother Long. He then pointed to the others. This is Brother Tiger, Sister Sparrow, Brother Turtle. Finally, he pointed to the big guy in front. This is our big brother, Brother Hua Qi. He's also the head of our Class 14 Sacred Beast Gang. Once you're in Class 14, you're a member of our gang. The monthly fee is 50 yuan. Zhou Fong internally scoffed. Is extortion this high nowadays? High school students with a monthly fee of 50 yuan, that's quite steep. Zhou Fong thought for a moment and nodded slowly. No problem with the membership fee, but I want to know, what benefits does your gang offer? What are the advantages of such a high fee? Dong Long looked puzzled. Benefits? What are those? How long are the work hours? What's the main business? Do you follow national laws and regulations? Do you have a legal advisor? Zhou Fong fired off questions rapidly. Dong Long looked embarrassed, clearly unprepared for such inquiries. Do you know how many years you get for extortion? Do your parents know about your gang? Zhou Fong's pointed questions left Dong Long speechless. Seeing this, Hua Qi pushed Dong Long aside and approached Zhou Fong with his large belly. Our gang has nothing like that. Just say if you're going to pay the fee or not. Cut the crap. Zhou Fong waved his hand impatiently. I'll pay, of course. He pointed to Xiao Zheng behind him. Let him pay for me. Me? Xiao Zheng was incredulous. Why should I? We're enemies. It's a small matter, you handle it. After all, you stay on campus, and I can go home. We'll deal with our issues later. Zhou Fong shrugged. Since I beat you last time, you probably haven't fought anyone for a while, right? Here's your chance. Xiao Zheng reluctantly nodded. All right, I'll pay. It's just a few ordinary people, and I'll do it as a favor for Zhou Fong. He didn't want to provoke Zhou Fong without absolute certainty. Yin Shuqing rolled his eyes and walked over. He'll pay for mine too. Yunba followed. Mine as well. She just wanted to eat quickly. Do we know each other? Xiao Zheng was exasperated. I've seen people hitch rides, but never this. The 5 members of the Sacred Beast Gang surrounded Xiao Zheng. Kid, don't play games, or we'll take you to the rooftop. Then let's go to the rooftop. I'll settle everything at once, Xiao Zheng said calmly. Kid knows the ropes. Let's go to the rooftop. Just as Zhou Fong walked out of the school gate, he heard screams coming from the rooftop. Meanwhile, a janitor squatting in the corner was on the phone. Principal and I, the Sacred Beast Gang had a conflict with a new student, and someone named Xiao Zheng took them to the rooftop. Is it serious? From the screams, it seems to be just superficial injuries. Should Old Wong go check it out? The ones getting beaten are the 5 from the Sacred Beast Gang, Old Wong explained. Principal and I was silent for 5.21 seconds. Serves them right. These new transfer students are no joke. They finally met their match. Go clean up in 5 minutes. Okay. Old Wong hung up and turned around, startled by Zhou Fong standing behind him. Student you. You were just too focused, sir, Zhou Fong said with an apologetic smile. Through their conversation, Zhou Fong learned that Old Wong's surname was Wong, and he was the head of the cleaning department for this teaching building. Although this was the senior year building, it also housed classes from the first and second years, clearly for easier monitoring. After saying goodbye, Zhou Fong left. Old Wong raised his hand in confusion, unsure if the young man had overheard the phone conversation. To avoid drawing attention, Zhou Fong chose public transportation today. On the way, he hesitated about using the God's List to monitor Yunba. After much consideration, he took out a card and wrote Yunba on it. But nothing happened. Damn, without the real name, I can't locate her. Zhou Fong realized, understanding that the true name must be the one the person acknowledges, not necessarily the one on their ID. Yunba was clearly an alias. This person definitely had something to hide. Since even time-space techniques couldn't pinpoint such a strong individual, other supernatural methods would be even harder to use, and even Yuan Hua's mice would likely be detected by her. He had no choice but to monitor her personally. Half an hour later, Zhou Fong arrived near Zhao Yi's school at a food street. In the distance, Zhao Yi called out, Lao Si, over here. This spicy hot pot restaurant was the most famous in the area, packed to the brim, with a line of people waiting outside. Fortunately, Zhao Yi had booked a private room, and when Zhou Fong entered, he found 7 or 8 familiar faces, all classmates from the Academy of Enlightenment assigned to various high schools in the city. Ma Fei, Hu Rui, Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and others. I accidentally let it slip, and they all wanted to see you when they heard you'd be here, Zhao Yi explained. Zhao Yi, are you saying you don't want us here? Fong Shen, you're not going to say you're not happy to see us, are you? How could you say that about us, classmates? Everyone teased Zhao Yi. I was wrong. I'll punish myself with a drink, a bottle of Coke. Zhao Yi surrendered. Drink a 1.5 liter. Don't think you can get away with it. Zhou Fong laughed and said, running into old friends in a foreign place is one of life's great pleasures. How could I not welcome you? Let's eat first and not worry about Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, sipping his Coke, said helplessly. Is that something a person would say? I'm only in trouble with my classmates because of you. Ma Fei, which department are you in? Zhou Fong asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The classmates chimed in, their words tinged with envy for those in public service. We're not as lucky as you, Fong Shen. We have to wait until we finish college to apply for jobs. One classmate sighed. We're just freelancers for now. But Hu Rui joined the Diheng army. That's something to be envious of, another classmate interjected. I heard he can perform the 9-star alignment. Can you? Zhou Fong listened silently, suddenly feeling that his choice might not have been so bad. He recalled the situation of the initiates. Except for a few elites, most were not as powerful as other superhumans of the same level. Every year, over 70% of students graduating from the Initiation Academy ended up as freelancers. By the way, where's Su Meina? Where did she go? Zhou Fong asked, his tone filled with concern for Su Meina, who had cared for him for many years. I heard her healing abilities are highly regarded, and the dean arranged something for her personally, someone replied. She's a non-combat member, so she doesn't participate in the battle rankings. We haven't really kept track of her. We don't know exactly where she went. After 3 months apart, the classmates' reunion was filled with sighs. They ate until 10 at night before going their separate ways. Zhou Fong paid the bill and then strolled slowly with Zhao Yi, eventually finding themselves at the subway station. I'm heading back. No need to see me off, third brother, Zhou Fong said. Zhao Yi chuckled. I'm not seeing you off. Are you just leaving like that? Zhou Fong looked around. It's past 10 at night. What else do you want to do? Zhao Yi pointed at himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I've broken through. I'm a D-level expert now. Don't you have anything to say? Zhou Fong was momentarily stunned and tentatively said, congratulations? Congratulations, congratulations. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. So perfunctory, so casual, so insincere. Wait, is that what I want? Aren't we going to spar? Do you think little of your third brother? Spar? At this hour? You must have some bad habits, third brother, Zhou Fong groaned. It's late, don't mess with my sleep. Zhao Yi was unfazed. Are you dumb? It's late, so there are fewer people around. It's perfect for us to spar. Superhumans can go days without sleep. Zhou Fong had no choice but to agree. So where do you want to go, third brother? Zhao Yi thought for a moment. North Pavilion Hill. It's spacious and a free scenic area, so no one will bother us at night. North Pavilion Hill is located in the northern part of Hang City, stretching over 10 kilometers from west to northeast. It's a national forest park. The two took a taxi to the foot of the hill, climbed up, and found a secluded little valley. Zhao Yi manifested a long knife and stuck it in the ground, then manifested a longbow, stand further away. I can't show my skills at this distance. Zhou Fong wisely retreated 100 meters. Is this far enough? Zhao Yi waved him further back, a bit more. Don't worry, my range is far. Zhou Fong reluctantly moved back 300 meters, thinking to himself that this was more like target practice than sparring. Zhao Yi drew his bow to a full moon, his eyes shining with confidence. I exchanged all my academy points for the 3-arrow technique for this bow's hardfall technique. The first move of Love's 3 lives, love at first sight. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Yi released an arrow. It streaked through the night sky like a meteor, heading straight for Zhou Fang's face. Quick as lightning. Before Zhou Fong could react, an arrow pierced through his chest, pinning him to the giant tree behind him. Zhao Yi was shocked and quickly shouted, "Fourth brother, are you okay?" However, as Zhao Yi approached, the Zhou Fong on the tree suddenly transformed into a wooden stump, falling to the ground with a soft thud. Zhao Yi exclaimed, "Whoa, ninja technique." Before he could finish speaking, a rain of fire suddenly descended from the sky. Zhou Fong's voice seemed to come from all directions. Heh, third brother, don't underestimate me. Level ninjutsu, fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. Zhao Yi remained calm, swiftly drawing his bow, arrows raining down. Second form, let me show you a meteor shower. In a second, dozens of arrows shot through the air, colliding with the fiery rain, instantly creating a spectacular fireworks display. Zhou Fong's voice echoed again. What a lame name for your archery technique. As soon as he spoke, a fierce wind arose, enhancing the power of the phoenix flower. A level wind magic, wind gust. While shooting arrows to fend off the flames, Zhao Yi panted. Fourth brother, how did you learn both ninjutsu and magic? After several intense seconds of combat, Zhao Yi finally extinguished all the flames, only to find Zhou Fong had vanished. Fourth brother, this isn't fun. Come out and let me shoot a few arrows. Zhou Fong suddenly appeared at the top of a tree, thinking to himself, is this what sparring is? Maybe I misunderstood the word sparring. Seeing this, Zhao Yi immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow. Third form, heart to heart. The arrow glinted coldly, appearing in front of Zhou Fong in an instant. Zhou Fong was prepared. With a flash of white light, he appeared 3 meters away. A level magic, blink. He had just learned this short-range teleportation spell from a card, greatly enhancing his survival skills. However, before he could celebrate, Zhao Yi's arrow turned in midair, continuing its pursuit. Zhou Fong exclaimed, "Wow! Impressive, a tracking arrow." Zhao Yi proudly explained, "Of course, heart to heart means my heart and your heart. This arrow won't return until it hits." Before he could finish, Zhou Fong caught the slowing arrow, crushing it in his hand, the energy dissipating into light. "I don't want to be heart to heart with you. Third brother, find me a sister-in-law instead." Zhao Yi's face twitched slightly, somewhat displeased. "Stop with the nonsense. You haven't even used your sword skills, and you're trying to brush me off." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.